No, look, I wouldn't have thought so. If it was, if it was above, it more than likely would have appeared to be below. Optically, of course. Possibly. But have you got any evidence for that?
I sure do.
Elbot. Elbow TV. That's really boring television.
So they aren't. Equal altitudes are not level? Since when?
Come on, Bandy.
Since when? Come on. Come on.
Okay. There may be a point between two equal altitude fucking bits where something may be level. But those points are not level. You know this.
Did you not hear, right, that if we put a level on a basketball, it's level?
Well, yeah, that's point of view. I like it.
Not that the tool is level, right? The basketball is now level, right? Not the tool. God almighty.
Perfectly.
That is
Perfect.
just
All the way around. Perfectly level all the way around.
Oh, it is I don't know how even in their own minds that they can reconcile that. I really don't know.
Fuck, you're loud tonight, Bandy.
Oh, it's this new Butte
Gonna have to fucking
Jabra mic and headset I've got.
yeah, right. Okay, you are loud and clear, sunshine.
Yeah.
Shit.
Living the
That's
high
good.
life. That's what I like. To be loud and clear. Seeing as people don't generally listen to me, as you know, White. You know.
I think it's the Aussie twang. People tend to just tune out.
Yeah. I don't know. But
They don't listen to me either, mate. Don't you worry. I don't even think they listen to the Aussie bowlers.
what time is it in the UK? Is it rumpus hour yet? Where's Rumpus when you want him? Might be a bit early for him. Oh no, it's 10 o'clock in the
UK.
morning. Where is he? Where is he? Come on, Rumpus.
Is it really? 10
Yeah.
o'clock over there already.
Yep.
Shit.
Or 10:30, one of the two. Yeah. I know. When they were having that discussion about level today, it's just, mailman, you cannot be serious. You cannot be serious that a spirit level on a basketball, right? And that makes it the basketball level. You're not sure you're not conflating that with the tool, mate. You know, the tool may be level. Doesn't make anything else level.
Somehow, I think through the power of mathematics, they can make it so that the whole basketball becomes level all the way around somehow.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
They didn't even want to bloody talk about like the root of the word sea level. I brought that up a couple of times and they just didn't even entertain that. Like, was the word sea level being used prior to anyone thinking of a ball? And if it was, then the word level in that obviously meant, you know, what we know it as level, water level.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore the word level was hijacked with spherical geometry or through spherical geometry to also mean equal altitude.
Mm.
And the whole argument was just come up with another word like equal altitude instead of
Mm.
using the word level, because level already had a meaning of water level, like we all know in a tube.
Definitely. The word definitely has been hijacked. It definitely has been hijacked. And it must be a recent thing. To be honest with you, it must be a recent thing.
I think it's just to confuse the situation, like a lot of the double meanings. It helps with the double speak if there's a double meaning that's, you know, not quite understood or conflated, because most people, when they hear the word level, think what you and I do. And if someone was to say equal altitude, it wouldn't necessarily mean ball, but it would definitely mean equal distance from a center point or from a point, as
Well,
opposed to what we mean.
I would propose to you, White, that if you went out to general Joe Blow public, right, and if you were to ask them, what's your definition of level, right, I would find it very difficult to believe that you would find anyone that would have the definition equal distance from the center of a sphere. That is level.
Exactly.
Right? Very difficult. Very difficult. But apparently it's common knowledge. Apparently it's common knowledge. Not quite as common as what they think it is. Oh, but you just misunderstand it. You haven't been educated enough in the definitions. Right? That's what it comes down to, you know, your education level.
Well, I think if you just regurgitated it just 10 more times, Bandy, you would have got it. But I don't think you did the reading comprehension quite enough. You skipped too many days by the sound of it.
Yep. And I think that unless you are in this realm, right, everyone prior to this would have had the same definition of level. Yet they would never admit to it. They would never admit to it.
No, that's why they avoided it completely. The root of the word sea level. Like same as horizon. They fucking hate that. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
Horizon obviously means bent. Not horizontal anymore.
Yes.
Bastards.
They're
allowed to do that though.
But I'm sure people like writing will stick to their guns and go, it's equal distance from the center of a sphere.
Yeah. You know, fucking, you gotta call it what it is. Just simple. You can't call it something else. You have to call things what they are. Fucking, you know, apple, orange. You know, you can't go swapping them. Like, if anyone tries to fucking, you know, pass a law where people have to call oranges fucking, I don't know, 10 jellos or some shit because they feel offended and fucking someone calls an orange a fucking orange. Like, you know, and then some judge says, yes, I think that's justified. Now anyone who fucking calls an orange is fucking in trouble. Like, you can't do that. You got to call things what they fucking were, what they are. You know, boy, girl, fucking level, curved, but you can't.
Look, I think, well, look, the whole boy-girl thing is a very touchy subject, as you know, right? I
Yeah, but that's
think,
a problem. It shouldn't be touchy. You should be able to
well,
talk about it in a non-offensive manner. You know what I mean?
yeah, but I think, um, um, yeah, everyone is entitled to their opinion. Everyone is entitled to their
Mm-hmm.
opinion, but
Damn right.
that opinion shouldn't spill over to being offensive. Like if
True,
someone wants
true.
like if someone wants to be known as something, even if you disagree with it, right? I think if you go out of your way to kind of shove that in a person's face, I think that is offensive, right? And is bullying. To be honest with you, it, it's unneeded, right? The people can have very clear uh, understanding of who they want to be, right? But then, if a person, with this particular topic, if a person wants to be known by a particular pronoun and you don't agree with it, well, it's very easy to avoid it just by addressing them by their name. You don't have to. You don't have to throw it in a person's face, if that makes sense.
Of course it does, mate. Yeah,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
Yeah.
And obviously earlier with no intention to be offensive. Um, I always refer to that person we're talking about as she. I've never been offensive in any way, but she
Hmm.
made a very strong point of demanding that she be referred to as such, and that's just
Hmm.
where I felt she'd overstepped that line, and I
Hmm.
felt like if she's allowed to have her opinion like that, I'm allowed to state my opposing opinion. And I
Yeah.
didn't feel as though it was. I personally didn't feel though it was offensive. It wasn't meant to be offensive. It was just my
Hmm.
opinion, and
Yeah.
again, we should all be allowed to have them.
Yeah.
But again, it just comes down to hijacking that topic. Like even if we just go back to marriage, like
Hmm.
I've got nothing wrong with anyone doing what they want to do, in however they want to do it. But to demand that something different now be called marriage when they could just easily come up with a new word and it could be just as legal and just as binding and everything. But
Yeah.
they really wanted to use marriage, and that offended a lot of people.
Hmm.
Like a lot of people have a very different belief in what marriage is, and apparently that offense is okay. But as long as the other people don't re-offend back, like that's the
Oh,
hypocrisy I really like to point out.
yeah, yeah. And apparently, because we had the vote not so long ago, um, in regards
Mm.
to the right of marriage for homosexuals, and it it was not an overwhelming majority that got it over the line. So, even if, say it was 60%, well, you still got 40% of the people out there that don't agree with it. And they're kind of shut
That
down.
was a different topic, though,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Because that was just about whether
Gay
gays should be
marriage.
allowed to be
Yeah.
married or not. Not whether they should call it marriage or not. It's just a different argument. I mean, I think if gays want to be married, that's fine. Do whatever you like, but just call it something different because that name already has so much more meaning.
Yeah, well, I
You
don't
know?
think it was ever going to be known as anything else other than marriage, to be quite honest with you. They weren't going to call it
No,
a
no, of
u-
course not.
a union ship, because I think that was actually suggested in some of the debates that I saw on Q&A. I think unionship was one of the ones that was um, held up there.
Pull forward, yeah. But
Yeah, put forward. Um,
I don't think any of those were ever accepted though, because I think it was deemed like, why should they have to call it something different? Because they want to be treated equal. And I'm not saying this goes for everyone across the board, but the loudest people that were whinging had that
mm,
had that opinion that it shouldn't. They shouldn't be treated any different. We're just the same, and we should be able to call it marriage. We want to get married. That's what our dream was. We wanted to be married. And like it's a rock and a hard place because you can't fucking
Yeah,
please everyone. But if the
yeah.
word already had a definition, just choose a new bloody word. It's not that
You know,
hard.
I definitely do see a need for people's choices to be recognised. Um,
Fuck yeah.
you know,
Even guns, mate. Definitely.
we have um uh, a family friend that is gay, and
Hmm.
before, and this happened about 7 or 8 years ago, maybe even longer now, where him and his partner, they had a ceremony of unionship, okay,
Oh
which
yeah.
was their way of getting married, because they weren't legally
Yep.
allowed to do it.
A
And
commitment to each other, you man. Yeah.
exactly, a commitment ceremony. That's what it was, a commitment ceremony. Anyway,
Yeah.
they had actually been together longer than
Yep.
most married couples, right? They'd been together for over 25 years, right?
Sure.
Um, they were um, they were
Hmm.
like the perfect monogamous relationship, quotation marks there. Then when
Hmm.
um, uh, he unfortunately died, right? And the family who didn't agree with his life choices, right?
Hmm.
And he was on life support and all that sort of stuff, and there was a thing where only family could go and visit him while he was in ICU and
Oh
stuff.
no.
Yeah, and so you know what's coming now, right? So
That's devastating.
they blocked his right to go when it came to him having any rights to any, because after he died, he passed on. So
Mm.
there was a estate, which he was cut out of the estate as
Wow.
well. It was absolutely shattering, and even I felt for Kevin, so much, because even okay, it's not my lifestyle choice, but that's for me. But I'm not going to put my judgments on anyone else, and
Of
it
course.
it
Yeah, it's
it
not fair.
abs
Yeah.
yeah, it absolutely destroyed him, right? It absolutely destroyed him, and it was a crying shame to see that. So, I definitely think that there should have been a push to change those laws where
Hmm.
unionships, commitments were legally recognised, because they weren't legally recognised. Um,
I'm
and
surprised that de facto relationship laws didn't kick in there. Because people can take people's houses after 6 months of being just living together, just de facto, which is fucking
Mm.
crazy. But yeah, I suppose you fucking yeah need to fight for all this stuff and be aware of it, like any rights, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know that until a few years ago. If people just hook up together for 6 months and someone had some assets and there's no like clear written signed agreement, that de
Yeah.
facto relationship means that 50-50, thanks very much. Which is
Oh, okay.
fucking crazy.
It is a bit crazy, isn't it? It is a bit
Yeah.
crazy.
No marriage, no nothing. Just as long as it's a 6 month commitment, it's
Mm.
considered, you know,
Oh.
yeah, that's bullshit.
I can remember back in the day, because now you can get a divorce at the drop of a hat, right? It's very easy to get a
Hmm.
to get a divorce. But I can remember once upon a time, you had to be separated for a minimum of 7 years. I'm pretty sure it was 7 years, right, before you could even apply for divorce. The
That's
process
amazing.
was so lengthy, and then overnight, well, not overnight, obviously happened, but then all of a sudden now, people get married today and divorced tomorrow. Um,
It is pretty crazy. It's taken the meaning right out of it, in all honesty, or
Yeah,
the commitment anyway. Not the meaning, but
yeah,
the fucking commitment. That's for sure.
yeah. Not that I'm suggesting for a minute that you should stay in an unhappy relationship. Not at all.
No.
Um,
No.
but I think the ease at which some things are obtained maybe makes you less likely, perhaps, to work things out too, and put in some effort.
Oh, definitely, without a doubt, mate. Yeah. Especially with the ability of a prenup and things these days, you can really like have a contract basically set up. So if it goes south in any one of those things in your contract, you can just end it and walk away. And so fucking who sets up to be in a fucking relationship where you've got outs? Like
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly right. Like you're already planning for the worst already, so you already got the
Yeah.
worst in the back of your mind. That's a very American thing, isn't it? The old prenup.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's one of those things. I think comes with lots of money, and there seems to be a few of those over there.
Yeah.
The gold diggers. Yeah, look, it's a touchy fucking topic, that's for sure.
I was gonna change your name again from equal altitudes art level, except on a ball.
Except on the ball, yeah.
Uh,
It gets so long that people only get to read the first two fucking words anyway.
yeah, I know.
We all need a mass email fucking Discord and say we need longer viewable names
Yeah.
on a mobile phone. Percentage would be stoked. He could have even more percentage signs visible.
Oh God Almighty, I know. He would if he could fit more in. He just ran out of
Of course.
characters.
Yeah. Well, there we go. He's just popped in literally
Yeah.
as we were talking about him.
What's up? You talking about me?
Yeah, 100%.
How the hell do
we
you
were.
know we're talking about you? Are you watching on YouTube?
No. What are you guys saying? Only good things, I hope.
Nothing. Only good
Nothing.
things.
Yeah, nothing about you now. We've stopped talking about you now.
Oh shit.
How's everyone doing?
Yeah, good, mate. Yourself?
Not too bad.
Good to hear. Good to hear. I kind of heard and I had to tune out for a bit, but I heard the reason behind percentage. Can you just quickly retell that again?
Oh, behind the name, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was I played. Well, I still play it from time to time. This video game, and when I first started playing, like it's a side-scrolling shooter called Soldat, and
Right.
whenever you kill someone, your name like appears on their screen, says killed by, and then their name, right? And this is like in big block, like Gothic script, big letters. It takes like maybe one quarter of the screen, So
Okay.
I figured because I was killing a lot of people, and also your name shows in the death console. I figured, the more they see my name and more of the screen it covers up, the madder they'll get that I'm constantly killing them, and the worse they'll play. So just to get into their heads, I took the most, annoying character that because it's alphanumeric, and then just the regular symbols, right? And the most kind of like, the one that took up the most space basically was the percentage one. So I just made my name all percentages, and there was a character limit of like 30 or something like that. So that was my name, and then it would just like fill up, just pollute the console and their screens whenever I killed them and stuff like that. And yeah,
Block the whole screen. God, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
and then just stuck for other things.
Yeah.
What about you? How'd you decide on Bandit? Obviously, I know you work in your garage and you have the bandsaw, but why Bandit?
It was actually my kids that gave me the name years ago. I was off work for a little bit anyway. The kids were on holidays and we're doing whatever, and they jumped on YouTube, and I went up, and this is back in the time when I had to. I was supervising their computer use, and said, "Oh, what are you watching?" They go, "Oh, something on YouTube." I go, "Oh, yeah, I've heard of that." And they said, "Yeah, Dad, it's the best thing ever. Doesn't matter what you type in YouTube, you can get a hit on anything." And my ears kind of pricked up, and it's just like, okay, then where's the history? What have you been looking at, type of thing? And they said, "Well, we'll make you up a profile so you can use it yourself." So yeah, they it was courtesy of my kids. They gave me the nickname Bandsaw Bandit. So
Okay, but how they think of the bandit part?
I don't know. It just kind of came out. I suppose, and I was always I don't know where the
Which one of
bandit
your
came
kids
from.
thought of it? Do you remember?
Yeah. My eldest daughter thought of it. Yeah. But my eldest daughter and son were there at the time, but it just blurted out of Cass's mouth, and it kind of just stuck, and it
Yeah, no, I mean,
sounded
it rolls off
okay.
the tongue.
Yeah, sounded all okay. So I've just stuck with it ever since, to be honest with you. So I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I can tell she's creative.
Sure, very much so. Very much so.
Hey, beats the backdoor bandit.
Rig changed my name years ago in Gem Server to something very similar to that. Right, something very similar.
Backdoor bandit.
Yeah.
Yeah, white. I thought your name initially because it was all, I only heard people like say it or something or type it. Sorry, I didn't hear people say it. I saw people type it and they typed it all together. So I thought it was white sword. I didn't realize it was a white word. I thought it was white sword.
There you go.
That's pretty fun. I'm gonna tell my wife that later. She'll love that.
She will. Here comes White Sword.
Ready to cut these
What?
Glovers apart, slice
White
and dice.
Come to service that engine.
Well, White Sword is ready for action. That's what he will tell his wife later on.
So it's been a slow night.
I've only just got jumped back on actually. It
It's
was
evening time for you right now, right?
yeah. It was pumping today though. It was pretty cool today, but it's about that time at the moment, percent where it's a little bit quiet, but give it half an hour or an hour, and people tend to pop in and
Yeah.
generally get some pretty cool conversations happening. We'll see what Lise has to say about pressure tonight. I think he's struggling with pressure.
Sorry, I didn't get that last part. You're struggling with pressure?
I think Lise is struggling with pressure. Yeah, I tell him you can't move anything unless you apply pressure. He goes, no, you've got to apply a force. I said, no, that force applies a pressure. It doesn't matter what it is, and that's how the object is moved, by the application of that pressure.
And he
Can't do it.
disagreed with that?
Yeah.
Why? Pressure's
Yeah.
It's like pressure over area. I mean,
Yeah, but he said force starts first, so it's force, then pressure, not pressure, then force. So it's one of those back and forth things.
aren't they one and the same?
Look, you can have a
Hey,
force.
time
They
isn't
have to
real.
come together. They're like basically.
They go hand in hand, 100%.
Exactly.
It's a little bit semantical, I must say, but like a lot
How
of
was
things.
their obfuscation around between the particles in space. It's such a low vacuum that the particles are really far apart. So if you get a standard handheld, atmospheric pressure device and you put it out in space, you should just get zero, not just really, really low pressure, because there'd have to be at least a couple of particles in that little device to press on the actual pressure sensor to actually register any pressure. So in space, there would have to be absolute vacuum. And yet they say, oh no, you can only go as low as this. You can never have absolute. But between those particles, there has to be absolute, doesn't there? Can't not be.
When you said
Which is
handheld
what?
right now, it triggered because I just had a nap, right? And and I had a dream where I was like, I don't know, there's some sort of emergency and I had to stop this car, and I stopped it. But right as I stopped it, it had it had hit the car in front of it, and the car in front of it was, I guess, just like in neutral or something. So it kind of rolled downhill, and I think it was my car too, the car in front as well, and it had rolled downhill and like swerved and like crashed into something, right? And so it crashed into this like woman's property, and she was like super cool about it or whatever. But then right after that, her boyfriend came home and he was like suspicious. He's like, "Who's this guy?" and stuff like that, So he sees the car, and he says something about getting a handheld, like his handheld law. And so his buddy was with him, and his buddy seemed chill. His buddy was cool. I'm like, yo, I'm pretty sure I just heard your buddy say he's gonna go get his like handheld like law. Like, did he serve in the military? Does he have a M72 law, like a rocket launcher? It's like, yeah, yes, but I don't think he's gonna do it. I'm like, yo, on your honor, like, are you gonna stand in front of my car? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna stand in front of your car. I'm like, and then I was like, good, then I'll stand with you. And that's when the dream ended. So when you said handheld, it just reminded me of that.
Oh, damn.
Sometimes you forget your dreams, like right away.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. This one I didn't.
What do you think percent about this escape velocity? Something has to reach an escape velocity to be able to puncture through our atmosphere and get into outer space. And that is around, I think it's around 17,500 kilometers, I think, or it could be miles. It's one of the two. Let me just Google it quickly. Escape velocity.
It was 11 meters a second, wasn't it?
Yeah, which was about 11.2 kilometers a second. Right,
Oh,
11.2.
shit.
Yes, 11.2 kilometers a second.
Well,
Oh, no
can't
rockets
you
ever
have
fucking doing that.
can't you have an orbit at a lower altitude with a higher speed, higher velocity? It doesn't have to be, 11 meters a second or what have you. You could achieve it at a lower altitude if you're going faster. Wait.
No, it says
Yeah.
here. Well, I just typed in what is escape velocity of Earth, and on the surface of Earth, the escape velocity is about 11.2 kilometers a second, which is approximately 33 times the speed of sound, Mach 33.
On the surface.
Yeah, that's on the surface. All right.
Okay.
But it is, however, at 9,000 kilometers altitude in space, it is less than 7.1 kilometers a second. So
That's still fucking a lot of distance every second, man. There is no rocket doing those speeds.
7.1
bullshit.
kilometers a second, right? Now,
Fuck.
who was I having a discussion
Sorry, how much
with?
was it at the surface again? 7.1 was 5,000.
At the surface, it's 11.2 kilometers a second, and at 9,000 kilometers altitude, right,
7.2.
it's 7.1 kilometers a
7.1.
second.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's quick. That is quick. That's
Mhm.
that's bloody quick. Now, so it got me to thinking about these little gas particles that just kind of float up and gently work their way into outer space. Well, it doesn't matter what the mass is; it has to have that velocity to escape Earth's gravity or push it through.
Apparently.
Okay. Yes. All right. So if you Google what the fastest winds are, right here on terra firma, the fastest winds ever recorded, I think, are 251 kilometers or 253 kilometers, one of those two, and that's in some far remote island somewhere. Now, jet streams, I don't want to misquote myself. Jet streams were a bit quicker than that. Jet streams.
Is it only hydrogen that leaves us, or are there other gases that leave us?
Well, I would hazard a logical guess that it would be all the gases, all right? Because is it just a layer of hydrogen? Like, is there a little bit of oxygen? Is there a little bit of CO2? Is there a little bit of nitrogen mixed in there? So,
I don't know, because
I,
like aren't the gases, aren't there some heavier than others? You would expect there'd
yes,
be layering, at some point.
yes, yeah, but in that layering, I think you're still going to get a little bit of mixture.
Helium,
Mixing.
yeah, you'd
Yeah,
expect
of
some
Yeah,
course.
helium, but I don't know if you'd
yeah.
expect like the heavier ones, like carbon dioxide and oxygen and all that other one.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. All right. But
Mm.
the fastest jet stream is about 140 miles. Oh, sorry, 275 miles per hour. It's the fastest jet
Yeah.
stream. Okay, then that is nowhere near. That is nowhere near 11.2 or 7.1 kilometers a second. Nowhere near it. So these are the
Okay.
fastest winds. These are the fastest winds.
Mhm.
So which is made up of gas. Okay.
Hmm.
So where are they getting all this extra speed from?
I can only think in the model, it's like there must be exponential energy with increasing altitude getting delivered into these particles from the sun, or something like that. And then they gain that much energy that they can just keep on fucking somehow. But I can't, that's the only thing I can fathom, and that just sounds pretty bad.
Yes.
What's the
But
fastest speed anything has ever went on surface of the Earth?
ooh, it'd be a bullet of some sort, I would imagine.
Well, I mean that's
One
kind
of
of like a
those
projectile, right?
hypersonic
I'm thinking like
rockets.
something, yeah,
Yeah,
like that's propelling or thrusting.
Yeah.
Mark 7, I think, Mark 7 or something like that.
How fast is that?
Nowhere near fast.
333 meters per second times 7. Something like
33 meters per
2,000
second.
and no, 2,100 and something meters per second.
Yeah. Nowhere near fast enough.
Yeah, so 2.3 meters per second, and they're saying that they're achieving 7.2 up there or 7.1 up there.
Kilometers
Yeah.
per second.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying. They're getting
Kilometers.
Yeah,
kilometers
but you
per
said
second.
2,000 meters, which is 2.3 kilometers, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you just
Yeah.
said meters. But yes, kilometers, you're right.
Yeah. So there's still five
They're like only
kilometers a
1/3 the
second.
way there. Yeah.
Exactly right. Now the explanation was given that it's the molecules that make up the gas, right? The energy that they have, because they're vibrating backwards and forwards, and that's how fast they're going, right? And that's what enables them to achieve these speeds. Well, really? Like, because that doesn't make much sense. Because if something is moving at 7.1 kilometers a second inside something, one it's a logical thought that that may be transferred to the outside of it as well.
Cool, yeah. If there's nothing to slow it down or anything, it should just keep going.
Yeah. Like when you
So
start to
in
look,
reality, all of our satellites should be getting bombarded with little atomic helium and gas pellets all the time, just rapidly, just leaving our planet.
Well, how do you guys explain the ISS then?
what do you mean? How do we
I don't
explain it?
know.
Like this thing that
We
amateur
don't.
astronomers see, you know, with their home telescopes or what have you.
Yeah.
And they say because it's like over this location at this time and over that location at this time that it must be going this speed. Well,
Yeah.
like how do you explain that?
It doesn't really need to be explained because the speeds are based on the distance that they're claiming up at a certain height. But the distance over the land is the land, but the distance that they're assuming it's traveling at that certain height obviously is substantially more. But there's no proof of the height. Bring it down and that distance reduces substantially.
So if it was a lot smaller and closer, it's still covering that land distance in relatively, I don't know what the actual speed is over like the ground speed. Do you know?
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't know. If you were to like get a like a tube and have it plumb and then time
Exactly, yeah.
almost like a solid, yeah, and then time it over one to the other. No, I don't know about that. But I know the speeds are
Because I
claimed
recall it. I don't know the exact
based on
speed,
the
but
height.
I recall it being relatively quick. You know, like super quick. And I don't know, like what the if it's actually true that they see it at these two locations. It's possible that they see it at one location and don't actually see it at another. But I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt that they do see it at these two locations. So I don't know how to explain how you have something high in the sky and going that quick. Let me see if I can find the actual value.
There's obviously something definitely up there that we see. Now, I've only ever seen
Of
the
course.
light, but I have seen photos of it transiting, the moon, which seems to have, the shape that we're told that it has. Now, is it in this place that they call space? I don't know. But what I do find surprising about this feat of man that they're able to do it, when you look for footage of them actually assembling this, you're hard pressed finding anything except animations and reconstructions of it. You don't seem to be able to find any actual footage of these things. And I don't know. I think if you're going to be doing something, you'd be taking as much footage as you can for your own data, if nothing else. Not necessarily to show the world, just for your own data. But why wouldn't you want to
Without
be
a
showing
doubt.
these things? But yeah, and then why wouldn't you want to be showing these things to the world? Look what we can do. Like we were so proud when we landed on the moon and played golf on the moon, right? We were so proud of those sorts of things we showed the world, but we don't want to show them, putting this massive satellite in space and assembling it and all that sort of stuff, the effort that they had to go to it. Why wouldn't that also be another proud moment that you'd want to show the world?
Look, there'd be advertising on the moon. I've said this a number of times. If this was all true, there'd be the highest bidder would have paid for advertising to be on the fucking moon. And I reckon it was probably going to be Coca-Cola or something like that if they were going to do it. But it's just, that's just standard advertising. It's just what everyone's after. They put it everywhere they can. And on the moon would be fucking, imagine that. Imagine your brand on the moon.
Oh man.
For fuck's sake.
Imagine looking up every night and seeing the big golden arches up there above your head.
Yeah, whatever it was, yeah. The big SpaceX, fucking Tesla logo or some shit. Glistening back. causing all sorts of creatures to die off because they can't get enough sleep anymore because there's not enough fucking dark. It's too bright. Tesla, turn the fucking thing off. Not Tesla, Musk. Keep calling him fucking Tesla. What a dickhead.
Oh, God. Musk. With his mannequin
Elon
in a car.
Musk.
With his mannequin in a car. Like, that was a joke. That was
Yeah.
an absolute joke seeing that. How anyone believes that is beyond
Oh,
me.
apparently it's on its way somewhere. Still out there, fucking on its way. Hasn't burnt up, nothing.
And I'm so surprised with all the dodgy footage that you see from the ISS itself. You know, because there's
Yep.
a lot of dodgy looking footage that is defended so vigorously. It is defended so vigorously that there is not an inch given. Not an inch
Oh,
given.
they can't be. They can't be. You know that. Like, you know, if the whole thing's legitimate, then even the things that look dodgy, they just look dodgy. They're actually legitimate. How dare you question them? You know what I mean? Like, they have to defend them. It's just how it is. You know, especially if you're not open to anything other than the notion of the narrative. That's for sure. Mate, there's still people that think these fucking jibber jabbers are safe and effective. Like, there's still people who will try and tell you, oh no, they work. Thank God we had them and all this shit. Even with all the crap that's coming out now. You know, it's crazy.
Crazy's right.
And talk about hijacked terms and word meanings, safe and effective. Fucking, what does safe mean to you? What does effective mean to you? You know, it means fucking a lot different to what they claim. Oh shit.
Well, it's just
Not
slightly
safe for all.
It's just slightly safer than getting run over by a truck, so it is safer. It fits some definition of safe somewhere in there.
Yeah, it is all relative. You're right. All relative.
I found it funny when a little meteorite hit the ISS and punctured a hole through it, and the astronaut puts his thumb over it and gets a bit of gaffer tape to fix it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes, especially with all the space movies, you know, back in the 90s and that, where if there's any leaks, it just fucking ripped apart, like big time.
What happens when you have a leak? Well, then you have a leak. Grab a little bit of scotch tape and, you know, tape it up and then have a scotch for yourself. For all the hard work.
That was pretty good. You can jam your finger in it like the little boy with the dike or whatever it is, Dutch boy. Yep, just jam your finger in that one.
Some scotch for the leak and some scotch for me.
Classic. Yeah, so in an airplane, you've got a pressurized, like at high altitude, you've got a pressurized cabin and you have a low pressure environment. And if there's any sort of leak, you get a decompression event, which can be violent depending on the pressure differences. And then, yeah, you've got up in space, you've got 14.7 for the astronauts to maintain their health, or maybe a bit less, I'm not 100% sure. But it's obviously got some pressure. And then you've got fucking basically zero outside, or you've got, you know, close to zero. And they can just get a leak, and it's just, well, you just get the scotch tape and you just patch it up. It's really good.
I'm surprised they don't use chewing gum.
Yeah, you'd think.
Yeah.
Maybe some caulk or something like that. Some silicone or
Blue
something,
tack.
just they plug it up.
Yeah. No more gaps.
Just take some blue tack off the Pearl Jam poster.
Yeah.
Can you spare some blue tack in that poster? Yeah.
I imagine it would just make a super loud sound. Like, it would just kind of like when you're driving down the highway, but your window's open just a crack, and it's like shh, you know, like super annoying. And then you'd be able to, you know, just plug it up.
Plug it up. Has anyone seen what happens to those old school, or what happened to those old school divers that used to go down in the suits with the brass helmet when the pressure fucking failed?
No.
Oh, they have like a canvas bag that they're in, like a waterproof bag that their body's in. And the only thing that's structurally sound is the brass helmet. And they're looking through those little windows, little glass windows that are in it.
Mhm.
And they've got like cages over the windows.
Yep.
Anyway, so if they lose pressure, right, at depth where there's lots of ton of force on your body, your whole body ends up in that helmet liquefied.
No
I
way.
kid you not. Yep, I kid you not.
That's nasty.
Everything in that whole suit ends up in that fucking brass helmet. The helmet
my-
itself is even compressed, and you're just a bag of liquid inside that fucking, well, not even a bag of liquid, a fucking very compact fucking thing of liquid in the helmet.
Oh no.
Yep. Yep. Fucking scary thought, hey. When you think of the amount of people that, even to this day, they mine at quite decent depths with fucking
Yeah, yeah.
suits like that, or, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Holy.
That's a lot of force to
Mm.
do that to a human body. You know, instantly too. Instant, just crushed into the helmet.
Damn.
I mean, you wouldn't know about it, eh? You wouldn't know about it for sure.
Yeah, I would imagine
I
like
don't even think.
I would imagine that the different densities of things inside your body would all kind of like just coalesce together into like, you know, this paste that has the same kind of
Yeah.
pressure as the water around it and stuff. But I wouldn't have expected that it would just kind of like go into the helmet. That's crazy. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Man. That's nasty.
Oh, it is. I know it is. It's nasty. Imagine the crew on the boat, man, winching fucking up the helmet and thinking that the rest of the body's gone, or a shark must have fucking eaten him or something, and then only to find out, hang on, the whole suit's in the helmet. What's going on here? Ugh. Yuck.
Is there
Ellie,
any
is that you?
is there any documented like cases of that? Like,
Yeah, that'd
is
be
it like
Yes, in
insane.
the testing, even the testing of them, they knew this was possible. And then, like, only at certain depths. This didn't happen at 1 or 2 meters, obviously. There's not enough pressure.
Oh, of course.
But when you go down and you're walking along the ocean floor and you're doing certain things, you know, for construction or whatever, and this shit fails, boom. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, there's documentaries. I watched a documentary about it.
But are they in
where
are they in one of
saw
those
it.
like hold up, is it like one of those old school kind of full metal like diving suits? Or is it they're just wearing the helmet?
No, the whole suit, but the whole suit, like, that goes around your body is just like, you know, like a material, a waterproof material. The only solid structure is the brass helmet. And the whole thing's got air pumped into it, like, to keep the pressure up.
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah.
Damn. That's nasty.
It would have
just
been
thinking about that.
terrifying to be lowered into the water, yeah. Terrifying, like, fucking hell. Gotta feed your family somehow, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instant chum.
But, you know, hey, that's the power of pressure differentials, isn't it? And yet, you know, meanwhile, just get the gaffer tape out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So
Yeah, but the
there's a
smaller the
pressure.
hole, the less dangerous it is, right?
So there's
But
a
hang on, the
pressure
smaller the
difference.
hole.
Yeah, like the smaller the leak, the less dangerous it is. You have
But
time to
that
like
would
plug
have
it
to
up
be
or
down
whatever.
to structural integrity, like the material that it's made of, etc., etc.
Mhm.
You know, there's been times when one rivet popping out of an airplane has brought a whole airplane down because that one little hole, you know, at speed caused a fucking big issue.
Yeah. You're saying, Jerry? Or maybe you weren't. I thought Jerry was trying to get it.
Yeah, no, I did hear him.
No, I was going to say, if there's a pressure difference in the ocean, right? Like huge differences, but they're still surrounded by water. All right. So the whole bullshit with space is that there's something there, something that humans can't go to. It's not nothingness. It's a fucking medium, man. I'm telling you, there's something else there.
Of course it is. That's why vacuums aren't empty, mate.
Exactly.
What sort of medium do you picture, Jerry?
I don't know. Some kind of. I have no idea, man. I really don't.
No, neither do I.
I think no one does. If we're being honest, no one knows.
I think I've
And that's-
heard
Sorry, go
Raki
ahead.
talk about some sort of liquid helium. I think he proposed that idea.
It's something that fucks with light. I know that.
Liquid helium turns into a superfluid at like minus
Yeah,
270.
exactly.
And
Yeah, so you
there's a
have-
thing.
Jesus, that's fucking cold.
There's a thing called a super solid, which is it's that phase. It's just a very, very. They can't quite get to it, but it's called a super solid. It's a solid version of a super fluid.
So yeah, I mean, it goes up as gas, right? You have all this hydrogen gas, helium gas, right? And who knows? Maybe when there's when there's no matter and it's like nothing to kind of take in the sun's radiation or anything, it gets really cold, and maybe there's some sort of pressure coming from a different source, such that it liquefies and becomes this liquid helium and liquid hydrogen, or even like a super solid at a specific time. Who knows? I think we can't really say one way or the other. No one truly knows, but it is like something to think about.
Yeah, but for helium to get cold, it needs a medium to dissipate its heat. You can't just get cold all on its own.
True.
There can't be a layer of cold
Unless-
up there with the sun beating down on it. Unless
Well,
everything's different to what we're told, of course.
Can't you radiate something without necessarily having something beside you to get that heat?
Yeah, well, but that's what I meant. So if it's getting heat from the sun, but you're suggesting that it's all cooling down, then that
Yeah,
heat
when the sun goes
needs also
away.
then something also to dissipate.
Yeah, so let's say it gets the heat from the sun, as the sun's radiating you this heat, right? And then the sun's gone. It doesn't generate its own heat. It'll dissipate it, right? Even if there's nothing
Into what?
just around it. And then if
Ground
there
it
is
into what?
matter, hold up. So if there is matter,
Oh, infrared, you
somewhere
mean.
along the
That's
lines,
supposedly.
it might absorb it, in accordance with the inverse square law. But there need not be matter to absorb it, right?
Well, only infrared though. So throughout the day, it's heating up with more than just that spectrum. But then at night, it's only irradiating infrared, and it can't dissipate any other heat because there's no other matter to do it to. So it's net gaining heat every day, essentially.
I don't know about that. Why infrared only?
Well, that's the only medium of heat that I think can dissipate without a medium itself to go through.
I mean, it doesn't need to be in contact with any matter, because that would be conduction, right? It would be conduction. For radiation, I don't think you require like matter to actually absorb it for the original thing to radiate it, to release it.
No, that's what I mean. So the only heat that it can dissipate is that radiant heat.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it can dissipate, nothing
So
else.
is infrared the only form of radiant heat?
Well, but it's not the only form of energy though. So the only energy loss is through that form of heat, radiant heat. Whereas the energy it gains every day from the sun isn't just infrared.
Yeah, but I thought all heat
So
was radiating heat. But now you're saying infrared, so maybe just like, can you explain that?
well, not really, no. So infrared, I suppose, is just one frequency of the energy, isn't it? Like
Well,
I'm
it's a
sort of
range of frequencies.
speculating
Why
a
is
bit
it?
here.
Yeah, why are those specific like wavelengths or frequencies? Why are those ones the only ones that radiate heat? I thought all like along the electromagnetic spectrum, it was heat that could be radiated.
Yes, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Well, no, because other frequencies, that, although they have, yeah, it's a fucking tricky one. It is a tricky one.
I mean, I might be able to see the sunrise, but I don't feel its heat. Is it really rising, or is it just refracting? But when you feel the heat, then you know that you're physically feeling the energy.
It's like the whole Tesla car thing, fucking Musk car, whatever you fucking call it. It's like it's getting bombarded with all this energy, has no cooling system or anything other than its ability to radiate heat away on the opposite side of the side that it's getting the heat from. So in my mind, it shouldn't be able to dissipate the heat as quickly as it's coming in through natural sources. Otherwise, things wouldn't need cooling systems because the infrared heat alone would be able to dissipate quickly enough to cool shit down, just because by nature that it's hot. So my mind is telling me that the infrared spectrum isn't actually able to, get rid of it as quickly as potentially it's being generated. But hey, that's just my brain trying to rationalize that out.
If you have liquid helium and you introduce a heat source, you apply heat, does it turn into gas automatically?
Well, it's pressure related as well. So if it's in a container where the pressure can't, it can't expand, then no, it won't.
Okay. But it's safe to assume then that let's say it does turn into liquid helium, like it cools down and turns into liquid helium at night.
Mm-hmm.
Can we expect, like, what would we expect to see if during the day it turns into a gas again, during night it turns into liquid helium? In terms of observation, what would we expect to see if that were the case?
We're only seeing that type of a water effect at night, aren't we? When we see the twinkling of the stars. But it's really interesting you said that, mate.
So, let's say it turns like the stars are super solids of like helium and hydrogen that happen at night due to the lack of heat. That means that we shouldn't be able to see them during the day whatsoever, right?
Mhm.
No, but we know why we don't see them through the day, though. The gases in the atmosphere are excited to the point we can't see past them. We know why that is.
True, but I remember hearing, I think Zanuck just yesterday said that there's, well, what did he call it? Radio telescopes that can see stars during the day. If that were true, then that would debunk this idea that it's, a super solid state of helium or liquid helium or what have you, right?
So hang on, explain. So radio telescope that's seeing stars
During the day.
like the opposite sphere stars in the daytime sky.
Opposite sphere? What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Like stars that we wouldn't normally see because it's daytime. Constellations that we wouldn't
Well, no,
normally
it would
see.
be the same constellations that you see at night because the stars don't move that quick. But it's just the ones that, the same ones that you see at night, but you see them during the day because apparently this telescope lets you cut through the atmosphere such that you could see them.
But hang on, we're spinning around. So when it's nighttime for me, I see different stars than what I would see if it was daytime, don't I?
I want to say, what, do the stars move that quick?
Well, the fucking planet goes full 360, dude. So halfway is 180. So I should see completely
Yeah, I
whole
guess.
new fucking
I guess.
constellations.
Yes, I guess. They would be the other half of the constellations. Yeah, that's true.
Fuck yeah. But that would be pretty interesting if that's true. If I could get a radio telescope and view stars that I clearly fucking should not, that would be very interesting. You would not want to be connected to the Wi-Fi at all, I'm telling you.
So it says here, radio telescopes can be used in the daytime as well as night. X-rays are partly blocked by the Earth's atmosphere, and so X-ray telescopes need to be at high altitude or flown in balloons.
No, not your
But
average
they-
Joe's telescope then, hey?
Hmm.
Well, that's disappointing. Balloons. Telescopes on balloons. They just admitted it.
Balloons.
I mean, let's not throw it all away just because of that. You know, it's if they say that you could do it at high altitudes, like, you know, in a mountain range or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't discard it completely. There might be some truth to it.
On top of
I
Mount
haven't
Everest.
discarded it. It's very interesting. Very interesting.
Suppose it was possible that these radio telescopes, you know, suppose that it's true that they work and that they can see the stars during the day. Does that debunk the super solid helium, liquid helium kind of hypothesis?
Not at all. No, it'd just be awesome to see different stars that I've never seen before from this spot. Even if it's not, you know, directly with my eye. But anyway.
No, but if the stars are little, like, things of liquid helium or super solid helium, shouldn't we not see them during the day because the sun would turn it into gas?
No. Well, if that's what you're saying happens, then yes, but is it possible that that doesn't necessarily happen?
How would it not happen?
Well, I don't know. It's all a hypothesis. Fuck.
If it's
Well,
in a
that's not
container, if it's in a container that, like, basically blocks out volume changes, pressure changes due to temperature, then yeah, you could avoid that effect. But then how do you get that container up there? You know, it would need a medium. If the liquid helium turns into gas.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know.
if the sun is closer to the Earth, then I don't think it's going to make much difference to, let's just say, that the middle of the atom, if you could say that in a concave sort of sense. Not that I support anything. But if the sun was local, then it's nowhere near the layer where helium would reside. If you look at a gobstopper, a helium would be the center, and the lightest gas would be on the outside, but in a concave sense, which is the same as sort of flat Earth in many ways, because they're both sort of like an enclosed system with very similar views on things.
So you're saying that
Sort
the
of.
sun could be local to all the stars, and
No. If your sun and moon is closer to the Earth, it's closer to the terrain, the geo, and then your helium would be the center, the hydrogen would be the second layer, and then you just go in order of density. You've got krypton, argon, neon, methane. There's so many. Like even when
hydrogen would be the center and helium would be the second layer. But yeah, continue.
it depends on but it depends on. I do agree on many ways, yes. And I think like if the freezing and melting points is higher with helium or lower, if you could say, then it's almost like they share the same area. And I don't know. I see the moon shedding and attracting like a cathode, like electrolysis. I see it flaking off, and I also see it at some part of its cycle attracting. Sometimes it's the anode and sometimes it's the cathode, possibly. And the same thing with the sun. But melting, going to different states, I think the state would go from a center solid state and then naturally, different solids surrounding that solid state. And then, yeah, fuck knows, mate. Trying to replicate these experiments in a laboratory, it'd be quite hard.
Is it possible that liquid helium is heavy, and that is what causes the containment and pressure?
When you
I would
get something
assume
that
it's more dense than the gas. Absolutely.
is it absorbing moisture or something else? Because obviously you see the cold fumes coming off. No, it's not. It's not. It would be denser, obviously. Yeah, you've put in a shitload of helium in a small container, and eventually it's, pressure's changed. There's less oxygen and other variables in there.
So if it was the container, it would be somewhat permeable as well.
Oh, definitely.
And also,
You
be
could
able to
get
move.
through it like Picard.
Like, it'd be able to move. I'm just picturing, say, a balloon, like a balloon. All right, so you blow up a balloon, but it's only half a balloon, like a hemisphere, and that exterior of it is now your superfluid, but it's all malleable. It can move wherever it kind of wants to move, but it is somewhat permeable as well to allow. Hey, what?
Well, I was just thinking the whole quantum locking thing that goes with superfluids, and you've got the moons appears to be quantum locked. It rotates out a little bit, but it seems to be fucking locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's your solar system there, man. Quantum locking in a nutshell, man.
Yeah, right.
It's
I don't like the
between...
word quantum, but that's just what they say. I like the whole locking thing.
Yeah, somewhere between the center and the ground, the quantum locking is between that. So whatever's going around, they've sussed it out with fucking satellites and all that, that there's a layer of quantum locking that's a nice equilibrium, and it just sort of does it by itself,
And could these satellites, like the ISS, for argument's sake, also use a quantum locking on the underneath of it?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Fucking this is why a concave type of whatever fucking shape it is, but that and flat Earth go hand in hand in so many ways, because you just see half the observation of what of our model. So basically, our model is twice 2 hemispheres of your model. You just need to two flat maps, 2 hemispheres. You got yourself a flat. You get me, Tesla UFO. It's all there, man.
Yeah, I can't get on board with rugby ball.
Yeah, but it's if you've got a slimmer waist, man, then naturally. Do you know what? And it's probably one of the oldest balls that remains, and it came from New Zealand. From Easter Island, passed over westward. The South Africans got hold of it, and it's the Union rugby ball. So the Union v the League has always been the fucking thing since day one, And the League says no, it's a spheroid. And they say a rugby ball sideways is oblate, so it's you get one thing, man. The thing is, us Northerners couldn't play your game, and you can play our game. And then we have a World Cup, and we say, look, man, let's fucking agree on the math. Let's agree on everything that we disagree on, and let's just fucking play a ball game. You play my ball game, I play your ball game. We'll come to a compromise or something with a spherical rugby ball instead of your flat-sided one, and then the fucking winner gets the bid, for the world. Like, you got metric system, imperial system, who fucking got the bid? Like the bid for building the Olympic Stadium. Who got the bid for the fucking measurement system? Who got the bid for the fucking nautical system? Who got the bid? Who got the bid? America. keeps them fucking coming up, man. You know, and America were the Protestants of the Europeans because they're like, fuck this, man. We're not fucking having what your shit is. Indifference. Maybe not rugby ball, maybe a coconut. Maybe that's where the idea of the coconut shy thing from the old gypsy fairgrounds came from.
Yeah, possibly. Hey, Lise, how you going, mate? You're up and about.
A second. Give me a second.
You're up, mate.
Did you ever think like a steam fair and the old steam fairs and the old carnivals, fun fairs, tombola, all of that kind of represented the realm as they saw it in the 1800s, you know, and carries through. If you think about all those rides, change your orientation up and down to up and stuff like that. You've got the fucking the carousel. You've got the fucking you know, everything from fucking all those rides there are so it's yesteryear telling you what they understood in the 1800s and the mechanics of the earth, and then something fucking resets in the 1800s, and we've got a fucking brand new fucking story, you know.
Mm. Yeah, I just can't see myself. I just can't picture it at this stage. At this stage.
If you stand at the equator and use something like stellarium or anything else, and you go through the days, and you're following something, you're following an object in the sky, a star or something, what you see is waves. You see the whole fucking, and your orientation is going around 360 degrees because you're focused on one thing. You stand in the equator, wherever the right thing is, and you see the sky just bob up and bob down and bob up and bob down, just like a ride at the carnival. You've got the fucking Millennium Wheel. The fact that we don't see the whole wheel, we only see half the wheel, you know? Everything, it's so, someone said the other day, or maybe today, it's all by design. Whatever we design is by the design of the world, you know? It's indirectly fucking from a bucket that being round to this, to that, to that. Everything from your iron chairs in your back garden that survived 100 years or whatever, all those delicacies of doilies and patterns and all that are all to do with someone's idea of what fucking, you know, art is earth, architecture is earth, texture, you know, textile. It's all fucking, and it's all in front of you. You just don't look at it. Hearts, flame in the hearts, you know, for that, you know, for the dainty things the chicks have and all that shit. It's there, man. It's all there in front of you. You're just not looking at it, you know.
Everything was definitely designed and created, right? Because
Why do you believe it?
sorry,
Why do you believe that, Ben?
that stuff was designed and created.
No, you said everything. So you mean everything? Everything
Well,
that's
I
ever
mean,
existed.
I
The
mean,
Fibonacci, everything's based,
sorry,
everything's
no.
based around the Fibonacci spiral, and the Fibonacci spiral actually looks more like it's not quite the spiral you think it is. There's a great channel called Scientific Lee, and he sort of connects his belief in Christ with the materialistic things of the world, like currents, Birkeland currents, double helix. Man, you know what I mean? It fucking show you the simplicities of the shape of our lungs, our kidneys, and how they represents the Fibonacci spiral.
But go ahead, Benso. I didn't hear your answer.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just going to say, because everything seemed, when I say everything, everything, what we live on and what we live in seems perfectly designed and created. I can't see it at all happening by random chance. There is such perfection out there when you look at it. It to me, it can't possibly be anything else other than created. Right?
Is
Everything
the
from
bad
its.
stuff and the imperfect things, are they also created?
What do you mean the bad stuff?
You know, the death, things like cancer, bacteria, viruses, things that
Oh,
kill,
so now
things
we're
that
getting into.
go that. Mhm.
So now we're getting into a realm of if God is so good, why would He give us so many bad things? No.
No. I'm not talking about God, but you said everything seems to be perfect. Everything seems to
Mm-hmm.
work perfectly
Yep.
in unison. But we know
Yep.
that
Yep.
we do have cases where things go rogue and things go
Mm-hmm.
against their general purpose, their general
Yep.
function. You know, like a cancer cell. It's a perfect
Yep.
example.
I
Yeah.
think there is a start to everything, and I think finish to everything. Right? Whether it is what we live on and what we live in, I think there is a start to it. So there is base level, like I've told you, Lise. We're on ground zero, and there is a definite end. Right? It doesn't go on for infinity. There is a definite end. To me, that's just logical sense. Where there's a start, there has to be a finish. It's the same with life, right? Where there's a start, there
Okay.
is a finish to life. Whether that's humans, animals, plants, nothing lasts forever. So, if that's the bad, that is just what it is. It's just a cycle. It's another one of the cycles.
And in
So
terms of
then
like
is there
cancer and the other things, like what makes you think that it's not part of the design?
Mm.
Hmm?
What makes you think cancer like isn't part of the design?
I'm just questioning Bansaw's premise. That's all. I'm not
No,
expressing
I
what
know,
I
I
believe.
understand, and I'm just
Yeah, yeah.
basically questioning it back at you. Like
So
maybe cancer
well,
is
it's
the
because of
the
how Bansaw
effect
phrased
of
it.
a cause.
Yeah, well, it's because of how Bansaw phrased it. Everything works together in unison, but we know that's not necessarily the case with cancer.
Why not?
Well, exactly.
Well, I mean, the cancer is when the cell goes rogue, right? When the
Yeah, but it
cell
doesn't just
decides,
go rogue
fuck
for no
everything
reason, right?
else. What is the reason for a cancer cell going rogue percentage?
Because we
I
excess.
would say it probably has to do like electrification, electronics, and stuff like that. Carcinogens, but it
Carcinogens.
still
Yeah,
it doesn't
but
happen just for no reason, or else we would have expected the same rates of cancer in all these different populations. Across all of
no,
this like measured
definitely there
time.
is a reason for can. You know, if you smoke cigarettes, you're gonna get lung cancer, definitely.
Yeah, so
But
maybe it's the
I
the
mean,
designed
there is
effect.
a cause for cancer. There's definitely a cause for cancer. But what is the purpose of cancer in the grand scheme of things? Because even people that don't smoke cigarettes can still get lung cancer. So why would a cell go rogue? Why, if according to Banso, everything works in unison and everything fits together like a jigsaw puzzle, why do we have these cases of things just going crazy and not working?
Because we're
You,
drinking soda
you
water for a start. Soda water is full of carbon, so the excess
But you
of
don't
the
need to drink soda water to get cancer. You can be a person that lives 100% off of the earth. You eat organically. You
you need a
drinking
common
water from
denominator.
a stream falling off a river and still get
There's a
cancer.
there's a common denominator, and there's 8 blood types, 4, and each one has plus and minus. When you start to break
Mhm.
down and do the breakdowns, you will eventually find a common denominator. I don't know what that is, but carbon seems to be an excess of carbon. So the water, our lifestyle, our food. I'm in
But
the
what
food
about
industry.
people that live a clean lifestyle? They can still get cancer. There's nothing that says your lifestyle is the only thing that determines you getting cancer. We know that. We know that you can be the cleanest, healthiest person in the world and you still get cancer.
Yeah, definitely carbon's in the air. I mean, when a tree is made or when a plant is made, it gets carbons from somewhere.
Even animals get cancer. It's not just humans. You know, every living thing can get cancer.
It's an
Why do
excess.
cells?
It's like your pH level. If your pH level is wrong, your potassium levels are wrong because of the food that you eat and the lifestyle. And naturally,
But what
our
about
cells-
animals that live a clean lifestyle? They animals that are very far away from humans, not exposed to human interaction and human interference in their bio and
microwave,
ecosystems. How do they
microwave,
get cancer?
microwave radiation from the ground stations to the satellites and things like that.
What
From
about
satellites.
before we had satellites? Because cancer didn't just start when we put satellites in the sky.
But we don't know that because in South
We
Africa,
do
I've
know
never
that.
heard of it. I never heard of cancer when I lived in South Africa. There weren't that
You're
many ailments.
lying. So
No,
you never knew what cancer was when you lived in
no.
South Africa?
I
Lying.
said I'd never heard of it, and it only became something I heard of when I came to England. England was the
Cancer,
first place to have
really?
a cancer charity that's 145 years old. Like South
I
Africa,
find that so hard to believe that in South Africa they weren't talking about cancer. When was
were.
this? When did you leave South Africa?
95, 94.
So before 1995, cancer wasn't a thing in South Africa. This is what you're saying, Rob.
And I'm saying that I guess because of my age, I wouldn't have been exposed to the to that, and maybe I should be
Okay.
asking my parents personally.
Okay, that makes more sense. Maybe you were a young kid and cancer just okay, that I understand, yeah. That makes sense. But what I'm trying to say is cancer is an age-old thing. Cancer is as old as life itself. So to say it's all of these human things doesn't make sense because I think we
I
could
don't know
all
if that's
admit
the
there
case,
must have been a time where humans didn't exist.
I don't think you're justified in saying that cancer is as old as life itself. Because maybe
what do you
now
mean?
now you can get some hereditary forms of cancer, right? But it's possible that those have just been, they were basically like adaptations, mutations due to earlier generations. I don't think you could say at the beginning of life, we had cancer.
Why not? If
Because
cancer is just a cell,
you couldn't
growing
possibly know
as long
that.
as it cells, there's cancer.
Yeah,
No,
it could
you
be a
can't
biological,
possibly know that.
biological
Why not?
warfare. I mean, yeah, we've been doing this for centuries, man. We've perfected the alchemy and shit for centuries. And something like cancer, like I said, if we were all one blood type, we would have been all one blood type in the past. And I think our future is that we're all going to be just one because we're going to integrate and hybrid so much to the fact that we're just one breed. So,
in fact, I feel like you can say that cancer is caused by external agents. You have almost all lung cancers caused by
There's plenty of
smokers.
cancers caused by internal agents as well, percentage. You should know this.
Hold up. No, but like let's just take it step by step. So for like the cancers that we have now, you can claim that it's hereditary, it's internal and stuff. But I would argue that the origin of any cancer was an external thing, that it wasn't inherent to.
I would argue against that.
Yeah, I would agree.
What evidence do you have historically, aside from, from hereditary cancers that we have, that you could argue were from, the external agent of generations prior?
Chemicals cause cancer. If you work a lot with chemicals, you will get cancer, brain tumors, a lot. So environment, definitely. I definitely think I would agree with that.
Yeah,
Well,
like take
Senator,
lung cancer. You have
know
90.
that,
Hold up.
for example, when
Go ahead.
DNA replicates naturally, right, and causes this process we call cell division, that process can go wrong. That you can have a malfunction or what we call
In meiosis?
a type of random, meiosis or some sort of random mutation where the dividing of cells due to the instructions they get from DNA and RNA could go wrong. It could just go wrong without any external influence on it. Like that's just a simple way of looking at it, and that's a cancer being created.
Yeah, but I would say it only goes wrong if it's already in the DNA somehow, and that
No,
introduction.
just that the instruction goes wrong.
Yeah, and the instruction is in the genes. Everything's in the genes, right?
No. All right. I shouldn't say the instruction goes wrong. What I should say is the what am I trying to say? Hang
The
on.
transcription
The
process, and what
carry-
have you?
Yes, the carrying out, the transcription. Thank you. The carrying out of that instruction isn't done to the T.
Okay,
know?
but where do you think that, like, where does that come from? What governs the transcription process? Is it not your internal, like, body, your genes, even with that?
Yeah, obviously, but you wouldn't inherit the incorrect transcription of RNA and DNA from your parents. You would inherit the correct transcription. And that transcription process could just be done incorrectly.
But where
Because
yeah,
things
I mean,
just
that's what I'm
aren't
getting
perfect.
you. I'm trying to get you to
Uh-huh.
ask yourself, where do you think the incorrect transcription process, how does that incorrect execution come about?
It comes about by chance percentage. That's what I would say.
But it's a
I
function
don't
of
know.
I would say it's a
Yeah,
function of your genes, you know? Your body's it's still coming from, you know, your cells. Your genes are still
I would
executing
agree.
it.
Yes, it's your genes executing an instruction incorrectly. But
So you
I
could
don't
say that
think
that's
that.
also in your genes.
Okay, where are you going with this? Are you saying
My
you?
point is you could have like these genes that are telling you, you know, telling your body to produce, to replicate these cancer cells. You could have them in your genes, and it
Aha.
could be originally from an external thing that your body just mutated to.
So you saying they could be a cancer-causing gene that you inherit due to some external factor?
Yeah, and I would point to, like, if you're looking at like lung cancer, for instance, 90% of it is from smoking. I'm sure the residuals from, you know, like asbestosis or, you know, certain things in your environment, unhealthy agents that you're taking in. I think your body in and of itself was created pure. I don't think, you know, when you had your first, you know, if God created Adam, and I do believe that he did, you know, that man was created. I don't think that they had cancer, you know, in and of themselves. I feel like they're created pure, and then it was just a function of their environment and how they were living and stuff that caused them to develop these cancers. And I think they were part of the design, that your body is telling you that this is bad and to stay away from it. And, you know, that's how it kind of rears.
I would agree with you to a certain extent. I would say that we are born, I don't want to say perfect, but we are born functioning properly. And then as our bodies grow and we destroy and create and replicate and, you know, mitosis and cell split and whatnot, it is during that you can have malfunctions because our DNA in itself is not perfect. We
That's
aren't perfect creatures. We weren't
it.
created to be perfect. Our function, the cause, the intent behind our creation, if you want to say that there was intent behind our creation, wasn't for us to be.
I know she's not gonna fucking hold it.
Even if you want to say God made us, fine. But God didn't make us to be perfect.
That's where we kind of disagree. So I kind of disagree and I kind of agree. Like, obviously you have to do your part as well. You have to get proper rest and stuff like that, or else you're basically introducing dis-ease into your body. You know, you're making yourself susceptible to different things. You're compromising your immunity, right? So you have to, it's not just like purely from your environment. You have to also, you know, get proper rest and stuff like that. But I do think that if you live in a healthy manner, then you
You'll
won't.
never get cancer.
Yeah, if you're absolutely like abstaining or avoiding these, you know, triggers, these causative
What about
agents.
animals, though? Maybe you could make that argument for humans, but what about animals?
Animals live in our polluted world, man. Of course they're gonna have.
What about before we had the ability to pollute the world? Go back 10,000 years. Animals that were not in contact with humans at all.
Yeah,
How were they getting cancer?
I mean, they don't have as much agency to avoid, you know, harmful effects. But I imagine the ones that were
Of course
in
they
their
did.
natural inhabitant and or natural habitat, I should say. I imagine that they wouldn't have cancer before
So
the
you say
dawn of man. You mean?
animals? I'm not even before the dawn of man. While man was alive, it's not like man was everywhere the way
True,
we are
true.
now, right? We didn't have the ability to travel and move and manipulate our environment the way we do now. Man was
Yeah,
a
I agree.
slave
If
to
it was an
with
uninhabited
environment.
area, I would
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that,
So there were places where there wasn't man. It was just animals. But we can see that, through the fossil remains of certain animals that they did have cancers of certain types.
mm, I'd like you to
Are you,
cite whatever you're
what's the
referring to.
debate here? I missed the topic.
Well, we've kind of gone off the main topic, but I was just questioning a statement Bansaw made where he said everything was okay. I might be misquoting him because I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was alluding to the fact that everything seems to be made perfectly, and it was
Everything
intended to be
everything is
perfect,
designed and
and
created.
everything, yeah,
Everything is
everything was
designed and
designed and created.
created, is what I said. Yeah.
In structure, I
But
would
you, but
agree.
but you, but you kind of alluded to perfection as well, didn't you, or not?
No. I
Okay,
didn't say perfection. No. I
okay.
said
So
everything
everything
Well,
was.
that was
is
me. I
designed
said
and created.
maybe what you deem is imperfection is part of the design.
Oh yes. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, Ben.
Yeah.
So Ben saw this year everything was designed designed and created, and then I think I brought up cancer. Like, was that also designed and created? When it seems cancer is just when something goes wrong, something goes
No.
astray.
Yeah, I think it's a product of our environment when something goes
Mhm.
astray. Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Okay, part of the
Got it.
environment that could be our internal environment as well, right? Like transcription of
Definitely.
DNA, RNA.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, both internal and external.
so that's
But
part of creation. Cancer was also. So would you then say cancer was intended as a fail-safe or something? I don't know. Like
no,
what
no,
is?
no,
Oh,
no, no. I just think it's just a consequence of um the wrong things going wrong at times.
Is
Whether
cancer
it's what.
Yeah,
controllable?
other than
Yeah.
yes, to a certain extent. The only thing prior to humans, introducing man-made things that could have caused cancer would have been just your standard genetic faults where,
yeah.
proteins that need to fold don't do it correctly and the apoptosis fucking signal isn't there, so the cells don't die and they replicate and they're faulty, right? So that is a possibility, but those faulty genes are very rare. Um,
I
but
agree.
in
Where would they
in
come from?
general, we have ionizing radiation bombarding us all the time, and that does cause issues on a cellular level. And if it happens to cause the right kind of issue, then the same issues occur whereby apoptosis doesn't occur and things replicate incorrectly, and you get, rogue cells replicating.
Okay, when you
Now, our
say
body does have
ionizing
a function to
radiation,
handle it.
do you mean
Yeah.
from the sun?
Well, yeah, and potentially, further out, but
Yeah,
we
I
won't
don't
go
know.
there. But from
I
the
don't know if I
sun,
believe I
UVA,
agree
UVB,
that.
UVC. Oh yeah, UVC's nasty, dude.
I don't know if I agree
Fuck
that
yeah.
you can get cancer from the sun. They say it.
Yes, you can.
They say it a lot, but I don't believe it.
No, you can. It's not something that everyone will get, and it has to damage a certain part of your of the nucleus of your cell, right? And just like a what do they call, like a bit flip, in a computer, a 0 to a 1 or the other way around with a neutrino or some shit that comes through. That's a very rare event. So it's a similar sort of situation.
What
Has to
about
be the
what
right
about the
strike at
idea
the
that
right point.
what about the idea that the sun doesn't actually cause cancer, but certain chemicals in food or even sunscreen, things like that, can
Of
actually
course.
cause it in reaction to the sun?
Yeah,
But what about
Well,
I'd
even
be more
just putting it
plausible with
on your
that
sunscreen
for sure.
skin.
or
Shit.
with sunscreen gel?
What's that?
What about cancer caused by exposure to, the sun and other types of radiation before we had sunscreen?
Did that exist?
Yeah,
Of
cancer's
course it would have.
old. I mean, we've had cancer for a long time. Cancer didn't just start now when humans
Well,
started.
hold up. When we're talking about the sun, we have to be clear on the type of cancer. It would be skin cancer, like melanoma, basically.
No, not necessarily, mate. That might be the cell that's damaged, but it can still metastasize and go around the body,
Of course,
and
but
only
you would
actually
still
ever
have to
be
have
evident somewhere
melanoma to
else.
begin with.
No, but it doesn't even have to show up. That's the thing. You don't have to be aware of it. Okay.
Okay, there's
on
a
the
difference between
surface.
showing up and being aware of it. You would have to have melanoma, regardless of whether you're aware of it, because you'd have to have the original tumor that metastasizes to these other organs.
Okay, but you're giving a very specific name. It doesn't have to be that specific type of cancer at all. The
Okay, so you
ionizing
have
radiation isn't limited
the
to the skin cells themselves.
hold up. You have
Okay,
light
they
from
can
the
go right
sun.
through your body.
You have light from the
Everyone
sun
has
touching.
X-rays.
Hold
Yep.
up, Whitesword. So you have light from the sun,
Yeah.
right? These radiative rays that are
Yep.
hitting your skin, but you're saying that it could trigger a different form of cancer originally. It need not be skin cancer.
It's hitting your skin and going further. If you think UVC is just hitting your skin layer and that's it, and not penetrating deeper, you know, like that's what I'm saying. And it's not just UVA, B, and C. There's other things that go further through us. There's things that go through the whole Earth on a permanent basis. You know this, apparently. They're going through us as well. If they hit the wrong structure, it causes a problem. Like even mitochondrial DNA. Like so within our cells we have lots of little mitochondria and they have their own separate DNA, completely separate to ours, and it comes from our mothers. Now these things, if they get oxygen deprived, they start a process to metabolize sugar and ferment. And when they do that, they release reactive oxygen species. Those reactive oxygen species alone will damage our own cell's DNA and cause cancer. So there's that process alone, let alone external ionizing radiation.
I mean, that's fair, but I'm absolutely contending your claim that the radiation from the sun can cause cancer internally without, triggering, like without having skin cancer. I think it's impossible to prove, to be honest.
Can any of the wavelengths from the sun, if you just have a look, that reach the Earth, pass through our body? And if you're gonna just keep this to the sun, I suppose it's fair enough. I did say the sun, but I did caveat with there are things coming from the background as well. So if you want to look into background radiation and see what that penetrates,
you mean man-made background radiation?
No. Just cosmic radiation that's bombarding the planet all the time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just stick with the sun for now. If the radiation is hitting your skin, I would say your skin is the main thing that's absorbing it, and as it goes through, it'll be very, very minimal. It'll be reduced as it actually goes through the skin. Would you agree?
Okay, so is the ionizing radiation particle, is that particle smaller than the structure of our skin? Can it pass through?
Yes, it goes.
Or does it have to hit the skin?
I would say it's small enough to go through the membranes of your skin to get into your skin.
Right, so it's possible that it goes literally past all the skin cells and hits cells underneath.
No, but in order to do that, it has to actually go through the cells, right? It's small enough to get into the membrane.
Does it? I'm asking, is the size of the particle small enough to go within the structure of our skin?
Yes, it goes into the skin cells. It's small enough to get into the cells.
Right, and dissipate. Okay, so there you go. So it loses energy as it goes in.
That's what I'm saying.
So is that suggestive that it's only in the skin?
No, I'm saying the huge majority of it would be in the skin. The front line defense would be your skin. So you would expect if there was cancer caused by it, that it would happen in the skin, because that's getting the brunt of the damage, as it were.
Right. So, okay. So you may not be aware of that damage, and it may not be a melanoma, but it can be a melanoma if you want it to be, and that can spread without your knowledge of it.
Of course, without your knowledge, it can spread, but I think it would have to be, a melanoma. That's the word for, this type of cancer caused by the sun's radiation or whatever, right? And I think it would have to be that in order to metastasize to something else.
Okay, so let's just say I swallowed a radioactive isotope, and it was that isotope that caused ionizing radiation, and it happened to manifest on my skin. Would you say that was caused by the sun, just because it was a melanoma on my skin?
No, if it was the original tumor, no, I would not say that.
But let's just say you don't know. let's just say it was caused by cesium particle on my skin that I picked up, and that caused the cancer. But you what? Because it's a melanoma, would assume that it's from the sun.
No, but we
That's
started
weird.
off this thing. Hold up. The context was before man-made things. You believed there was cancer, like radiation cancer, before all of the different
Yes,
EMF waves that we produce artificially. That
of
from the
course.
sun you would have these things. So we're talking about naturally
Yep.
from the sun. We're not talking about a cesium pill or whatever you're anything artificial. We're talking about the sun.
Well, there is uranium deposits. You're aware of that, like all over the world. There's different areas where people could be irradiated just from uranium,
That's
and
fine,
not be
but we're talking
aware
about
of
the
it.
sun, right?
Right.
In terms of the sun,
Sure.
cancer caused by the sun, I think you would be hard pressed to prove that you're having a different form of cancer without skin cancer.
It's not, but it's not about proving. You're saying that there's no possible way that any of the sun's rays penetrate deep enough to cause a different type of cancer.
That's not what I
And
said.
I mean, if you want to make that claim, go for it.
No, you're
But
shifting the.
shit, I don't give a. I
Hold
don't
up,
care.
hold up, Whitesword. You're shifting the burden of proof. You said that
No,
you
I'm
could
not.
have skin cancer
not.
without skin cancer, basically, or you could have cancer from the sun without skin cancer, and I'm saying,
Yes,
I'm contending that. I'm
I
rejecting
know
that.
you are.
You have to prove it.
You're
Is what I'm
claiming
saying.
that the sun's rays can't penetrate any deeper than the skin.
No, I said it
And
could
I said
probably
to
the
you
brunt of it
earlier,
would go into the skin. If you're gonna quote me, I would
all
appreciate
right?
it if you did it accurately. I said,
Right,
it
okay,
could
so if
go
the brunt
through
of
the
it goes
skin,
in,
but the huge majority
yeah,
of it would, penetrate the skin and be absorbed there.
okay. So then you're admitting that there's some left which could damage other cells deeper within.
Potentially, yes, but you would expect that the
Right.
cancer would be caused by the brunt of the damage, which would be at the
Oh, is
cell,
that what you'd
the
expect, the
skin level.
brunt? No, no, because it needs to hit a certain point in the nucleus of the cell. It can be in anywhere of the extracellular stuff, and that doesn't matter, provided it doesn't hit mitochondrial DNA. But it has to hit a certain portion of the cellular, like the DNA inside the nucleus of the cell. And
Yeah, and
that's not necessarily going to happen 1,000 times out of, one time out of 1,000.
hold up,
You can't.
if it's light, which is basically like there aren't even any rays. It just covers the entire infinite area, right? Like, so if it's covering this entire area and it's ionizing radiation going small enough to get through the membrane, go through the entirety of the cell, why would you say that there's part of it that's not hit?
Because it's just how it is. It's the nature of the size of things.
I mean, I don't know now. I feel like you're trying to introduce that there's like a specific ray, specific rays certain distances apart or whatever, when it's really just like everywhere.
Well, yes and no. I mean, this is why we get cancer or did get cancer prior to anything man-made, because this is hitting us and our bodies have to deal with it. When we're in functioning form, our body will recognize most of the time that there is DNA damage and won't replicate, won't repeat, won't grow any larger. But every now and then, the right section of that DNA is hit, and it means it can't get that signal, so it does do that. That's just how it is. You can contest that all you like, I suppose.
All right.
And reactive oxygen species are like ionizing radiation in the way they sort of, go in and do the damage. And that's natural. That happens naturally prior to anything man-made.
Hold on, what are reactive oxygen species?
Just emitted by different things inside us when they're doing stuff they don't have to do, like the mitochondria specifically, when they have to ferment because they can't get oxygen. They release these reactive oxygen species, which quite often can cause damage to the DNA in the cell that the mitochondria are sitting in. And so
I'm not familiar with
a
those.
cause of, well, it's a known cause of cancer now through
It's so nice
oxygen deprivation.
It's so nice to have a pleasant conversation, guys. Just want to say.
Happy days.
Yeah, breathe deep, boys. Get off the quirlies, Banthor. Get off the quirlies.
Let's all have a big group hug. Come on, bring it in. Bring it in.
No need for a hug. I'm
Oh,
okay with a fist
what?
bump.
You're not into the
The old
old
fist
man
bump.
hugs? Not into man hugs. Oh,
No, from the right person, Bandy.
from the right person?
Yeah.
Bit too much man hugging goes on in the footy, I must say. Being honest.
Oh, ass slapping, mate. That's all they do is slap each other's asses. It's the last thing I'd be doing. Good work, Johnny.
Oh, let me say, I
Thanks,
was
mate.
said melanoma. I think I kept on saying melanoma, but I guess you could also say basal cell skin cancer as well. Though I have my doubts that that it is what they say it is.
Well, see, my whole thing around that is those particular skin cancers that you're referring to as caused by the sun are very much caused by other things, and they are literally just blaming the sun. And they have a very good campaign, especially in Australia, to slip, slop, and slap to save your skin from the sun. And all of those things that they tell you to slap on your skin have known carcinogens and are pretty much
Heavy.
banned around the world because they cause cancer. So
Heavy metals.
the cancer rates in
Heavy
Australia have gone through the roof since we've had this slip, slop, slap campaign.
Well, how do you respond
you've
to
got to
their
question
claims? How do you respond to their claims that they say, like, it happens particularly in, sun-exposed areas of people with fair skin and living in very sunny climates, and that kind of rhetoric.
Well, I would just say, I mean, for us particularly, they said it was because of the hole in the ozone layer. To that I would say, prove that fucking nonsense. Sure, it could be because you're asking everyone to put poison on their skin too. That could have something to do with it.
Yeah.
But it's all open for debate at the end of the day. But it is definitive that there are cancer-causing agents, carcinogens, inside the sun cream. That's without a doubt. So you do have to wonder. It's why you don't want to, ingest anything from radioactive fallout. It's one thing to have it exposed on your skin, a particle or whatever, but it's a whole other kettle of fish to ingest it. Your body thinks half the isotopes are, calcium and bloody stuff for your thyroid, iodine, and all this other shit. Strontium for your bones. Those radioactive isotopes, and your body just absorbs them, and they sit there just bloody decaying away, damaging all the cells around it. You can imagine how detrimental that would be.
Do you think there's a cure for cancer? Like, say you got it from, some sort of unhealthy trigger or something like that. You were exposed to this radiation, ionizing radiation or something, and then you stop that exposure. Do you think, like, there's kind of a method for your body to tone down the replication of these cells to cure it, basically?
Look, to a certain extent, and it depends very much where and how much. Like if you had some sort of malfunction in an X-ray device and fucking bombarded your fucking brain for too long, I don't think there's much coming back from that.
Yeah, no, let's say you caught it early.
Yeah, well, again, it does depend where it is, though, man. Some things are not detrimental, and some things are. But if you caught it early and it was in a spot that didn't really matter, then yeah, you could definitely stem the flow. It's not going to keep going.
You think it won't just keep on replicating that? Like, if you stopped exposing it to whatever caused it, that your body's smart enough to basically kill off those those damaged cells and get rid of it, cure itself? Or do you think maybe there's something else you need to do?
In all honesty, no, it depends on the type of damage and which cells and where they were. And yeah, it really would.
Because, for instance,
depend.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I gotta go, but I just want to like pose a question to Bansa. Bansa, so I
Mm.
mean, since it seems there are ways where cancer can just happen due to, cell mutation going wrong and whatnot, would you ascribe to the idea that if there is a creator, all he did was set like an initial set of rules? He set an initial foundation, and from that foundation, anything could become possible. He just set like an initial set of parameters and let that run wild.
Yeah, well, he gave, free will, right? We've got free will to do things, whatever we like. And to some degree, animals also too have free will. Not to what we understand it, but they're able to move around the way they want to do. But they're more on instinct, I suppose, than free will. But that's a kind of free will. Um,
And would this apply to cells as well? Like cells kind of have a will where they can decide. I don't want to work with all of the other cells of the heart. I want to do my own thing, and then I become a heart cancer. It's a weird example, but something like that.
Look, I think we're created, and then we are a product of what we do to that creation, right? Whether by our environment or by what we do to our environment, or our bodies. The sun causing cancer, for argument's sake. Well, I don't think we were designed to be running around in full-blown sun 24 hours a day. I don't think that was the design at all. We were meant to seek shade, get out of the heat of the sun. You do it just naturally anyway, right? Unless you absolutely have to, or want to. You do these things. So, there are consequences for what you do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
but I guess
With
we were
everything.
designed to drink plain water, for example, but now we drink fucking chlorine, shit, whatever.
Yeah.
So we've changed the natural into the artificial.
Yep. Yeah. And our diet and whatnot. All these things, we've changed dramatically over generations. So much is processed and artificial and whatnot, and we're putting all this into our bodies. Well, it's going to have some sort of detrimental effect. So,
Yeah.
so a lot of the problems that we do suffer are caused by ourselves, not by the creation itself. They're caused by ourselves, I think.
Choices, people.
Even the plaque on your teeth, that shit that builds up because you ain't been brushing your teeth, yeah? That plaque, that cement that builds up, is that part of your diet or is that just naturally in the air, It's those building blocks
No.
that are just
Yeah,
naturally.
I don't like the argument you guys are building right now because these are modern things we do that have caused, this modern increase in cancer. Because I'll definitely agree with you. We have a lot more cancer today than we would have had 500 years, 5,000 years ago. But creation
Of
didn't
course.
start now. Creation's been around for a long time. So we would have to look up examples of cancer before we had all of this modern development.
Okay.
And I feel like you guys only focusing on cancer today.
No, I'm
No,
not.
that's why we're talking about the sun only. Because before modern man, it was pretty much only genetic faults just naturally occurring, which happen through adaptation when, nature tries to try different things, and the sun.
We've lost our hair. Our natural defense was our hair. But then again, the sun got more intense and we started becoming more bold-like.
I don't know about that.
No. What I'm saying is that the more aquatic skin that doesn't need fur, and then you get the thing that lived on land which needed fur, and our old human self is covered in fur. We still see that today. We see blue people today as well. We see red people. They're actual. The blue people in America. They're actual blood. Something's different, and they're actually blue. So We can
They put-
see traces
They
of
put
what
something
we.
in, yeah, they put something in their body to make themselves blue.
Really? I thought that was
Yes.
natural. I mean,
No, they put something in their body.
It's not a bad
It's a-
hypothesis though about the male pattern baldness being caused by the sun.
That's what I'm going to blame. I'm blaming the sun.
but maybe this is the sun's period, the sun's time now. Within 1,000 years, it might be Neptune's turn.
But-
Could be less sun. Could be anything.
Here's my argument against that though. How come, if that was the case, you would expect it just from the crown going outwards only? You wouldn't expect a receding hairline like at your forehead, right? So why do you have a receding hairline if it's caused by the sun?
Well, it doesn't recede. It actually the cells close up.
Yeah,
so
the follicles tighten, but the hairline recedes. As a result, you have less hair because your follicles are not letting hair come out, basically.
Your hair is not receding. Your follicles are shrinking.
Your hairline is receding.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that. It goes in a pattern, yeah, but your hair follicles shrink. So if you just scrub your head every day with a scour, I guarantee you'll be growing your hair back. But what's happening is your head is scarring, and naturally, when you start to go bald, you start to scratch your hair a lot and stuff like that from a young age. And all these things come together. You end up scarring your scalp, but it's natural that you will go bald. But there are things where the offspring of a bald person and they have a full head of hair till they're 60.
Yeah, but I think you missed the point of my question. If it's caused by the sun, which comes overhead, why is your hairline receding from your forehead?
Because the sun is burning your forehead, preventing the hair from coming out.
What do you mean?
Burning, because you haven't got a hat. You're spending your whole life walking around Africa or a hot country or whatever like that, and all you've got is the sun blasting on your head. You naturally are going to start to scar. You can't get the hair through because it's just clotted and scarred and tough and leathery. So it's a bit like hard and arid land. The roots can't come out because it's so fucking hard. So that's what the bald pattern is. It's more the fact that it comes from a time where the sun was ferocious. We didn't have hair because we were sweating so much.
I don't know if you're not picking up what I'm putting down. I completely agree with you that you would expect to have thinning of your crown, and you're starting to bald from the crown of your head. I completely agree because the sun's going to be overhead. You'd expect it at the top of your head. That's where the baldness will go, and it'll just go outward as the follicles get shrunk and shrunk, or shrinking and shrinking, or whatever the word is, right? But you wouldn't expect that it happens at your forehead because you're not constantly looking up at the sky, at the sun, at a 90-degree angle. You wouldn't expect that the hairline at your forehead's receding. So why is it like that?
Yeah, it'll probably be blood flow, and also the pattern when you're born. It's the reversal. When you're born, you're going to be born with more hair on the sides than you're on the top. It's a kind of reversal thing. Also, the other thing is hair on your legs, hair on your body. As you get older, your hair on your legs starts to disappear. Some people are really hairy, thick-haired, and other people, their legs are pretty much bald. Their facial hair is bald. There's different forms of baldness, but it is all this, like we're saying, that it's adaptation, and also two different breeds of people mixing together: the Smegs and the Smooths, the Reds and the Blues. All these things, why they stopped integration before, because it was causing all sorts of defunct things like deformed babies, Down syndrome, all sorts of stuff, because the types of people were different. So our boldness and our things like that are due to our interbreeding, hybridness, and also the climate has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, it's something to think about. You have like the sun, what does it do to the follicles, right? Why would the sun kind of make follicles open up, or would it make them shrink? I wonder if any studies have been done on that.
I mean,
You'd also
in a
expect,
site
you'd also expect that in like, you know, certain places on Earth where they get a lot more sun, you know, that the
I would
men that
say,
work out there there'd be a higher incidence of baldness. There'd a higher number of bald people there.
I would say possibly something to do with along the lines of you'll never find a hairy fish. How about that? So probably more along the line. It comes from an aquatic origin of which the human heart is of aquatic fish shape in the first sort of like 8 days of its life or something. I saw once. So the similarities between some people being bald and some people being hairy is an origin of two different. It's a bit like looking at your toes and your fingers, and you can tell roughly where you come from. Are you Egyptian, or you're Roman, or you're a nomad? You know, it's all the features on our body that tell us where we come from.
I was about to say, do whiskers count? Because you have catfish.
Maybe that's where the French mustache comes from.
Oh damn! Apparently, there's this fish that looks like they're covered in even more hair. I'll post a picture.
Yeah, you'd all be surprised how big the link is between high insulin and hair loss, especially in men.
That's one hairy fish.
But maybe I've just got an imagination like I've never met anyone like it. My wife's fucking sick of me. But you know, you've got mermaids, you've got mermen, all these characters and stuff like unicorns. I saw one on my grandfather-in-law. He used to be the canon of Westminster and the dean of Winchester. So the geezer's he's banging there, and he had a portrait that was given to him, and there was a unicorn and the sun in one portrait, and its matching portrait was the sun, unicorn and the moon, and then you've got the lion and the sun, and yeah, like fucking mermaids, unicorns, and stuff like that. Maybe there's a lot more fucking to it type of thing, but you don't see hairy mermaids or yeah on their head, but you know it's kind of like it's like saying a minotaur is just a half human, half animal. But if you had the days of capitalism when they couldn't have sex, all they're doing is shagging donkeys in South America, as some people would say, and your natural offspring is going to be a half human, half donkey or whatever, but it's not going to look like half a donkey and half a human, is it? It's going to look like a hybrid.
Yeah, excess estrogen causes testosterone in men to convert to THT, DHT, and that is directly linked to hair loss, especially on the head.
So there you have it. Bald men are just manlier.
No, they're less manly because they're fucking their testosterone with too much insulin and
I thought you
converting
said
it to
extra
DHT.
testosterone.
Yeah, there's blood flow as
No,
well. Blood flow. Blood flow is an important part of it.
yeah, well, for all we know, the DHT sort of like limits the blood flow to the follicles. I'm not sure of the exact mechanism, but
You're always going to see a bald person with a big vein in the front head, like Stress Eric. You know, you don't really see them big veins with the guys with a full head of hair.
it could be that whole contrast thing though, because it stands out more, possibly.
Probably really good for sort of light propagation that you're trying to see a target a mile away. And if they're bold, it'll shine, won't it? It'll be pretty good, pretty useful for navigation. Altitude as well, like South Africa's 5,000 meters or 5 kilometers above sea water level, not sea ground level, whatever. But it's being that high, much higher up, you're more exposed to different things, aren't you? Different pressures, different altitudes, and you're going to be closer to the sun, radiation and shit like that. So I always thought that sun was causing skin cancer, to be honest.
Well, it can, yeah.
That's what they say.
And is it called maligma or something? The melanin in your skin. Some people get blood blotch skin, so you get a coloured person with white blotches, or a white person with purple blotches and things like that. So it's the makeup of the skin as well. Some people have probably got more of that hybrid colours.
That's an autoimmune thing.
Huh?
Yeah, it's an autoimmune thing. That it's the melanocytes in your skin that are being attacked by your immune system.
Yeah, and we've all
Takes
seen
the
people,
melanin out.
but it's in other ways they'll turn around and say, well, you know, these are just like excess
Are you
birthmarks.
describing vitiligo?
Yeah, vitiligo. Yeah, autoimmune disease. Yeah,
But even a birthmark is
reversible.
a birthmark is a form of that, and some people have massive birthmarks on their face and all sorts of things. So it's the makeup of the skin, isn't it?
Well, it
There are
depends on what
components
kind
of
of
that, but
birthmark
if
you're
it
talking
happens
about.
over your growth, yeah.
If it's like a hemangioma, it's not the same thing at all. But like, you know, if you have some sort of mole or something like that, then you can argue it's a benign tumor, right? But it's not. It wouldn't be cancer at all. It wouldn't be malignant, you know, like melanoma or basal cell carcinoma.
Who here's got a bald head?
Maybe.
Anyone with a shiner?
I choose to be bald.
You
Oh, fair
identify
enough,
as
mate.
bald, hey?
Hmm.
It's something that you had agency and command over, and you chose it for yourself.
Yeah, exactly right. As soon as my
that-
kids started taking the mickey out of me, well, when they got tall enough to actually see my little bald spot, and they took the mickey out of me, that's when I pulled out the razor.
Nice one.
What about you, Realm? You bald?
Am I bald?
Are you balding?
Yeah. No, I started balding about 18. Pretty much just started using a clipper since the age of 20, and I just do a zip, and I get my hair, my face done. I get it in one go, and I'm pretty much as bald as you want to call it. And my father was bald. My mother was thin-haired. Funny enough, she was thin-haired.
Yeah.
So you can see thin hair as in like very brittle. So these things here it's the male and the female getting together that have. Even with females, they go bald.
Well, absolutely. More than half of them have female pattern baldness, which is basically, it's just like, you know, very thin, like basically the follicles are just spread out in terms of which ones shrink. So your hair just gets thinner. It's not, you know, a bald spot, but it's just thinness, you know, all throughout.
It must, I mean, if you look at the crown of your head, your crown is pretty much like a plus sign, isn't it? And when it forms from baby to adult, whatever like that, you've got the join in the crown or whatever, and even there kind of shows that, you know, the blood will be going either side of the plus and not in the middle. So that change there, the circle in the top, but you never lose the sides, do you?
Yeah, not completely, I don't think. Maybe some do. But yeah, there's a lot of women that like get stressed out because of their hair, you know, just becoming a lot more thinner. Being able to see through to the scalp and stuff like that.
I've got
It's just
a friend,
malnourishment, mate.
and she suffers badly from, is it alopecia or alopecia?
Alopecia, yeah.
Yeah, alopecia really
Yeah.
badly, really badly. Poor
Like the areata type, the type that's like, you know, localized?
No, it's blotchy. Blotches all over her head. Yeah. It's not just one spot. It's all over her head, and
Yeah, alopecia areata. Yeah, that happens. Probably fungal. Yeah, my sister-in-law had the same thing.
Okay.
It's stressful, man.
Well, it is for them. Like, it's not so bad when a guy goes, starts to lose his hair or go bald gracefully, or like Realm and I do, pull out the clippers and just take control of it, take ownership of it.
Mm-hmm.
For a woman,
It's the same thing.
completely different.
It's the same thing as vitiligo. It's just autoimmune attack on different cells, and
Right.
causes the hair to fall out. It's a nourishment thing. Most of these autoimmune systems issues come from cellular mimicry by things that are leaking through the small intestine into the blood, and the white blood cells see this foreign matter, and attack it, and it just so happens that some of this foreign matter replicates or mimics some of our own cells, and so the body goes to work attacking these cells randomly, and that's that's autoimmune, by definition, and that it's all reversible, like it really is. It's all reversible.
How do you think
Just gotta
you can
nourish the
reverse
cells.
vitiligo?
You stop the problem, like stop the cause, and then your body over time corrects, like the cells, get repaired, through your own stem cell, delivery system over time. Like it's not an overnight process by any means, but you need to stop the underlying autoimmune condition, which comes from leaky gut, right? So you got to sort the leaky gut issue out. Simple.
Okay. So the cause would be, so for vitiligo, for instance, the cause, it's an autoimmune thing. It's attacking your own melanocytes, but the actual direct cause of that would be what?
Cellular mimicry through, an auto attack through debris that's coming through your intestine. Now, do they know the exact debris? No. It could be bacterial wastes, depending on your microbiome. Like, they shit and piss and break down and die. So it could be any number of those particles that specifically mimic, the autoimmune attack on the melanocytes. So, they don't know, but that's what it is.
So that makes it hard to defend against.
Well, no, you just stop the leaky gut. We should not have hyperpermeable fucking intestinal junctions. They should be tight as. But if they're leaking, all sorts of shit goes on.
What do
If
you
they're
mean?
not leaking, then this goes away.
So you have these things that are permeating through your skin, right?
No, through the tight junctions in your small intestine.
So it's from the food you eat?
Through those. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Right? So
how do
you're
you...
aware we've got a microbiome, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
so you're saying
that's
source
full
like
of,
organic
thousands
food?
of different... No, just listen for a sec. So we've got thousands of different species of bacteria and stuff and whatever in our large intestine, and quite often in our small intestine where it shouldn't be. But that stuff dies and grows and breeds and dies, and half our shit is bacterial waste. And if you have a leaky gut, that waste can get into your bloodstream, all right? And that's foreign. Your body is not meant to see that stuff in there, so it goes to work to clean it up. And that's where the cellular mimicry comes in, right? So you could have any of that debris mimicking something internally, but then you can also have food that you're putting in that causes problems. Like pretty much, I don't know if you've heard of plant lectins, these proteins that are inside plants. Yeah, they're able to fit through these tight junctions when they're leaking inside the intestinal wall, and they definitely are known to mimic certain things. Like P lectins, for example, they go straight up the vagus nerve to the dopamine receptors, and now are known to cause fucking Parkinson's. Right, so that's a specific thing that they do know about. They've put dye on it, they've attached fucking, and they've watched it, with different fucking imagery techniques go up the vagus nerve. I think in dogs they even killed them and
So
autopsied them,
are these
and then
lectins
fucking actually
natural?
slaughtered them. Yeah, in plants. Yeah, these are
So-
the plant defense mechanisms.
So if we eat a healthy pea, like a natural organic pea, not being affected by GMO or any other crap, it
Yeah.
could possibly cause us Parkinson's because of the things inside them, the lectins or whatever.
Yes, but you need to be susceptible and have leaky gut. Right?
I see. So you have to already be damaged in like the damaged kind of immunocompromised state from eating other, dangerous things before then, right?
Well, not even necessarily. Like you can have leaky gut from all sorts of reasons. You could just have a small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, like just candida, for example, like albicanes. When that gets into
But when
a
you
pathogenic
expect
form,
that if your bacterial your intestinal flora isn't in homeostasis, wouldn't you expect that there was a cause for that? The reason why it's no longer, in homeostasis.
well, yes and no. You're right, but see, I think we'd probably. I mean, you and I may not differ on what truly causes that, but a lot of people would, and it does. It comes down to what you put in your mouth, right? You need to put the right things in your mouth. But defining the right things is very tricky in this day and age for most people, because they want to keep putting all the wrong things in and justify why they should put all the wrong things in.
Okay, so let's say
that's
we
the
haven't put
problem.
anything wrong in our, let's say there isn't GMO in any of this jazz, and we're in homeostasis. Eating organic things that have these like lectins in them won't be an issue,
Well, you
right?
shouldn't eat them. Well, no, over time they would be, because that is the wrong thing over time. Yeah.
So just stay away from peas altogether.
Well,
what else has these lectins?
All plants. All plants and vegetables. Yeah,
Grains,
they're contraindicated.
Grains, beans, and peas seem to have the most what's the right word? Disruptive lectins.
Really? So it would be best to stay away from all beans and peas, and that sounds crazy to me. I would think if it was organic, that our we were created with such a way to eat these foods healthily. Food's your medicine. It's crazy to me that it could cause you damage when it's organic and unaffected by man.
You just said it perfectly. Food is vegetables and all that. Plants are medicine, but they're not your staple diet. If you have them all the time, they will cause problems.
Fair enough. Everything in moderation. Okay.
Yeah, and worse so if you've got leaky gut. And that's just one of those things that it's becoming more and more not known about now. And the more people that try and change their life, everyone's got a different line in the sand. People deal with so many things and they just get on with life. And then certain people get to a certain point where they've just fucking had enough. The doctors aren't helping, and they go on their own journey. And quite often they have to remove the plants, and it might only be for a short period of time to correct their symptoms, and then allow their gut to heal up, and then they can start reintroducing things that that they can tolerate here and there. So it's a process. You can't flip the switch.
Mm-hmm. What up, Nito?
Not much. Just trying to find a nice VC to incorporate myself into.
What do you have to offer?
Yes. What do you bring to the party?
I bring a lot to the party. I've brought a lot to the party here before.
You have?
Yeah, I've been accused of being a CIA agent, and I've been banned from the VC before. I think I have a lot to offer.
All right, it sounds like he's bringing some entertainment to the party. Welcome back.
Yeah.
All right.
Happy.
Why'd they accuse you of being CIA?
Oh, they said I was the guy who was the double agent for Osama bin Laden. Whatever his name
give
is.
us from the beginning. Give us the context.
I don't remember what I said really. But everyone started asking me if I was working CIA for, and I was like double agent Osama, and I was like, no. I'm sure I could like look deep within my DMs and find out.
Yo, imagine you have
like,
the funniest comedian ever, the funniest stand-up comedian ever, okay? But then he has amnesia and he forgets his jokes.
who's a comedian?
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, it's anticlimactic, right?
Who's
It's
being
ironic.
a fucking comedian right
You,
now?
you floated this idea, this story of like CIA, and I got my hopes up, and then you're like, oh, I forgot it.
It's
I
not.
forgot the story.
You're describing Robin Williams.
It's not supposed to be
Poor
funny.
bugger.
That's just the first interaction I had with the server. You guys are the funny ones.
You're funny looking.
Hey, settle down. Just because the earth is
You
flat.
guys are the ones who took me out of VC for that shit. Like I'm not the one trying to be funny.
Really?
Yeah. Ask me
You're
anything.
allowed to be fun.
So
What pronoun do you go by? We've got to get that clear first, so we don't offend anyone. What pronoun do you go by?
What does it sound
Nate.
like? What pronouns I go by?
No, we can't. We can't judge that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can't do that today.
Stop being gay, bro.
Yeah, you.
Like obviously,
Fair enough.
obviously it's he him, dude.
No,
Oh,
you,
him.
you were good at stop being gay. You didn't
Excellent.
have to say anything more than that.
Is there anything on your mind, Mr. Nito?
Oh yeah. Well, I tried joining the 24/7 live stream, but everyone was asleep. So
Okay.
I came down
Everyone.
here instead.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like the after hours club.
This is the hours. The hours.
No, but I mean, like, you
Fucking
know,
up in
all of
there.
those other ones, those basic people, they went to bed after, you know, the regularly scheduled programming. We keep it going, baby.
Oh yeah. Oh, I believe you, dude. It's like 7 a.m. over here. So
Good morning.
yeah.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good night.
Yeah, they're hanging upside down, so it's evening for them.
Head's getting heavy.
Hey, Anito, you used to have your Trojan horse thing. You used to say flat Earth was a Trojan horse. What is that phrase that you were? It's like the new phrase that you were using. It's like the CIA term or whatever.
It's not a new phrase.
Yeah, I know.
It's called limited hangouts.
That's what it is. It's not a new phrase. It's kind of you used to use the.
It is a government term for people in the government with a truth they need to leak out, so they make communities like Flat Earth or Alex Jones like InfoWars, and they put the truth in there, but it's associated by so many untruths, I guess, that they like anyone who looks into it kind of associates everything in there with the truth they put in there. So they're like, "Oh, it's bullshit." Yeah.
Yeah, so it's controlled opposition.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the old half-truth thing. Yep.
That's what I believe flat Earth is, more or less.
Half
Of course it is.
That's why
Yeah.
that's why I come in here, talk with you guys. I have fun. I have fun doing it, but you know, that's why I'm a globe head.
Glob.
Really? A glob.
Well, that's the other half of the false truth, mate. Yeah. Which
Could
side
be.
are you on?
Could be.
No
Yeah.
one will know. Who's being played? Time will tell.
Might be me, might be you. Who knows?
Yeah, I didn't really mean that the term limited hangout was necessarily new. I mean, I just looked on Wikipedia. It sounds like since 1973, possibly before.
Yeah.
But I was just meaning that you used to use more of the Trojan horse kind of meme.
It was new to you.
Whereas it seems like you've shifted to the limited hangout. Well, it's part of it, but you used to go more with the Trojan horse meme.
I've always used limited hangout as a term. You might have gotten me confused with someone else.
I was just about to call Geo the elephant that never
I'm
forgets, but
27 years old.
maybe you did.
I'm a youngin. All right. I've always known the term limited hangouts. I've never said Trojan horse in my life.
There's an older term called fifth column, if you've ever heard of it.
No.
Fifth column, it's like talking about how you have like this clandestine group within a nation, and they're working to like to basically instabilize that nation for the benefit of an enemy invader, a potential enemy invader.
Fifth column.
Fifth column, yeah.
Good old sabotage.
Check it out. I know what Trojan horse means, but I've never heard of the term fifth column.
Sounds interesting.
Because actually, I don't know if the four columns are supposed to be like propping up the nation, and this fifth column, that doesn't really make sense. So I guess the four columns is like the enemy nation, you know, it's being propped up by these four columns at each corner, or what have you, like metaphorically. And then fifth column is, you know, working to support them, but from within the like the nation that they're, you know, that's the target
too
of the
deep,
attacks.
Too deep.
Oh yeah, the four columns are liberty, unity, justice, equality, and the fifth column is sabotage.
What is that?
Oh, what did I say?
Is that real?
Sabotage.
Where'd you get that from?
I'm looking at this. I'm looking at this like propaganda poster from
I
like,
see.
the 40s. Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
one of the
I think it's
definitions.
even older than that. But yeah.
Oh yeah, probably.
Go ahead, Gio.
I was going to say with Trojan horse, this says here, a Trojan horse has come to mean any trick or stratagem that causes a target to invite a foe into a securely protected bastion or place.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the idea of like some people have said flat Earth being a Trojan horse meme, kind of, they're trying to say that it's like a trick, trying to sort of, you know, lure people into something that's off the target, which I don't think that's what it is, but that's what.
I don't think that's what it is either. I think it's, you know, they hide the truth in here. And if you feel so like if you feel like you must go to these groups to figure out the truth, you know, like you'll find a piece of it, but you'll be surrounded by a lot of bullshit. And I don't mean to like say, you know, like a lot of what you guys say, like, I mean, you know what I mean. Like coming from a globe earther, you guys know what I mean, right?
I know what you mean, because there's a little bit of shit that flat earthers believe, and I have to like correct them because
there is truth here, but you have to pick it out, and you have to really use your head.
But how's that different from anything else? Because if in the end it boils down to hold up, let me just say, if in the end it boils down to your ability to discern truth because of your like skepticism, your ability to kind of critically think about something, then doesn't it just matter who the person is and not necessarily what the environment is?
That's the journey. That's the journey everyone takes.
Journeyman.
Hello? Someone join? No?
So what truths do you think are hidden in it?
I like what you guys think a lot about you know, hermeticism, like you know, 666 being like the sacred number of measurements for a lot of like structures in humanity, stuff like that. About everything else, like I don't think the earth is flat, but you know, I buy into that stuff because I specifically picked it out of the bunch. And so that's where I fall. That's where I fall into it all.
What do you make of the fact that we see too far? Like we just see as the Earth is an extended plane without the curvature.
Magics.
I
He
don't.
thinks refraction.
Refraction?
I don't think it actually matters, like how far you can see on a flat plane. I don't think it matters if you can see curve. I don't think it matters how far you can see on a flat plane.
Man, you sound nihilistic.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I think
You're supposed
it's
to bring the fun to the party. Come on, man. You're depressing me.
I feel like a lot of you people they get really distracted by this kind of stuff, and then they go to 24/7 flat Earth like lobby, and then that's all they talk about for like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And there's so much more to like. There's so much more to talk about. I don't think you should get caught up on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but if this is true, wouldn't it be the foundation of the entire larger deception?
No, it wouldn't. Because
You're saying all the right
like,
things for a CIA guy, man.
it's easy to see like they lie to you. Yeah, sure. Sure, they fucking lie to you, but they don't need flat Earth for that. They never needed flat Earth for that.
But doesn't it put things in context in terms of 9/11 and all these other events?
Not really. I don't think so anyway. I mean, I see like there's certain things you can talk about and you can't talk about. Like no one's been put in jail for 9/11, right? There's been a lot of people put in jail, let's say in Europe, for discussing how maybe a certain group of people, kind of coordinated 9/11 to happen, right?
They did?
What?
You said there was a lot of people coordinated to make 9/11 happen, and I said they did.
Not a lot of people, but
9 guys with boss cutters.
Are you a no planer?
huh?
Are you a no planer?
No pointer.
No
No,
planes.
no planer, no plane. Like they didn't use commercial air. Jets did not hit the towers.
Holograms, missiles.
I believe there were planes. I don't believe that the towers were taken down by planes. But I believe that if you're going to put as much money as you have into this world-changing event, that there's no reason you shouldn't throw planes into some buildings just to control the narrative. If that makes sense.
It does.
Wouldn't
It
it be-
just
wouldn't it
depends
be
on
easier to-
how feasible it is to do it.
Yeah, wouldn't it be easier to control the actual explosions and the strikes in another way, and then just put CGI airplanes for the news?
No, it wouldn't. Because you already destroyed the towers without using planes. But this is something that's going to control how an entire world power thinks about certain like you're controlling you're changing the way the world thinks about certain things. So yeah, I mean, you're going to throw planes into the towers. Like it's cheap. It's cheap compared to the end result, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So why wouldn't you? It's easy. Like yeah, the planes, like the towers weren't brought down by planes, but you can just throw planes in there, easy.
Special effects, just for the special effects.
It's not even special effects; they're actual planes. But
Yeah, no, but
you're
it's part of the special effects, is what I mean, for the whole narrative to keep it going.
I mean, even that, like,
Yeah, I see the point you're making.
just fucking throw planes in there, dude. You have infinite amount of money to throw at this like entire scheme of things that you're trying to incorporate into, you know, the Western world. Just throw planes in there. It's easy. Towers weren't brought down by planes. I think a lot of, like, everyone here knows that. But that
Yeah,
doesn't mean
I think I kind of agree with you.
people. Yeah.
I'm a no planer as of yet. You know, I probably fall a little bit towards the.
I've
They
seen a
still
lot
have
of
planes.
I've seen a lot of evidence of the no planers, and I don't buy it. I think it's a distraction. Like, why get caught up on fucking planes when we all know why the towers were brought down, you know?
But
Well,
since you think there are planes, do you think the planes had passengers in them?
Probably not.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am too. Go ahead, Gio.
Oh, so you're saying that they use planes, but not the commercial ones they claim? They just use some other planes?
Oh, they could use commercial planes, yeah, like Boeing 747s, yeah. Like, I mean, like
They're
there
not actual
there
ticketed
doesn't have
planes
to
where
be
people.
anyone on there.
Yeah.
But you can buy commercial planes and just like throw them into the fucking towers, like, yeah,
Just paint them to have this specific branding of whatever airline.
yeah, like.
And that would just be flown by a drone or something, you're saying?
It's easy. Like how many people are on the ground that could like at any second look up and be like, "Oh shit, a plane." And that already like controls your entire narrative. I mean, the towers.
Yeah, but what
were
if that's
brought
not
down by
necessary?
planes.
What if you control the media and just tell them it was
it is
planes?
necessary.
Here's the video, and there wasn't a
Because
plane.
there's too many people in New York that could look up at any second and be like, "Oh, there's a plane." So why not buy planes to throw in there just to like cover the fact that anyone could look up and see one?
Okay, I might be becoming a no planer right now because you have these planes, right? You're gonna need them to be piloted somehow. Do you think they were piloted like remotely?
Do you think that any mass shooter wasn't just groomed by the CIA to like
So they had
shoot up someone?
Yes, they had someone basically kamikaze.
Yes. Someone was groomed to pilot the planes and fly them into
Suicide
the
bomber.
towers. Yeah. It's easy. If you're the government, that is.
It's possible. It's possible they maybe paid off his family or did some other thing. Who knows?
They didn't pay off their family. They just groomed them into being an extremist.
Don't become a
That's
no
what they always do. That's what your job is when you're CIA. Your job is to groom people into being extremist. So you can make laws against like certain firearms, certain weapons, certain ways that we handle airplane travel in the country. Like that's all of what it is. You just groom someone into doing an extremist act against the country so you can control the laws that are applied to the country.
Yeah.
That's how it's always
Easier
been.
said than done, though.
I mean, especially now, it's pretty easy, I'd say.
You don't even need the physical act anymore. It can just be manifested through the media.
It sounds like easier done than said, isn't it?
Fucking oath, mate. On a global scale too. Look what we're in now.
Well, we're talking about back in 2001 where this shit first kicked off. Like you had to
Mate,
like you had to
the
get
very
some-
first newspaper controlled the narrative. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, it's been happening since it went into print.
Oh, it's been really bad since like the 1940s. I mean, there are plenty of people that'll tell you like, you know, Nazis were the fucking bad guys.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So you have these people in New York, right?
Yeah.
How many of them do you think are going to be outside at the time that the plane is hitting? Percentage-wise.
thousands. I don't know.
It's also over the
Enough to where it makes sense for them to actually use planes.
Okay, so for argument's sake, let's say at that given point in time, 10% of people are outside. Okay, is that fair?
Sure.
All right. And from those 10%, how many do you think were close enough to like the Twin Towers area outside?
I don't know, 3%?
Or at least looking outside. 3%?
Sure.
Sure. I think that's personally a little high, but we'll go 3%. So of those 3% of all New Yorkans, right? How many do you think?
They're the tallest buildings on the fucking island. Like, yeah.
Yeah. How many do you think were looking up at the sky?
How many do you think would look up when a fucking commercial airliner comes by? Like, you can hear that, right?
They'd have to be looking at the one face, like that second building that got hit. The first one, no one would have seen because it came out of the blue. I mean, unless somebody was just happened to be walking down the street, but the first one wouldn't have really.
That's what I'm talking about. That first one. What are the chances that someone had seen it?
What I'm talking about is that, like, the thing about 9/11 isn't about the planes. It wasn't brought down.
No, hold
by
on. Let me finish my vein of thought. My point is that, like, you know, that the chances that someone would just be happening to look up at the sky to see this plane for themselves is maybe a fraction of a percent. Okay?
It's pretty fucking. It's likely enough that they would need.
I get what you're saying. Let me finish my point though. So for the remainder of the entire population, these 99.9 something percent, that's not this fraction of a percent that saw it in person. They believe it, or, you know, minus the people that are like saying it's conspiracy, what have you, or saying that there was no plane. They believe that there was a plane, not having seen it, but just from the media, from reports, right? So if a 99.9 or 99 point whatever percent of people are going to believe it without there being a plane, without there needing to be a plane, then what makes you think it's absolutely necessary for them to have a plane? If 99 point some percent are going to believe it just on media alone.
They have enough money to throw a plane at it. It makes sense for them to throw a plane at it. And not only do you have the planes, you have the media to tell the story that planes hit the fucking buildings. Everyone was told it was planes.
Yeah.
People who really look into it, they know it wasn't planes.
Okay, so
I agree that it's irrelevant, really, for the story.
It really is irrelevant. Like, it doesn't even matter if planes hit the building.
Yeah, just because something else may have brought down those buildings, whether there was explosives in them or whatever, doesn't mean
it was bombs.
Yeah. It doesn't mean there was not no planes, and I think the no plane theory is just personally. I think it's silly, to be quite honest with you. I think there was too many people around.
It's irrelevant, though.
Yeah, exactly, irrelevant. You know, it's
none of us can prove either way.
Yeah, the bigger reason, bigger question is why, and for what reasons and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, of course. The big issue is like the false flag, and, you know.
Oh, I'll tell you why. It's because Israel wanted America to move its troops into the Middle East to fight for it. That's it. That's essentially the reason. You don't need planes.
What about the something $1 trillion that went missing that happened to be in the Pentagon where that plane supposedly hit?
That's making good use
to control the narrative
very quickly.
9/11 changed everything here. Like, it changed the very way people travel by aircraft here. Everyone travels by plane eventually. Like,
well, not just there, around the world, man.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So what's a trillion? What's $1 trillion to the like main way people travel around from country to country? It's nothing.
No, it's pocket change.
It really is, especially to these people.
Did everyone hear the stories about all the financial traders that were like fucking putting trades on and basically laying bets like right until the fucking moment of collapse, pretty much.
Oh, what? Did everyone hear about the dancing Israelis?
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear about that. And the van, the van with the picture on the side, with the collapsing towers that was photographed driving around apparently before the event. Pretty interesting.
They were just happy. They were just happy.
Yeah.
They were just happy. Did anyone ever hear about Netanyahu saying that 9/11 was the best thing that happened to Israel in the
Yeah.
history of the country? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
I
a
saw
little
clip of that.
weird.
That's some demonic shit.
Wonder why that is. Why is that the best thing that's happened to Israel? Maybe because we pushed our fucking troops, we sent our fucking sons and daughters to die out in the Middle East for this fucking country? Is that why? Oh, was it about oil? No, the main producer of fucking oil is America.
Yeah,
we
many
get
countries
the
got
main
sucked into it,
producer
NATO.
of oil in America is the country we fucking live in. I've been on oil drilling sites in the Midwest, and this is where we get our oil from. It's our own country. We don't
And
need
don't forget-
the Middle East to get our fuel.
Absolutely. But don't forget, for every son or daughter that, you sent abroad and died, there's about 10,000 sons or whatever that died. I think now the count is like up to more than 5 million Muslims died in foreign wars since the 1990s or something like that.
But for what?
For oil, for control. But the point is, like,
Not
that's
oil.
a huge
Not
figure.
oil. It's for the Holy Land.
Yeah.
It's for Israel. That's why they're fucking dying out there.
Probably, yeah.
You don't hear if you guys look up, you'll
But
see that
anyone will
Afghanistan.
tell you it's fucking anti-Semitic to talk about it. And that's why I'm like, this is like, no one's been fucking jailed for talking about flat earth. But if you talk about like the Holocaust and Israel and shit like that, you go to jail.
Yeah,
you go to
that's fact.
prison in fucking Europe. You ever wonder why
in
that
Canada
is?
too, man. It's illegal in Canada.
Yeah. That's why. It's because that's the real fucking conspiracy here. Like, I don't know what more proof does anyone need.
Well, I mean, that's true. You'll know what the truth. You're starting to talk about something true when they kind of try to make you not say it. When
they'll take your life
censor
away.
you.
Try teaching flat Earth at school. Try being a teacher and teaching a class about flat Earth and see what fucking happens
That's
to
the thing.
you.
You can talk about flat Earth all up and down every day, and like no one gives a shit. But the second you talk about
Not in a
like
class.
the Holocaust, stuff like that, you go to
Hold on.
prison.
First off, let's just say that
You
they're
go
not
to
mutually
prison.
exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive. The two could both be true. And in terms of flat Earth, if you were to try to talk about it seriously and try to teach it or whatever in school, they would censor you. They would take away your license and stuff like that. So
But
it's just at the point now where it's not.
The thing is, like,
Hold on, let me just finish. It's not. It's at the point now where it's a concern. It's not a threat whatsoever. It's so little people believe it. It's still ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, and no teacher would actually say it. And if they did, they would justifiably
and that's why
definitely justifiably get their license removed or be fired or what have you.
That's why it's a limited
But without the
hangout,
evidence.
because they
course.
know people don't go into these groups to figure out these kinds of truths. That's why they put these truths in these groups for people to figure out, but they get sucked into this. They get sucked into this, like, oh, I need to debate, like, flat earth in this live stream VC every single day for the rest of my fucking life. and it's not like you're fucking wasting away, dude. Like, there's so much more to the big picture,
Nito,
It's
you're here,
frustrating.
buddy.
What?
So
you're here with us.
yeah, but he's not here every day. So, but at the same time,
Well, no, I'm talking about 24/7, like flat
fair
Earth.
enough.
That's
But
absurd.
so you're saying instead we should be talking about the more relevant thing, like Israel is
What I've
causing
always
all this,
said,
wreaking havoc on the world, but do it every
Not the
day
cause of
instead.
cancer.
Wouldn't we still be
what I've
wasting
always
away?
said, what I've always said is, I even went into Flat Earth VC, and like I was like, well, what if Flat Earth was false? Would this server exist? And everyone's like, no. And it's like, yes, it would
What? Yeah, it
exist,
would.
but it would be a general conspiracy server. It wouldn't be about Flat Earth.
I disagree with that. I'm sure
Why?
there's alien servers that exist, the specific servers for specific conspiracies. I'm sure there's lizard people on the moon, like servers, or maybe not necessarily a Discord server, but there's a forum for people that believe in that stuff.
But you understand what I mean when like it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I'm not a flat earther, but I agree with you guys on a lot of general conspiracy. Like we all see eye to eye on certain things.
Of course.
So it's like this server would exist. Like this, this group of people would exist online.
Okay, but you said
Even
we're
if
wasting
flat Earth-
away. You said we're wasting away by talking about something not very relevant every day, right?
That's what
or at
they
least
want.
24/7.
Yes.
You're saying what's more relevant is Israel basically like, trying to take over Jerusalem, Holy Land, Zionist behavior. So are we wasting away by talking about that subject every day?
No.
How? How are we, if we're just talking and not doing anything aside from just talking? How is it not a waste?
Because no one's being put in prison over flat Earth. There are certain things that we all agree that are happening, and that people are actually losing their lives over for talking about in public. That places online have to shut their sites down because people talk about this kind of shit.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree that it's better to, instead of just talk about it on a server, to spur some action, to talk about it, with people in real life, be activists and stuff like that, such that, maybe a change will happen?
You can do that, but does it ever happen? I mean,
sometimes,
like,
yeah, you have some flat earthers, for
honestly,
instance,
like
that
it's kind of at the point where it doesn't matter how many people think that it fucking like matters. Like you can tell everyone up and down that like trees have certain interests in different areas of the world, and it doesn't matter what you fucking say anymore. Because
So how's it not a waste if it doesn't matter?
I mean,
we have to admit sometimes that it might just be a hobby, and what we do might not have any effect. And if our goal was to have an effect, it certainly wouldn't be effective, relatively, to just sit in a server and just talk about, like, shoot the shit and talk about the thing.
Well,
It'd be better to
that's fine.
mobilize or something.
I like talking with you guys. I like meeting up with you guys. I like talking about flat Earth, sure. But like, in terms of like getting stuff done, I think it's the wrong like method of, I think it's the wrong area that you guys are trying to tackle.
Well, absolutely. If we wanted to actually change things, I don't know if we can, right? But we would have to,
You probably
raise awareness
can't, yeah.
outside, like, out in the regular environment. We'd have to actually, like, logistically think of things that we could do, mobilize. It's kind of, it's dangerous territory that we get into when we want to actually make a change.
Have you seen the truckers around the world and all the convoys that are blockading different things?
Yes.
There you go. It's happening for certain purposes that people are passionate about that apparently are being controlled. But I mean, it's probably the controlled opposition, in all honesty. But then it's happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not for flat Earth.
And all the power to them. It's admirable what they can do, without having the the laws, the unjust laws kind of like rain down upon them, by staying within the bounds of legality, then all the power to them.
Yeah, but you got to remember it's the same thing as before. So this eventually, like the reaction from the government to all these trucker convoys around the world and stuff, will be exactly what they want. It'll be new laws and new, rules for everyone to follow, all on the back of these bad truckers and whatever fucking. It's all planned, man. That's the sad part.
Well, when they write the rule books, you're kind of you're fucked.
I mean, it's such like, that's what I'm saying is like it's such a small amount of people who are even in these servers to begin with. Like we agree with a lot of people on a lot of things, but it's almost like it's just almost futile,
Yeah.
Like you can't topple like the fucking big brother lizard people control. You know what I mean?
If you just don't listen and don't comply, if people literally just never went and lined up for fucking tests for what's going on
they will
now,
fucking
we
kill
wouldn't
you.
even be
They
where
will
we are.
fucking kill you eventually. They will kill you.
Yeah. Well,
They will
eventually they
literally
try.
shoot you in the fucking face.
Sure, it's trying for a while, I suppose, but they haven't done it yet.
Yeah, right now they can't, but they will eventually.
Mm.
Not me. I'm officially jabbed.
Oh fuck.
Oh, well, all 10. All 10 of them.
Huh? No,
All 10.
Officially 2. I haven't figured out how to make the third one official somehow.
Nice. I like that.
Well, for me, like, I'm not jabbed at all. And I'm also in between jobs, so that's kind of concerning because I have to find another one, and I can't be certain if they're gonna be like, oh, you need to be vaccinated to fucking do this job. So it.
You need to
You
hook
gotta
up
find
the
a guy,
percentage.
like me. Yeah, you gotta get a guy.
Yeah.
I guess, but like, when does that guy become like, I mean, in America, it's like the last bastion of like, freedom in a sense. Like I can still, I have a gun on top of my fucking computer case right now. If anyone
Last
comes in
bastion
here,
of
I can
freedom,
just like,
in a sense.
I can just send a fucking bullet through their head. But
Last
who
bastion
knows?
of freedom is innocence.
Yeah, what? What if you're like a kid or some shit like that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
They come out corrupted these days, mate.
That's what they're going after, dude. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Marxist control of fucking, colleges, universities, high schools, elementary schools, all
Elementary,
that
yeah.
shit.
Kindergarten.
They teach your kids about pronouns, all this shit. It's fucking weird. Like
Whatever you do, man,
Dude.
don't lose hope. Don't do anything crazy with that gun.
Oh, I'm.
That's an evil laugh too. Settle down.
Yeah. No.
Maniacal almost.
It could be described as that. Just, all I'm saying is different. Well, now it just sounds like you got something stuck in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, get it out, mate. Wouldn't be the first Discord that someone's dropped themselves, I'm sure.
Why the fuck would I kill myself, dude? That's what
That's
they
what
Oh,
want.
for no good reason, that's for sure.
That's what they want you to do. Fuck
That
that.
is. That's exactly what they want you to do.
I'm not doing
Well, they've got
that
those suicide
shit.
booths now in
That's
China.
what I tell everyone who's into this kind of shit. That's exactly what they fucking want you to do. That's exactly what you shouldn't do. Fuck them.
Like I said, don't comply with anything. We wouldn't even be where we are.
Yeah, maybe
There's not enough of them.
maybe at one point, but you know, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see.
My main concern is fucking cashless society. I love being able to get a bit of cash here and there and fucking being able to keep that aside and people to sell shit off the roadside, fucking just drop a bit of cash in a box and get some honey or fucking flowers or whatever this, you know. But not fucking.
You know the amount of money I made working for cash? The amount of cashies I've done in my life.
Oh, of course,
They want their tax, man. You know, cash is the adversary, the weakness of a taxation society. So they're trying to limit that.
But it's
that
not
fucking-
really. They could just make a flat rate of 10% tax, and every man and their dog would just pay it quite fucking happily. They wouldn't even try and avoid it, and they'd make more money than they do now. But no, they want to be greedy with fucking 25 or 30 fucking percent the dogs, and then charge GST when you go and buy something. Filthy pigs.
My point is, if it's cash, you know, hand to hand, there's nothing in their system. You know, they can't possibly, like, you know, unless you report it or whatever, or unless you're making some crazy purchases and you get audited. So they want their tax. That's the most important thing to them.
Yes, you missed my point though.
Yeah.
If it was just 10%, no one would avoid it because there's
I
penalties
would.
for avoiding it. And 10%, but why?
I definitely would if I could.
But
I don't want to support these corrupt societies.
Even in a cash world where you're doing cashies, they still get their piece of the pie because you've still got to go into the system and spend that money in the system. So they still get a piece of the pie anyway, regardless.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, unless you launder it.
Yeah.
Unless you launder it.
But isn't it also for illegal, not only tax fraud, but also like crimes? Like, as you said, money laundering, for example. If you were to have a cashless society, how do you money launder? It's not very easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
They're taking out their opposition. They're getting all their tax, you know, so people can't scam the system anymore.
I think it's kind of genius to remove cash.
Absolutely.
It's been on the cards forever that this is coming, a cashless society.
Yeah.
One world government, one world
If
currency.
you don't have anything to hide, what is the reason to not pay with,
that's what they'll say.
electronically?
Yeah, that's what they say. And I don't want someone in control of me electronically at all.
Yeah, if they can shut down your currency or decide where you can spend it or put a time limit on how long you've got to spend your money or ban certain people from being able to buy certain luxury items because they're not of a certain class or some shit, that can all happen with a digital fucking currency.
Yeah, and digital currency is going to be linked to social credit scores and all these bits and pieces, and it is all not looking good. As far
They
as
could
that
shut down your currency, shut down your car, shut down, you know, your house. They could shut down your identity. What are you gonna do, man?
That's true. That's the drawback.
The drawback.
Oh,
It's a pretty big drawback.
Yeah, it's a big drawback. Yeah, but it's but then you don't have money laundering anymore, right?
Oh, one at a time, boys.
But Bandy, there's so many pluses.
Yeah, so many pluses. We can get rid of money laundering. Wow,
it's so convenient. You don't have to do anything.
Woohoo!
You can still shop though. It's not like I pay like I haven't paid with cash for years. I don't know.
Yeah.
For me,
Right
it
now,
wouldn't
it's
matter.
if they haven't instituted it, you could still use cash. But when it becomes absolutely cashless, when they phase out the cash, if I mean, I imagine that's the plan, right? Why wouldn't they? If the cashless society is working wonders, cash will be so inconvenient, it'll be overhead, unnecessary, reprinting, all this other jazz. They'll phase it out, and now you have to use cash, a cashless means of paying, and they can just turn it off, just like that.
And they're phasing it out
Found the
right now.
article.
They're already phasing out cash?
Yeah, they're phasing
They
it out right
started
now.
doing it there as well.
Hold on, Funk. I was talking, man. They're phasing it out right now, percentage, because what they're doing is they're programming people not to use cash. Like with all this tap and go and all that sort of stuff, and with what has been going on for the last couple of years, you are noticing more and more shops having signs up saying we do not accept cash. So they are slowly but surely reprogramming people to not even worry about it. Like it's all you tap a card or you tap your phone. So now you're not even touching cash. So people are already used to the idea of not even having cash in their wallets anymore.
Yeah,
right.
It's genius. They're not even phasing it out themselves. They're making us phase it out.
Exactly.
But using the word, you didn't actually say what's the drawback other than using the word programming, because you might as well say they are incentivizing or they are removing cash from society.
Yeah, the drawback is control.
Control.
That they could turn it off.
Yeah. They have control. That's true.
Yeah,
but they also, I've already used cash. No, not cash for a long time. And the only time I wanted to use cash was when I was going to pay for a painter to do it off the record.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to do something legal.
Oh.
That's when the only problem I had.
Yeah.
But that was illegal
my
anyway.
God.
So
okay, now let's say that there's no more cash. Right? You don't have the option to go to use cash. You have to do it legally, right?
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to get away with anything. So it's a genius move on their part. Plus, if they want to, they could turn you off, and you don't have any recourse of spending cash anywhere. Let alone just illegally anywhere.
Well, for the most part, people have all their money electronically anyway, so they can do it now anyways.
They could, but we still have the option available of using cash to get by.
Not if they close your account. Where do you get your cash from?
You can still get cash. You can make cash. You can do whatever you need to have cash.
I doubt if they want to close your money. I don't know why they would do that anyway, but I mean, at some point, we do already have to trust the government anyways.
Absolutely. We are trusting
if
of them
they want to
already.
fuck you over, you're fucked anyway.
I guess if you're putting all your cash in the banks, right? You don't have to. You could keep it as cash in your house or what have you, or in gold or whatever you want, right? But yeah, you're definitely trusting the financial systems when you have it all deposited. Absolutely agree.
Yeah. I think 99% of us already do that. So,
but there's different levels of trust. There's trust when you have a recourse of cash available, where you can potentially make it right and spend it elsewhere. And then there's a higher level of trust when you have all your eggs in the same basket and they could just turn you off and you have no recourse. One,
I guess you
opens
could
you up to
trade
more exposure.
stuff. You don't have to use cash. You can trade. You can use other currencies that might exist.
Yeah, you could trade. I mean,
you don't have to use dollar.
True. You could trade the items that you have on it's a lot. It's gonna be a lot harder to do. Because most people will be looking for cash.
But we're talking about a very hypothetical where everything goes to shit and the government say, fuck you guys.
No. It could be just the government is targeting you.
Exactly.
Let's say you're an outspoken advocate for, against Zionism or something. The government could just pull up a Trump charge and target you and turn you off.
It'll all be connected to your social credit score. All this is coming into play right now. right underneath your noses.
Yeah.
Everything is going to be linked.
Oh.
They watch you like a hawk. They take
But-
notes on you. They track everything, Funk. And if you think that the government doesn't screw you over every single day, I think you're living in La La Land, to be honest with you, mate.
All the
I
government
think
cares
there
about
is
is getting as
government
much money
waste.
out of you as
Yeah.
possible.
I think that's not if you have opposition parties which could abuse that very easily by saying, "Vote for us, it's less tax," and then you vote for them. So I don't think that they will try to take as much money as they want from you.
Please, man. Every government wants to have, a budget. They want to have a budget to like do things with or earmark funds for different things.
But also people have to vote for them. And if your platform is 80% tax, nobody's gonna vote for you.
Okay.
So how do you do that?
How many governments do you think promised low taxes and actually followed through, honored their campaign promises to a T?
To a T, I would say very few, but they definitely, there are governments that, at least I can speak for my own country. The previous government was not a right wing, but like more right leaning party, and wanted to privatize more and less government control, and they reduced tax.
So they had a lower budget?
Yes, basically.
So, I mean, if you have like a sort of graph where it shows that, this government that was in power for like 4 years straight, they had less of a budget to work with, year by year because they had less taxes, I'd be surprised, to be honest. I'd figure even if they promised lower taxes, they probably would figure out ways to have more people paying their taxes, or they'd be like, auditing more, or, pushing, cashless things more, such that they would still get more money in pocket just to do things with, more of a budget.
Oh, what happened was they privatized parts of the public healthcare sector, and so with that money they reduced the taxes, which they promised. But then people have to pay privately for the healthcare anyway. So in that sense, you could say it goes even, but people like to have the option to choose some people. So
okay, so hold up.
Yeah.
So they reduced the personal taxes, like for individuals, right? And then these individuals were forced to go to companies that, private
they aren't
companies for
forced
healthcare.
to, but you have to.
Yeah. And these
People need
private
healthcare.
companies had to pay business tax. Did they reduce the business tax?
I'm not sure if they reduced business tax.
Probably not.
specifically.
So the business tax is still paying the same tax, and that money is still just going through the business. So basically, there was no tax reduction.
Yes, it was, because before that, the company or the business, which was governmental owned, also had to pay like tax. The people who work there.
The people that work there, we were talking about the clients of it,
Yeah, the client pay for the people who work there.
Okay, but obviously, if it's government owned, it's probably gonna have less. You have to pay less for the services than if it's a private company, right?
Shit, yeah.
Less if it's a. Sorry, what did you say?
I said if it's a government-run hospital, it's gonna
Yeah,
cost
it was free.
less than yeah, it's free.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, then you pay for it by tax, and if you pay for the people who work there, then you could say their margin, their profit margin, is not paid by tax. They get that in their pocket.
Exactly. So it's all a wash.
How is that a wash? That's
Because-
capitalism.
No, well, hold up. So you have a government-run hospital, free for citizens to use, right? Upkeep is just the maintenance of the building and like the salary of the workers, right?
Mm-hmm.
No taxes being paid on that. Then instead you reduce the taxes, take that extra funds. You get extra funds by reducing the taxes of individuals, right? At the same time, you sell this building to a private company so that they can increase the price, make money, and
they can increase or lower the price or do whatever.
They're not going to lower the price below free, obviously. It was free before for the citizens. Now the price is increased.
Obviously, they have to pay something, yeah.
Exactly. So these citizens are now paying money, and this business is taxed at the regular business tax rate. It's getting extra, it's getting money. Basically, the money that was saved is going back to the government through taxes.
Why do you think the tax that the company pays is exactly the same that the cost was when they were publicly owned?
Or maybe even more. The citizens could be even getting screwed more.
How do you assume that?
It depends on what the price of the service, like that this private company, this private hospital, private clinic was charging. Who knows? Unless we have actual numbers, we don't know if they're actually losing money or not.
Well, I think that's a question you need to look at. Some people would argue you don't get the argue is whether or not you get better healthcare for the same amount of money.
The only benefit would be, like the clear benefit would be for those people that didn't need to go to the hospital, that didn't use the services because they saved on it.
Yeah, that's the argument from. That's why I was against it in the first place. Because generally the ones who can work a lot and have a lot of money, who can afford healthcare, are the ones who needs it the least, and the ones who need healthcare the most are the ones who earn the least because they can't work because they are sick or something. They are the ones who need healthcare the most, and they have.
But we agree with the basic principle that these governments want as much of a budget as possible, right?
I don't think they want that.
You don't think the government wants money to do things with?
As much as possible, no.
All right,
I think they want to do their goal as efficiently as possible.
Oh, that's very idealistic.
Yeah. But if it's proven that they spent less money in year one, in year two, they're going to give them a smaller budget.
That is not the case for like this kind of budgets. That's more like internally in companies and stuff like that.
That's definitely in all of academia, all of the public funding for like high schools and for universities and stuff. If a specific department is spending less, they I actually know personally, firsthand, that if you do not spend all of your money, it's going to go back. So what they do is they purposely spend their surplus just so they don't have a reduction in their budget in the next year.
Yeah, I know some do that. I know that there are some measures against it, like for example, justifying why there are fluctuation in budgets, for example, because one year you might need to, I don't know, fucking refurbish the whole building, and the next year you don't need that. So, yeah.
Yeah. So like, what they would do is just buy a bunch of new computers. It's wasteful. They don't need them whatsoever. Yeah. But if they don't spend it, they'll be wasted. And then they'll have to justify having more money next time or whatever.
I don't think every school does that.
I mean, schools and stuff are different, mate. My wife's a teacher, and they do cake sales every week to generate money. They don't have enough money to buy books. And that's in the UK. Like, this is fucking terrible. But possibly my education in South Africa is similar to yours in Finland, mate, where we don't start doing stuff till we're 6. But we actually are free to do what we want until school. Doesn't make sense. But anyway, going off subject. Yeah, no, budgets and stuff. If you don't spend your money, then they'll give you less. A bit like Brewster's Millions. There's something in the construction company were able to spend their budget in the last 2 years. It's almost like it's a lot more deeper than this, you know. The Six Kings, that sort of thing, you know.
Yeah, my personal experience with this is in like in university, the department had a specific, like it was Department of Health Sciences, it had specific amount budgeted to it, and I was kind of in, I don't want to say what my position was, but I had direct knowledge that it was spent purposefully on things we didn't necessarily need, simply because it was surplus, and if we didn't use it at the end of the year, we would lose it, and also it would justify in the future having a lower budget. So it was.
I've seen that happen in private business as well.
Crap we did not need whatsoever.
Well, I've seen that happen in private businesses as well. So
yeah,
I mean that's a general like a over bloated business problem in general, I think.
Yeah, and our department wasn't anything special. I'm sure it happened to most, if not all, departments. And our university wasn't anything special. Like, I don't see, it's, people just want more, right? And they don't want to have their budget reduced and stuff like that. They just,
they want it increased, if anything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Schools are maybe one of those things that could be partly privatized with good subsidies. I would still want it to be free, but it would be something that could be perhaps privatizedly controlled. That is possible. They did that with the kindergartens in my country. They privatized everything. Now you have a governmental option and you have a private option, and the private options are subsidized because you don't pay like the full cost of having your kids in the kindergarten. You just pay a fee.
A gap.
It's the same here.
Yeah.
And that was based on demand purely.
But I think in Sweden, they actually do a different thing. I think they actually, in Sweden, the kindergarten is actually, kindergartens are actually, you pay full price there. But when you have a kid, instead of getting paying a certain fee to the kindergarten, if you're sending your kids there, you get a full fee. You get the full cost of what it would cost, like typically for a kindergarten. And then you can actually choose whether, if you want to like let your kids be home, you can do that, and then you sort of get paid for having your kids at home. And it doesn't cost the government anything more. They still pay the same thing anyway. Whether you send your kids to the kindergarten or not, who the fuck cares? They pay you the same amount anyways.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. I think here they have a terrible solution. They they give you a set amount of money. In addition, they just give you a set amount of money, and that money is not nearly enough to So if you have your kids at home, the government saves money because they don't have to subsidize your kids in the kindergarten.
Well, sort of makes sense. If you've got the time to do that with your own children and whatever, well, why should you also burden the government by wanting money?
Because you're sort of like incentivizing to send your kids to the kindergarten because you lose money by doing it. But in terms of some people wanting to not homeschool but have the kids around a little bit more, I think it should be. You shouldn't punish people for having their kids at home, and that's what they're
punishing them.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. You
you're
choose
not
to do
punishing
it.
the kids. You're punishing
It's a cost-benefit
families.
analysis, really.
No, you're incentivizing to send your kids to the kindergarten.
How are you
Why?
incentivizing people to send their kids to kindergarten if
Because you
pay
lose
them
money.
regardless? Well, no, you just said you get the money regardless whether or not you
No,
send them to
that was in
kindergarten or not.
Sweden. That
Oh,
was in
okay.
Sweden, not here.
Yep, yep. Okay, yep. Sorry.
So
Well,
I think
it's not really incentivizing. It's just that normally two people need to work, and so it's a requirement. If the government wants the population to grow, people need to have babies, and therefore there needs to be somewhere for babies to go or kids to go. You know what I mean? Like it's just a function of that. That's how it is.
Yes, but I think also you should have the option to have the kids at home. But you don't if you rely on two incomes, which most family do. So you're sort of like forced to send them to kindergarten because that's the only way the government actually pay you for having somebody take care of your kids. If you don't send them to the kindergarten, they won't pay you for taking care of your own kid. They only pay you if you let somebody else take care of your kid.
What? No.
Oh.
If two people are required to work, you don't really have the option. You need somewhere for your child to go. So it's convenient that the government have it. But if you prioritize your children at home, if that's more important to you than the work or the requirement, then you can choose to do it. And why should you be paid for that?
You can't choose to do that because you can't afford it.
But that's a choice.
It's not a choice if you can't afford it.
No, but not being able to afford it is a choice. If you've overburdened yourself and then not
No,
thought about the fact that you've got a
that's
child.
normal income. That's not over. It's not nobody like having like a normal income. People can't even do this. So it's not about having like choosing. Yeah, like I didn't. Did you choose to not be rich? Like rich people can do that, sure, but people with normal income and like two kids can't do that.
Yes, they can.
So then,
Yes, they can.
then it's like it's a
100% they can.
privilege luxury.
No. 100% they can. 100% they can.
No.
You can have one parent at home, you can have one person working, and you can afford. You just choose to live
Not
outside
here.
your means. I find
Not
that
here. I mean, if you have like a house to like $400,000 or something, which is maybe a house which you need for people, and you have expenses in addition, and one of the family members, let's say he earned like 60K a year, which is like average pay, that's not enough to support that.
maybe you choose a cheaper house. Out a little bit. Only have one car. Only one flat screen TV.
I mean, they would go from being average to low wage, so they can choose that. They're living like hand to mouth before, and that's not living like having like a very high living standard. It's just normal.
But that really hasn't changed, Funk. You know, I grew up, with my father going to work, my mother staying home, and it was a week to week proposition. We weren't rolling in money. We had the bare essentials. We had a roof over our head, food in our belly, and
But
friends.
back then, you had to pay for the kindergarten. Or they didn't exist. Kindergarten didn't exist back then.
100%. I went to kindergarten.
They didn't exist over here. Normal, not everywhere.
Here they did.
Exist for
It was
years.
like privilege back then.
Hundreds of years.
Okay.
It
Well,
was
here
a
they
bit
did.
privileged.
Here they did.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, homes that cost $400,000 are scams within themselves. All these housing and pricings. It's just such an overkill, and it's so expensive.
I agree.
Where you can build a home for like a tenth of the price. If you just learn a little bit, you know where to buy the right land, cheaper land, and put the work.
It's the market price. That's capitalism pushing the prices up.
Like
There's
you
false
can't live without
inflation.
a house.
There's false inflation here in Australia. You know, first home owners get a $30,000 grant to buy their first home, cash in their hand to put towards their first home, and all that has done is create a false inflation in homes. Exactly right. Exactly right. And it doesn't. And when banks are willing, right, to loan out at one stage here, they were loaning out 105% of the house value. So it covered the house and their deposit. Right? They were lending at 105%. That is absolutely ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. Back in the day, the general rule of thumb was minimum of 25% deposit is what you had to have before you could even think about buying a home, which that took a bit of work, a bit of grinding, a bit of blood, sweat and tears, but that's what they did, right? But then you're at a level with your repayments that you can afford. You can afford. But people want the brand spanking new home. They want they want the two new cars. They want the flat screen TVs. They want all the new appliances in their homes. They want it all because they're told they can have it all. In and
They haven't
when
been
they
taught different. Also,
yeah,
they haven't been taught.
when they get it all and realize that they can't afford it, they have to have mum and dad going out and working and not spending any time with their children that they've brought into this world. And now their children are in the system, and the system is bringing up their children, not the actual parents themselves. Like it's evil. It is dead set evil what goes on.
I didn't follow everything there.
Doesn't
But
matter.
inflation.
Never did I.
No, you're right. You're right, 100%.
But the price inflation is a problem all across the world, and I think 60, 70 years ago, after the Second World War, they had they had to build a lot of houses because of the boom, baby boom, and back then you could buy a house paying about you can buy a house which could fit like a family of 4 maybe. It's a little bit tight, but it could fit family of 4. And that cost about 1.5 times a yearly salary. Today, it's from 7 to 10 times a yearly salary.
Oh, you're doing good, bro. I'm from Israel. Over here, it's 27 years of salary to buy a 3-bedroom apartment.
Yeah, I know our country isn't the worst even.
27
go to
years.
That's
20
crazy.
years. Yeah, in
That's
like
crazy,
near the
JS.
city. Near the city.
And you like so the money which the houses are worth is actually just it's just really inflated, and the only people who can actually buy things almost now are people who already bought things before it got too expensive. So you just have things circulating, or you can actually get your parents to help you with your liquidity. And if that's the get out of jail free card if you're young. But if you don't have that option, you can buy anything. It's literally impossible to
But
buy
what do you
anything.
need? Ask yourselves what do you really need, and then
You
you'll
need
see you
any
cannot
place to
live.
live near your job, and that's the problem. You can't buy anything when you're young and you don't have any. It doesn't matter if you even have good salary. Like I have friends who have really good jobs. They can pay. They can buy anything.
Yeah,
In
they
like near
money,
the.
but you can also work a decent job for a few years or for a year or 2, and then buy a little piece of land outside the city and somewhere where cheap land, and then work a little more to buy some
Where they gonna? But
materials.
where they gonna live? They have to go to the job. Like you can't.
Well, that's what I said. You work for a few years, and it could be not the best job, but you could still make enough money to buy a land, buy an RV, build a little cabin for a few $1,000s made of wood, add those solar panels, get your garden going, you know, little slow farming, and
Where
start get things going, you know, and then you'll see you'll be self-sustainable. You don't need a penny from anyone, but people will want what
that's
you have. They'll want your food. Okay, they'll want, then you could make money. You could rent your land, you could rent property, you could build more homes, you could grow your food. That's what people
I
used to do. The whole history of humankind, that's what people used to do: build a little cabin, grow their family, grow some food. And now it's like you got to be dependent on so many things, because
I mean,
they don't
you
even
could
give you
live
the
like a
option to
farmer,
really.
but not everybody wants to be a farmer. So
Well, if you're not a farmer and you don't know how to grow your food, then you can't complain, you know, about this stuff. You're you need to pay those people to work for you, so you can't complain about the
I
price.
think you can complain.
No, because I could sell my potatoes for $1,000 for a pound if I want to, and if you won't have food, you'll pay me those $1,000. I bet.
Yeah, nobody will. Okay.
No, I can tell you
Anyways,
that because my grandparents were from Poland in the Holocaust, and they basically lost everything, but they would like spend so much money on food just to survive, just to live, you know, just to survive. So once shit hits the fan, food will be the most important thing, especially when your money's not worth anything. How will you get that food if you don't have anything to offer? You know what I mean?
you can offer a service.
You could offer service, or you could offer barter.
I'll swap you carrots for potatoes.
Yeah.
Great.
Or if there's nothing you want, or if there's nothing I want, but you want my potatoes, I probably won't accept cash, but gold, you know, gold coins is the alternative, and silver. It always was. So once, you know, if you're talking about inflation and prices, first of all, get your money out of the fiat currency system right away. Don't keep it in the bank, and don't keep it in cash. You know, try to invest, try to, and if you don't want to lose what you have, at least buy some precious metals, and they'll be inflation proof.
Hey,
To a degree,
Rumpus.
yeah. You could buy gold. It's pretty, or silver. I've heard it's not so bad.
Yeah, man, I take all my money out the bank every month, and whatever I want to, I'm saving for land next year in New Hampshire, and basically I'm leaving the city, leaving everything, going to build my cabin, grow my food, you know, get my water, raise a family, and I bet I'll have everything I need basically, and I won't have those problems of thinking about mortgage and working 10 years for a home, or 20 years, or whatever it won't be. I think that people need to get back to that kind of living in general, the whole world. And then the governments will fail. They'll have no power over you.
Hey, Rumpus, how's your Bedford level test going?
Hello. Not much progress at the moment. It's a bit too wet and cold here at the moment to be doing anything with that.
Bit miserable, is it?
It is currently torrentially raining here, and it's about 5 degrees C. Not really ideal conditions for doing anything. I mean, it is pouring down very hard indeed.
So have you changed your opinion on pressure? Have you, Rumpus?
No, you hopefully you have, because I mean you were just spouting gibberish.
Why would I change my opinion?
Because you're wrong.
No, I'm never wrong, Rumpus. You know this.
No, you're getting confused with me. I mean, I thought I explained. I thought I made a pretty convincing case.
You don't. I mean, all the Newton's, all the equations we ever used to do with moving objects is to do with forces, and I don't think, and you didn't seem to understand what pressure was.
I know what pressure is, right?
What is pressure? What is pressure? What is pressure? What is pressure?
Because you have to apply pressure.
No. What is
to move
pressure?
something, right?
No, that's not the definition of pressure.
Do you want the equation? Do you, Rumpus?
Well, I want the definition of pressure. What's the
Right?
definition of pressure?
Pressure is when something, right, presses up against something.
No,
Yes,
that's not the definition of pressure.
Yes, that is.
No,
yes,
it comes from the word.
No, the fact that you've got some sort of homespun idiocy that I mean, clearly.
Calm down, just calm down.
No,
well, I mean that's
you
just a sort of.
right?
I mean that's the sort of thing I would expect from a child of about 6 or 7 to say that.
Oh, Rumpus, come on! You came in such a good mood, and you're going downhill so quickly.
Well, I mean, but I don't. The trouble is, I don't think you realise just how silly you are. I'm afraid.
Any more ad homs, Rumpus? Any more? Like he's a 6-year-old child. How silly, idiotic.
Well, he's clearly not a 6-year-old child. But the argument he just offered was the yeah. I mean, I presume that's what you. I presume that yes. I presume that was the object of the exercise to try and get me agitated. But
yes. No,
but I mean,
I'm trying not to get you wound up, Rumpus.
But pretending to give the answers of a 6-year-old child would give. I mean, that's not a clever thing to do, is it?
What do you mean? When something presses up against something, that is pressure.
That's not the definition of pressure.
Hey, what's your definition, Rumpus? What's your definition?
My definition is the scientific definition. Yeah, my. Yeah, shall I start laughing at you all the time? It's just quite not. I mean, obviously you're regarding. I mean, you may be behaving like a twat at the moment.
No, you are funny, Rumpus. I'm laughing here too.
Rumpus. I enjoy your company. You know this.
Jolly good, indeed. Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know whether you are. I mean, I'm trying to hope you're just putting on a bit of a thing just to sort of have a bit of fun or something, and you really don't believe what you're saying. I'm hoping that's the case.
I bet you hope
I'm saying. So, what is your?
Well, that's really well. In which case, that's really sad because you have got less of an understanding of what pressure is than, say, a typical 7-year-old would have.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right. So, try and get me to an 8 levels. 8.
Well, yeah. When you're about, I don't know what age would I have learnt the equation? Let me think.
I don't know.
I'm trying to think. Probably about 7. I think probably 6 or 7. I would have understood the difference between force and pressure. I mean, I don't know whether you. I mean, every time I ask you for a definition of pressure, you just seem to ignore what force is. So I get the impression you don't know what force is. One of the two. Anyway, well, perhaps I first ought to precursor my answer to you. Do you know what force is?
Right now, so pressure is equal to.
No, I'm asking about force
by acceleration, isn't it?
Sorry, say again. Sorry, could you repeat that?
Force by acceleration. That's pressure.
Force by no. I'm asking you a definition of force.
Okay, the definition of force. Well, that would be how much pressure you put on something.
No, you see. Okay, so in fact, you don't know the meaning of force. Okay, so it's pretty sad.
Maybe.
Okay, right. I mean.
Why
I didn't realize you were this. I didn't realize you were this stupid or ignorant. I'm afraid. I thought I was hoping you were just. I was hoping you were just joshing around. But if you genuinely are being honest with me, then you really do have. I mean,
enlighten me, Rumpus. Enlighten me.
Rumpus.
I mean, I don't understand how could you.
Now that you've made fun of him, please explain what the whole debate is about, what the argument is, what point are you trying to make? Because asking definitions from the dictionary doesn't prove anything. Okay, so what are you trying to argue here?
Well, I'm not trying to prove. Well,
basically, right. Rumpus, basically, a force is probably something that can influence the change in motion of an object, roughly.
That is approximately. That's not a full definition, but that's certainly somewhere along the way. That's the sort of thing I would expect the correct answer an 8-year-old would give to me, and I would be prepared to accept that from an 8-year-old.
Okay, so you're happy now?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, but I mean, you're an adult, and you should have gone to school. I don't know whether you missed out school in your teenage years or something, but you should have had an understanding of what force meant in a more scientific terms. I mean, I'm hoping you're not being because
why would I have a more understanding in scientific terms? Why would you presume
because in science we like to put give very specific relationships between things and quantify them. So, for instance, you should be able to say if. I'll give you the definition of force in a minute. If you give numbers for the other things, you could then work out what the force is, not just a sort of feeling for it. I would want, teenagers are expected to be able to give numbers. If I give a certain scenario, we should expect a teenager to be able to tell me the force, as in defined in newtons, what that is, the number. Now, just your sort of waffly, ambiguous, sort of nebulous definition, you can't do anything with that. You can't do anything, you couldn't, build a bridge using that sort of idea. You have to have numbers. You have to quantify these things. Science is all about quantifying things. And there is a specific relationship that defines force. And Newton identified it.
Yeah,
and that's
the guy who the apple fell on his head. That fellow, yeah.
Well, we don't know that for a fact, but he said he did. But yes, we're not. It may have been apocryphal.
It might have also caused some brain damage. Who knows?
We know you might. Well,
let's not go there.
So anyway, the definition of a force is defined in terms of the acceleration of mass. So force is equal to. So we've got a mathematical equation here: mass times acceleration. So that defines. So that defines a force. Now, pressure is defined from a force. So if you happen to apply a force to a surface, so you have to have a surface which doesn't exist always. So, for instance, gravitational forces, you don't have a surface, so you don't have a pressure.
You have to have a barrier. Yes, you have to have one.
So,
like you said, a surface. You just said it.
So, yeah, with a pressure, yes, not with a force. So we're talking about pressure, but you see, Bandsaw Bandit seems to think. I mean, I'm hoping he doesn't mean this sincerely. He seems to think you need a pressure all the time, but you don't. You can get forces without pressure. So the definition of pressure, and this is something you should have learned when you were about 11. The mathematical definition is just simply force divided by the area over which the force is applied. So, for instance, we talk about bathroom scales.
Yeah, you should have learned that when you were 11. Did you hear what he just said? When you were 11, you should have.
Yeah. So, for instance, one of the things, the classic example that people give is some women on some stiletto heels. If they are standing on something, and the weight they apply on those shoes, what is the change in, if we define the surface area of the shoes front and back as being, say, 20 square centimeters, and then they lean back on their stiletto heels or something, and there's only 1 square centimeter. What is the pressure they're applying when they lean back on their heels rather than on their on the front of their feet?
You're just talking now about pounds per square inch, or square centimeter, or per square millimeter, or whatever unit you want to use.
And that is pressure.
Yeah, pressure, and you can't move anything without pressure.
Yes, you can. Gravitational force.
No, we're not going there. We're not going.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Magnet.
Yes, we are. Gravitational or electrical, electromagnetic. There are all sorts of variations of things that don't have pressure.
Also, that 100% the magnetic field applies to pressure.
No, it doesn't. It applies. No, it doesn't. Yes, it doesn't. It applies a force. So anyway, I haven't actually given you a definition of pressure. I can't remember enough. I did now. So I did actually. So force divided by the area over which you're exerting that force. So, for instance, if I'm standing on some scales, I'm exerting the force of my weight.
Yes.
And there's a particular pressure. So the pressure I'm applying is the force of my weight divided by the area of my feet. But if so that then is the pressure. But the force, the scales are measuring the force. If I lean back on my heels, I have not changed the force exerted on the scales, but because I'm now over a smaller area, I have increased the pressure on the scales. The scales show the same value, but I've exerted a greater pressure on the scales than I did beforehand. So pressure is equal to force, which is the fundamental property you work from. That's the origin of all this, divided by the area over which you're exerting a force.
And you won't move that scale unless you apply pressure, will you?
Well, in the particular case when you're doing mechanical, well, you can all, because you're applying it over an area, you can work out, but the force is the thing that causes the scale to move.
No,
and if you were to apply, no, it's not the pressure. No, the scales. In which case, if it was pressure sensitive, it would change what it registers when you gave it a different pressure. It's only interested in the force. It's the force that causes it to move.
No, the more pressure you put on it, right?
No, it's the force. No, it's the force. No, you can change the pressure. The only thing that matters is the force.
No, it's the pressure.
Yes. No, you could. I just gave you an example of where you change the pressure by leaning on the back of your heels. So you've changed the pressure, but the scales are not changing what they show.
Exactly.
So I've just demonstrated it's not a pressure measuring device. It's a force measuring device.
The more
and the fact that you don't understand this makes you a moron. It makes you a moron.
You were going so well.
I mean, you're a moron. I mean, I don't know whether I hope you're just pretending to have a bit of fun. You're just pretending to be stupid. I'm just hoping that's the case.
Don't get into the ad homs, Rumpus. Don't get into the ad
homs.
Well,
I'm just hoping because I mean, there are. I say I could explain this to a 7-year-old and they would get it.
So the amount of force that you put behind that pressure will determine, right, how much that scale moves, right? But
these scales are a force measuring device.
It is the pressure that moves the scales, Rumpus.
No, it's not
the force.
It is the force. That's how we define it. Because we define force as the thing, as you mentioned earlier, which you actually got right, is the thing that causes things to move. You apply
you can
force,
have the force, but you
causes...
have to apply the pressure to the
No,
object, yes?
you don't, because you can apply.
If I step off the scale, did the force disappear?
If you step off the scale, yes, of course it did.
Exactly. No, the force is still there, but it's not applying pressure to the scale.
What do you mean it's still? How can it still be there if you've taken your foot off it? You're not applying a force anymore.
I didn't disappear. The force is my weight. Yes.
You just said you stopped. You just said you stood off the scale.
The force is my weight.
Yes, correct. That is correct. Well done.
Okay, so once I do not apply the pressure to the scale, the force can still exist.
The scale doesn't care about the
scale.
Scale doesn't care about the pressure. The scale only cares about the force.
The only thing that moves that scale, Rumpus, is pressure.
No, the only thing that moves it is force. No, the only thing that moves it is force. It's a force measuring device. And as you said yourself, that force is the definition of thing that causes things to change motion.
I think Realm's trying to get in here. You want to jump in, Realm?
Force is energy.
Hold on.
Hold on. Force is not energy.
Yeah, Rumpus. Just want to say, just listening to the way that you're talking, like we can have like days and days without any raised voice or arguments or any derogatory. So I think when you say things like "oh, well done" and stuff like that, like you got an upper hand, we're here just to talk to each other and not try to get upper hand. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm having to deal with someone who's pretending. I'm hoping is just pretending to be an 8-year-old. That's what I'm hoping.
You said that 10 times. Okay, it's not funny.
All right. Okay, we've established that I'm an 8-year-old, right? But an 8-year-old, Rumpus, knows that the only thing that will move that scale is pressure.
No, the thing they know is that it's a force.
No, not at all.
Because that's the definition. That is the definition of the thing we call. That is the definition of the name we give to the thing that causes objects to move. We call that a force.
So without the
pressure, and as I explained to you, pressure is derived from force because pressure is equal to force divided by the area over which you apply that force. Yes.
The force.
Yeah, I mean, by saying no, you are denying every scientific textbook you could ever possibly read. Go and find Go and
right?
find a textbook that disagrees with what I said.
Let me finish my sentence, Rumpus, right? The force will determine how much pressure you can apply to something, but
You
it is
can
the
apply.
pressure,
Yes.
right?
No.
It is the pressure
No,
that
you
moves it.
No, it's not. It's the
100%.
force. It's the equations that
No.
show it's the thing we call force. It's the thing that causes
No.
things to change.
The
It's
force
fundamental.
determines how much pressure you can apply to something.
Yes, but I think in your head, I don't know, I'm hoping you're not being sincere. You've just got mixed up, I think, between the terms pressure and force. I mean, you didn't know what force. Well, you sort of did.
No,
I don't think you understand. You don't. I couldn't
understand.
No, you
I
don't
do.
understand. No,
I
you
think
don't.
I do. 100% I do.
Okay, then, if I apply a force of 10 newtons over an area of 2 square centimeters, what is the pressure?
Well, then you'd have to work out the calculation.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Well, I don't know the calculation to work it
Right,
out.
so you don't know an equation that I would expect a 9-year-old to understand. Have
all right,
10-year-old.
So I don't know the equation, Rumpus, but that.
So you don't know. In other words, you don't know the definition of force and pressure.
Rumpus, you got to let me finish your sentence.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You don't. You realise you're admitting to the fact you don't know the definitions of force and pressure, and you clearly in your mind what you've done, I think, is you have equated the term pressure to what the rest of the scientific community calls force.
Okay. Now the equation will determine, Rumpus, how much force, right, you have to apply with that pressure to move it a certain amount of distance. All right, that's what that equation is.
No, force is not related to distance. Well, it depends if you've got a spring. It depends if you've got a spring at the other end. That the amount, for instance, the amount a spring will extend or compress is dependent on the force applied to it. It will go up to a certain distance.
There we go. So it's the pressure. All right.
That's not the pressure. It's nothing to do with pressure. Again, the spring will not care what pressure is applied to it. It's only sensitive. It's only sensitive to the force that's applied to it. Pressure has nothing to do.
If you have a brick,
pressure has nothing to do with the extension of a spring.
If you have a brick in front of the spring, so you're saying the pressure against the spring has nothing to do with how it will react.
When you say, what do you mean by it's in front of the spring? I don't know what you mean.
Well, let's say you have a spring attached to a wall, and you just press the spring and let go.
Well, let's pull the spring. That's usually the best way of doing it. So let's say we've got a spring suspended from a ceiling.
You push the spring, okay.
Well, in scales, you extend this. Well, the trouble is there's a limit to how much you can press a spring. It's not.
Can I give my example?
Well, it doesn't work. If you talk about pressing springs, they don't really work.
Okay. Listen, if someone doesn't know the difference between pressure and force, it's you over here, okay? And you do not understand.
Well, some rigid springs, I suppose, you could call pressure them, I suppose. So a car spring, for instance. So take a car spring. That one is sufficiently rigid that you can then compress it, and there's a definite force related to the compression of it. But if you're thinking about sort of a normal sort of springy thing, the sort of springs you'll find in a scale, a spring scale, those are extended. They're not compressed. So if you could talk about spring scales, like the thing you've got inside the bathroom scales, or something like which I think the Americans, I don't know if you're America, they call them fish scales. Something we might call them a luggage spring scale that you hold. Those things are always being extended and they're not being compressed. So it would be helpful if you talked about extension rather than compression.
Yeah, but all the force does is determine how much pressure you can apply.
No, it doesn't. No, it's irrelevant. Relevant.
Yes,
irrelevant.
No,
irrelevant.
No, it is the most relevant thing.
Yep.
Who took care of that? Is that you,
Thank God.
Yeah.
The equations for motion do not have any element of pressure in them. No, zero, zilch, nothing to do with it.
100%, right? The amount of force you put behind something determines how much pressure you can apply to something to move it, right? Because you cannot you can't move anything applying pressure. You can't do it. You can't do it, Rumpus.
All of the equations for movement do not involve pressure.
I don't care.
Well, you're wrong. Okay, so you're a science denier. Okay, we'll go with that. You reject science. Fine. Okay, you're a science denier. and you haven't been educated in science because you never got taught it in the teenage years. Okay, fine. So you're a science denier. So we'll go with that. So I don't have to talk to you anymore. You just deny science.
Okay,
so there we go.
goodbye.
It's a bit harsh, Rumpus. It's a bit harsh. Go, Realm.
But the answer, David, you can't know how much stuff is going to move from just the pressure.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all, Funk.
Okay.
I never implied that one little bit.
So what would you have to know for knowing how much it's going to move then?
You need to know the force, don't you? But you've got to apply pressure to move that object, right? You can't move that object without.
That is one way to move. That's one way to move an object. Yes.
Yeah, there's examples. You can move something with frequency and vibration. There's many different things, but
well, generally,
temperature,
magnetic force, magnetic.
Yeah,
electromagnetic
they
force.
apply pressure. They apply pressure.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
100% they do.
They
No, they're
don't,
not
because
defined
there's
as
no
being
area. The
pressure.
definition of pressure, as I explained to you earlier, is force divided by area. There is no area in an electromagnetic force, gravitational. There is no area. You're putting it in some terms of something in your everyday sort of simpleton thinking, everyday existence. You're talking about pressing something with your thumb or something.
No,
there are other forces that act in a different way that do not exert an area, do not exert the force over an area.
I'm talking magnets. I'm
Like
talking
what?
everything. The magnetic field itself, right, creates the pressure.
No, it doesn't.
But it doesn't have a
The
surface.
definition of pressure is force divided by area, and there is no area. Therefore, there is no pressure.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yes,
But
at
there is
all.
no area of a magnetic
It's
field.
pressure.
You don't
100%.
understand. Look, the definition of pressure, which I explained to you, whether you're rejecting it, is force divided by area. Without an area, there is no pressure.
Really? Really? So the object that say a ball bearing, right? That is caught in that magnetic field does not have any area.
The force is not acting over an area. The fact it has area, that it has an area, surface area, but that's not involved in the calculation we're talking about. That's like saying it's got red color. It's still got red color, yes, but it's got nothing to do with what we're talking about in terms of moving a ball bearing by electromagnetic field.
Yes, and that electromagnetic field creates a pressure zone.
No, it doesn't, because the definition of pressure is force divided by area. You've got to accept that the definition of pressure is equal to force divided by area. That is the definition of the term pressure. You are talking about force.
No, I'm not. No,
yes,
I'm not.
will you? Well, I've given you the definition of pressure, and if you don't agree with it, then you're just denying science. You've made up your own term for pressure.
No, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't.
Give me the equation for pressure, then. Give me your mathematical equation for pressure. Do that.
You think the world is flat, and you're fucking coming in here like the clever man. You know what I mean? What about volume? Is volume area?
No, hold on, I'm still waiting on him to give me a definition of pressure, a mathematical definition.
You're coming in up here, like winding people up, like with your you know best, but you claim the world's flat and you ain't got a map. So can't I meet halfway, mate, instead of coming like the big man?
No.
Just because he doesn't have a map, first of all, doesn't mean the Earth can't be flat. Okay, that's just a logical fallacy, bro.
Yeah, Rumpus does not believe the world is flat at all.
But then why would he want to go and test out the Bedford experiment? I mean, what a waste of time. He's obviously keen.
It proves the Earth is flat, by the way, but he's a
Well, no, I'm going to show, hopefully, that the Earth is a globe. Who's this idiot who's... why are you in
saying
this?
There can't be pressure
We've got
without
flat earthers here, and I'm going to do
it.
a demonstration live that people will be able to see, which hopefully will show the Earth as a globe. But it will depend on the results of my observation, which you will be able to see live. If the Earth is flat, it will then appear to be flat.
Rumpus, let me ask
Why are
you
you interrupting me in mid-sentence all the time?
You interrupt me every time.
No, I was in the middle of a sentence and you chose to interrupt me while I was responding to someone else. I was responding to someone else and you decided to interrupt me. You decided to interrupt me while I was answering someone else's question.
Go Rumpus.
Stop it.
Go Rumpus. Go Rumpus.
Right. I was in the middle of someone was asking why do this, and this is whoever asked this question. Well, why are you here? If you don't think there's a debate to be had, then don't engage yourself in the debate. Don't come here. Well, other people are engaged in a debate and making ridiculous claims about the shape of the Earth, and I was proposing an experiment, which I've half done, which will demonstrate that the Earth, hopefully, is a sphere as science believes it to be. But the results will be available to everyone, and it could, in theory, if the world was flat, it would show it was flat. Finished.
So would you want a pat on the back and some reward for that? Because no one's really going to give a shit, man, to be honest with you. And the world ain't flat.
Well, then why are you here?
Well, why are you here?
Because I do give a piece of, as you say, but why are you here? If you don't wish to engage in the debate, why are you here engaging in the debate?
Because I'm not raising my voice like you are, so there are temperaments.
Stop dodging the question. Why are you here if you don't wish to engage in the debate about the subject at hand?
Well, I'm here because I'm here to talk about the shape of the world and other
Exactly.
subjects.
So you are interested in the shape of the world and the fact that other people do not agree.
Why the fuck are you shouting? Why the fuck
because
are you
you're being a
shouting,
moron.
No,
mate,
Rumpus, hold on. Hold on, Rumpus, hold on for 2 seconds, right? Calm down, right? This is the last warning. No more insults, mate. Please.
Right, but I'm getting a guy telling me off for going...
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, all right?
And then he says he doesn't want to engage in the debate or complain that I am. And then he says he does want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Very strange behaviour.
I'm just asking you to refrain from the insults, right?
I didn't insult him actually. I don't think I did. What? Okay, I did once. I think.
My apologies. I was under the impression when you said to me privately that you wanted to go do the experiments. I was shocked to think, does that mean that he's a flat earther? And until now, I thought that meant you were a flat earther, which you're not, and I stand corrected, mate. So I'm going to go back on myself, just keep the tone down, and we're all happy, yeah?
Well, it shouldn't make any difference whether I'm a flat earther or a glober as to this experiment. The experiment has validity, whatever view I have.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool, man. No, we're good. We're good, man. It's just it was getting a bit loud, so we're all good, man. Love you, bruv.
Well, your point was invalid in that you were complaining that I was doing this experiment to investigate the shape of the Earth. It shouldn't matter whether I'm a glober or a flatty, but it's the experiment that is important. My motivation is irrelevant. The question is whether it be valid. I mean, you could question me if I was a flatty whether the experiment would be an idiotic one, but but that should be where you should be tackling it. You shouldn't be tackling whether I'm a flatty or a glober as to whether or not doing a test of the shape of the Earth is valid or not.
Yeah, I know. It was the way that a flat earther was coming in, trying to act like the big man, and you kind of like, well, I was under the wrong impression, mate. So I kind of sounded, intuitive. Interestingly enough, your Bedford Canal, there is a Bedford Canal in America, which Ulysses Murrow, which was alongside Robotham, his counterpartner, he done the same experience in a Bedford experiment in America. And I thought, how uncanny that there's 2 canals called Bedford in a place called Bedford doing exactly the same thing. And it's almost like 2 stories were written.
Yes, I must admit, I wasn't aware of that. I was aware there was a follower of Robotham in America called, can't remember his name.
Ulysses J. Murrow. It was his, well, this is the person I know of. It was his publisher or his author or his counter partner, something like that. And I just thought it was so uncanny.
That is amazing, yes. I mean, if he wasn't responsible for naming the canal, then that is quite incredible, because there's only one canal or drain it's called the Old Bedford River. It's called part of the Bedford Levels, which is an area that is very flat in the in East Anglia in the UK. To have that name, indeed, if there is an equivalent long straight canal called the Bedford Canal that has the same properties, that is
a
very
flat area. I like your wording right there. You said the Bedford level in an area that's very flat. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
How flat is it?
Yeah.
No, we call geodetic surveyors call an area that's flat of equal elevation. That means they're curved.
Oh,
curved. Okay, I got it. That's right. I
It's flat
forgot.
on a globe. It's probably.
you are cold. You are gold
So,
sometimes, Rumpus.
so when we talk about some, for instance, the Colombian salt flats or Kentucky being very flat, what they mean is the elevation is constant, which means it's curved.
Yeah, flat is curved.
Yeah,
Very curved or
just slightly curvy, just
slightly curved.
Just slightly curved. Yep, exactly.
Yeah, that's because the Earth is a big thing, and therefore locally it's very flat. Yes.
Yeah, flat is curved without undulations.
How big?
No, I thought I made that clear. Try listening. The elevation on something like the salt flats or something like that does not mean that it's horizontal or it has no bend in it. It means it has the same elevation, as in what a surveyor would
no
call
undulations.
Flat. No. Yeah. Yes, but yes, no undulations. So that means that the elevation is constant, which means that it's curved.
Yeah, so flat is curved without undulations.
Yes, sorry. Okay, I misheard you. So much breaking up here. I didn't quite catch what you said there.
Not really. It's pretty horizontal all the way.
No, it's not. We can no, it's not.
100%. If we were to get a big spirit level, like a really, really, really big spirit level, and stick it down there, I bet you would be pretty horizontal with no curvature.
Well, I'm going to be
the metal of the spirit level is going to be bending according to the curve.
I will be testing that, Bansobani, in my rect observation at the Bedford levels. I will be showing that the water curves away and shows a drop of about 25 feet, which you will be able to see and actually see the 25 feet. Yes.
How big's your spirit level?
Well, it's not a spirit. I don't have a spirit level. I'm using the water as my spirit level, and then using an optical horizontal to provide me with a horizontal, and then comparing the water. Then comparing the water level.
Tell them, Jeremy. Tell them about optical.
Hold on, percent. Rumpus, you can't make horizontals with light though. That's the problem. Light's bending. Remember?
Yes, I have to allow for that.
You're going to make a bending horizontal. In other words.
Yep.
I have to allow for the fact that the thing I'm looking at is being affected by refraction, but that is
a
well-known. Can you not interrupt me? That is something we can do quite easily. Go ahead.
So you're not going to make a horizontal. You're going to make a bendy line and then pretend you know how to make that bendy line horizontal.
Well, no, the line is horizontal. The point is the refraction causes the terrain to be affected by refraction. The actual horizontal is definitely horizontal.
So the light rays you're looking at, they're coming in you straight?
No, they're being bent. As I said about 5 times
so
now, they're
not
refracted.
Horizontal bent.
I never said those light rays are horizontal. The auto level horizontal is horizontal. It's the light rays from the 8 kilometers of.
So where's the line? Where's
the imaginary horizontal?
Hold on, percent. Where's the horizontal line you're making?
That's in the auto level. What's this mutter? There's something I'm being echoed here. There seems to be some muttering in the background.
Who gives a fuck about this 2-inch line in the auto level being horizontal?
Because that's the thing I'm comparing it against.
Do nothing.
Yes, it does, because that's the thing I'm comparing the things against.
You're comparing something against a little 2-inch line in your inside your auto level?
That's right. The thing that we use to make buildings and have created all the things that work and stand up and are fundamental surveyors have used all the time. We don't try the fact that works. Okay, yeah, we don't try that then.
You're not making a horizontal line. You're going to presuppose
yes, we are.
How the line.
I've got a horizontal plane that comes out of there, and then the point is that the things I'm looking at are refracted.
Hold up, Rumpus. So this, I don't even think it's 2 inches long. It's just over the lens, right?
Yes, I never said it was 2 inches long. He did.
Sorry.
He was the one who mentioned 2 inches long,
so
not
it's probably
me.
It's probably like half a centimeter or something, right?
In any case,
more
than that, I think.
Fine, let's say it's 1 centimeter. This 1 centimeter line. How are you ensuring it's straight?
Well, it is straight by the way it's constructed. The point is the things it's looking at are refracted.
Hold up. How are you manufacturing this absolutely straight line?
I don't manufacture auto levels. Other people do.
Well, how do you know that line isn't level?
It is level at the point of which it is. It is horizontal and level, as we call it, because when people talk about being level, what they really mean at any particular point is horizontal.
He just said it. He just said
horizontal's level, Rumpus?
At a local point, at a particular point, but if I then move...
How far is local?
No, at a particular point on the Earth, then we normally, when people talk about whether something's level, they
Geometric
actually mean.
point?
Can you stop interrupting me while I'm trying to give you an answer?
Clarify. I need to clarify your
I'm-
statement. I need to clarify, Rumpus. You
Well, I
said
was
at
in
a
the process
point.
of doing that. Yeah,
No,
at
I
a
need
point.
to
Yes.
hold on, Rumpus. At a point, when you say at a point, do you mean like a geometric point, something that has no parts?
Yes.
That has no length, so it's not level for at a point means no parts and no length at all. It's not level or horizontal for any.
You're using the Euclidean stupid definition. I'm talking about a point on the surface of the
spherical
Earth
geometry. How big is a point in spherical geometry?
Doesn't
He's
matter.
talking about
I'm at
an
a
actual
I'm at a
expanse of
coordinate.
land.
No, I'm at a coordinate.
Yeah.
And if I take a measurement with an auto level, I can say at this point I can determine what the horizontal is. And then the concept of when people, the word level is abused to have many.
Okay,
meanings.
hold up.
Oh my
I think
God.
No, hold up. I think Jeremy was right to nail you down on this. Then, if you're talking about a point on a coordinate, that's bringing up Euclidean points again. That's infinitely small. You can't have a line and a point.
I'm not saying you do.
But you said
can't
it's
have a line
flat
at a point
and level. That requires 2 points at least.
No, you don't understand what a tangent is.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't. If you wouldn't, otherwise you wouldn't have asked that stupid question.
Okay, so you're saying the tangent point, right?
Yes, there's a point at which the tangent. Yes, so at a coordinate, we can think of the surface of the Earth, a horizontal being a tangent at that point. So that is what the auto level measures. In effect, the horizontal, which is a tangent at a point on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, but a tangent point can't be level. It can't be level or horizontal.
Yes, it can. That point, I can obviously have any number of things, lines that are touching it, but there is a particular line that is a tangent to that point, which is also horizontal.
Again, at that specific point, it can't be a line, right? The line.
Yes, it can. Because you don't understand. Because you know nothing about calculus and tangents. If you knew anything about tangents, which you claim you did, you wouldn't have made that.
I'm with you. You have a tangent line, right? And at the point that it touches the surface of a curved surface, it'll be the tangent point, right?
Correct. There you go.
But at that point, it's not level or flat or horizontal because that requires the line. You could say, that the line, might be level or flat or horizontal.
Yes,
but at that specific point, the point is not.
Yes, the point has
a gradient. You
gradient.
can't have a level point or a flat point.
The point has a gradient associated with it. On a curve, every point, for instance, consider a circle. Every point...
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Could you shut up, Jeremy? You're a moron. Every point on a circle, there is an associated tangent, which is the gradient of the circle at that point.
That's only if you have flat or level lines all around, providing those tangent points.
On a circle, every point on the circle has an associated gradient or tangent.
Only if there's a tangent line.
Well, you just make it up. You just construct one.
No, you're making up crap. You're saying that
you're making
point. My God, you're a moron. You don't understand what a tangent is. As I said earlier, you don't understand what a tangent is. To a curve, every point on a curve, you can touch it with a tangent, and then that point has that gradient.
Yeah, the tangent is the line. You can't have
what? It's the gradient of that point.
How many times do I have to say this? You can have a flat line, a horizontal line, a level line. You cannot have a level point.
Yes, you can, because the gradient at a point...
No, you need to brush up on your geometry again. Points are infinitely small. They can't be level or flat.
They
have
requires gradients.
More than 1 point.
They have gradients. This is what you don't understand.
All right, I'm done. You're missing the point.
No, you don't understand. You clearly don't know anything about calculus. You don't know anything about limits. You are a moron.
It's
I've got some mathematical denying moron who clearly knows nothing about geometry, who clearly knows nothing about calculus, telling me about stuff that he doesn't understand at all. And he's trying to use Euclidean. He's trying to use a Euclidean style argument, archaic process, and he doesn't.
Rumpus, don't talk over me, right? This is the second time I've warned you about the insults, right? I won't give you a third one.
Okay, fine. Just get rid of me.
Thank you.
Funk.
I mean, the point is,
clarify.
Yeah, but the point is, I'm being lectured to by a guy who doesn't know anything about calculus, who doesn't know anything about geometry,
Rumpus, don't leave it for
who doesn't know anything about tangents.
Let's go to someone else.
Who doesn't know anything about gradients.
You're spiraling. Let's go to someone else. Funk. Sorry. How about you tell us? Can you have a flat point?
It's a derivative at the point. That's the gradient which is talking about. Yes, you can have that. You can have. It's like having a vector at the point. If you were to extend that, it would go in that direction.
Yes,
I hope Bev is listening and Bev clips this because this is fucking ridiculous.
Well, if you dispute this, Jeremy, I'm afraid you're just fucking Bev retardness.
But this
I'm
is
afraid.
Bev.
Listen, you're just demonstrating you don't understand the concepts of limits
Funk. So
and tangents.
yes, I agree with you. If you extend it, you can have a level line. If you extend it, you have more than one point by
then
definition.
it's pointless. Then it's pointless to argue. Then if you were to shrink it down to a point, then at that point that will be the gradient.
How? How can you have a gradient with only one point?
Because it's defined that way.
Where do you think you get the line from? You get the line from the gradient at
this is
a
ad
point.
hoc, and it's a dumb one to.
No,
die
no,
on.
you are denying what Newton and Leibniz discovered 400 years ago because you're a moron. You know nothing about calculus, do you?
This is
It
bullshit.
has.
You're
You
making it up.
don't know anything about calculus. You are denying the fundamentals of calculus. You don't know anything about differentiation. You clearly know nothing about math. This is a fundamental principle of physics and science. Works on this principle.
So I agree with you, Funk. If you extend it out, it can be flat. What if you don't extend it out?
Then you still have it's defined as being the gradient at the point.
The gradient, so it's flat at that point. In and of itself,
flat involved.
It's
There's
the
no flat
derivative
involved.
at the point.
Yeah, it's the derivative.
So hold up, you're going to go on the record as well with Rumpus saying, in and of itself,
everybody who's ever done any bit of maths and they're 16 understands
It's what you learned the first.
Clearly never done any maths beyond the age of 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have hold up. So you have lines.
Math.
Let me just say this: you have lines that are straight or curved. You agree, right?
You can have lines that are curved.
You can have yes.
Okay. All right. Now, if we have a point that's straight, which is what you guys are saying, you should also have a point that can be curved, right?
That's not the tangent or a gradient. That's different.
So you can have points that are straight, but not points that are curved.
It's a point on a curve. It's not by itself. It's part of a function. So, for instance, a parabola, that is a function. Any point on that, on a circle, any point on that curve or circle has a gradient. And from that, you can then derive the tangent. And then you can extend that tangent however you like. But every point has a gradient on a function.
Okay, so you're saying a curved line is made up of infinite straight points.
Well, no, they're just points, but they have
we
a
said
gradient.
The points are straight, right?
They are.
I didn't say that. I never said that. You said
points
that.
Are flat, horizontal.
No, I didn't say that either. I said they have a gradient. They have a gradient.
Now he's going back on it, guys.
No, I haven't gone back on anything. You just didn't understand it because you're a moron. Don't understand.
So points are not horizontal now.
But these are.
I never said they were horizontal. I said they gradient of a point. The gradient.
You guys heard him say that they were horizontal and level, right?
No, I said the gradient of a point. At a point, you have a gradient associated with it, and that is whatever the angle has a gradient.
Okay, let me ask you this.
There was
so simple.
a point that was
in and of
flat.
itself. Does a point in and of itself have a gradient?
If it's not part of a function, then it has nothing. But if it's part of a function, like a parabola or a circle or a curve, then it has a gradient.
Okay,
and
so
that
again,
is the
if we're not
tangent
introducing
at that point.
All right, so if we're not introducing a tangent line, right?
Yeah. You don't have to introduce it. It's got a gradient fundamentally. You create the tangent from the gradient of the point. I mean, you're speaking like an 11-year-old trying to do 16-year-old maths. You don't know anything about what you're talking about.
You're the one that's saying that points are level and flat.
I never said that.
You did. And
I said
no,
the gradient
is level
of a point.
And
At any point, you have every point has a gradient associated with it.
No, fine. What's the gradient of a point? Hold on for a second. What is a point, first of all?
Right. Points make up curves, so you have a function.
No, what is a point?
Usually, it's a point on a gradient or on a function. We talk about points usually as being part. I've told you, it's what makes up your function. You talk about the location on a curve or a straight line. We talk about a location on that curve or straight line.
Okay, but metal can make up a car or a spoon or a butter knife. What is it, metal, though? I'm asking you, what is a point?
It's a
location on a curve or a straight line.
And how big is a point? How big is it?
Infinitely small.
Infinitely small. And you said this infinitely small thing has a gradient?
Correct. And if you
But
had
it's
done any maths beyond the age of 15, because you've not done any maths and you don't know calculus, you don't know what Newton and Leibniz discovered, and you are ill-educated, you are not qualified to participate in this conversation because you are not equipped. You have not been. You have not.
Talk to him for hours then.
So it's infinitely small, but it has a gradient.
Correct. Well done. You get it. You're getting there.
That doesn't even make sense.
I know because you're a moron.
I know it doesn't make. This is a mathematical concept. So if you don't understand this math specifically, then you don't understand it. That's fine.
No, it's just made up shit.
No, it's not.
The mathematical concepts, the geometrical concepts are
it's a fundamental part of science. It's how we work out to design aeroplanes, buildings, all the relationships.
No,
all
it's
the
not.
relationships.
It's just something
Electrical
stupid
fields.
that you said that you're wrong about.
I use
just
it at my
demonstrating
job all the time.
You're just demonstrating you know
I'm
nothing
with
about
you, man.
science.
There's nothing wrong with saying there's a
science
tangent point.
does this
all
the time.
Hold up, Pompous. I'm talking to
This is
Pompous.
a fun. No, you hold up. Fundamentally,
Go ahead,
what
get
we're
it out.
talking about, this concept we're talking about, is fundamental to all of science, all of
Fantastic. I
engineering,
disagree,
all of
and I'm going to
engineering.
explain why. I'm going to explain why I disagree. Because, Funk, you could have a tangent line, right, with a tangent point. The point is infinitely small. It's in conjunction with all of the math and geometry that we agree on, right, without saying that point is flat. The tangent line it could be flat. The tangent line, horizontal, level, whatever you want to say. But the tangent line, yeah. But the point itself is infinitely small. It's a point, okay? It doesn't have. It's not a straight line or anything like that, because that requires more than one point by definition.
Has a gradient. It's a mathematical concept. But
It only has a gradient when you introduce the tangent line.
Just because you can't apply it into your real life in hand-to-hand things doesn't mean that it's not working.
No, but it only has a gradient when you introduce the tangent line.
No, you don't. You seem to don't understand.
You don't need to have a.
You don't introduce a tangent line. The tangent line comes from the point.
Yeah, it's a function of it. It's derivative of it.
Yes,
the point is,
right.
The point is in and of itself. When you're talking about the point only, it's not flat
but it's
or
got,
straight.
It's part of a function.
You think derivatives exist, percentage?
Yeah, it sounds like it does.
So it's a derivative of it. Yeah.
Yeah, derivatives. And derivatives, do you think they exist? Do you think they are functional and they work and they describe something?
Physically? You have to
just
be more...
in math. In math.
Yeah, in math you can have something that comes from another thing. Why not?
I'm talking about derivative.
No, he doesn't know what derivative means. He's obviously...
Okay, so you're talking about mathematical derivative. Yeah, what's wrong with it?
Tell me what the derivative of x squared is.
The derivative of x squared.
Correct. What is the derivative of x squared?
Would it be...
X.
It would be... Well, it would be 2x to the power of... It would just be 2x, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Right. So you do know what a derivative is. Okay. So that means that on a parabola, we know that the gradient of any point on a parabola is 2x. And that is where the tangent is derived from. You don't go and get a tangent like Euclid does and try and place a straight line against the curve. That's a Euclidean. That's a Euclidean archaic piece of drivel. That's a piece of drivel. Mathematically, you get the tangent from the derivative.
I agree.
Right. So stop punting about then. If you understood this, what do you mean messing about?
I agree about the math, but still the tangent point is not flat.
No one said it's flat. It's got whatever the gradient of the point is.
You said it's level or flat.
I said it was horizontal. That was the gradient at that particular point. It's absolutely correct. An auto level gives you the gradient at the point where you're standing at your particular coordinate, and that happens to be horizontal because of gravity, which is a gradient.
It's horizontal flat.
But I want to ask percentage a very direct question. What is 2x the gradient function of x squared?
Is it the gradient or function?
A function of the gradient of x squared.
I don't know about that.
You don't
I
know
would say
that?
I
It
have
should-
an
you
issue
said,
with your
I
use
think
of
you said
gradient.
it. You said it
I would say
earlier. I'm just
function, yeah.
asking you.
No, but it should be
What
times
relationship does it have with x squared then?
2. Yeah, it should be times
It's
2.
a function of it. I don't know if I would say gradient. But I would
What
say
does
it's a
it
function
describe then? What does it describe then?
It describes I don't know. Aside from function, I would say like the change, in, or like the variable of, I don't know. It's hard to define.
It's not hard to
very
define.
hard.
It's very, very easy to define.
No.
It's the
how-
gradient, you stupid moron. Jesus Christ.
Hey, you know it's hey,
Oi.
hey, you're the moron though, Rumpus.
Hold on, what do you say,
Why
Rumpus?
you
It's the
can't
what?
answer This question, Rumpus, is
It's the
horizontal
gradient.
flat? Rumpus, is horizontal flat? Yes or no?
Well, at a point, you
Yes
have a
or
local
no?
horizontal, but flat is usually used by geodetic surveyors to describe something of constant elevation, which is curved.
Hey, is horizontal flat? Yes or no?
No.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, and we're dumb. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Good, yeah,
Continue.
yeah, just stupid.
Okay,
Yeah,
goodbye.
you're stupid, we know that.
Rumpus.
I'm stupid because you said
So you're
horizontal.
saying horizontal
You can't have a horizontal point, man.
Flat
Straight
is
up.
horizontal is a point property. So, for instance,
No,
if I
it's
go
not.
and get my auto level, hold on. If I get
A
myself
point
an
has
auto
no
level,
property. It's infinitely
here we go.
small.
So, if I get a horizontal, if I got a
There's no
coordinate, at
properties of a point.
be
It has no
quiet.
parts.
Stop interrupting me. That's because
There's
you
no
don't understand any
properties
maths.
of a point.
You don't
won't see, this is
understand,
where-
Jeremy.
This is where he won't let. I muted him because this is where he won't let anyone get anything out. A point has no properties because it has no parts. There's nothing to have properties of because there's no parts to a point.
That's because you don't understand about maths, you don't know anything about calculus, you don't know anything about Newton, you don't know anything about Leibniz. The principle is fundamental to all engineering and all
Then
science.
explain
and the
it.
fact that you
Explain how you
don't
can have a
understand
horizontal point. If it's
Right,
so
as I-
basic, you should be able to explain it simply.
And I
But you
have
can't,
several
'cause
times.
it doesn't
The
make sense.
gradient, and you even knew you even knew how to get the gradient, the derivative of an x squared. That function, the 2x, is the gradient at any point on that curve. And
Yeah, but you
similarly,
have a curve because you have more than one point.
It doesn't
can't
have to be,
derive
but
it
it's
if you don't
defined
have
at
the
each
curve to
point.
begin with, right?
You don't need to know anything about what is before and after the point to understand the gradient. You only need the point.
Yeah, but you need the line.
well, hold
to
on,
get-
hold on,
to
Funk.
get-
Funk,
to
you
be
do
able
need
to
a function.
derive
Hold
the
on, hold on,
points,
Funk.
hold
hold on a
horizontal
minute,
in the
percentage.
first place,
Funk,
right?
Funk, you do need it to be part of a function if you're going to do a derivative. You just got a point
Yes,
by
you need a function, but you
Yeah.
don't need to know you don't use any other part of the function to
Yeah, but the
derive
thing is, where the angle that Jeremy and I think Percent is coming from is you've got a little point all by itself, isolated, that you don't know anything about it, and then they're saying what the gradient of that is. That's where I think they're coming from. Whereas we're talking about something as a point is part of a function. So it's got some friends either side of it, and by knowing how that point behaves through space, you then know the gradient. And similarly, an auto level is giving you the derivative of a gradient at a particular point.
But again, see, your terminology, the way you just define it is wrong, because a point
No, it's
in and of
absolutely
itself
correct, and
is
you're a
nothing.
moron. Don't
Hold
know
up,
about
let me
calculus.
finish. Let me
You've
finish.
demonstrated you don't know anything about calculus.
finish.
You're not qualified to talk about
dude.
this.
Hey, stop calling people names. You just said horizontal wasn't flat. You're actually an idiot. Stop calling people
You know,
names.
you don't understand what horizontal means. You don't understand what flat
Rumpus,
means.
Rumpus, you're agreeing with me that you need more than one point to be able to even
No, you
derive
don't
this.
need the function. You just need the function. You don't actually
The
need a
function
point to
is a
exist in
line,
space.
a curved line, for instance. The point is you have to have something to be able to derive this
Yes,
this
you have to have a
relationship,
function,
right?
just to
Exactly.
know at a point what
Because
the
if you have a
gradient
point
is.
in itself, you have nothing.
You then have a
right?
yes. Well, no one's disputing this. I was going on about
So
the
a point
function.
in and of itself is not horizontal.
If it's
can't be.
part of a function, then it has a gradient.
Then you can derive something to infer that, you could derive the different functions from it to say that this one is like the tangent point. But even then, it's still a point. It's still not flat.
You keep wanting this flat. It's got a gradient.
It's still not horizontal.
Yes.
The tangent point in and of
Yes,
itself
it does.
is not.
Yes, it does. When it's part of something, you get the gradient of it, and that can be that is defined. The gradient at a point is defined by
Hold on a
calculus.
second. One second.
Gradient
Rumpus.
doesn't define the point.
Hold
The
on,
point
guys.
defines the
Hold
gradient.
on 1 second.
Yes, you moron. That's what I've been saying, you twat.
Hold on.
Jesus
Hold on
Christ,
one
you're
sec.
just not listening, are you?
All right, I'm gonna start muting people. Just everyone,
Go
shut
ahead,
the
go
fuck
ahead,
up.
Jeremy.
Realm, shut up.
Realm, turn your mic off, man. You're like Mike.
Don't
Sorry, you're leaking.
Take me over. I shut everyone down for this percent. What the fuck?
Sorry, man.
It's all right. It's so hard to get through Rumpus. She's got me all agitated thinking points are flat. Realm, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, don't let Rumpus like affect your behavior. This dude's a psychopath. Do you take like Adderall, Rumpus?
Let's not get personal, man.
How about you
Well,
taking
it is at this point.
How about
at this
you
point, it's
taking
past
some
being
education?
personal.
Well,
When
I know, but you don't
someone
have to, you know.
Well,
stoop
let's
to it.
go into your IQ. Why is your IQ
No,
so
we're
low?
not going to go to his IQ, Rumpus.
Why is your IQ so? Why are you
Rumpus,
so
rein it in,
ill-educated?
come
Let's
on.
go into that.
Bring it back.
Why is your
all I'm
IQ
saying is-
so low, Witsit?
Okay, you don't have to answer your question about the medicine. I get it, but all I'm saying is every time someone starts talking, you have impulse control problems. You can't.
No, I
help
don't.
it.
No, I don't.
You just
I
did
have.
it. You literally
No,
did
you see, well, you overtalk people just as much as I do, but I have to put up with people spouting anti-science drivel with the confidence that only comes with a massive dose of Dunning-Kruger, and you are fighting your anti-science, your anti-reality. So you need to be educated. You need to go and find. And we've got people like Percent here who doesn't know what a derivative is, yet he's lecturing us about it. We've got Jeremy who talks about a point again, who has absolutely no idea about this subject.
Accurately say what the
Yeah,
derivative
but you
was?
didn't know what it was, did you? You were sort of confused as to the fact that it was a gradient. You didn't know that, so you just
I
vaguely
wouldn't
had
use
heard.
the word gradient when we're talking about points in and of themselves.
Yes, they do. Points have gradients. In fact, you don't
I
understand
don't
that
agree
means.
whatsoever.
You don't understand what a derivative is. You
Saying
don't
a
understand
point has a
calculus.
gradient is just flat out dumb.
But wait,
Well, then
Rumpus,
you're more-
if everyone is, I need to know this, right? If everyone in here is so dumb and so beneath you, then why is it that you would come here and discuss these things with them in depth for hours?
Well, it's actually concisely dealing with idiots and explaining to them how the world works is actually quite a challenging thing to do. And the fact that I've had to be able to, concisely and accurately explain something is actually intellectually quite demanding. So, for instance, describing what a gradient is. I mean, Funk and I have been trying to do this. He seems to be a bright guy, and that actually is a demanding thing. Dealing with hostile environments of people who are willfully stupid actually is quite intellectually challenging. So that's the reason why. And also, of course, to fend off. There are other independent people who are listening to this, who might be on the fence, and who can then understand that these people, idiots, can't get away with spouting drivel, and may
So
be
what you're
influenced in the right
saying is
The
direction.
question wasn't relevant. It's not
you've
mutually
created an
exclusive. He's
illusion
free to
that
come
you
here if
have.
he wants.
You've created an illusion. You have some virtuous high ground, as if you're
Correct.
coming to save the world
Correct.
from us
From people like
not
you, yes.
believing your pseudoscience. Yeah. So
It's
that
just the
means
science.
that you
I'm
don't
relaying
have
to you the actual
Rumpus,
science.
someone has to big boy you because obviously it's never been done in your life. I'm guessing you've never been hit in the mouth either. But actually, you don't get to
I
come
think you
around
probably
this.
haven't either. Yeah, I could deal with that actually.
Hey,
If you're
I'm
gonna start
still
threatening.
talking,
So here we
bro.
go. So we've got a guy threatening here. So do we hear that? He's talking
I'm
about
not
threatening. He's talking about.
threatening you.
You are.
I'm
You are.
saying-
I can assure you, if you.
Calm down, man. I'm not trying to threaten you. I'm just saying that, like, some people, they don't ever really realize that you can't go around talking to people like this. And obviously, you're one of them. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm going to
He
hit you.
deafened.
He's deafened. You're talking to yourself.
Realm, man, you
Bitch-ass
gotta stop
motherfucker.
linking your mic.
Realms,
In
you're
my
hot
opinion, you
micing
got to
again.
kind of rein that dude in, bro. I mean, I come in here and just immediately got a headache, dude. It was crazy.
No shit, though. First of all, he's just
He is
making
crazy,
shit up.
man.
That doesn't help either.
He
But he's
doesn't make
talking.
shit up. It's actually everything he says is true. He's just being very hostile to you guys.
Okay, a point. Does a point have any parts? Funk.
I don't know what that even means, man.
What is a point?
A point in what context? Math?
In geometrical context, geometry points.
Euclidean geometry?
Pick one. I don't know.
Is a point different in spherical
Then I would
geometry?
pick the mathematical. I would
Is a
think
point in
pick the
spherical
mathematical.
geometry and a point in Euclidean geometry different?
I would pick a.
Is a point in spherical
mathematical.
geometry and Euclidean geometry different?
It depends on how you describe it.
Describe it in both
I'm
ways.
asking you to describe it.
If you describe points using a function, then I would say yes. Point
No,
is
hold up.
would
We
be
don't have a
any
function
part
yet.
of
We just have a
any
point.
point of
in a Euclidean versus spherical. Describe them in both ways.
no
What's different?
function.
No function. You just have the point only.
Then I would say it's just like it's just a dot somewhere. And if it's not part of anything, then I guess it's just a dot in anywhere in space, somewhere. Well, you asked
follow up,
me.
Jeremy?
You said it wasn't part of. You said no context. It wasn't part of anything. If it's not part of any circle or any function or anything like that, then it's just a dot somewhere. What the hell? What else?
How
do you
big
want?
is the dot?
Horizontal, flat.
Hold up, what's it? Go
Sorry,
ahead. How big is the dot?
Yeah.
Yeah, how big is the dot?
I think in math we would define it as being infinitely small.
Okay, so there's not going to be any parts to this, right? There's not going to be any width, length, or height?
No, because it's just dot with it.
Okay, so there's
from
definitely not
spherical to Euclidean.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
is
what
that
you mean Euclidean.
is that change if you move it from spherical to Euclidean geometry? Does it have parts somewhere, or does it have no parts everywhere?
No, you can define it as however you want it. But if you want to use it in math, you define point as something that is infinitely small. If you want to
and that's the same for spherical geometry and Euclidean geometry, right? It has no parts and it's infinitely small in both of them, or is it different?
If you define in Euclidean
We're defining
geometry
it right now, dude.
As a function, then yes, it's infinitely small.
Just a point. And Euclidean, why is this? Is this a simple, hard question?
Let me try to like bring it together. So,
they have to be so
let me just say
fucking
this,
convoluted
let me
and
say this.
sneaky and
So,
slimy that this is what they do.
Jeremy, calm down. Calm down, Jeremy.
Okay, so you've given the mathematical definition as being an infinitely small thing, right? Infinitely small point. That mathematical definition applies to both Euclidean and spherical geometry, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
Could you say also that two lines in basic 2D Euclidean geometry, one line would connect 2 points, and then in spherical geometry, those 2 points would be connected by a great circle? Would you guys be fine with that?
It doesn't need to be a great circle. It could be any curved line.
No, but it's defined
a great circle
as
is the same thing
shorter.
as a straight line, yeah.
No, I think you need to specify the shortest path between two.
Which is a great
circle is the same thing as a straight line.
Yeah,
on
on spherical geometry, that would be as great circle. Yeah.
Okay, is horizontal flat?
That's just what I said, Funk.
Is horizontal flat?
Yeah.
But
Would you guys be fine with that?
Why do the two Glovers just
Jeremy,
apply? Does horizontal mean flat?
Hang on, though. Jeremy. Would you be fine with what I said about a straight line and a great circle, Jeremy?
Yeah. In spherical geometry, circles connect points. Yeah. Go ahead, Witsit.
Okay.
Yeah, but circle's not the same thing as a straight line. That's dumb. But anyway, is horizontal
Nobody
flat?
say that. Nobody said that.
Yeah, he did. Is horizontal flat?
No, Witsit. Stop doing that.
No, he actually did say that. At least said.
Yeah, he literally said
the great circle arc is a straight line.
Yeah, that's shortest line, but they are not. Doesn't have to be straight if they are not following.
Well, he said straight line. So anyway, does horizontal mean flat?
Horizontal means flat? No, I wouldn't say so.
Can horizontal be curved?
You can have flat vertical, so horizontal.
Can horizontal be curved? Can horizontal be curved?
Horizontal? No.
Why are you even thinking about that?
Line.
What's there to even think about?
I said what
I mean.
meant.
I guess it would depend how you define them, right? Like, how would you define flat? Flat
this is sad, bro.
A line.
This is sad.
Hang on. I mean, let's think about this. Would you not define
not so much
a flat line as a line that has no changes in height, right? It's just a straight line. There's no change in height along that line.
Flat.
Yeah, but would you
is
say a
straight
flat line? Yo, let me get it out, man. Relax. Would you say a flat line is a line that has no changes in height? You would agree with that definition of a flat line, right?
Yeah, that's flat, yeah.
And then you would say a horizontal line is a line that's perpendicular to the vertical, right?
No, the horizontal is just independent of anything that you're comparing it to.
But it would definitely be perpendicular to vertical. What do you mean, Witsit?
But that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
that doesn't matter at all. That matters none.
So taking those two definitions, would you say flat and horizontal are the same thing?
Yes.
Clearly.
Wouldn't you?
That's why I didn't take his vertical.
I don't know. That's why I'm literally asking you guys. I don't know.
No, flat is definitely horizontal. I mean, let's say this. Flat can be horizontal, and horizontal is flat, but not all flat is horizontal. You can have
But
flat,
Witsit
vertical,
said
flat,
earlier,
whatever.
is horizontal flat? He
You
didn't
see,
say
he said
can
it's
be.
not that
That's the
simple, man.
difference.
Yeah,
That's right, I said,
horizontal. Horizontal is by definition
Yeah.
flat, but not flat. Not all flat is horizontal.
The only scenario a
flat-
human being would
flat
have to
can
go
be vertical.
and then start coming up with whether or not they can answer it is because they have a philosophical bias. That is the only reason, and that is why you did it.
I
But
for
what's
myself.
the-
So again,
what's
No, but I mean, I did that to make sure we're talking about the same thing, and it seems percentage
No, it was,
agrees with my definitions.
Yeah, but
right?
Funk. This started off by Funk kind of answering incorrectly because Witsit asked him, "Is horizontal flat?" The answer is yes.
You could say if you say horizontal is flat, I would say yes, but the way he asked it, it sounded like it was the same thing. I would say, but
You
yes.
didn't ask, "Is horizontal and flat the same thing?" He said, "Is horizontal flat?" The answer is yes. Horizontal flat could
Yeah.
also be vertical, but you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's fine. That's fine. Nice.
So,
I would say for myself that horizontal.
Oh my god!
I would
Do we
say
have
for
to talk
myself
about
that,
this bullshit? For fuck's sake! This
Well,
is so
unfortunately,
boring,
we
man.
do because your worldview is so incredibly
my
stupid
fucking
that
God.
you would say that horizontal isn't flat.
Well,
no, he just agreed that
nobody's
it is.
saying that.
Well, I know that, but then he won't agree with it in about 5 minutes when we bring up the fact that the sextant uses a horizontal plane, or whenever we talk about planar surveying using a horizontal plane, because actually the horizontal's not flat there, is it? So your worldview is stupid.
But hold up, Witsit. You said just like about 15 seconds ago, you said horizontal means flat, and I would disagree with that. It doesn't.
Yeah, I would disagree with
They
that.
don't have the same definitions. Flat can be vertical as well.
Flat can be vertical.
There's a difference between means and is, and it's like
I
it's
was
levels in
quite
the
sure
detail.
Witsit said something aligned that
Horizontal
it
is
meant that they were
flat.
the same thing.
Hey,
That's why I
is the-
was disagreeing.
Since you agree that horizontal is flat, whenever we assume horizontal to do plane survey data, is it flat?
Reducing a horizontal.
Oh yeah, plane
In
survey. yeah.
planar, I'm not sure actually how they use
See
that.
this?
I would
You see what's
just
going on
say
here? Does anyone else see what's going on here?
if they use the horizontal in their definition, I would guess that would be something that is horizontal at that point. Yes.
So it's flat.
That should be a quick
Yeah,
answer.
it would be
Funk.
flat.
If
Yes.
they're if they're using a horizontal, they're using this imaginary flat line, right?
I don't know. I'm not into geodesic definitions and how they use their words.
I think we didn't bring up
But
anything to do with
I would
geodesic.
guess they would use level for one term and then horizontal for another term.
Right, they
which
say
means something
horizontal,
else.
right? So when they do plane survey data, whenever they acquire plane survey data, they are assuming that it's flat.
Assuming that's flat.
Yeah, they're utilizing it
Yes.
as flat. That's the only way they can make
I
measurements.
guess they could over a smaller area. They could probably.
It's not really about what you guessed they could. You just said horizontal is flat, and we know that they use horizontal, which means that it's flat.
Yes, that's
Okay.
okay.
Same thing with the sextant, right? It uses horizontal, which means flat.
They don't use horizontal. You just measure against the horizon. That's funny. I always slipped up my word there, which it has the humor of a young.
All right, I'm not even. You guys.
No, I mean he's right there with it. Like if they use the horizon as opposed to horizontal, you know,
Yeah.
that's
But
an important.
I mean, they don't have
in their model.
They don't
hold
use a
them
bob
differently.
level. They don't
Wait,
use a
is the
bob level.
horizon
on a
horizontal?
From our
no, it doesn't have to be.
it doesn't
can be a
rise to
little
eye
lower.
level. From our like position on Earth, it looks horizontal. Yes, that's how it gets the word. Like that's how.
So
the word
whenever
is
we
made.
use the horizon to use a sextant, then we use it as horizontal.
Not according to
use
their
it
model.
as-
Well,
Gets
see, their
gray.
model is literally irrelevant because we're talking about actually using a sextant and using the actual horizon that's actually used as horizontal. So whether they think, well, it's really not or whatever, doesn't matter. So when to use the sextant, you have to assume it's flat.
No, you don't have to assume it's flat. You just assume if you take the tangent to the horizon from where you are, that would, for all practice and purpose, that would mean that would be very close to a horizontal at that point.
Oh, well, they don't actually treat it as very close to. They treat it as flat.
I don't think they treat. I don't know what you mean by flat. Horizontal is is flat by definition.
Funk,
but,
do you know how sextants work?
Yes.
Okay.
They are very simple. They just measure angles between things.
Yeah, they measure an elevation angle to a horizontal.
Yeah. They
Right,
don't
and
have to measure
horizontal is
to
flat, right?
they don't have to measure to a horizontal. They can measure between two stars or whatever.
Okay, can you
It's
cite
all-
one single elevation angle ever taken in the history of mankind that did not meet a horizontal, please?
Elevation angle?
Yeah,
I think you could use a sextant to measure an angle above the horizon as well.
Yeah, you measure an elevation angle.
Why not?
It comes down to horizontal.
Why do you have to point it at the horizon? Would it not work if you point it at the star?
Yeah, we do. We get elevation angles pointing it to the stars,
No.
and
Between two stars. If you have the other part of it not aligned with the horizon, but you align it up in the sky, would it
no,
then
you
not
can't get
work?
an elevation angle without a horizontal.
But that's the elevation angle. But you can use it.
What he's asking is, can you not have a horizontal that isn't your horizon? Could I have a star and a star above it and use the star below as my horizontal and measure the angle of elevation going upwards? Do you see what I'm saying?
He's saying basically
it sounds like
use a sextant.
Sky, is that what you're talking about?
He's saying use a sextant,
Yeah.
not the way that's normally used. You're not going to get your altitude,
Yeah.
like the altitude of the object
think
to the horizon.
actually
You're
I
getting
read
the
that
altitude of the
today.
object to another object in the sky.
Yeah. Which is you have to draw a horizontal line to get an elevation angle, even if it's in the sky. So.
No, but I'm
It'll
not
be a
talking
flat
about
line, but not
using
horizontal at that
you can just point it at the two as moved by pressure said. Just instead of having the bottom part pointing at the horizon, you're having the bottom part pointing at a different star. Would
You're
it
still
then
shooting
not-
a straight
Can
flat
you
line.
have an elevation angle without it meeting horizontal?
You didn't answer my question, so I don't know why I should
You
answer
can't
it.
answer. This is my first question I asked you. So
Yeah, that's elevation angle. Is that an angle between the horizon and star and something in the sky by definition?
Yes.
Then of course not. That's the that's the definition of an elevation angle. But I said
Well,
this
actually, you don't
instrument
have to use
measure
the
angle.
horizon to get an elevation angle, actually, buddy. If you treat the Earth as
Yeah, it
horizontal, you
doesn't
can get
have
an
to be
elevation
the
angle. Did you not know that?
If you
You
use
don't have to
a
invoke the horizon.
level,
You didn't
you
know
mean?
that?
What do you point
Yeah,
at?
the your horizontal line doesn't have to be your horizon. You know, it's like what I said. You could have two stars, one above the other, and use the bottom star as your horizontal, and then use that to get your angle of elevation.
Yeah,
Towards
but it
the
wouldn't
star above
actually
it.
be a horizontal at that point.
Right.
Why not?
Because it's angled upwards to the star, so it's not going to be horizontal. It's going to be, just a flat diagonal line, a straight line to the star.
Yeah, that's true.
Elevation, angle of elevation is by definition measurements from horizontal.
That's right. That's why they don't do it that way. That's why they don't go into the sky.
I know they don't do that, but you could do that because this instrument measures angles between two things.
No, with the horizontal.
What if you were doing
Why are you
parallel
laughing?
with the
Because it
sextant,
seems so ridiculous
percentage?
that you have to be this
Percentage.
dishonest, right? Because
No, I'm just
I asked
saying
you
you can
so
measure
simply,
between
bro. I
things.
said, dude, to get an elevation angle, right?
I'll wait.
You have to have a horizontal, and you conceded horizontal is flat. So to get an elevation angle when you use a sextant, you have to use a horizontal that's flat.
Correct. But he's saying you could get not an elevation angle, but just like interstellar angle or whatever, an angle.
Any angle, just call it angle. It measures angles.
No, but your
Okay, cool.
example
Can you
was
cite
between
one
two
time the
stars.
sextant?
But yeah, you could get any angle with using the straight flat line to like the bottom star, for instance, comparing it to the top star.
Yeah. So can anyone cite any time a sextant's been used that way, or is this just literally a fairy tale?
No, you can definitely do that.
I don't know.
Okay,
Understand
can
why
someone
it
show me
could.
where someone used a sextant like that, please?
You know
I
how
mean-
sextant, you just point it, you would point it instead of to the horizon to the other object.
Yeah, but you can't use a sextant.
mean,
It would
It's
be an
not that
elevation
advanced-
angle, which is the
advanced-
sextant's
it's
main
not
use, or only use, is like the elevation angle, but you could still get angles between other things if you wanted.
Oh, you couldn't use a sextant that way, right? I'm talking about the sextant, like the.
Yeah, you could use a sextant. It's not the purpose that it's used for. But you could use a sextant to check other angles. You know, you don't have to use the horizon. But for elevation angle, you definitely need to use the horizontal of the horizon or what have you.
Of course.
Well, to be able to
That's
use a
by
sextant for what
definition.
they're used for, yeah. So, like, I guess I can
Absolutely.
just throw a balloon in the air or whatever, but like, that doesn't mean that's what I'm supposed to do with the balloon. You know, like, it doesn't matter what you do with it. Yeah. So
Percentage. What if you wanted to figure out what your solar zenith angle is? You could use a sextant for that, right?
Of
and
course.
that isn't dependent on your horizon. Okay, yeah. Then I
you have
can post
horizontal,
something
man.
where that was done. They used a sextant to do that.
Yeah, you
Yeah, literally the only way you can do anything is to assume horizontal, bro. It's very simple.
No.
Yeah.
These are solar observations with a sextant where no horizontal is used.
Yes, but
Well,
Okay,
sorry,
horizontal
I'm
is
lying.
flat.
I'm lying. Where the horizontal use wasn't the horizon. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
Well, then it's
Use
not
the
horizontal
spirit
use.
level, no? Use the spirit level. That's the only way you can practically, physically say that you're doing the experiment right. You don't use something you can't fucking touch. You use the spirit level. You measure how far high the fucking thing is that you're using to measure. You include that in your factors. If you can get it to ground level, great. Use the spirit level. There's nothing else more to it. Then that will tell you where your horizon is, no?
Yeah, is it horizontal?
Who's so
Well,
fixated on the horizontal?
But the thing is, if you've got a protractor and the protractor has a spirit level, then you're measuring your angles. You're not using an invisible fucking horizon that is a hill. You can't use that. You need to say locality wise, that's the angle above me. Locality, tangent, whatever you want to fucking use. But the next man that is 5 miles down the road says, no, it's different because his locality factors and variables and stuff like that are different. So
But
you
that would
wouldn't
render
use
the sextant useless, though, because as you increase distance away from wherever you're taking your elevation angle, there would be a drop.
Yeah, but the problem with sextants and all these things, there are agreed methods that we all agree on. But when you start to break down the methods, you start to realize that there's not just the only method, and it's all right. It'll settle a lot of arguments, but it won't make sense because it won't be out of 100%. It'll be off.
Oh man. All right, I'm gonna tap out. I mean, like, I think I'm just gonna get reiterative at this point. I mean, it's pretty simple. Everyone here gets it. You just don't want to get it.
No.
Yeah, you just don't want to get it. Yeah, you have.
I understand what your point is, but it measures angles, and there is nothing special and unique about the horizon using that as a point
You
to measure the angle
literally
from.
cannot have an elevation angle without
But
a
that's
horizontal.
but that's by definition a angle to the horizon. It's like saying you can't measure the angle.
No, it's not.
between 2
It doesn't
points
have to
without
be a
having the point.
horizon. It does not. You can get an elevation angle without the horizon.
So you're pointing it at something else. What do you measure angle between them?
Yeah. Well, you just know that the horizontal is what you're drawing your line to, which is where you are.
Yeah, but on a sphere,
Yeah, but how do you know what you
No,
measure?
elevation.
How do you determine the elevation angle if you have nothing to relate to the horizon to?
Why do you need the horizon though?
Because that is what you're measuring against.
No, actually, if the Earth's a horizontal and you're just measuring an angle from your position, then it's going to come down to that horizontal that's at your position. You don't
How
need
do you know the horizontal?
Because that's the only way you can actually get accurate elevation angles, and the sextant works. Are you not listening?
Yeah, but how do you know where the horizontal is?
It's wherever you're taking your elevation angle from, because that's the only way you can take it, and then it works for thousands of miles.
Give me an example then, other than using the horizon.
Did you not understand what I just said? If
No.
you take an angle to the star, the fact you're laughing is really
Between
sad.
what?
It's really
between
sad.
what? No, between what? Angle to star.
You
and
and the
what?
star, buddy. You and the star.
How do I take an angle between me and my star?
Yeah, so you don't get it? So you are going to take...
What does that even mean?
You're going to take the angle to the star, okay? That angle automatically comes down to your position, which is a horizontal. That's the only way you can take the angle.
How do you measure? Literally, what do you point your instrument at? Your feet? Your eyes? Your nose? What do you point your instrument at?
The star.
And
And
there are two
then
parts.
the star
And then-
and what? Yeah, because you
and
need
then
two
what?
parts to make the angle with it.
There are
So
two
it's the
parts of
star
the
and what?
instrument.
Yeah, it's just in front of you. It's just going to be
So from the
horizontal.
star, how far down do you
It's
go?
just level at your position. You don't need the horizon.
Where is level? How do you know the level?
Yeah, is level at my feet or is it at my eyes? You know, from the star going downwards, my what is it, the azimuth or whatever? Where do I stop? Would it be the azimuth or the azimuth is no? It wouldn't be the
There.
azimuth, but whatever. From
Here's
the
an
star
example of
going
what
down,
you see in.
where would you stop, Woodson? Would you stop at your eyes at your eye level, or would you go all the way down to your feet? Where would you stop?
It does. You can go all the way to your feet. It's the accurate answer, but between your feet and your head, regarding the elevation angle of a star, is very minute and negligible.
So if I point literally my sextant down on my feet, and then up at the sky, it would be the same as pointing it straight forward and up at the sky.
Do you think that was a smart question?
It sounded like you made that point.
So. No. So
what do you point it at? Do you point it at your feet? Do you point it at what the hell? I showed you an image. You have like two parts. You see the star or the sun on the right side of the scope, and then on the left side, you see something else. And normally you would point that at the horizon. But you're saying, no, I don't point it at the horizon. You point it at yourself. And then I'm asking, like, what the hell do you point it at?
You pointing at yourself. I said you don't have to have a horizon. Okay, it's just going to look out from you, which is horizontal.
So you're just gonna wing it and see if you like.
Well, no, we do usually use the horizon on the water with the sextant. That is not the point. The point is that you do not need a horizon to have an elevation angle. That's very, 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 very dumb.
Why is that dumb? Why are you gonna just wing it and just like hope you aim it horizontally, or are you just gonna make
establish that it's level and you treat it horizontal.
How do you establish that? How do you establish that?
You can establish level numerous ways, there, bud.
I agree with that, but you didn't specify that. You just said earlier like you pointed at something.
No, I actually did say that you get level much earlier in the conversation, but you are frantically trying to find a way to try to muddy the waters because you have a philosophical bias.
I'm not. I just literally think, literally just reading and how the instrument works. You pointed at two things and you measure the angle between them.
Okay, I'm just gonna recap here. The questions were really simple, right? So you conceded that horizontal is flat. Okay, then we said, do you need horizontal to have an elevation angle? You fought it for a second, but you've now admitted, yes, you have to have horizontal to get an elevation.
If elevation angle is angle between the horizon and the whatever you're looking at, then obviously you need to know where the.
Can you name one single elevation angle ever taken in the history of mankind that didn't have a horizontal?
That you didn't use the horizontal, you mean?
Yeah. Can you name one ever?
I think yes, you could do that. You could use if you know where your latitude is, you can know where the horizon is based off angles to the stars, and you don't even need to look at the star.
Okay, so I asked you if you could cite anyone ever getting an elevation angle without horizontal. You said, yeah, you think so, but you objectively can't, and I can cite over 50 universities defining elevation angle for you, and all of them have the word horizontal in it because it is by definition required.
Yes, I agree. You need to know that is because it is the angle between the horizontal and the whatever you're looking at.
This is getting a bit retarded though, guys.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, just a little bit.
All right. So
I mean, it's by definition, it is that thing. So obviously you need it. It's like.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, cool. We can move on.
Okay. What was the point? What was
not my problem. I'm not your dad. I'm not your dad.
What was the point then with it?
If you don't understand it, it's not my problem. I'm not your father.
It's time to move on.
I agree.
Yeah, let's talk about
Nobody understood. Did anybody else understood this point?
Funk, it's
well, what? Yeah,
nobody
what
else.
started
I
this
literally
point of
don't think
discussion?
anybody understood the Witsit.
I think it was to emphasize the fact that you need to rely on your horizontal to get an elevation angle. And that,
Okay.
you have to assume that the horizontal is a flat line.
Okay.
That the horizon
And
is flat, I should say.
that is not follows from that, but okay.
Okay.
You
Well, then you. Some people just don't get things. Maybe I didn't do a good job explaining it.
It just doesn't follow. That's the thing.
I get you, mate.
Let's
I get you. I get you, mate. If that helps, I get both arguments. But you can't.
I understand his argument. It just doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur.
You can't use an elevation angle only unless you assume a sphere, for example. If you assume a flat surface, you're going to get a different result. So under the assumption of something, the elevation angle is useful. If you don't know what the assumption is and you don't know what it is, the elevation angle is useless. Because like simple things like if I'm in the UK and I see sun just rise, not the UK, but this is the example I used, and then I'll go and see where the sun is above when it's breaking at my sunrise. So there's an elevation example there where I can use whereabouts is at India. India's the location point 80 degrees east of UK. Stuff like that. But elevation angle, like I said, if it's flat, then it's useful. If it's curved, then it's useful. Convex, concave, whatever. But it depends what context you're talking about. Otherwise, it's fucking useless.
Well, the simple part in conclusion is everyone doesn't understand for some reason. Like, you can only use it if it's horizontal. There is no such thing as an elevation angle to a curved adjacent. There's no such thing. Does not exist. And so when you use the sextant successfully, it proves to you with its successful use that using it horizontal was accurate. That's why you can use it, and that's the only way you can use it. And horizontal is flat under their own concession at this point, which means that to use the sextant, which does work, you have to use the Earth as flat.
No.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
You don't.
But yes, but you're
Why
gonna
do
say
you,
what's
can't you have a, can't you use, if you use the horizon and you point it at that here on Earth, if that's on a globe, that would be a tangent at that point, which would be very close
No,
to
what you're saying is if
the
you treat
horizontal.
the globe as if it's flat, then you can use a sextant. Okay, thank you.
No,
I didn't say that.
I get where he's coming
That's
from.
not what he's
He's
saying.
basically
That's
saying
not what he's saying at all.
He's basically
You
saying that
make
if the
up
Earth
things,
was
Miles.
curved, it's going to be such like a slight curve that it doesn't. First, you're going to be aiming it at the center, at the tangent point of this curve, and it's going to basically be flat anyways.
So he is literally saying what I just said, which is if you treat it as if it were flat, even though it's a globe.
No,
then
you're
it's
not treating the Earth as it was flat.
I did treat it as
using
a
the
globe.
tangent. Yeah, a tangent is not part of the circular surface of the sphere. It's just a line drawn from a point on the circumference of that sphere.
Right, and that line is horizontal, bud.
But that line doesn't mean the Earth is. I'm using the Earth as a flat Earth. That line actually means I'm using the Earth as a sphere. That's why I need a tangent.
Yeah, I treat it as a tangent, and the tangent is to the sphere. So I treat it as a globe.
Yeah.
Okay, so
A straight
then it would
line
depend on the
wouldn't
height in
need
which
a
we hit
tangent.
the observation, and where we hit our tangent would change accordingly, right?
Can you repeat that?
Can you
It would
repeat
depend on the
that in
height in
here?
which you take your measurement, the height in which you take your measurement, and then the tangent would change accordingly, right?
Yes, it would, and it would be worse off if you did it from a very high altitude. But if you use it at like sea or something, it would be pretty much the same.
No.
Yes, because you're like 2
curve is more
or
apparent as
5
you go
meters
up,
above
so it's less
the
accurate.
of the sea. So
Well, yeah, it would have more of an apparent effect closer to the water, but that doesn't even matter. Like, it's very simple.
It
If you
would
have a point
tangent would be
on the
closer to
horizon,
the globe.
let me ask you a question. We have a point where we're standing. Okay. Now we're going to talk about your tangent point you're talking about on the horizon. Okay. Now we have our tangent point on the horizon, and we have the point where we're standing. Now, if we're going to draw a line from one point to the tangent point, from our point to the tangent point, is it going to be the same as if it were flat?
No.
Exactly. The answer is no, but yet it works, doesn't it?
Well, can you draw where the error is?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Understand
a
what you
giant
mean by
curve
working.
would stop the line. It wouldn't be a straight line.
I mean, I get your pictures, but if you could like draw and then talk about some numbers and like what the issue would be, because I can't follow it past your little example of a flat line or not a tangent over a sphere. I can't. I have no idea what else you're talking about.
And I don't actually understand what you mean when you say it works, because there is no issue pointing a binoculars or telescope or whatever, or you can just point your finger and just point at the horizon. There is no problem in that on the globe. So I don't understand what the issue is. When you say it works, I don't understand what you mean.
Well, I know you don't understand, but the way that you get an elevation angle is that you have a horizontal, okay? So when we draw our line, a horizontal's flat. It's a flat, straight line from point to point. It's horizontal. Now, you're saying it is not flat, but you can treat it like it's flat, and it'll still work even though it's a globe. That is objectively what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that. I don't understand why you get flat Earth or globe Earth. I'm just saying, using the sextant as a tool, regardless of what the model you're using to determine your latitude, it's a separate thing, I would say. Using just the sextant as a tool, there is no issue pointing it at the horizon. And on this globe, the tangent would be a very close thing to a horizontal.
Let's say the curve is more pronounced. Okay, let's say you can actually see a side-to-side curve, right? Now,
well, technically you wouldn't see that, but yes, I understand what you mean.
Okay, so now at the apex, that would be the tangent point, right? If you had this horizontal line, that would be the tangent point. Could you get an elevation angle using that point, like comparing it to that point? On this curved horizon.
If the globe is like smaller and the curve is much more pronounced,
you have a visibly curved horizon.
Deviation. It would be more deviation.
What do you mean?
Because the horizon would drop quicker as your altitude.
So again, you're saying that the change is basically negligible, so you can treat it like it's flat.
I'm not saying you treat it as a flat thing. That's separate.
So do you guys see why?
So in my example, can you or can you not get an elevation angle then?
You could get an elevation angle, but then you would need to take into account your altitude and add or subtract the drop of the horizon. Then there would be no issue with that.
And is that what we do?
I think I read somewhere that I read some article where somebody did some precision observation with some like higher precision sextant or something like that.
But to be frank, there's no point because the difference is just minimal, negligible.
That was using it like from not from the sea, but from the mountain or something.
So it would be negligible.
But
not
on our
mountain,
Earth, given the fact that the horizon looks flat, at sea level or what have you, it's negligible to do that.
At sea level, yes. At sea level, yes. I think that's why they use it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a complete.
This is weird. This is weird to me, bro. Because when I said it, everyone took intention with it, and now we've come full circle to where again it's very obvious too, because it's what you have to say. That it's just damn near negligible, and you can treat it like it's flat for all intents and purposes of using the sextant. That is what you have to say, man.
I don't know why you say treat it as flat, because we don't, when we're going to calculate the latitude, we don't. Using the tool, that's just measuring angles between two things. It doesn't matter if it's flat or globe or whatever. But when you're going to apply, when you're going to know where you are on Earth, you need to know what the hell you're looking at and what it implies, and then you need
which
a model.
We got from the stars. Literally, longitude and latitude was made Cartesian coordinate systems based on the stars on a flat projection. That's irrelevant. So when you take your measurement of angle, you have to treat it like it's flat for all intents and purposes, right?
No, I don't think that's the wrong wording. I would never use that.
So you
I would even disagree with that. Like, you can use a sextant with an Earth that they say is with a size that they say, where the horizon looks flat, versus a planar like flat horizon, like on an actual plane Earth, you could use them the same way. I don't know why.
Well, that's my point. When you take the actual measurement, you're treating it as if it were flat, but it's so big you wouldn't really know. The difference would be negligible.
Yeah,
so
that's what they're saying.
Well, that's my point. Then what that means is that you say it's negligible difference, but you can just treat it like it was flat for intents and purposes. That's what that is. There is no fundamental difference making the measurement.
Yeah, you can treat it as if it's flat, but you don't have to treat it as if it's flat to use the device. That's the difference, I think.
Listen, think about it. I want you to show, like, you got them, like, on some tricky words or whatever, but the thing is, they still have a reference system that's building a reference catalog. So, like, you get what I'm saying? They're building, like, all the reference points from whatever. If you're saying that this is going to have flaws because they have this little margin that they're, rounding up on or whatever, like, let's walk through it.
It wouldn't have flaws, though, bro, because they rounded it up. It doesn't have flaws because they get their measurements under the assumption of it being flat. Now I get your.
What do you mean by flat?
You guys are taking contention with it because I'm intentionally phrasing it that way to break your cognition. I know you don't like it. I'm not going to change it. The fact you want to say, it's not really flat. It's actually a ball. You can keep saying that, but to make the measurements, you have to treat it like it's flat. The reason there aren't discrepancies is because
to know
you
the
do
latitude. To know the latitude from the stars, you don't treat the Earth as being flat. You treat it as a globe.
That's also not true. The person that came up with latitude, the same system we still use to this day, used the stars, and it was flat projection when he did it.
Okay, but can you show us a real world practicality where there's some problem or like I can't follow the word right now?
There wouldn't be a problem. There wouldn't be a problem because every time you have to do something in the real world and it works, you have to treat the Earth like it's flat. Same thing whenever you're measuring it. Same thing whenever you're measuring it. You say, oh, well, yeah, it's locally flat. It's locally flat. So that way we can establish our level. That's cool. Cool story. You can argue about whether or not it's just an illusion and it's just so big we can act like it's flat, whatever. The point is that to actually use the instrument successfully, you have to treat the Earth like it's flat. The argument for the globe Earth is that it's just negligible, so it doesn't really matter.
No.
Use it that way if you want. Dude, it doesn't
You're just
matter
using it. You're just using you're just using it very wrong, the wordings, because what you're saying is that using the tool itself, it doesn't matter if it's a globe or if it's a flat Earth or whatever you're doing it. You're just measuring angles between two things. But when you're going to apply this to know where you are, you need to have like some kind of model. Like when the stars is at X position or Y position, how the fuck do you know what latitude you're at?
Oh, you mean like how they've used it for?
I asked you just how do you not have to appeal to some
I'll cite the person
thing.
that invented longitude and latitude.
I want to cite the person who does it use it all the time now.
The fact that people have taken the known measurements and then reapplied to globe Earth makes no difference whatsoever. To use
it does make a difference because you can't really calculate using position if the stars are fixed and we are on a flat plane. There is no way to determine based on the stars where you are latitudinally.
Why would the stars be fixed over a flat plane? You're now strawmanning a flat Earth that's moving?
I'm talking about when they are at a certain point, which they are rotating. When they are at their
they're not fixed. They're not fixed.
You could take the star that is fixed and use Polaris as an example.
Okay, yeah, we use Polaris over flat Earth all the time. That's how we have the coordinate system you keep invoking. Longitude and latitude came from that.
Wait, let me. I want to ask this question: when you're moving away or closer to a star, if you did that on a globe or if you did that on a flat Earth, what would be the difference?
There's not a difference because as your model explains that you treat them, both models, quote unquote, treat them as equal altitude and they've done the same thing forever. So it's like you don't
not look.
understand.
How can they look the same thing when you're moving over a flat plane and a globe plane? That doesn't make any sense. A globe Earth.
Oh, so you just don't understand it.
I understand it, but what you're saying doesn't make any sense, and I don't understand how you can claim it even. Like going literally over a curve and literally changing your angle to something, and actually moving across a flat plane and going closer to the star. How would that? What would that look?
You're asking me if I go 8 inches higher over a mile, why I don't see a difference in the star. That's what you're asking me. You're asking me if we go a certain amount of feet on the Earth, why we don't see a difference in the stars. They are assumed to be an equal undefined distance that doesn't change. That's how we came up with everything. We observed that they don't. Okay, so they're at a certain distance in a certain medium with a certain makeup that caused them to not deviate much, which makes sense. It's called relative perception. Of course you would.
But you can move towards it, so apparently
Is moving 100 feet towards something 10,000 kilometers away really going to change the way it looks?
No, if you move, you can move maybe 50 kilometers, and that's going to make a change.
Really? So if you move 50 kilometers towards something that's over 10,000 kilometers away, then you'll see a difference in the star.
I will claim you see a difference in the star regardless. I don't know. Let's try from that to determine the distance, is what I'm saying.
Would the angle change if you went up 10 miles?
A little bit, but I would maybe move a little bit further.
Oh, well, we treat them to be all equal altitude on both models.
I don't understand what's the relevance that has with what I'm saying.
We treat them as if they stay at equal altitude to use it for either model.
Equal altitude.
Yeah, that all the stars are at the same altitude. All the stars are at the same altitude.
I'm just talking about moving towards the object, which you see in the sky, and it changes position.
Right. So all the stars stay at the same perceivable altitude. That's how we use the angles.
You mean that they have like a GP or something?
If anything, this is worse for your side because, like you said, you would be dropping down and away from you. So as you traverse it, you would be changing your position to the stars, but the stars don't change their position relative to us, though.
They don't change their position when you move towards them?
You become underneath them. They don't change their relative altitudes or angles, though, or elevation angles, do they?
When you change your position to them, they do change when you move.
Relative to you, but they didn't change, did they?
No, but that's my point. If they move, if you see them move in the sky, and you're moving over a flat plane, as you claim, that means that you moved to them, right? That makes them move in the sky. If they were very far away, you wouldn't see them move.
So if they were really far away on a flat Earth, would you see them move?
I don't think so.
Okay, so that's the whole point that I've said to you 4 times now. The way that it was originally come up with was assuming an undefined distance that's far away with an equal altitude.
Okay, so if they are, why do they move them when you move towards them?
Oh, so now you're saying that the globe does predict that it would move.
I'm just asking you questions.
I'm getting a FaceTime.
I'm just asking you questions because you said now they are treated as being like undefined, very far away. And if you're on the flat plane and you move towards them, they change your position. That means that they cannot be very far away, because if they were extremely far away, they wouldn't move. Right? That's it. Does anybody else want to answer his point?
I wasn't listening, to be honest.
Let's get some Aussies in the house. Get some Aussies in the house, man.
I switched off a while ago because I was just going round and round in circles.
Are you saying why am I the one fucking going around in circles?
Well, both of you guys were kind of like,
yes, that's because I don't
binary
give up.
stars.
Like most people don't give a shit about what he says because he's just here to argument anyway. But I really am gonna try and fucking find out what the hell he's meaning.
Well, I think he explained himself pretty well, but anyway, let it be.
He didn't.
No point flogging a dead horse, as they say.
Well, the problem is I explained it very clearly now. Like when you're on a flat plane, I don't understand how can you claim that moving on over a flat plane over a curved plane that is going to look the
same. Can you hear me? Like, we're not flogging a dead horse anymore. So move on to the next topic.
This is why you guys don't fucking evolve anything. You never finish anything.
On to the next topic.
The next topic is going to be dead horse as well.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
It's all other topics are dead horses.
This horse has been ridden enough at the moment.
For today.
This server should be renamed the Dead Horse server.
The Dead Horse server. But like all topics are like this, and yeah.
No, but like at some point with a conversation that like you guys are obviously not going to agree. It doesn't make sense to keep on repeating your individual points. Like I agree with a lot of the things you said, and I see where Witsit was coming from, and there's things that I actually disagreed with him, which is like the difference between that it needs to have the flat, like the horizontal, versus Ken using the horizontal, like a flat horizon, but in the end, like there's diminishing returns in continuing to talk about the same thing and to continue to disagree without coming to an agreement, I guess.
Yeah, but you understand like why I asked, like, what are you pointing it at? And he couldn't and he said you.
I honestly wasn't listening to your last question, if that's what you're referring to.
No, it was like a little bit before that when you agree with me or whatever. And he couldn't explain, like, angles is from A to B, and he explained where A was, but he never explained where B was. And I just tried to explain that, and it took like 15 minutes to get him to explain what the fuck he's pointing it at.
Look, Funk.
Sometimes you gotta know your crowd,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
The only way, Funk, that you can move anything is with pressure.
Oh boy. I actually I didn't want to bring it up because I actually don't give a shit. But I found a quote. If you Google difference between force and pressure, it specifically say pressure doesn't make things move. Force makes.
But you don't have force without pressure.
Oh man.
Exactly.
Force creates pressure.
You can have though. But...
You can have force without pressure?
It'll be mechanical, kinetic, potential.
Yeah.
There's other stored energies.
I mean, you can have torque. Torque is undefined. That's not pressure. Torque is not defined as pressure.
How do you move anything, Funk? Right? You need the force, right, to be able to move something, but you will not move it unless
I would
you
agree that
apply
pressure is one. I think pressure is one way to make things move, but it's not the only way.
Hold up. Okay, let's talk about torque, because that's what you said is a force without pressure, right?
Yeah.
But I would say torque isn't a force in and of itself. I would say torque is when you have a force, it's like the force that's going about an axis, right?
Yeah, that is a force. It's just
for the force itself, you still need pressure.
It's measured in Newton, the same as any.
You still need the pressure. You still need the pressure applied to move something with that torque.
Yeah.
It's just around an axis.
I would say yes for that, but not always, because you can also have force create the magnetic field, and the magnetic field is going to be the resistance, and that magnetic field can make things move, which doesn't have any definite
that
surface.
Magnetic field creates a pressure edge.
Yeah, like you have two magnets pressing like against each other. There's pressure.
No. You can have it create electricity. Where's the force? You have a oven, like electric oven, and you're heating it up. From there is no pressure
Heat.
anywhere.
You have heat, but no pressure.
Heat isn't pressure.
But increase in heat causes an increase in pressure if the volume is left the same.
It doesn't have to be that.
But,
oh my God.
heat is just motion.
Yeah. In an oven, in
more
an oven,
motion is more pressure.
If you don't vent the oven,
not pressure, then just
It'll
motion.
create pressure.
Sorry, go ahead, Realm. In an oven, what?
if you don't vent the oven, then the oven will just explode.
Yeah, it'll
So
create
you need
pressure.
to vent it.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you have to vent it to relieve the pressure. A bit like a boiler system to central heating. It's just,
Brenda is
I've got
awesome.
an unvented system. It's a sealed unit, and if it blows off and the pressure valve is faulty, the whole system will explode.
Yeah. Now the amount of pressure you can apply to something depends on the force. 100%. 100%. The amount of pressure
and
you
the
can
area.
apply.
But that only
exactly.
applies to
Exactly.
that only applies to gases. Why do you assume you heat gas? You can heat metal.
No, elements, electrical ceramic elements. The bigger the element, the hotter it gets. It'll melt the shell. The pressure will melt the shell because the heat is being pushed out. If you are trying to boil a pot of water, let's say there's 10 liters in it, the gas pressure that comes out of the burner, the faster it comes out, the quicker the water will boil, right? And if you understand that, that's thermodynamics for you. Pressure.
Yeah, but that's only for gases. But what if you don't heat up gas?
Gas. Use elements.
If I heat up a
where's the gas in that?
If I heat up a hammer,
electrical element, where's the gas?
You're still using the fuel, aren't you?
But if I heat up a hammer, did the pressure of the hammer go up or down?
If you heat up a hammer?
Yeah.
Does the pressure go up? Well, it's about to explode.
Manipulate some kind of pressure?
The pressure of the metal. The pressure of the metal will vary because you're heating up.
It's vibrating.
How does it vary though?
I would say the pressure doesn't change because the metal as it's being heated, it's gonna the volume's gonna change a little bit, just negligible amounts.
Yeah, but some things actually shrink when they heat it up as well. That doesn't have to increase.
Like water.
Yeah,
like
water.
Yeah. The pressure between those, I know you guys love this little word, molecules will change.
Yeah, they'll move more, they'll take up more space, it'll expand ever so slightly, which will be canceling out the pressure difference.
Yeah, the container would have to also make up for the difference as well.
But
yeah, like an empty bottle of water under hot water will expand. Then you put it under freezing cold water, it'll contract. So there's displacement happening. But when you put that bottle of water in another container, and then you start doing these experiments in layers, like you'll see the differentiations of like what the metals or whatever they're using in each layer is doing. They're crumpling, they're expanding. It's fact. Yeah, man. Multi experiments, man.
Realms all over.
The molecules don't change size. It's just the distance between the molecules is different.
Yeah.
Of course they do, man. Like if you fucking
no, it's the distance between them. They say.
Yeah, the distance between them. 100%.
Yeah, not the size of the molecule.
Maybe you could say that like there's going to be more space between like the electron and the proton or something like that because the electron. Who knows? You could say that the molecule itself does change size because of like the atoms have different,
possibly,
or like the particles have different space between them.
Yeah, and that creates pressure right there.
When you freeze ice, when you get an ice tray and you put it in your freezer, the water in there, those trays will reduce. The content will reduce because the freezer is naturally taking the oxygen out of the freezer. So when you say molecules don't change size, obviously whatever's between them, which would be oxygen, is what's spacing everything.
Oh,
No, but ice takes up more
Yeah, ice
volume than
expands.
water.
Water expands when it's cold.
How about this though?
It
How
does.
about this? If you shone a beam of light in an extremely huge vacuum, and this beam of light didn't hit any particles of matter, you wouldn't have any pressure, right?
Sorry?
But if you have a beam of light like a torch and you shine it in a vacuum, an extremely large vacuum, and the light spreads out and it doesn't hit any particles of matter because it's in a vacuum, a near perfect vacuum, you wouldn't have any pressure at all, right?
Near perfect or perfect?
A perfect vacuum, right? It's a perfect
Well,
vacuum. You shine.
we don't have one.
You
We don't
release
have
a.
one, do
No,
we?
he's saying hypothetically. Hypothetically, in a perfect vacuum, what's at the very end? Is it you're shooting it into infinity?
Into infinity. It's an infinitely large perfect vacuum, and you're shining a beam of light. It wouldn't touch any matter, so you would have no pressure at all, right?
Okay.
Well, the only pressure you would have is going to be in the torch.
Heat.
Okay, but outside of the torch, this
Yeah,
light
outside
is
the torch, you wouldn't have anything.
No, but you have the heat.
But you still have the electromagnetic force, right? Because it's light travel. It's
You're hard to
light,
hear,
and light is
Leash.
induced by electromagnetic force.
Yeah, you
So
are
you
hard to hear.
have the force without. Hello?
Leash, you're hard to hear, buddy.
Hello?
That's way better. Way better.
Yeah, that's heaps better, buddy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were.
So if you
were in a hallway.
So if you shone like this beam of light, let's say the torch was outside of the vacuum, and the light, it obviously went through the wall of the vacuum, and now it's going forward down this vacuum tunnel that extends infinitely. It wouldn't be touching any matter, wouldn't be creating any pressure, but you would still have this force present, which is the electromagnetic force within the vacuum, this light being spread. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know if you're to call it electromagnetic force would be applicable in
But
that hypothetical of nothingness.
Why not?
Yeah,
well, it's light still. Light is electromagnetic radiation caused by the electromagnetic force. But it's not touching anything, so it's not creating any pressure. But you still have this force in this hypothetical.
Yeah, and I think in that hypothetical, light would not be considered a force.
And now
Why not?
Because
Why
it's
wouldn't
not-
light be considered a force?
Because it's not touching absolutely anything. There's no force being expended on anything.
What do you mean?
By definition, if it's not doing any work, or if it's not, I wouldn't even consider it energy at that point.
It doesn't have to do work, but I mean.
But there's no force being applied.
No mass.
It's not a force. by definition.
I understand what you. Well, if you say there's no work, then you would say this. That's talking to energy. I don't know about forces. And maybe if you wanted to define a force only as mass being accelerated, I could hear you there. But that's not the only definition we have for force. So this would still be a force. The electromagnetic radiation. A force doesn't need to be applied to something to exist. Electromagnetic radiation. So if you have a star and it's releasing light, but this light doesn't reach us, it doesn't reach anything because it's too far away from everything. I mean, it's still emitting light.
Yeah, to the stuff that's
the star
nearby.
is still emitting. No, but what I'm saying is nothing can see the light from the star because everything is too far away from the star. There's a star emitting light, but nothing.
Oh, you're
can
talking
see
about
the
inverse
light.
square law. Okay.
No, I'm just saying that this light is so far away that it's beyond the event or causal horizon with any other object. So the light will never reach us, right? It's too far away. Just because the light can't reach us, just because it has no impact on us, just because we have no causal link with that light, does it mean that there's no force present? Is that what you're saying?
That light does not have a force. Yes, for us, it would not have a force. It would have a force for the gases or whatever that are nearby to that light that actually are, being affected by it. But for us, it does not have a force.
What about the photons?
Okay, but then this is you sticking to F equals ma. You trying to say the light doesn't have a force because it's not accelerating or affecting mass, gases and things next to it.
Yeah, it's not. The force isn't being applied whatsoever on anything. It's not a force.
What?
I wouldn't agree with that percentage. That's a very rudimentary, basic.
Can you? Can you show a flaw in it though?
With that.
It's
I
like
don't
saying
think
that there's.
if you
I
are
don't
sticking
see
to
light,
F
then there is
equals
no light.
ma, yeah. If you're sticking to F equals ma, I would agree with you. But that isn't the only way forces are defined. You know, I mean, if we were in the 1700s, no one would argue with the percentage. You would be totally right, but we've moved on from that.
Well, how's
no
it a
one would
force?
say.
What percentage?
How's it a force if it's not doing anything?
If I have a light in my toilet and I put it on and close the door and there's no one in the toilet, is there light in the toilet?
Of course.
How do you know that?
Because you left it on. Come on, man.
What are you talking about?
Because you see the little slit of light at the bottom of the door.
Oh, it's a sealed door. You don't see
You feel
shit.
the light bulb.
Come on, man.
You feel
No,
the
but you're
light
saying
bulb.
that if something is so far away from a star that the energy can't reach something, then there is no energy. That's what you're saying now.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's energy there, but for us, there's no energy because it's not reaching us.
Sure. So then,
how do you guys even
hold on.
see the light if the light isn't reaching?
Then-
How did you
yeah,
even have
sure.
a star? The whole
Then
thing
the
is kind of
toilet.
broken.
Then the toilet for you doesn't have light in it because
No.
it doesn't reach your eye.
That's a false analogy.
How?
Because in this hypothetical, which again it doesn't really work, you're seeing the light, right?
Well, then it is for you if you're seeing it. Then it does affect you.
It's kind of a broken analogy. I mean, hypothetical, Lise. How are you seeing the star if the star's light isn't coming to you?
I'm not saying you can see the star. I literally said this.
Oh, I thought you said you could see
everything
it.
is too far away.
No.
I literally said there's no causal link between you and the light from the star. It's too far away for you to see it.
Okay.
That's what
How
I'm
do you know
saying.
it's
Just
there?
because we can't see the light,
How do you know it's there?
maybe we can measure its gravitational effects. You know,
Oh, come on.
we can measure. Yeah. Maybe we could hypothetically we could measure
Yeah,
the gravity.
hypothetically-
from it, we just couldn't see the light because the event horizon or the causal links between light and gravity are pretty different, right? So we could detect the gravity but not see the light. That is in our paradigm that you guys don't believe in that is possible. So,
All right, so let's
would you
just say
still
this.
say-
Hypothetically, let's say someone is near that star. They see the star. We're in communication with that person, right? So we have news that there is a star there, but the light doesn't reach us whatsoever. I would say it is not considered a force where we are whatsoever, because there's no work being done. It's not
Interaction.
causing anything. It's not changing anything. We don't even know it exists. So there's no force for us. Maybe there's for the person that's nearby to it, that observes it, that it has effect on. But for us, it's not a force. It's not anything.
all right, then let's say the light did reach us. We'd feel the light, but you wouldn't feel pressure, would you? You wouldn't feel moved by this light, would you, percentage?
How would you feel the light? You'd see it, you mean?
Okay, you could see the light. You could see the light. It radiates off of you, right? Any light you see, it's radiating off of you. As long as you can see it, you know that there are particles from that light radiating off of you, but you don't feel it. Would you then say that's a force without pressure?
No, I would not say that. I would say maybe you just can't feel it, or measure it precisely.
What do you mean? Like light from the sun, do you feel pressure when that hits you?
No, I feel heat, and we know that the way that it works, where if there's heat, there's an increase in pressure if the volume's left the same. But our bodies are not like completely isolated systems. They they permeate and they can absorb and sweat and a whole bunch of other stuff.
But when you feel the energy from the sun, you being energized, that's a force. Energy is being imparted from the radiation from the light in the sun into your body. The molecules in your body are now being energized. The electrons in your body will absorb the photons.
And if the volume
is that not a force in place there?
There is a force, and if our volumes of hold up, let me say
is there
this. Hold up.
Okay.
If our body's volume was left constant, then there would be a pressure. We would heat up. The particles inside of us would heat up, and we'd probably explode eventually. So the thing is, our volumes are not held constant, and so it cancels out this change in
but
pressure.
we still heat up though, and we don't feel pressure.
Yeah, because
In the
our
real-
You don't feel pressure when
I don't know how
you
else to explain this. The volume isn't constant.
Okay, so you are saying there's an increase in pressure, which is being canceled out by what exactly?
No, there's
Change in
no
volume.
The way it works, yeah. So basically, there would be a decrease in volume, which would be canceling out the increase in pressure.
100%.
Our body like ventilates. It radiates heat. You know.
Percentage.
If I go to sauna,
on your body creates pressure, right? When all your cells get excited by that heat and they move around, right, with energy, they are creating pressure between each other, and they are getting excited. So even though you don't blow up like a balloon and feel that pressure, there is still pressure being generated within your body.
Yeah, your blood pressure goes up, doesn't it, when you get too hot?
Yeah.
When you drink caffeine.
but what is heat then?
I don't
If
see
I
how you
stand,
Yeah, that's a good point,
can't
Dan.
see it.
if I stand outside in the sun, and
Ether
the
is a
pressure.
Hold up, Rom. Let Mailman say what he's saying, and then you go next.
Yeah, if I go outside in the summer and there is atmospheric pressure is X, and I go outside in the winter with the same atmospheric pressure, one day I feel heat, and one day I feel like colder, and then I go to sauna, which is 100 degrees Celsius with the same air pressure. The pressure isn't doing anything; it's just heat. It's not the pressure.
You got a combination of both, don't you?
Yeah, but the pressure is irrelevant.
If your body temperature is higher, yeah, wouldn't the particles be more excited? Wouldn't you argue that they're moving more?
Yeah, but they're moving more away from each other. Though. Wouldn't you say they're moving more away from each other and the bonds between them get weaker, like ice to water? The internal pressure of a block of ice would be more than a puddle of water, right?
But all you're getting is more pressure or less pressure. That's all you're.
It's less. You're literally getting less pressure. Yeah.
But there's still pressure. There is still pressure. Just
But
because
pressure is decreasing. Pressure is decreasing. This force is causing.
It doesn't mean that there is no pressure. There is still pressure.
But I would.
Low to low, low to
But
high.
I would assume, Banso, when you say that forces are pressure, right? And the examples you tend to give, pressing on something, that an increase in force would lead to an increase in pressure.
No, I have never, and I keep on repeating, I have never said that forces are pressure. What I have said, you can't move anything without pressure. Now, the amount of force that you put behind that pressure determines how much you move it. But you can't move anything without applying pressure to it, right? But you need force behind that pressure to move something. It just depends on how far you want to move it, how quickly you want to move it. Depends on the amount of force that you put behind that pressure. But I've never said that pressure is force. I've never said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then whenever you can't have force without pressure, that is then the statement you
Would
make.
you agree with that, Bansa?
Sorry, mate?
You can't have force without pressure.
Yes.
And like with the optical force, with that example I gave you, Banso, where light was used to move something.
No, that is
you would still say
pressure because you're getting a heat difference. You're talking about the vacuum one now with that little bit of aluminium on the torsion bar. That light is creating heat, and that is heating up that little piece of aluminium, which is creating it to move
on one side. Yeah,
exactly right. And I think we'd both be in agreement there.
Wouldn't you say that's more due to temperature differences? One side is colder than the other side, so it moves.
Which creates pressure.
Hey, do you guys remember the experiment where you get a saucer and you fill it with water, then you get a candle and you float it in the middle, you light the candle, and then you put a pint glass upside down over it, and then you watch it suck up all the water, half a pint upwards.
I've never done that, but it sounds like a cool experiment.
Fucking awesome, man! You can fucking get about.
Observation.
Depends on how big your flame is, but obviously the exchange when you start working with heat and liquids, start doing it with oil, vegetable oils, rapeseed oil. You start to see their boiling points and their flash points and their
melting points are different, and then you see the displacement. It's just I do it every day. You know what I mean? At work, I see a volume of 20 liters of oil in the fryer. You turn it on, you get about 22, 23 liters. You know what I mean? So it's sort of like you understand the dynamics of fluids, the order of everything. Displacement, the densities. When you understand those layers of densities, then you start to see the spectrum. Jason and his Technicolor Dreamcoat, all this shit here, man. That's fucking yesteryear fucking stories that are just telling us that if everything's in order, you've just got to figure out what the order is.
Yeah.
I talk a lot of shit. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. Bansa, what are you playing with? Sounds like a lighter or something like that.
Oh, yeah, sorry, man.
No, no worries. I was just wondering.
Yeah,
Is it a lighter?
Yeah, Zivo. There we go. It's away now. Now I've used it.
I think you should have kept on playing with it then. If it kept you from smoking, you should have kept on playing with it.
So we're all in agreement that pressure is not a force, and to move anything, you need pressure. Good. Okay. Finally, we have a conclusion.
I don't know. I don't know yet, Ben. So I won't lie. It's a very difficult idea to challenge that you presented, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I bring up the big questions. That's what I do. Please bring up the big questions that need answering.
Would you say that pressure is force per area though?
Would I say
I would agree with that.
Pressure is force per area? Yeah, well, that's how you measure pressure, isn't it? Per cubic, per square inch, per square millimeter, per square meter, whatever it is. That's how you measure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so you'd agree that it is force per area.
That's how you measure the pressure, mailman. But it still does not mean that pressure is a force.
What is?
That's how you calculate it. That's how you calculate it. I'll grant
no
you
measure.
That's how you calculate it. Right?
No measure. No measure.
Measure it, calculate it, whatever you want to use. I don't care which word you want to use. Right? That's how you calculate it. But pressure is not a force. Right? But you need force. You need force, right, to apply a pressure. Right? They're two entirely different things.
What is pressure?
Pressing up against something.
Yeah, if you just have it in your equation as pressure equals force over area, you could just move the variables around, and say that that force requires pressure and area. So it doesn't really help to just think about it from the equations. You could say that area.
But that is how pressure is defined, isn't it? Like that, force isn't defined by pressure, but pressure is defined by force, right?
What do you mean? How can you have a force without pressure and area?
Like the magnets.
The magnets impart pressure on an area. That's how there's a force.
No.
Yes,
the area.
Oh, come on, man.
Yes,
no.
We've already had this discussion and we debunked that a week ago.
No, you didn't. You just made an assumption. You just made the assumption that.
Didn't make an assumption at all.
If you allow me to finish my sentence,
All right, go ahead, Bacon.
Yeah, so you made the assumption that the overlapping of the electromagnetic fields have an area which is associated with the pressure you're referring to. That is just not you debunking anything. That's just you assuming things to try to make it agree with your sentence.
No, I'm not assuming anything. That magnetic field, right, enables you to be able to create a pressure on whatever object that you're trying to move, right? Now that magnet has whatever strength that magnet is, right? That's how much force it can apply to that magnetic field. But that magnetic field applies the pressure to that object to be able to move it.
Yeah, but there's no area associated with that. There's just a force.
Okay, so are you saying? Hold up. Are you saying that there's a magnet? hold up, Banza. Are you saying that there's a magnet and there's nothing there for it to attract? That it's still a force?
I'm not saying there's nothing there, but there's no area associated.
Well, what's there for it to attract?
The magnets. The magnets are attract each
so
other.
There's two magnets. Okay, let me just because I haven't heard you say this before. So there's two magnets now attracting each other.
Yep.
Okay, and then they attract each other. They're pushing on each other.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that not pressure on the area of the magnet?
No, because the area of the magnet is irrelevant.
So they're constantly pushing on each other, but that's not causing pressure?
No.
Really? So if we had like some device to check the pressure reading from where they're pushing against each other, it's not going to get a reading?
They're not touching each other.
Where would you put the device exactly?
Just in the middle of them, pushing against each other.
But they're not touching.
Let's say we had this like little load cell that perfectly could get the pressure reading, and it doesn't like take them apart or anything like that.
Right. So the area in which the magnets are touching that the measuring device is going to have a pressure. But
Okay.
if you don't have the measuring device there, they're not pressing against any area. Only thing you have is the electromagnetic force between them.
They're not pushing on each other.
Before they touch, like I'm holding it close to each other.
Oh, so they haven't touched in your hypothetical.
Yes, I'm just feeling the force between them. Right, I'm holding them close together so I can feel the force in between them. There's no area associated with that force.
Okay, so you have these two magnets. They're really close to each other, and you're physically preventing them from touching each other. You're exerting pressure so they don't exert pressure on themselves.
Yeah,
Correct?
I'm exerting pressure on them, but I'm talking about the force in between them. That force has nothing to do with any area. If I release them, they're going to move towards each other. I'm no longer holding them, and they're still accelerating towards each other. So they still have a force, and there's no area that is related to that force.
Does that magnetic field, hold on a percentage, does that magnetic field have an area?
No.
So if you move them apart, it doesn't get weaker? Or move them closer, it doesn't get stronger?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and so it has an area, has a range.
No. That's not an area.
Of course. What?
What's the area? What's the area of a magnetic field?
I don't know.
Depends on the strength of the
There's
magnet.
no area.
Yeah.
No. So you think you can get from a magnetic field an area in, let's say, square meters? You think you can provide a square meters for an electromagnetic field?
So do you think a fridge magnet, for argument's sake, that magnetic field goes on forever, does it?
Yeah.
I would say the magnetic effect.
You know what an electromagnetic field is?
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the magnetic field itself would only be present in the area around the magnet, but I want to know if this was in a vacuum, two magnets in a vacuum, and they're close enough to each other that they have a magnetic field that attracts them towards each other, and you had a hypothetical barometer there. Would that barometer or even a manometer, whatever it is that's detecting pressure, would it get a pressure reading?
What, an air pressure reading?
No, I even said a manometer, anything that measures pressure. It doesn't have to be a barometer, any, am I saying it right? A manometer, that's a device we use just to measure pressure in general,
would.
right? So it would.
It absolutely would.
What would this pressure source be? Like where would this pressure be coming from? From the magnetic field
from
itself?
whatever, from the like manometer, whatever thing you have in between these magnets would have a pressure reading, because it has matter, and magnetism is a function of matter. So if it's a real thing, a material thing that you have in between them, there would be pressure. I imagine if we had the ability to even measure the pressure of molecules of air, you would see that that the air between them would be affected.
But I'm saying this is in a vacuum. So in between these magnets, it's literally nothing.
Yeah. So
Except
when you
for
introduce
the
whatever
magnetic
device to read the pressure, that will show that there's pressure, because it's made of matter. Anything of matter.
Okay.
would show.
If you
So it's the device itself causing the pressure then, or what?
Yeah.
No, the device
what if you
itself
don't
would
have the
show that there
magnets there?
is this pressure. Now, obviously, if it's just if they're not, if magically they're being held apart, and you're not expending any force to do that or what have you, and it's a complete vacuum, then there's going to be no force because you're not allowing it to. Well, actually, it doesn't. It's kind of a broken hypothetical because they can't possibly stay apart.
I don't know if that would happen, because the way a manometer works, it's like you have this U shape, and when there's pressure on one side, it pushes the liquid inside it into the other, and that tells you there's pressure. How would a magnetic field cause this to happen? Percentage. That's what I'm struggling to understand.
It's made of matter, right? So it's going to be pushed, and it's going to be
magnetic field is not
no,
made of
the
matter.
manometer is made of matter. It's an actual material
But
thing.
how is it going to push on itself?
It's not going to push on itself. The magnet on each side is going to attract it. So it's going to be staying in the center, and that's going to cause like an internal pressure.
How though? How do the magnets cause this without touching it? If the magnets are far away in a vacuum from the manometer, but the magnets are accelerating towards each other, they're not touching it. How would you detect this increase in pressure? There's no matter touching the manometer.
Here we go, Lise. Lise, just quickly, Eyes has just posted something in chat about magnetic pressure.
Yeah, let's read it.
Oh yeah, magnetic pressure is a thing. No one would argue that. But I mean, that's
but it is
but magnetic pressure,
magnetic field, right? So within that magnetic field, there is a magnetic pressure, right? And that pressure.
Okay, what's the unit of magnetic pressure?
I've got no idea.
Yeah, how would you measure that?
No idea. I've got no idea. No idea.
Yeah, because that's important. Like, if you're using the semantics of the word and it uses a different unit, then it's not the same. We're not talking about the same thing.
I am not using semantics because you can't move anything without applying pressure.
That's your claim. That's what we're challenging. Doesn't make sense for you to keep restating that.
Yeah, it's a very logical conclusion.
No, it's not. We need force.
It is.
No, you need force.
Yes, exactly. You need force behind that pressure to move something. Pressure on its own can't move anything, and force on its own can't move anything. Right?
Pressure on its own can, because if you have pressure, you already have a force.
Pressure needs force behind it. The amount of force behind
but not vice versa. That's the point.
Determines how much or how far you can move something. All right.
Yeah, but from the definition of force, I mean, pressure is when you have force applied to an area. But if you look, and that makes sense to make like objects move. You can't move an object without touching it, because that's how you can apply force to things, using your hands or other objects.
There we go.
But if you look to what a force is,
hold on,
force,
Jeremy.
Yeah, the force, the interaction of a force causes acceleration. You don't need pressure. If you are able to create an interaction that produces a force that can move the object, one way to do it is with pressure, like using your hands. But that's not the only way to do it. Like,
we got
pressure isn't the old.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Okay. We got Bacon. They've been saying the same shit over and over again. Did you have something you want to say? Because I wanted to say something.
Yeah, go, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Do magnets exert pressure? Sir.
I've never seen that pressure. I've never seen that pressure detected by anything, Jeremy. So it would be hard for me to say that. I'm
giving you the answer. The question was rhetorical. I was giving you the answer.
Oh, okay.
Exert pressure. Wiki. It is identical to any other physical pressure, except that it's carried by the magnetic field rather than, in the case of gas, by the kinetic energy of the gas molecules.
You literally read that. You reading that from something. You don't understand what you're saying.
It's from Wiki. Yeah, I'm reading it right off of Wiki. I said.
Yeah. Okay. Say that in different words. Say that in your own words, Jeremy. Tell me what that means in your own words.
Pressure exerted by a magnetic field is the same. It is any other physical pressure. It's carried by the magnetic field instead of
You still saying what's in Wiki. Say it in your own words, bro.
You want me to just rephrase the sentence?
Go on.
No, I want you to say it in your own words to show us you understand what you're reading, because I know you don't understand what that's saying. What that is basically saying is the same way, for example, with
You don't
gases.
understand fallacy.
It's not a
So
fallacy.
with
You
gases,
just don't
right?
understand.
Fucking fallacy. I just named it.
So do you know how with let's say you had a gas column, there would be a pressure gradient with the pressure highest at the bottom. Then at the top, that tells us there's a force present. What they're saying is it would be the same.
Where's that?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Though.
Where's that?
Please let me finish.
Hold up, Don.
Hold on, Don. Let him finish.
So what they're saying is it would be the same with magnets, where you would have this magnetic pressure gradient where the magnetic force is stronger at one end than at the other. So there's a gradient caused, which is kind of the same as a pressure gradient caused by air piling on top of each other. That's all they're saying. That's where the similarities are. But in terms of measuring this magnetic pressure gradient, how would you do that? How would you use a
link to a video to I wouldn't do it personally, but I can link to a video. Calculate magnetic pressure. Is that what you need?
But that's a calculation. I'm not saying you can't calculate. I'm talking how would you measure it? You can definitely calculate magnetic pressure.
It's not a measurement.
At one end, the magnetic field or the force exerted by it would be stronger than at the other end. That's what causes the gradient and this magnetic pressure.
Okay, so we're going with, just for the record, for future reference, we're going with a calculations, not a measurement.
I'm not saying that, Jeremy. What I'm asking is what device
at the beginning of the sentence, and then try to divert me away from that.
No,
by
but he didn't say. He didn't say it's not a measurement because it is a.
Yeah, you don't understand what I'm saying, Jeremy.
Yo, Lee,
measurement or no?
You would measure it. You would measure it by seeing the amount of pressure needed to keep them apart. Measuring the amount of force needed to keep them apart.
Nate, you started this off by saying.
What do you mean?
Hold on, bro. He's trying to get you guys to get away with it.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Get away with it, percentage. Go ahead, bro.
No, go
Jeremy,
ahead.
go ahead. Yeah.
You said I can show you how to calculate.
Hold on.
You know how to measure the magnetic pressure. I said I can show you how to calculate it. You said, yeah, but that's a calculation. So you're saying a calculation is not a measurement.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm
saying. So you're happy
is,
with the calculation for the measurement then?
Oh my God. Let me respond to you, Jeremy. What I'm saying is I understand
yes or no question you respond.
He's got you, Lise.
Yeah, you're done,
What
bro.
I'm saying is, and what I've been asking is, how would you measure the pressure in a vacuum?
I'll answer that. But you gotta finish this calculation measurement thing with Jeremy.
Yeah, it can definitely be calculated. I'm not denying that magnetic pressure is a thing. What the example I gave was just to show what they mean when they say that it's equivalent to any pressure gradient created by other forces, because Jeremy didn't understand what that was saying. And I agree with Jeremy. It can be calculated, and the calculation is a measurement. But that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking for is what you are trying to answer, percentage. How would you measure this magnetic pressure? Yeah, what would you use to measure it?
I imagine...
Is there a device?
I imagine what I would use is just any kind of, pressure, a manometer or whatever, load cell, whatever, just to see the amount of force required to keep them apart.
Yeah.
And then you'll notice that the closer they are together, the more force you require. So that's like an area measurement right there.
I got it. Percentage. What about dollies? What about quantum locked floating dollies, floating things, and then we could use those as our frictionless holders.
Bro, you could use your hands to hold these magnets apart at different distances, and you'll notice that you require more force to hold them apart the closer they get.
I see what percentage is saying, and that change in force would give you kind of a. This is gonna sound weird, but like a force disparity, a force. Density. So the force needed is stronger the closer the magnets are, and weaker the further they're away. Exactly. And then you would just calculate that difference in force needed to tell you what the pressure is in between the magnets.
Exactly.
Quantum locking requires freezing temperatures, don't they? So there is a force at work there. But I
This is
agree with what
interesting.
you're saying. You might be able to get an accurate measurement because it's levitating at one distance away from the other, and
But
it's
then
linear.
percentage. In this example you given, you would then have to say force and pressure are the same thing, because I'm using the amount of force needed to tell me what the pressure is between them. The amount of force needed to hold them apart would tell me what the force is pulling them. Sorry, the amount of force needed to hold them apart would tell me what the pressure gradient is the closer they get.
The amount of force you needed to pull them apart at specific distances. Distances is the area, right? And the less the distance, that means the more force you have in that little area.
You might be able
And then
to
you would
measure it.
substitute.
Pressure is force over area.
Yeah, and
might
then
be able-
you would substitute to get P. Okay.
You might be able to
Yeah.
measure
Yeah.
you maybe
Okay,
measure the temperature difference.
Well, let me ask Benzo something.
Okay.
Okay, if I apply 10, okay, if I apply 100 pascals with my hands on an object that has 1 kilogram of mass, how much is that going to accelerate it?
How would I know?
You can't. You know why you can't?
I've got no
'Cause I
idea.
just-
You're about to tell me. You're about to tell me.
Hold on. Let
Yeah.
me figure it out. Hold on. Say it again.
Yeah, I don't think you can figure it out, but all right.
Go ahead.
But I am applying 100 pascals of pressure on an object of 1 kilogram of mass. What will be the acceleration of the object?
Acceleration of the object.
Yes.
Okay.
There's.
Yeah, I don't.
You
What's your
can't
question?
answer that question.
You can't
that's
answer
the
it.
question. Yeah, there's something missing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. What is missing? What is it missing?
Give me a second. So you have the pressure, and you have the mass of it.
Yes.
You don't have the area that you're going to be impending this pressure.
Exactly. So if I give you the area, what do you do with that?
Then you'd be able to come up with the force that is being expended on that specific area.
Exactly.
Right. So if I just told you the force and the mass, can you then get the acceleration?
No.
No? Of course you can. That's exactly how we get acceleration.
If you just gave me the force and the mass, it could be different areas with less pressure or more areas with more pressure.
If I'm giving force
small
and the
areas, more
mass,
pressure.
the pressure is relevant.
So
for acceleration only, for acceleration only, you
force
could.
times mass. Force times mass equals
Exactly.
acceleration, right? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay then. But right, what do you need in all that? Right, the force on its own won't move anything. You need to apply that force with a pressure.
Yeah, can you have the force
Yeah,
without
if
pressure?
yes, you can if you're using magnets.
God.
Goodness gracious me.
Because you'd have no area associated with that. Like
No, you have no arguments that for acceleration you need, you need force. But for force you need pressure.
no.
Yes.
That's pressure is defined. That's not how force and pressure aren't defined in terms of each other. Or otherwise they would be meaningless. Right?
What?
Force and pressure are not defined in terms of each other.
Absolutely they are.
Oh, that would
force
make
is
them
pressure
meaningless.
over area. I mean, pressure is force over area, and force is pressure times area.
No,
Pressure and area. If you don't have area, hold up. If you don't have area,
no, that's
you
not
only
how
have
force
pressure.
is defined. That's not how force is defined. You can calculate force like that, but that's not what force is.
That's exactly what it is.
No, just Google the definition of. Find any definition of force that says it's pressure divided by area. I mean,
Okay,
pressure
fine. So
multiplied
if we're
by
gonna go
area.
with the colloquial definition, that's the physics definition or whatever. If you were gonna go with colloquial definition, it's the ability
We're
to
talking
do
physics.
to do work, to cause change, to that sort of thing, right? If you don't have any area that this is being applied, then how are you doing any this is the same thing as that question that Lise mentioned with the light that you don't see, that you don't even know exists because it's not causing anything. It's not a force then. For you, it's not a force.
I didn't get what your last point was.
My point is, if it's not causing anything or doing anything or expending any, energy anywhere, it's not a force.
Sure, yeah. A force isn't, by definition, an interaction.
Yeah, it was funny if you were to turn that around for the colloquial Newton's second law of what is mass, there will be force over area. That will be mass.
That's true.
So that's
that would be pressure. No, that would be pressure.
Nope. Dude, you know how to do math, bro?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Show me how you get from second law of Newton to.
Well, if
show me
F
that.
equals m times a, then m would equals F over a.
Sure. Yeah. Which one of them is pressure?
No, he's talking about something else. He's saying if you take that logic of switching around the variables or what have you, then if you take F equals ma and divide A, it'll be
which
you'll
is the
have
acceleration.
M equals F over a. So mass is now force over area.
No, over acceleration.
Acceleration, sorry. Yeah, what am I saying here?
Yeah, that is a way you can get the mass of something. If you know how much force is being applied to, and you can measure how much it's accelerating, you can calculate what the mass is. So that is not the definition of mass. That's exactly my point. Just because you have a formula for let's say you can say distance is defined by velocity. Distance isn't defined by velocity times time, is it?
Then the
distance is something more fundamental than velocity.
Hold up a second. Let's take this force divided by acceleration thing. How are you getting the force without having the mass?
Oh, you can
without weighing it,
No, you can, for example, if you're pulling an object using a rubber scale, you can pull in a way that you fix the value of the rubber scale in a certain value. That would be creating a constant force, regardless of the mass of the object.
I don't know what rubber scale is.
Like, it's just a scale that you hang things, and it has a rubber. The more the rubber stretches, the more you read.
Rubber
it's just
band.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So if you pull an object in a way you fix the rubber in a certain value, that means you have a constant force, and you know exactly what the force is, but you don't know the mass of the object. Like, you can do that against any object of any mass. And a heavier object is going to accelerate slower.
That's what you have. You have constant pressure. That's what you have.
Actually, no, the pressure could be varying. That wouldn't affect acceleration.
No, you have constant pressure on those rubber bands.
Okay, if it's in this rubber scale.
There's a tension on the rubber.
If it's in this rubber scale, how do you know the acceleration of it?
Stick pressure into everything.
No, I don't, because pressure comes into everything when it comes to movement.
No, pressure is related to a force applied to a certain area. Not every time we're dealing with force, we're dealing with a certain area. Let's say a tension in a string isn't related to any area.
It kind of is, man.
Exactly. There is pressure in that string. Tension.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can agree that there's pressure on the string, but where's the area?
The string.
The string, exactly.
You mean the surface area of the string?
Do you need the formula on how to calculate magnetic pressure? I asked Nate this. He tried to sidestep and double speak around it. I don't know why, but do you need the formula to calculate magnetic pressure? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't understand magnetic pressure.
I know what the formula is. Like, I'm not even arguing with you on that, Jeremy. I agree with you. Magnetic pressure is a thing, and to calculate it is the same way as measuring it. That's fine, bro. I'm not arguing with you on that, Jeremy. I just wanted to know, instead of calculating it, how would you go about measuring this magnetic pressure gradient between two magnets in the vacuum? That's all I was asking. And you got caught up in that and misunderstood.
Sorry, what were you asking?
I wanted to know, if you had two magnets in the vacuum, how would you measure this magnetic pressure gradient between the magnets as they accelerate towards each other? And Percentage gave an answer that I would tend to agree with.
All right.
Yeah, that's all, bro. I mean, I totally agree with you. There's a formula. You can calculate it. Like, I
No,
know
I
what
caught you
magnetic
slipping.
pressure
I
is.
caught you out there. The CEO caught you out
Nah,
there.
bro. Yeah.
I don't agree that a calculation is a measurement.
I don't either.
Nah.
I don't even agree with that. You have to though, because you have these
But
silly
I mean,
world
percentage in your thingy, you need calculations in order to determine what your measured value is.
You
You
have to be more
got to
specific.
substitute the form. So in your example, you want to use the force needed to hold the magnets away from each other to determine the pressure in between them.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to come to a final answer, you're going to have to jot down your force readings
Yeah,
on
the
paper.
force, the final
and
answer,
then,
force, would be a calculation.
Yeah.
We measure
Yeah.
the area, measure the pressure, but the force would be a calculation.
Definitely, yeah. And it's the same with magnetic pressure.
Yeah, whenever you're solving for a variable, it turns into a calculation, right? It's based off of measurements, and there's a lot that I would agree with are definitely, like, obviously a lot of them are usable and have usability in our world.
Any
Can you measure
measurement
speed?
requires calculation, though. Any measurement
Can
requires
you-
calculation.
No, not any.
Show me
but-
a measurement where you're not calculating something.
Distance, like say
Yeah,
if
I take
I
a-
measure
yeah,
how
Distance
you can take a
distance
2x
is from point A to point B. So you
Slow
say
down.
if
Yeah, that's
if-
not a calculation.
I can hold on. I can
It
show
is a
you how to measure
calculation.
distance without. Hold on, relax, bro. I can show you how to measure distance without a calculation. You pull out a tape measure, right? You got a 2x4. Did you see the 2x4 is 8 feet long? Don't need to calculate anything. I just look at the 8 feet line, look at the board.
That's your thing.
Now, if
Yeah, I
you're being
agree with
pedantic, you could say at the start of the 2x4 it was 0, and then you went to 8 feet, so now it's 0 plus 8, and therefore it's a calculation. Like counting is calculating, but that's just like argumentum ad ridiculum.
Yeah.
well,
Every time you count,
okay, so
it's one,
I
it's
agree.
+1 and +1.
I agree that if you use let's say if you use a ruler to measure the size of something, there's no calculation there. But there are many
Why not?
things that are. For example, can you measure speed then? Because according to that, speed is unmeasurable, right? So
Speed is a
if I tell you,
yes, it is.
yeah, speed. Yeah, there's no way to measure speed without a calculation. And
I'm fine with that. So
yeah,
what?
so whenever someone says, "Well, I measured the car to be that fast," are you going to put that in contention? Say no, that's
I've never
just
heard anyone
calculation.
say that sentence, but yes, if I do ever hear anyone say that sentence in the future, I'm definitely going to say correct them.
Well, I mean, it depends on the context.
Right, but
if there's a more
make
important point, you need not introduce that and kind of maybe derail the conversation. But consider the context. Technically correct to say it's a calculation, though.
I mean, that's
It's always a calculation.
Well, I don't.
Not
know.
always.
When you're using a ruler to measure distance, you're not just counting numbers on a number line. You're doing a calculation. You're saying that the distance is the difference between two numbers on the number line.
See, that's exactly what I just said. You're starting at 0, going to 8. Therefore, it's a calculation. No, I mean, come on. Let's.
Yeah, because between
let's 8, some common sense.
You're not doing the calculation. You're relying on someone else. No, you're not. You are relying on someone else that has done the calculation on your behalf. All you're doing is just reading the number, 8 foot. That's all you're doing. You're not going 1 foot plus 1 foot is 2.
That's all.
But you're not doing that. All you're
I
doing
do it
is
by inches, bandsaw, but
there we go. Okay.
If you want to measure the height of like a door frame or like a window frame, right? And you take your tape measure out, and then you start at 0 and you extend it till you reach the top.
Yeah.
You're gonna say the distance is the difference between the bottom of it and the top of my tape measure, and that's a calculation.
No, you measure. You read the tape measure, which says 8 foot, right? Because we're tall here in Australia, so it's 8 foot. Okay.
Yeah, that's clearly a measurement. But let me. Sorry, go ahead.
That calculation has already been done on your behalf. You're not calculating anything yourself. It's already been done for you.
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say a calculation has been done just because you have tape measure with numbers on it.
Yeah, they counted. I mean, it's count.
It's not a calculation. It's just counting. Yeah.
It's counting.
If anything, I would say those individual measurements have been done because for each one of those numbers, it's a measurement of what is considered an inch. You know.
Okay, when I make the claim that a car is at a certain speed, is that a valid claim?
It depends on what you're talking about.
Like,
hold on, before we move on to that, let me just say, so, and this is maybe gonna fuck with you guys, but if I was to measure, you know, a door frame, right, and above the door frame, there's a little bit of, you know, the wall left to the ceiling, and now, instead of just measuring the door frame, I measured from the ceiling to the floor, and then I measured from, you know, the ceiling to the door frame, that little piece of wall, and I subtracted the two. Is that a measurement or a calculation?
Say that again.
Instead of measuring the ceiling to the top of the door frame directly, instead I measured the ceiling the ceiling to the floor, and then subtracted the ceiling to the top of the door frame. Is that a measurement or a calculation?
I would say it's both, because I don't make the separation that as soon as you make it, like a measurement doesn't stop being a measurement if you do a calculation on it. You have direct and indirect measurement. Speed is an indirect measurement, but it's still a measurement.
Mm-hmm. I disagree with that last part. I would say I agree with you saying it's both, though. I would say if you're not changing units or anything, calculating different units or for variables, then it remains a measurement. And also, obviously, if you're, you know, subtracting or calculating or whatever, it's a calculation.
Okay, so if I used let's say the shadow of a building to calculate its height, that's a measurement for you, right?
Use the shadow of the building to calculate its height, definitely.
Exactly. Yeah, so
no, hold up. That's definitely a calculation.
Oh, I'm not changing the units.
Well, you're introducing an angle, right?
No, I don't have to.
So you're just taking the measurement of the shadow, and then you're just taking that tape measure and holding it against the building?
No, I'm going to measure the length of the shadow, and I can get a smaller object that I know the height and measure the length of that object, and I know they're going to be proportional. So I don't have to measure any angle.
You realize as the sun changes its apparent position, the shadow is going to change its length.
No, I can. Those measurements can be taken at the same time. So,
okay, so
the sun would be at the same
I can take
position.
the same measurement 5 minutes later and get a different height on the building, though.
But I'm not talking about doing that 5 minutes later.
Let's move away from the shadow. Let's say you have two buildings, right? So you're gonna measure the first building, take that same tape measure basically, and hold it against the other building to know the height of that one, right?
No, well, I was referring to using the shadow.
Okay.
Okay. So let me explain it better. So there's a building, and then I measure the length of the shadow, right? And then I use a smaller object, let's say just a box or something, and I put that on the ground and measure the length of that shadow. And I put that aligned with the building, so the shadow of that box is going to be proportional to the shadow of the building. They're going to form equivalent rectangle right triangles, right? So yes. So the more if the shadow of the building is 10 times bigger than the shadow of my box, then the building is also 10 times the size of my box, right?
Yes, I agree with you, and I think that's like another good example of where it could be both.
Okay. So you would agree this is a measurement?
At the exact same time, obviously, if you measure both things at the same time.
So yeah, we can get two people, one to measure the shadow of the building, the other for the object.
Yeah. But that's why I mentioned it doesn't really require a shadow per se. have any measure any kind of thing and then get the proportion of it to any other thing.
Well, to me, it's sort of weird, this definition of what a measurement is. Or at least if that's the definition of a measurement, that you can't do calculations that change the unit. But at the same time, if you agree that if I tell you, like, I get a radar gun and measure the speed of a car, if you say that speed is valid, then there's no point anymore in objecting to something, saying, well, that's not a measurement, that's a calculation.
I agree with you. In most situations, it's not really relevant, but it gets to be relevant in certain situations when you're claiming something as a measurement when it's not, And I would say the I said, if it doesn't change units or what have you, but I don't know if that would be the literal type of criterion. Maybe it would be, it's a measurement. If you measure something, it's going to remain a measurement until you do a calculation, which let me think about it. There's probably a better way to word it.
Can I ask you something completely unrelated?
Go ahead.
What does it mean to say "or what have you" in the end of a sentence? Like, you say that all the time. I never know what that means.
It's kind of like "and such."
Oh, all right.
It's kind of like etc.
Right, yeah. Well, thanks.
Yo, y'all got crazy quiet. What's happening?
Yeah. Too much pressure.
Too much pressure.
We're not forcing anyone to talk.
Contemplating life.
Well,
I got one for
anyway.
you. So I'm on this globalist server, and this dude tells me to take my meds. I said, well, you can take your meds. They said, that's a rule break. You broke the rules. You were insulting. 24-hour timeout. I'm like, okay, whatever. It's your server. You do whatever you want. Next day, he takes me again. Take your meds. I'm like, okay, let's see what happens today. What meds should I take? He says, cyanide. Take your pills. So I linked the rules, right? Because in the rules, there's one that says no death threats, no suggestion of suicide. Then I linked the rules, and then they mute me again for airing grievances in public.
Oh,
you got wrecked.
These guys are so triggered. I mean, they're that triggered about flat Earth that they won't even follow their idea, their logical path. They make rules that they don't even follow.
He could have been suggesting really low potency cyanide pills.
I think what happened was he got insulted on another server and then decided, like, I'm going to get even.
That's some turkey shit, though. It definitely is.
It's about control. They want to feel like they need to control in a model where they can't. There's no way. It's so big, it's so massive. And they can't even control themselves, but they want to control other people too.
I don't even think it's about round Earth and flat Earth when they're doing that. It's just it's about showing out to their friends.
Yeah,
about
tribalism.
choosing sides in front of someone else and affirmation and all that bullshit.
But thank you for saying our side is big and massive. I appreciate it.
Which side is our side?
Well, I'm a baller, so I thought I was talking about the ball. The ball was big and massive, so that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, just little antagonistic things like that right there. There's something missing inside you when you do that. Unless it's for a joke.
It's a joke, bro. It's a joke, homie. Ain't nothing
I
missing.
know. I mean, unless it's for a joke. I'm talking about like the serious ones, though. You can tell those they're different than when you do it.
It's not
That's some
about.
serious shit.
It's not about that.
What's it
It'll
about?
go like this. It'll go like this. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I don't think you can analyze Globers as a whole. There probably are. Now that I'm thinking out loud, you probably could somewhat, right? Most of us are kind of into science. I guess that would be an overarching principle. You can kind of analyze flat earthers in a sense, in terms of like kind of denialism of the mainstream scientific narrative. Other than that, I don't know how deep you could get with a large group of people analyzing them in that way.
Well, the reason why is that they claim a we. A lot of times when you talk to globalists, it's never an I. This is what I've done, or this is my observation. It's a we. They're speaking from a group to start with.
There's a lot of similarities, right? Like this is what happens in those rooms. This right here, where they wonder what's wrong with the other side together. So you guys are a lot alike and don't realize it. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong.
Yeah, I totally agree with Grim. You guys do the whole we thing as well.
Yeah, both.
Which is explained. As explained on the flat earth.
Yeah, you know what I was just thinking about? I was gonna say, who started?
You're really low, Isa. You're really low, buddy.
Got it. Okay, give me 1 second.
Still low.
I thought it was Issa. Is that not Issa?
Oh, Isa. Oh, okay.
I've heard it. I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that better or
he
not?
refers himself as
yeah,
Issa,
there you
right?
go, Issa.
There you go, buddy. Yep, you're a bit better.
Cool. I
Now
was
I
just
can
thinking, like,
recognize who's talking.
I was like, yo, who, thinking of it, like, who started the fight, let's say, between ballers and flat earthers? And I was thinking to myself, well, the ballers started the fight, but then I realized, like, wait a minute. If you go all the way back, you got Pythagoras comes out and says you're a Sabal, and the people killed him, right? So you've got, like, this tit for tat war ever since, and each side is, instead of realizing they're an individual, they're clinging on to the group.
Yeah,
And carrying on this big war since fucking flat earthers killed Pythagoras, and then the ballers
Was
took
it about
over.
the shape of the earth?
The flat earther. But think of it like this: what did the flat earthers do? The flat earthers just started thinking differently, getting together and talking about it. Granted, and I think but I can't leave out the side where a lot of flat earthers went after the Globers, or like NASA went after those institutions. But then
The
a lot of the
heretics.
flat earthers are just chilling in groups, and then all along comes the debate, and that's where the division happens. And that kind of group animosity needs to end.
None of that is true, Isa. None of that is true.
Right. Okay. Sure.
It's all true.
Pythagoras wasn't killed because
And then
Yes,
you
I-
have, like, in 2016.
I think
that's
it was
when the
something
shot-
about secrets of a triangle. The reason he was killed because there was some secret of commensurability.
2016 was when the shots were fired. They did a hit piece in the Guardian, 2 of them, 2 hit pieces against Flat Earth, calling it some sort of online cult. They made claims in 2016, and what they didn't know, this was going to be a self-inflicted wound, because people say disagree with Flat Earth, but they don't think it's a cult. They just think it's just a bunch of people with a different view of cosmology.
No, it's a cult because you all repeat the same thing, word for word sometimes.
But don't you guys also do
Is that how you classify a cult?
I wouldn't say it's a
Is that how you
cult, but
classify a cult, though?
there are some flat earthers that do, as Brenda said, parrot what some other flat earthers say word for word. So there are some of you, I'm not saying it's all of you, but there are some of you that repeat the same QE Nathan Oakley catchphrases. You know, and I think even you guys know that there's some people that kind of do that don't really
So if I
exist
fuck
as an
around,
individual flat earth.
yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, good point. If I fuck around and if I quote Einstein word for word, am I now in a cult?
No, but you aren't able to take what Einstein said and express it in your own words. You know, like with you, Grim. You have all of these you know, plasma cosmologists, but you're able to take what they say and express it in your own words. You know, you have a full understanding as to what they're saying. A lot of flat earthers just parrot, well, not a lot, but some parrot what QE and Nathan Oakley say, but they don't even understand what it is they're saying, what this catchphrase means. Like, second law of thermodynamics is violated by the atmosphere, and yeah, they don't know what that means, you know, but they just parrot it. And then when you ask them to go deeper, they struggle. Like you see them struggle, you know.
That's pretty insightful.
Yeah.
That's pretty insightful.
all is do when we
Yeah.
start talking about safe and aircraft?
Elo home.
Most they come in here and if you question any of their stuff, they're like, well, you know, just Phil Knott.
No, definitely. There are some ballers that do it as well. I have seen that kind of, you know, there's some ballers that will just parrot what a scientist said and not really go into detail on it, you know.
And to be
Well,
honest,
yeah.
even though I'm a baller, I like to watch those guys get their asses handed to them when they do that in here. To some of you to flat earthers when they'll come in here and they don't really understand the baller argument. I like to watch them learn their
Yeah,
argument.
I'm going
Go
to say
ahead.
this: Flat Earth claims Grim, though. We got, you know, Grim is on our team, dude. Like, you know what I
Are
mean?
you
Like,
Grim?
In a
What's that?
sense, yeah. I like the flat earthers more than the ballers, yeah, and
yeah,
about
Grim is with us.
70% more.
You got to think of it like this. Here's the
But
difference.
I mean, what
I point this out real
is
quick.
it you like?
Here's
You
the difference.
Oh, sorry.
Please, you're talking all over Isa.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
the Globers are a cult because you guys have one cosmology. The Flat Earthers are a diverse group of people with varying different opinions on almost every subject. You guys come in here and parrot almost like what sounds like a real religious scripture built by like a sex cult, and that's why it's called the Big Bang. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why, you know, and that's why everyone's worried about fucking the trafficking of fucking whatever by governmental institutions. It seems like a fucking
pretty
cult,
funny.
dude.
Big Bang. Yeah, I mean, Issa, I hear you, but that ain't really the case
You know,
because we have.
yeah, but what? Are you involved in a
But
sex cult every
let me
time?
respond, bro. Let me respond. I
Forgive
am
me. Go ahead.
calm and respectful. You can ask anyone here. I don't, you know, act the way some of these other Globers act. You know, Grim is proof that what you said isn't true because Grim is a Glober that doesn't agree with other Globers. He has a different perspective on the model, you know, and they all flat earthers that tend to agree on the model, or they all some flat earthers that you know you know them as well that are biblical flat earthers, and they all say the same thing.
Right,
You
but they
know,
all
I
say they
mean,
don't know what. Check it out. The difference is they say they don't know what it is, most of them, except they see it and experience it as flat. Whereas ballers say, yo, dude, we landed on the fucking moon and we know the fucking shape. Right? I'll ask you a
It's
question.
kind
How
of
about
liken,
this?
yeah.
I'll ask
I
you a
liken
question
it to
real quick,
this,
brother.
Issa.
I'll ask the brother real
Okay.
quick. It's like, you can agree, at least. Like, forgive me, where are you from? I don't, like, what nationality do you rep, brother?
American. You?
America?
Yeah, I'm not Jewish.
Right on. Fuck yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's what's up. Anyone
I
who's
was
like
speaking
British
for
and shit, I
myself.
always go, at least we can all agree that America is the greatest fucking nation in the world because we landed on the moon. But at the same time, I also fucking, you know, the idea is that you guys, like, do you believe in the moon landing?
Yeah, I
Hell
do.
no. Right. All of your side has the same beliefs.
I don't know. They're global. They're people that believe Earth is a sphere and we didn't go to the moon. Like that's how the initial conspiracy started. It wasn't flat earthers that started the moon landing is fake conspiracy. It was
that's true.
just
No,
normal,
that's
ordinary
true.
people
But
that thought Earth is a sphere and they said we didn't go there. You know?
right, but my point is that the moon landing for you guys was the confirmation of Copernicus and Galileo and all the rest, right?
I think
No, it
Copernicus
was
and them was confirmed
before
long
that.
ago.
It was Newton.
We didn't know we didn't need to go to the moon to, really confirm Earth is a sphere.
No, but it was the confirmation. It was the seal of like, we got this.
No.
No.
We were already pretty
It was
confident
the
on that.
first. It was the first
we had
picture that
photos.
ever got taken as of Earth in its entirety. So it was
I'm
big
listening.
for the.
I gotta just listen for a little bit, but I like
It
you
was
guys.
big for the globe proof. That was
admitting that. I appreciate it.
But it wasn't a globe proof. It was just big for man and science in general. Our ability to leave this planet and go somewhere else was just a big thing for everything. It wasn't about the shape of the sphere.
Maybe that's what they want you to think. Maybe it was about proving the sphere, and this was how they could definitely get everyone on board with the globe model 100%.
I don't
if
think
they
so,
fucking
though, Jeremy. Because I
Jeremy,
think no globers use us going to the moon as proof of the shape of the Earth. The argument is just brought
there's
up
a
by
state.
flat earthers that we haven't gone to the moon because space is fake, But globers don't say us going to the moon proves Earth is a ball. Like
There's a state in America. It's called the Show Me State, right? I forget if it's Ohio or some bullshit state, whatever. The point is, people want you to show them. That was the first time or anyone could actually show them. That was massively big. That was the biggest thing the globe's ever done.
Didn't we have images of Earth before we went to the moon?
Never in its entirety. You can never appease the Show Me State people.
Was it Missouri? No, Wyoming? I think it's Wyoming, right?
No, Missouri.
Is it Missouri?
Fine. The point is, you need to show the Show Me people state. They want to see that. They want to see that ball, baby. Before that the moon mission was big for that.
And I've said like how they could show me. What just defund it? Let people write a check based on logic, reason, and science. Let's see.
But then you know what they did?
Oh, go ahead.
You know what they did? Mission caught him trying to fake a picture of the Earth, a cutout Earth in the ship they were in.
Hey, real quick too. They said when they were there and dropped the feather and the fucking hammer that, wow, look, it confirms Copernicus, Newton, Galileo. They said it, not us. Like we didn't.
The guy do that hammer and feather shit in his bedroom, dude.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, but that's what, like, all the ballers have to own that.
Who actually said that?
The fucking people on the moon when they dropped the hammer. Who I don't know, Neil, one of them.
But what is your source? Like you went there, so obviously you have a source of them.
Give me 1 second, bro.
Neil Armstrong?
No problem.
Wasn't it on the radio broadcast and they were talking about Newton, Copernicus, and all those guys when they were on the moon? They had that radio broadcast and they were saying it out loud.
No, I don't know. If it happened, it happened. But I just think most people believed Earth was a sphere long before
David
that.
Scott. Commander David.
Uh-huh.
Hold on, let me see. I'll read it to you, bud. Unless you want a link. At the end of the last Apollo 15 moonwalk, Commander David Scott performed a live demonstration for the television cameras as over 600 million people watched on live TV. He held out a geologic hammer and feather and dropped them at the same time. So Commander David Scott, that's who dropped them. And you got to own that, bro. 600 million people were watching, dude.
Okay. I just don't think that was the nail in the coffin that confirmed Earth is a sphere. I think long before that.
Yeah, that was sort of also why I was asking. Like, I wasn't doubting that someone dropped the hammer and the feather. I was sort of asking for a quote that says that that's what confirmed it.
That's what they said. They said, well, if
Yes,
you
but-
watch the footage of the moonlight, if you want me to get the YouTube footage, which I have no fucking rush to do right now, but like you watch the footage and he
That's
says,
cool.
this confirms Galileo, Copernicus, and the rest of it were right.
So they dropped the hammer and sickle.
He should have.
Yeah,
Right?
he dropped the hammer. By the way, I'm not like I don't want to put people on the spot. Like either you give me the source or your case is done and you're done or anything like that. So
Yeah, I know.
I'm
That's
not
why
like,
I just.
I'm not trying to pressure you.
I gave you everything you need, my dude.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
I
it
mean,
is. I'll put
to
the
go
video
back
in
to
for you
the,
so you can just shut the fuck up about it.
but just to go back to the original point, yeah, I think both sides, well, people within both sides of the argument do show, signs of cultish behavior. They just parrot what other people say without gaining understanding. It happens, Human beings do that, Yeah, but I wouldn't call either side a cult. It's just some people choose to believe Earth is this sphere when presented with Earth is this shape when presented with evidence, and some people choose to believe something else. At the end of the day, if I believe it's a sphere and you believe it's flat, Issa, we still pay taxes. We still work a 9 to 5. Like, what are you doing that's different from what I'm doing? Like us believing that Earth is shaped differently
issue, brother.
literally
Here's the issue.
changes jack shit.
My point is this: is that like
Oh.
and I totally agree with this. Like, flat Earth is not the hill to die on. Like, it's an intellectual delicacy. You know what I mean? The issue is that for those of us who've been into it, you know what I mean, and talking about it forever, it's like I appreciate the ballers in the sense that we get to knock our ideas against each other and figure stuff out because like. It's a good thing that there's a healthy opposition, and I have a lot of friends on the baller side. I love Jen Panda, a friend of mine, in the sense that we're cool with each other and fucking, but not many other people do I really want to interact with too much because they don't even get the nuance of what makes this conversation so fucking cool. And like, but if someone's going to come, like if we're talking about who's on a religious doctrine side, I'm just saying that the ballers have one script to go by. And all the flat earthers, like Grim over here, is a diverse person, an individual. And that's the difference. And I even ask you this, it's like, because one of my questions is like, hey, can men get pregnant? If you don't mind answering that question real quick.
It depends what you would define as a man.
See, now you're talking.
If you ask
exactly.
And this is where.
Hang on though.
Like,
if you ask me this, Issa, hang on though. If you ask me this question 500
Well, at
years
least he
ago,
didn't
I would
say
say
yes.
no. I would
About
say
10
no.
years
If you ask
ago.
me this question
Right? At
500
least you didn't
years.
just outright.
10
No,
years
you would
ago.
say no.
Yeah. Well, I think
I would
Issa's
say
trying
no.
to say is
If
Issa
someone
didn't
asked
say.
me in the 1600s, can men get pregnant? I would say no. Why would I say
Dude, you're
yes?
not that old.
Yeah, if someone asked
No,
you 2 years ago if men could get pregnant, you'd say no. It's just a fad right now, dude. This new
Yeah, you're
fucking
part of the
social
religious
engineering
cult, dude.
fad.
Whatever the new
like
Social
social is.
engineering,
recent-
dude. 2 years ago, motherfuckers wouldn't even be accepting that shit.
But biology didn't change though.
Really?
Humans. Did the human biology change in the past?
Few years.
No, I mean biology hasn't changed. It's just socially, it's weird now. Like it seems a man isn't just a man anymore. It's weird. I don't know.
No, you're not talking about male. You're talking about men versus women.
Yeah, you're a man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hearing apparently men can have periods. Like I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. Like this shit is just kind of ridiculous and wild.
Rumpus was on his period this morning.
You just Google it.
The word gender doesn't mean male and female. It means feminine or masculine, right? So you can be. It's not supposed to be turned around to mean male or female.
That's the question.
You're just a feminine male when you're.
I hear what you're saying, Grim, but there are people out there that would disagree with you.
Yeah, but they're absolutely
the
wrong.
academics out
I'm not changing the definitions for them.
I don't know, man. The academics out there that would disagree with you. So I don't know.
That's
man.
the issue because if
it's like trying to say, oh well, I no longer want to call ice, right? Ice is now fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just stupid. It will not make sense. And then you go to try to take that into the science realm and biology, and you fuck things up. You've dumbed down the fucking population with that shit. Literally dumbing down the population.
I mean, words change, meaning and definitions and
Not really.
context. I mean,
they
things
do,
change.
but
It's just a word.
Yeah, but black doesn't become white over time.
You can't really do biology most basic sense without male and female.
So this is why people should have a conversation and put their smartphones down. Just logically talk through it. No Google. Because if you Google, can men get pregnant, it says yes.
And it's so dumb. I know.
What? It says yes.
Yeah, if you
That's what I'm
Google,
saying. Yeah,
can men
you could
get
find
pregnant?
answers that say yes, and you'll find answers that say no.
No, I'm telling
That's
the
what I'm
top,
trying to say.
like pages. Like if you just Google, can
And
men
you
get
don't think
pregnant?
that's AI trying to show you how to think? Then you got another thing coming.
Can
And this is even
men
funnier. Hey, look at
get
this. The third
pregnant?
result is from The Guardian, the same place that claimed Flat Earth is a cult.
Healthline.com says yes. You know,
Yeah,
so
New
it's
York
like,
Times says yes. NBC News says yes. The Guardian says
yeah.
yes.
So
That's the headline, but if you read the story, that's not really what it means. They're talking about a biological female who basically transitioned to a man. They're not talking about a genetic man.
Yeah, we know what they're talking about, but the fact that they don't clear that up immediately and they just say yes.
Well, they
most
do.
people don't read all the way
there's
through
even
that
a
shit. So
wiki
they're
on
clicking
it.
on.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an extreme contingent of society that is being more pervasive, and people are fighting back against it. And you can't really do the most basic of biology without defining male and female. You have to define male and female to basically do anything in biology, or at the base of it, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's absolutely true.
This is pretty interesting because maybe if we're just talking about humans, I guess you could have an argument. But
one way or another,
I'm
buddy.
seeing here that there are fish, male fish, that will hold the babies and the eggs until birth. Like, what the fuck? You know, so I mean, I don't know, man.
So people are fish now.
No, I mean the
Like
fish's
I said,
biology
if
isn't
you
changing,
just-
right? So
No, but the fish thing, where
Yeah.
the people said that you have gills in your ear. You're just older fish.
Like I said, if you're just talking about people, you maybe have an argument. But if you're talking male and female in general, you know, this also applies to, I mean, even animals have sexes. We see that there are male animals that can get pregnant. I don't know, man. It's in the
Okay, I
times
got
we live in right now. Yeah, these things are pretty weird, and I'm sure
what male animal
soon.
get pregnant?
Yeah.
I told you a fish.
Mammals.
There's
No,
fish.
that's not pregnancy, dude.
Pipefish, seahorses, and the leafy sea dragon. They get pregnant.
They're hermaphrodites, though. The seahorse,
I
but
don't
not
know.
the fish.
Apparently,
The fish doesn't hold anything in a womb or anything like that. These are eggs. The female lays the eggs. That's the difference. The male can carry them around afterwards, but not in his body unless it's through his gills and mouth, where he just babysits them. He's a babysitter fish. He's a good daddy.
It's basically like a penguin.
He's not a mommy.
It's basically like the penguin just holding the egg until it hatches.
Yes.
The male penguin just
Exactly.
holds the egg. Yeah. Come on, Nate. Get it together.
I heard something about this too, where
Hang
on
on.
the Glenn Beck show, they talked about nursing mothers and nursing fathers. Like, are you serious?
Nate, you're losing his fish argument, bro. This isn't a good start.
I'm reading more.
All right,
It looks
you
like
better
this is
fucking read
this is an actual
He's starting to sound
pregnancy.
like a fish. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm reading sounds like this is
could be
actual
right.
pregnancy. You know.
He might be.
Apparently, the males of some of these species possess a brood pouch. Fertilization can take place in the pouch. And this, I don't know how to say this word, but the Syngnathids male pregnancy ensures them complete confidence of paternity. Although implantation in or on the brood pouch or brood patch, the male, after implantation in or on the brood pouch or brood patch, the male incubates the eggs.
Hey, brother, can I just point out? Do you see the lengths you're willing to go to stick to their doctrine?
I'm not sticking to the doctrine, Issa. I'm literally telling you I don't know because
Right, but you're attempting to
There's
justify
all
it, right?
of.
You're trying to justify it using
I'm not
fish right
justifying
now, right?
anything.
Here's
What
this.
I'm
Hold on.
saying is
I
both
just want you to
sides
be
have
able
an
to look.
argument.
Dude,
Hold.
just look at what you're doing. You're literally trying to justify the doctrine using fish right now.
What I'm saying is both sides have an argument, Issa. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but on the subject of the fish, the eggs come from where?
It's not clear. It doesn't actually say.
Well, the eggs come
That's
from
what
a
I'm trying to
female.
find out. That's what I'm trying to find out. Is it the female puts the eggs in the male, or like what happens? But it doesn't say here. I might need to look at something
When it talks
else.
Well, if we
about
just
brood
stop
pouch,
reading
I
it from
think
where you're at, it seems like we don't need female, right, for that fish, just the male. But we know that the female gave the male the eggs. Because why would they call the male a male? If it was developing eggs, there would be no reason they'd be a female.
And also, if this it specifies brood pouch, usually that means like the eggs have left from, the uterus or whatever it is, and then they're carried in that area, right?
Like a penguin sitting on the egg.
Yeah, it looks to
Good
me like the
daddy.
male is just holding the egg, like the female gave him the egg, like, yo, here you go. And then the male fertilizes them and then holds on to them.
Or holds on to them and then fertilizes them, apparently. Because he said it could be fertilized in the brood pouch.
Yeah, either one.
Well, I
Female
mean, what you guys are saying sounds logical and reasonable, but I just need to see what actually happens. So I'm trying to find out.
Go ahead. You're knee deep in seahorse sperm over there.
Yeah, 6 feet deep in this shit. Jesus.
I mean, obviously for a human male though, which is what Issa was talking about, the human males don't give birth. Like, we don't do that.
And just like these creatures that we're talking about, the biology doesn't change, right? These creatures that you're talking about, this is how their biology, this is how they've been for forever, since their creation or what have you. Whereas with humans, they're trying to say that this shit is changing.
No, they agreed. The human biology hasn't changed in the past 5 years to where males can all of a sudden give birth. No.
They're trying to change it though.
They're weirdos.
Artificially.
Yeah, and this is why it's so crucial to this discussion, because I think anyway, this question. Because like, if you can't come to these basic scientific agreements with somebody, then you're not going to come to some nuanced discussion about gas pressure. Like, you're not going to ever break through on any of these subjects, because they will do whatever the doctrine tells them is what the doctrine is. It's the OG, like, it's the real fucking OG cult, cult. And it's unfortunate, and I wish you brothers would check for it, just to, even in your own self. Like, Al Hazen, he's got the best quote. He created the scientific method, and he said, be an enemy of all that you read. You know what I mean? And don't trust yourself. Don't trust necessarily for your own positions. Al Hazen, the scientific method. Look it up. But like,
That's right.
But do you see the willingness of like people to just bow down to whatever Google fucking
See, that's what brings me.
tells them to say, man?
Listen, that's what brings me to my position when you asked me, when you were saying that I was on the flat earther side, or you guys are claiming me, you know what I mean? And that brings me to that, because that's the reason why I like flat earthers. It's not because of the earth flat and all that, but it's the idea that you challenge information that's supposed to be settled, and I find that commendable. I don't like the coward's consensus argument. I don't feel like it's necessary to argue for a consensus, because as the quote just said, you treat everything you read as the enemy, right? Why then will you adhere to a consensus if you're doing that? You couldn't hold both of those ideas to be true. You couldn't be running around quoting the consensus and arguing for the consensus while at the same time treating everything you read like the enemy.
What's crazy with the consensus is it's like part of the consensus is getting them to think that they're thinking for themselves in this process. Like, even like,
Well, yeah, but
and
that's necessary.
it's
Absolutely.
it's wild. And like, if you get tricked by it, like, I think you go into this infinite loop, and some people can never get out of it. But like, it's like, because they're like, but part of my doctrine is that I'm an independent thinker. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, well,
we,
but that's
yo,
necessary.
check this out,
Are
man.
you an
They're gonna go
independent
like this. They're
thinker?
gonna go,
A,
we
B,
are
or C?
independent thinkers.
Yeah.
We are independent thinkers is the fucking globe mantra. We are independent thinkers. All of us together as one, in unison. You fucking robots.
I've never heard a Glober really say that. It's more flat earthers that say we're independent, free, critical thinkers. I don't hear Globers make statements like that. But just getting back to the fish pregnancy thing, it seems this is pregnancy because with the seahorses, the male and the female do some sort of courting dance, and then she deposits her eggs in the male, and it's while the eggs are in the male's pouch that they get fertilized. So the male is getting pregnant. Pregnancy isn't the act of producing eggs; it's the act of having those eggs fertilized within you. That's when you're being
Right, but the female
impregnated.
gives the,
You see how
the
Issa
female gives the
kinda
eggs though, right?
called it,
The
though?
female gives the female gives the eggs though, right?
Yeah, women have eggs all of the time. Once they've hit puberty, they'll always have eggs, but that doesn't make them pregnant, Jeremy. They only get pregnant when their eggs get fertilized.
We could definitely
but what
differentiate.
defines the
We
male
could
from the
definitely
female
differentiate
is the
between who
developer
has
of
the.
the
Hold
egg.
on, Grim. We differentiate between the male and the female by who's got the eggs, right?
Who develops the eggs? Who created the
But
eggs?
that's not
By where
the
the
question.
eggs come from. Yeah.
That's not the question. The question is, can males get pregnant? And I'm just using these
Listen,
fish as an example.
Listen, I must be a female because I have a chicken egg in my hand. Does that make me a female because I'm holding another animal's egg?
Was that egg fertilized inside you? No.
It could have been. Why would it make me
wasn't.
a female? Yeah, but it could
Some
have been.
freaky shit.
Yeah, it
But
sure
it
could
wasn't
have
fertilized
been.
inside you, Grim.
Yeah, but it very much could
act
have
of
been.
But it wasn't.
But it could have been. It's an egg,
But
right?
it wasn't.
It doesn't need
But
much.
it wasn't
other than
fertilized inside you. So you
Well,
weren't
you don't know.
pregnant.
Fertilized
You weren't
inside
You
your
don't.
impregnated.
But you
I
don't
know
know
that
that.
a chicken egg didn't come out of you, Grim, because you're a human being. Like I know it.
chicken egg get
So the
fertilized.
act of being impregnated is when
This is
an
my
egg is
point.
fertilized within you.
No,
So
listen.
with
This
these
is my
male,
point.
Chicken egg
We're
fertilized.
not.
Hold
We
on,
don't
guys.
use the word pregnant. We don't use the word pregnant in this sense because it's not a pregnancy.
I
All right?
said
It's an egg.
impregnate. To be
An egg.
impregnated.
The egg
Am I
develops
saying it
in
wrong or what?
the embryo develops in the egg,
What up?
and it's outside of the female.
nice
There
to
is no more
Hey, yo,
pregnancy.
just for the record,
The
the
cat's a
flat
little bitch
earthers
ass
are
kitty.
arguing that there are men
Look at her.
and women, and the ball earthers
Terrorist.
think men can get
Oh, what
pregnant.
do you got? Tex Mix up in here?
Well,
Can I
you
get
see, you
some of
got
these?
that wrong.
Jeremy talking to.
There's a
Who's
larger
Jeremy talking?
percentage of the ballers that believe that in this room.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I don't
No,
believe that the
listen.
largest percent of ballers believe that, and I don't think he even
personally,
believes it.
I believe. Yeah, I don't believe it. I believe a man's a man, a woman's a woman. But if you asked me, in a academic setting, if I was given this in a test or something, I wouldn't know how to answer.
You would knuckle under
in a
to
test,
What's the question?
consensus. Would you
On the
knuckle
test.
under to
the
the
question is,
consensus, or would
can
you argue
men
your
get
stance?
pregnant?
You said you
No, I
don't
just-
believe it. So would you argue what you believe in, or would you knuckle under to the consensus in that environment or that setting?
In a test environment, I would give what the consensus is saying. But personally, if I was allowed to give my personal opinion, and
And
they
that's the
said that your
difference.
personal opinion could be correct, I'll give my personal opinion, obviously, and I would say
Right,
no,
but
men can't
that
get pregnant.
that is the difference between the flat earther and the normal glober, right? The normal glober will not stand outside and argue against what, even though he believes in it, he won't argue against the consensus in
But
front of
it's
the
a
group.
test, Grim. It's a
Because,
test
yeah,
that I'm trying
because
to
it's a
pass.
test. Yeah,
so
because
I
it's a
can carry
test.
on with
It doesn't
my
matter
life.
why.
Come
It
on,
doesn't
man.
matter why. Right. It doesn't
I'm
matter
just.
why. You
It's
agreed
just an
with it, so you
example
didn't
I'm
fight it.
giving. Yeah,
But if you
yeah.
believe,
In that example,
don't interrupt me.
yeah.
I'm not really being specific about you. I'm saying in general, and this is a thing that is common, and I'm trying to, and because you kind of align with it, it does seem like it's personal, but it's not really meant for you. But this is a thing that actually does happen in general, where people, they don't want to actually go against the grain because they don't want to stand out and get hammered back down by their peers. Something wrong there. Why be afraid to be hammered back down with your peers? Why be afraid to stand up and say, hey, I think this question on the test is incorrect, and I'll answer it my own way.
I hear what you're saying, Grim, but I think most people do that, whether they're flat or globe. There are a lot of flat earthers that try and keep a job and just go along with what their bosses and whatnot say. A lot of flat earthers can't be in public talking about flat Earth.
Listen,
they're afraid
you see how
to lose,
flat earthers
their
have a harder
jobs.
time
A
keeping
lot
their
of them
jobs,
only
right?
do it. Only
Flat
do
earthers
it
have a
on
harder time
Discord.
keeping their jobs, and that's probably one of the reasons
It's
why.
very few of them.
Actually,
It's
because they
very
question
few of
too
them.
many things, and
It's
people don't like all those
it's the
questions.
Witsits and the Nathan Oakleys, the ones that go public with it.
Well, you
But
when
most
most
flat
when you
Earthers
make people
keep
feel
their
uncomfortable.
flat Earth beliefs on
I've
Discord
got so
only.
much good
You
stuff
know?
to say today. It's crazy.
I know.
When
Hold
you-
on. No, wait till he's done. Wait till he's done.
I know.
I'm done.
I agree.
I'm done.
In a way, I agree, right? In a way, I agree with you. But when you make somebody feel uncomfortable who has a position of power over you about the things that they believe, and they start to question whether or not, instead of them going straight to questioning their internal belief system, they rather just erase the problem, the flat earther who's bothering them and making them answer questions and think about things. So I think it happens to flat earthers a lot, where they might lose their jobs and stuff because they make people feel uncomfortable with their positions in life and things like that. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it doesn't
I think
seem
that
like
also
it's the same
happens.
scenario. When do you get a
But
baller
Greg, what
making
did you
another
say?
baller feel uncomfortable about his positions and thinking about the
When
world
when
around?
when
I
the
can
baller
highlight the
says
problem.
stuff like, hang on, when the baller says stuff like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this. I hope we don't get in trouble for me saying this. But when the baller says something like the HCast didn't happen, when the baller says something like 9/11 was an inside job, when ballers make those claims, it gets them in trouble.
Yeah, but you don't normally call those guys ballers, do you? You call them conspiracy theorists.
Right, they're
But
right.
they're still
Look,
ballers.
you gotta
Are
admit
they
that.
though?
Agree with it. That we should be able to have an open door, open voice policy. If we're supposed to be a community, you shouldn't get rid of the irritant. That's the point. Think about it, man, dude. I'm telling you. I have a perfect antidote, Graham.
I
Of when
agree with Graham.
it's an
I agree with
engineering
Graham.
test.
And the Holocaust
We
definitely
don't
didn't
think
happen
you're a
like
bomb,
they say it
right?
did.
Yeah,
They
we
have
don't
a
think you're
fucking
arguing
ambiguous
against.
Whoa, careful,
question.
bro. Like,
You
we're
try to
live
put
on
us there,
YouTube.
bro.
Like,
They're gonna get rid
don't
of
get in
you,
shut
bro.
down percentage.
Bro, you're not
I
even
don't
think
think
it
bro.
would.
The
I'm
point
listening,
is,
dude.
they need to have fucking open minds and stop being worried of fucking problems. Why are you worried about a motherfucker asking
It's a good point. It's like an oyster.
I totally
Hold
agree
on,
with you,
hold
dog.
on
I
a
totally
second. I
agree
got one
with you.
point, and I know you agree.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm saying. This isn't about you trying to convince you or anything. This is just for the class or whatever, the group. But it's like the irritants are needed, right? Without a little irritant, a clam or an oyster can't make a pearl, right? So he needs a little irritant. I'm just saying, it's a necessity in some cases for a nice
it all
smooth
be
outcome.
fucking what you call it? Fucking
Work out the bugs.
lazy,
You test the
motherfucker.
system.
Or what's this word that I'm drawing a blank on?
I don't know. But while you're thinking of it, let's go back to this, fertilizing pregnancy thing. Okay? So let's say you have frogs, right? The female frog lays the eggs in this like a swamp water type thing. And let's say for shits and giggles you took in this like swamp water in your mouth with the eggs in it, right? So now you have frog eggs in your mouth. And you set yourself up such that the male frog comes around. He's like sniffing around your mouth. You're right there next to the swamp or whatever. He's looking for the eggs. He comes. He sees them in your mouth and fertilizes them. Are you now pregnant? A pregnant human man with frog babies? That's a serious question.
You might as well be.
Yeah, that's funny as shit though, percentage. But no, because those eggs wouldn't be able to be fertilized in your mouth. Your mouth it doesn't create the right conditions for fertilization to happen.
No, yes, it does actually.
Let's say whatever criteria needed, like the pond had. You're mimicking a pond. You have a small pond in your mouth.
You have a small bit of pond water in your mouth, buddy.
All right. In this wild hypothetical, if we said that your mouth had the same conditions as the womb,
you mean this is a
of a
Tuesday,
female
dude? Be
frog,
honest.
then sure, I would say you are pregnant.
Hold on, did you say the
those-
womb of the female frog?
No, female frogs don't
Yeah,
have
if your
wombs.
mouth
No.
had the same
That's
conditions.
the point. No, but that's the
They're-
point of
The frogs externally
Oh yeah,
fertilized.
yeah. Oh yeah, it's externally fertilized. Well,
Like a chicken, buddy. Like
would you
that's why
then say female frogs get pregnant?
Would you say the pond is pregnant?
Chickens aren't externally fertilized. Hold
Hang
on,
on.
I'm stupid.
Do females frogs get?
No, they release the eggs. The
Ah.
male comes and fertilizes them, like just like some fish. And
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I mean, laying
so is
eggs
the pond pregnant then?
isn't being impregnated though. Laying eggs isn't. You wouldn't call that thing pregnant.
Yeah, you're saying carrying the fertilized eggs is being pregnant. That's what you're saying. Now we're carrying it in our mouths. Are we pregnant?
Guys, just the difference is which animal lays the egg. It's a male or a female. Which one puts the egg out? That's all
Past
that.
that. He's trying to look past that. So
That's where you stop. Yeah, you don't stop there. You don't go past that. You go. That's the point.
Where'd the egg come from?
That's the point of origin. That's the reason why
I'm
we
humoring him. I'm humoring him. Okay, if his definition for pregnant is carrying fertilized eggs, then is the pond pregnant?
Well, he has pregnancy isn't the contingency of the point, though.
No. The answer is obviously no. I don't know why people are afraid to say it.
Ponds are pregnant.
That'd be like saying that, well, the nest is the mother. The chicken's nest is the mom. Because it develops the egg, and that would be deemed a pregnancy during the egg's development, right?
Hey, yo, real quick, crypto. It's like this. This is the criteria we got to have almost in like VC. Because it's like, yo, if someone can't fucking determine whether or not there's a difference between male and female and whether or not males can get pregnant or men can get pregnant, then why are we discussing gas pressure and all infinite kinds of awesome topics with people who can't distinguish whether or not there's a male or a female and will go and say and spout the Google doctrine, especially in relation to if they're pressured by consensus in a public environment?
I can just see it in the future, two males wondering whether or not they should use a condom for the other one to get pregnant or not. I don't know if we can get pregnant.
Yeah, come on. I was going to pick this up earlier when you said it, Issa. You were talking about kind of consensus talking, and I completely agree with you. I don't understand why people are afraid to speak out against what other people say. It doesn't make any sense. With regards to I think there's an elephant in the room or maybe a seahorse in the room that we're all missing. The question is too general. Can a male get pregnant? Well, we're not talking about males of all species. We're talking about male humans, right? So, and the answer is obviously no. It's obviously no. Maybe it's true of other species. I don't know, but why? Even if a male seahorse is pregnant, let's just say that that's the case. Why would that mean that a male human can therefore get pregnant? It's a non sequitur.
Well, yo, crypto, that's the justification to try and dance
agree.
around the issue to make it seem logical as to why Google would say yes, and they will bend over backwards to make it justify any position that the new religion tells them to fucking justify. Like right now, they'll go to they have to go to seahorses to justify this, and every single one of them.
No, listen. Whoa.
Just go to
hermaphrodites. I'm just number one. I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I've already admitted that I agree with you guys. Men can get pregnant.
But
I'm just trying to play devil's advocate and let you know that there are two arguments to it. You can Google, can men get pregnant? Google tells you yes. I don't know, but I agree. In my personal capacity, I agree. Men cannot get pregnant. I don't believe men get pregnant.
But you're saying they've got an argument. Sorry, you're saying that they've got an argument, like it legitimizes what they're saying. What they're saying is nonsense.
There's two sides to the argument: the right side and the absolutely wrong side. They're absolutely wrong.
But I could tell you, well, grass is green because Lord of the Rings goblins are green, right? That's an argument. But it's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. There's no evidence for any of it.
So okay, what I would say is the same way you guys believe this is nonsense.
One second.
Up, he was almost
then I could say that there's two sides to why grass is green, and they both have an argument, as if both are legitimate. They're not both legitimate. So when you say that, you realise you are legitimizing their nonsense, and that's what's got everyone questioning it.
If that's what it comes off as, I apologize. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate. But what I would say is the same way you guys see this as nonsense is the same way most people see flat Earth as nonsense. It's the same thing.
Well, it's funny because I was kind of I guess some people are more bothered by it than I am.
Yeah, that's shots fired, dude, for no real reason.
I'm not firing shots. That's just like the truth of the matter.
That you
firing blank, everyone.
You as qualified as the Glober will stick to the one script. And what I was trying to show is that Globers, if anything, versus Flat Earthers are a cult. The Flat Earth movement is built up of individuals that hardly agree on anything, whereas your side has to agree on everything.
So
you're
Issa,
I
they
wouldn't
are
know. I wouldn't.
transsexual. That's
I wouldn't
not
say it's
true.
that
That's
black
not
and white.
true. I mean, are you telling me that they aren't transsexual flat earthers? They aren't flat earthers that change their sex on a whim? Are you telling me they aren't flat earthers that disagree on whether or not the Bible can be used as a source? They're
Well,
atheistic flat earthers
we know they have
that,
some
that
fruity.
don't believe that the Bible is a flat earth book. Even
Just look
flat
at
earthers
Eric
don't agree
Dubay,
on it.
right? Look at Eric Dubay. We know we got some fruity flat earthers, dude. Don't just chill.
Yeah. I mean, to say that, you know, this whole can men get pregnant thing is an issue with the globe only, it's an issue with all human beings. You know, come on.
No, it's definitely a radical left issue.
Cool, but they are radically left flat earthers. It's not.
Absolutely.
You
I wouldn't
don't.
say it
Yeah, you
has
don't.
anything to do with globe
Yeah.
slash flat.
Exactly,
Also,
but
real
that's
quick,
what
I just want to
Issa's
say
trying to do.
this is.
He's trying to say it's a global issue. Like, it's not.
Hold on, this is not a real quick. This is not a condemnation of anyone with those preferences either.
No, I
This
condemn
is
them.
because even like 20 years ago, everyone still understood that men cannot get pregnant, and and they were okay with everything else. So this isn't a condemnation of those things. But if we can't have a common ground of what things mean, then there's no business following a nut job off the end of a cliff who won't fucking listen for anything like direction.
Yeah,
That's how it
don't let
looks
him
for
near
us,
your
man.
steering wheel. Yeah, don't let him near your
If we
steering
don't have
wheel. Is all I'm
common
saying.
ground on the shape of the earth, we're not going to have common ground on a lot of things, Issa.
Well,
So,
no.
you
The
know?
shape of the earth, dude. That's some topic that's out. It's like, it's such a delicacy to argue about these topics. People are, interested in a lot of other things than this shit because ultimately it has no effect other than the subliminal, subconscious, almost psychic mass effect. That's why we're still here, because the implications of what this sex cult with the Big Bang has done to our people is a fucking violation of fucking morality, dude. And if any of the group, and if any of us challenge it, we get fucking attacked. That's how we know we're fucking right. And and anyone who's gonna bow down
Well,
to
you
their
wouldn't know that you're
new
right
doctrine
because
or
of that,
whatever,
but you could
like,
know
dude,
that they
check it
might
out.
be wrong.
Is the moon in the Earth's atmosphere? Guess what? Now it is, because fucking they changed the doctrine. So every fucking little while they're changing the doctrine, and some of us are just going to let them go right off the cliff. And we're trying, but we fucking love everybody, and we're trying to fucking, talk to other people that are having problems with the issue. Like
You're
yourself.
getting something else, but I definitely agree with your
really
point.
not. It's really not an atmosphere, so to say. It's just them realizing that there's more plasma. Because if you talk about the plasma sphere of the entire solar sun, the solar wind is the sun's atmosphere. We're all in the atmosphere of something, and our atmospheres intermingle. But that hydrogen bubble that they're talking about, that's an electromagnetically held in position. That's not something that's just floating around freely, held by gravity or anything. So this is a new
Hold up,
realm.
aren't the solar winds and solar flares supposed to be like one-offs, like sporadic things that happen because of whatever reason?
The solar wind is a steady flow of dark plasma that you don't see it. It's dark mode plasma. You see right through it. And it continuously puts ions and charged particles of hydrogen and lots of other stuff. Constant, steady stream, always. And you're bathed in it. We're in a pool of it. It's connecting us to everything around us. And it's all the way from 3 orbits out past Pluto, the heliopause reaches. And that'll be the great circle of the heliopause, or spherical, whatever, hourglass, whatever the shape ends up being.
Go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah, I was going to say, Issa's point seems to have been slightly ignored, though. What he's saying is that you have to agree on the basics, and he's not saying like something that's kind of a second or third generation argument, for lack of a better term, like is the moon in Earth's atmosphere. He's saying on like you have to agree on the basics of like what does electromagnetism do, and then you can have those secondary and tertiary arguments afterwards. So when we're asking things like can a man get pregnant, this is pretty fundamental, right? And if we can't agree on that stuff, the secondary and tertiary arguments aren't worth having. Right?
So true.
Like if you don't have the critical thought to be able to analyze something obvious and clear, then
and we don't even know
you're
what
not going to be
axioms
able
we're coming
to
from.
even approach something more nuanced and ambiguous.
Yeah, and I
Absolutely.
think a quicker way to say that would probably be to find out each other's axioms and then know where we're speaking from. Because, I mean, we talk past each other from different axioms, different points of origin of you know, the origin of, or theories of origin and stuff like that, or, you know, particular definitions of words meaning different things to the other speaker, or, you know, things like that. So you got to work out all of those little, you
Well,
know,
yeah, you know what?
where our differences, and then
Grim,
you
real
start
quick.
from a commonality. Go ahead.
It's like, you know, take like Brenda. Like Brenda, I believe she believes that men can get pregnant, which I'm perfectly fucking fine with, in a certain sense, for her. You know what I mean? But like in the context of the grand
Oh yeah, yeah, for
whatever,
sure.
do you know what I mean? Like, you know, she can have whatever lexicon
Yeah,
she
but
feels
then
free.
come
She can
step on my
attribute,
throat and tell me what I
you know
need
what
to
I mean?
believe
And if you're
about
in
it. Then we have
discussion
a
with
problem.
Brenda, that's the context. You know what I mean? Like where I
Sure.
wouldn't take, but like also, if you can't agree on these points, then you can't really get anywhere, dude. You know what I
I'm
mean? Like
perfectly
everyone's
fine with saying
entitled
he
to their
believes in
beliefs,
it
but
and
if we're
is
talking,
delusional.
what's up?
I get you.
I'm going to ask you a question, Issa, and it's
I'm
probably going to
fine
be a
with
bit.
you saying that. Sorry that I don't know why I spoke.
Issa, I'm going to ask
Good.
you a question. It's going to be quite fun, like quite controversial and quite fundamental. Do you believe Brenda can get pregnant?
Personally, no.
Yes, absolutely.
Personally,
Okay.
I don't think Brenda can get pregnant, but that's you know what I mean. That's based on from what I've heard of her own admissions about biology. So
The fuck are you
you know
guys
what I
talking
mean?
about?
I think Brenda can identify as pregnant though. So
Yes, I think she'd be free to
Look, I
identify
mean,
as pregnant, for sure.
But full of
the
shit.
thing is, again, we were talking about.
He absolutely cannot get pregnant. What the fuck
you
is
don't have
wrong
to
with you
say
guys?
you don't have
No,
to
no, no.
say
What I'm
he.
saying
That's
is that
just
like
kind of
in
spiteful.
No, but
look,
this is
guys, in
interesting.
the
This is kind of what I
intellectual,
wanted to
check
bring
it
up.
out.
Sorry, I need to get in here. I need to get in here, please, because I asked this first point in order to then follow up, right? By even saying the word "she" about someone like Brenda, you are kind of doing the thing you're
Granting.
criticizing,
Well,
which
no,
is
yeah. Well, you're also
Let's keep it
granting
general,
her
guys. We don't have
personal
to actually
wishes.
say the specific name. Just say someone that, you know.
okay.
Yeah, I don't
is a
mind
man.
granting a. I
I'm
don't
not
mind
trying
granting a person their
I'm not
personal
trying to be
wishes.
insulting to anyone. Look, I'm not trying to be insulting to anyone. I don't actually care about the individual in this case. I'm talking about the argument, right? So
Of course.
I'm not trying to be insulting to anyone. But Issa, you're doing this as well. And this is what's interesting is that people who can criticize this stuff often fall into the trap themselves. And it's important to
Well,
be self-aware.
hold on. I will say this, crypto. In light of here's
It's not
something I've always
falling into a trap. It's a
one sec.
conscientious decision. Hold on, to make someone else feel comfortable, since you know that's what they want, right?
And you
That's
know,
why
here's the
I'll
thing.
call Brenda a she, right? You obviously know I
No,
don't
but
believe that,
that's
but
what
I
we've been
still
talking.
will do it.
That
Yeah,
is what
I
we've
mean,
been talking about.
yeah, but no, we're talking about the difference between doing it in a personal level and then changing the science books. And I don't believe in changing the science books at all. I don't believe in that. I believe in doing it on a personal level is fine with people you choose to do it with, who you feel comfortable doing
Yeah,
it with.
I think that
Prince,
liberty
and then we
that
called
liberty is
him the artist formerly known as. I mean, come on, we call people whatever they
I
want.
never called him that though. For the record, I didn't change his name either. I didn't let him do that to me either. I just said, "Fuck it, that's Prince, bro." I don't give a fuck.
The point I was making is that we were talking about when people take on a consensus in order to make other people feel comfortable, in order to avoid the ramifications
right,
of their
but
discomfort.
that's
This
not
is
the subject.
Let him finish his point, please.
Yeah, I
This is
get him.
the same thing. You are trying to make someone feel comfortable in order to avoid the ramifications of their discomfort. I don't see the difference.
You're pandering
Well,
the
it's
delusion.
Well,
empathy.
crypto.
It's
Hold on,
it's
can I
called
put it like
empathy,
this?
bro. Hold on a second. It's called empathy. When you see other people hurting and it doesn't hurt you, something's broken
It hurts
inside you.
them though. They have the highest
Yeah,
rate of
yeah. When you see
suicide
them
and stuff like
hurting,
that. They need
when you see
treatment.
them
You
hurting,
can't
you should
pander their
probably care.
delusion.
So
It's
would you
anybody. You
rather be a
care.
force
When you
for
see a
good
person
on the
hurting,
earth
dude,
or
and
a
they can't
force for
help it,
evil? Hold
you
on,
help
Grim,
them,
one
bro.
second. Yeah, would you rather be a force for good on the earth or a force or, a force for like destruction in someone's own whatever? My point is that look, I would hope that anyone, at least when I used to run my show and the people came, I always felt as though they should be welcomed. I've kicked people off because of their offenses against Brenda and these points specifically. Because I guess I don't know. I grew up in Manhattan, musicians, artists, all kinds of people, and those
A lot
people
of
are
gay.
willing. they're willing to take in that world of fantasy, and they that's how they live. But they're
My Uncle
honest
Phil
about it.
loved the Lady Boys.
Hold on. Listen to me. They're honest about it. And the point is that if you're inviting people into having this discussion, like I think, if like I'm not going to get into it, but like this is a moot point in the sense that it's decorum. And like, like
And
Grim said,
crack.
I get you.
empathy to some
Look,
extent,
I get
because
you.
I've seen people like that. I've known people that have killed themselves because of their whatever issues. And I don't want to be one of those people that would push anyone over the edge.
You gotta think
Unlike
long
our
term though. You're
adversaries who
thinking
will
small
tell you to
picture.
openly go kill yourself, dude.
But you're thinking small picture because long term it would be better if
Each individual is not a small picture.
No,
Listen,
but
if
it
something
is
happens-
when more
listen,
people are
when-
dying
when
because you're
something-
allowing the kind of this idea
Dude,
that
but remember
it's even a
this:
thing.
when something happens to you, do you think, "Oh, that's a small picture," or do you think that's your world?
It doesn't.
Right, so
You have to develop
it
this
does matter.
utilitarian, greater good
does matter,
perspective.
dude.
The fact
I don't
is,
want that.
there's people that are sick that are not getting treatment because you're basically brushing it under the carpet. You're pandering to their delusion, and you're not
changing
addressing
the
the root
subject.
issue. The root issue
but
is their mental disorder of body dysmorphia.
You don't know that that's the root
No, I
issue, right? Because in mice studies, they show that overpopulation of mice leads to homosexuality. So we don't know that who's doing this to what, and if it's natural or if it's of their own cause, or if they deserve punishment, or any of the things that you're going through. That's like trying to blame somebody for being autistic, right? You don't do that kind of shit. So you're not going to fix
Overpopulation
them or
within the
bitter.
same little.
I'm just trying to tell
setting
you that it's overpopulation within the mouse community, which would mean New York, big populated places. Well, if this follows and it's some sort of a biological thing, then the males will start being attracted to the other males if overpopulated. So you might want to think about where you live when you're raising your kids. if you're not interested in having little gay kids.
Again, a little elephant in the room. We're not mice, so I mean, if that happens to humans, cool. Let's see the evidence.
Yeah, but don't we use a lot of mice? Won't we use mice for a lot of human things?
Can I just finish my point
before human
please?
trials?
No. Okay.
Maybe we
No,
should
go ahead.
use mice. He's right. Mice aren't humans. We should never look at mice studies.
No, I didn't say that. So Issa, with regards to what you said, like I think that you should be allowed to do and say as you please, but I mean that in an absolute sense. I don't want anyone to feel like they can compel the speech of other people, because I think that dangerous, if not more dangerous, than the opposite, right?
Well,
so
here's
that's all
my
I'm saying.
opinion. Can I put it like this?
Please,
Let him finish.
Let me finish, please. Right. If you say her, do it. I'm not even going to have a problem with it. Yeah, I'm not even going to like mutter under my breath or dickhead or whatever. Like, but the point I'm saying is that I shouldn't feel compelled to do so.
Okay, can I respond? So my thing is this: is that damn, I'm like losing my points, but like the idea of that
Empathy.
Check it out. Let me explain. It's not the hill that I'm here to die on. It's not. It's a moot point to me. Granted, I hold you want to know something, Crypto? I probably hold very extreme fucking opinions about a lot of things that I don't get into over here, because over here we're talking about the shape of the earth. And like, in that sense, I would want anyone to feel welcome. Now, if someone wants to bring up that conversation and have it with Brenda, who am I to stop them, dude? It's just not my hill to die on. It's like flat earth. I tell you want to know something? I was at a business meeting. And and I was in this conversation, and I used the word global.
Doing business.
I check it out. I go like this, there's a global whatever I said, right? And I didn't check myself because I understood the company I was in. If I was such a literalist, then I'd have been like, well, there's not really. Or have you seen Eric Dubé's 300 proofs? Like, and fucking been a retard. So like, and been like, it's like,
I'm just being a
someone
businessman.
from your school says, excuse me, your son said that the earth is flat. What do you think about that? Probably not the best place to be like, well, have you seen Eric Dubé's 200 fucking proofs? Like, no, because they might fucking do something crazy and it involves your family. So you might want to just say, what's that got to do with you? What's that got to do? What are you trying to tell me? What I can or cannot teach my kids? Those are my hills to fucking die on, dude. But the point is that in relation to the flat earth, or whether or not someone wants to be called a he or she, I couldn't give a fuck. However, if they're going to want to be called he or she and then not be able to distinguish whether or not men can actually get fucking pregnant, that's an issue. But again, I'm not too ready to die on it, and I'm just here as a guest in the Discord server.
Why don't you say worldwide?
I'll be
I
honest
could've,
with you
but I
though.
don't give a fuck, and I know how to talk to people, dude.
There's some people though that use it as an attention thing or some sort of a freak out thing because you'll hear them talking to you like this and say, that you need to call them a female. And that's just
It's
so
ma'am.
counterintuitive to everything inside you. Like you're
Remember that?
you know what I
It's
mean?
ma'am.
I'm not gonna call you that in an argument when you're trying to make me when you actually sound like this, motherfucker.
It's ma'am, sir.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
No, that's my point though. It's like you shouldn't feel compelled. That's my point. If you want to do it, fucking do it. But also, I just wanted to very quick point that the term global was actually used in computing way before they were pushing the globe really hard, like in the last 20 years. So global can mean all-encompassing, separate to like a shape.
Nice, good to know.
How is it like extricated from globe?
Well, you can say like the global database or the global framework, and you're talking about a computer system, and you wouldn't.
I understand,
be talking about...
but the root is still globe, as in
from
the shape.
all over the globe.
No.
Yeah, that's why they call it global because it's all over the globe.
Yeah, it's also
who cares? I don't even care about that.
no,
It's just
it's really good because it goes to the point we're making. Because global in computer programming means one variable for the whole system, which is kind of what we were talking about from the very beginning. Globalists do they'll just change their mind. They Google downloads their idea to their head, and that's the only thing they'll repeat, like a cult.
So one hubbleists.
Yeah, that's even better. They won't think critically about these issues. As soon as a variable is downloaded into their brain via the internet, they just regurgitate it until something else comes along, and then they regurgitate that.
Consensus.
I mean, all I know is that globe comes from like Latin word for, a sphere like structure. So whether it's used in computing or not, the root is from them thinking that it's a sphere.
Yeah, but I mean that's not like my argument isn't based on the etymology; it's based on the current day usage. And I've just looked it up on the dictionary, and there's two definitions. The first is relating to the whole world, and the second is relating to or encompassing the whole of something or a group of things. So it's got nothing to do with
a program.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the second one comes from the first one. And
not necessarily.
No, necessarily, because you confirm this by the
maybe.
Latin globus, which is a sphere-like structure.
Which would mean
what other sphere-like structure were they referring to, if not the globe?
Yeah, because well, here's the deal. Global means encompassing everything on Earth. It just infers it, right? So you can then take extrapolation from the part where encompassing, but not meaning from the globe, and then come back to encompassing, and then say global. In another, I mean, that's the way language works. So when originally global meant the entire Earth, right? Everything on it, and that would infer that it's encompassing everything. And so then you take from that other half the inferment of the encompassing, and you just use global in that sense, where it really doesn't have anything to do with the shape of anything. It just has to do with the idea that it's encompassing.
Yeah,
assuming,
I think it comes from
of course.
Yeah,
assuming and reaffirming the other one too.
G-lobe.
What's that, Issa?
It's the sex cult's G-lobe. You know what I mean? They're all everything is sexual with them, dude.
That was
that's the first I've heard.
I know, and that has no idea, and that's straight off my fucking. I'm making shit up, but at the same time, like it's just interesting. I'm not. There's no source for that. I'm just.
No, that's why I said that was a cliche right there.
They got the sex tent.
Check you out.
The G spot is in your frontal lobe.
I'm about to go
like
cliche up in here.
You got sex while you're camping, right? It's intense.
Yeah, dude, it's like a sex cult with Big Bang. You know what I mean? Like, And remember, dude, it's not the Big Bang.
It all started with the Big Bang. Yeah,
It's
Big Bang.
it's
You gotta say it
Big Bang.
quick.
Yeah, you got to say it real
Big Bang.
fast, like
The
you
Big
said.
Bang.
It's literally
Yeah,
what
like
they
bing
think
bong,
God is.
ping
It's like
pong, bing bong.
it's
Big
like,
Bang.
it's like it's kind of like Bigfoot, but it's not. It's Big Bang.
How about P and S waves?
PNS.
Yeah, P and S waves.
Oh yeah, those are my favorite.
Yeah, send
Every
in
time I get out of the shower, I PNS waves at my wife.
send in fucking and then what's his name? What's his name with Aleister Crowley? You know what I mean? What's his name? JPL.
Oh, they
Jack
were into
Poston?
occult sex magic, which
Right.
I'm still
It's all
wondering
like
how
it's
that works.
fucking cult, dude.
I bet those guys are flat earthers, though.
They don't tell you about the sex magic part in the
Jeremy
Bird
trying to
Disease.
figure out.
Yeah, the sex magic. How do you do that?
Yeah, the
Like, what do you
secrets
do?
of sex magic.
Yeah. Whoa, who just died from talking about? They made a documentary about adrenochrome and then died. The Lincoln Park dude. Did you hear about that?
Oh, I've known. And the other kid
He
too.
just
The
did
other
this
kid.
adrenochrome thing, dude, and he literally just died.
Who?
No, that
Out of
was a
nowhere.
while ago, bro.
Oh, was it?
The singer Chester or whatever.
I'm way back.
Yeah, they think he's
Yeah, that's
John
years ago.
Podesta's son, dude.
Yeah, who's his dad?
John Podesta, who was like Hillary Clinton's
Podesta,
whatever
yes.
the fuck. And like they say, like there's like all these military. Like the theory is like let's say like all your football stars, all your dance stars, everything comes from a fucking cult warehouse where they make these people and put them out in front. That's the theory, right?
Well,
So
it's
like
not that hard to believe. Except I actually met a few football players and know them, and
I don't know. There's people out there, but it's like I'm just saying. It's like I mean I don't know. And again, no source, just fucking making shit up. I like Thomas McGowan's book about you know about that book, Grim? About like how like Jim Morrison's dad was the actual like leader of the ship in the Gulf of Tonkin with the false flag that got us all into the Vietnam War.
yeah, I didn't read it, but I've
Jim
seen
Morrison. That
excerpts.
was Jim Morrison's dad, and then fucking all the mamas and the papas, and they all came out of this little spot in Hollywood. That, funnily enough, is where they kept all the moon landing tapes. Dude,
Yeah,
like
I
the whole
remember
hippie
reading some
movement was
shit
like
like that.
CIA created, fucking given out to the people to fucking, the whole new age conspiracy shit. That's the problem with a lot of the conspiracy heads today.
Well, I mean, I figured, yeah, remember we got Crazy Talks, bro? And I'm like, dude, all the actors, all the musicians that are big,
right, and
everybody who's allowed to be up in the front, these are all the people, they're either following the program unintentionally because they know that's where the money is, or they've been given the program to run. You know what I mean? And they're running the program.
Oh yeah, it's called Laurel Canyon.
All the actors are shit CIA trained or fucking, some sort of, secret society and special training
Hey, yo, you seen this
incorporated in
John?
all of them.
Hey, you see the John Durham report shit that everyone's, or
I
that's
don't
not.
remember people's names that much, but if
Yeah,
you
no,
tell
he's
me
some
the
like
report's
investigator. Like,
context or
so
titles,
like turns out like they have like proof that Clinton spied on Trump since like 2014, and then when he was in the White House, so that's like fucking treason. And there's
yeah,
all
it's
these people
funnier
that
than that. It's
can like.
funnier than that because then you find out it's the this so-called shadow government that we all know exists, that they run programs beyond and behold before all the presidents. Presidents don't know about all of the things that are going on where the money is going, and obviously and all of that, and we know that. And so I mean, you got these kind of systems are going on all the time, but when part of those systems get uncovered or seen, they kind of blame it on somebody that you do see, so that you never go, oh, it's the shadow system that's going on behind the scenes. No, it was some personal thing with this one, person and this other one person, so that you'd kind of you got a scapegoat, or basically, and you don't focus on this, system that's set up to spy on and make sure that even their puppets are saying and doing the right things. They got them all under control, so they can't leak and they're holding me hostage, making me pretend to be your president. You know what I mean? Crazy, isn't it? That was a crazy thought. They got blackmail tapes of me. I gotta read the teleprompter as your president now. I don't know how the fuck I won. I did everything I could to look bad. Poor Biden, he was trying to fail and lose the whole time. He was telling Arab jokes. They couldn't make him look bad for shit. He was like, welcome to
How do you get?
7-Eleven. Have a nice day.
Yeah, how do you get this dumbest guy in America to be the president? Like, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at us, is what they're doing.
Like I said, Biden's probably a victim too. He's like, fuck, I don't even want to be here. I tried to look bad and stupid as bad as I could, and it still didn't work.
He's in no worry. I'd say he's like late dementia. This is like elder abuse.
I think he's doing it on purpose. I think he's seriously like he's like Afghanistan. I mean Iraq. I mean Ukraine. I mean Afghanistan again. Where the fuck am I talking about?
I just wanted to. If any of you didn't vote Democrat, then you're not black.
Oh please, I know.
I mean, does that mean as well?
Way.
Democrat voted black? I mean, how does this work?
I'm just saying, man. The guy was just being racist as fuck. A lot of people saw it, and somehow it was like choosing the lesser of the two evils. I'm not sure we know what we're doing over here. We got really stupid people.
Do you honestly believe that he got the most votes of any president in history?
Well, no, of course not. Look at his fucking.
The whole thing's a farce.
Look at his Twitter and shit. Like he had barely any followers, and this whole thing is about. These people are on their Facebooks and their Twitters.
Yo,
and
some
shit.
of the precincts had like 90% voting turnout. Like that shit's unheard of. Like some of the voting turnout was like high 90%, like absolutely unheard of.
Yeah, and they were voting for Trump.
Nobody votes that much. Giving out candy or donuts or nothing.
Well, there were some precincts that had like 105% voting turnout.
Yeah, some had 112. Yeah, they just had to move those over to the next precinct.
It's all statistics and numbers, and it's all a farce. They just don't care. They know that we know, and they don't care.
Because they did a good enough job with the propaganda, and there's like not enough critical thinkers for them to worry about it. Most people are just blindly following, just ignorant kind of masses.
Well, this is the thing.
It is what it is.
They did it deliberately to see if to see what would happen. Like how many people are going to oppose this. Oh, not enough. Okay, cool. We can get on with other stuff.
I think the goal was to just not have Trump as president because
both things are true.
Biden's much more controllable, Trump is a little bit unpredictable, not as easy to control.
You're kidding, right? They're both very controlled, and they played their jobs out beautifully. And Trump fast-tracked all the vaccine stuff, and then Joe played just stupid enough not to fix anything as it was being broken all around.
I'm not that convinced it's all that controlled.
They played good Jesuit cop, bad Jesuit cop on us, and we fell for it. What Jesuit did you vote for?
Then what reason do they have for Trump to be president in the first place?
To fast-track the vaccine and get all the anti-vaxxers on board.
Any other president could have done that.
Nope.
Why wouldn't Clinton have been like the easier kind of thing?
Nope. Her positions
Why did they need a huge upset?
Her positions were already left. You had to pull the right into a left field. Clinton couldn't pull the right into the left field for anybody. She was left field all the way. Nobody from the right's going to adhere to her. Come on, buddy. This is a fucking game of blue and red. They have to pull the fucking reds together and then swap them over to the blue. It makes everybody purple.
The fact Hillary didn't get elected is very telling. Very telling. First woman president. You should have got tons of votes on that alone. She has the Clinton name.
The exact opposite, Jeremy. He's saying that
she has the Clinton name. What's up?
He's saying that Clinton didn't get president because I almost said pregnant.
Pregnant.
Clinton didn't get president because they purposely wanted Trump to bring in the right and stuff like that. Like it was planned that Clinton wouldn't get it, and I don't know. That's a heavy claim.
No, Clinton didn't get it because everybody knows the Clintons are corrupt as fuck.
Yeah,
that's why all the women didn't go flock to vote for her because even the women know that all the Clintons are corrupt as
Yeah,
fuck.
Benghazi and all that bullshit.
But hold on,
and
you
people
can't
just
agree with
like,
that,
Clinton
because you're basically
Foundation.
saying the vote doesn't matter. It's completely controlled, so it doesn't give it doesn't like
yeah,
you
but
don't give a
you
fuck
have to
about
have the
who voted for
illusion.
who.
Yeah, but you have to have the illusion of it. You can't just have, you can't make it look like they're controlling you. They have to make it look like it's your idea. So they have to play the illusion game. So
But
you
even in
have
terms of
to
illusion,
adhere.
Hillary Clinton barely lost out. She won the popular vote. She barely lost out. It wouldn't have been like breaking the illusion at all if
It
she
coulda,
actually
woulda, bulda,
squeaked by
shoulda.
and won.
Yeah, but we're arguing about coulda, woulda, bulda, shoulda. Who cares, man? I'm talking about Trump and Biden. You're going back in time to a position where who knows and who cares? We could just ramble on about speculation
No,
forever
but
on that
my
one.
point is,
But it doesn't seem
hold on, let me
like
just say my
she was.
point. My point is that if Trump got elected with Hillary, when clearly the better one for them, if it wasn't all controlled, would have been Hillary. That people are voting and they weren't prepared for Trump to actually win. I think they were just, their system for rigging it wasn't that good, and then they improved it when it came Trump and Biden, and they just completely fucking sabotaged it and corrupted the vote and got Biden.
Well, I see that as a very naive position because they're all Jesuits. They're all Jesuits, and they all had a team and a game to play, and they all have a position in that game to fill. And they all filled their positions, and this has all been orchestrated, like choreographed. And everything that happened was what they wanted to happen.
Hey,
And
no, don't mess with that stuff.
And then and then the all the way up to the fact where they were trying to, do the passports and the
Hey, Graham.
lockdowns and
Graham,
everything and mandate
why
these
did
particular things.
Hold
Hold on a second. One last thing. And then when the people pushed back this hard, they're now starting to have to realize that, there's independent data. Some of the stuff, their plan didn't really go through as smoothly as it could. And we're right now in the middle of, we might be, uncovering that, like we're exposing a bigger situation with this medical tyranny and all of that kind of stuff. But again, it'll be a matter of national security.
The amount
and
of tyranny.
This is too big to fail, but you keep your eyes peeled on for it.
Yeah, but the amount of tyranny that they kind of pulled on us, the amount of imposition, I would say it went super fucking smoothly. The little pushback that we had, it wasn't enough considering the amount of imposition and the coercion and stuff like that. So I'd say it went super fucking smoothly. All the propaganda.
As far as making money and shit, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And moving money around and making a debt for people and all that kind of stuff, really great. But the position of locking down particular things as permanent and shit, it's not working out as well as they were hoping, because they were really trying for a further stretch. And I'm just gonna.
Sorry, go ahead. After you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm just gonna let the floor go to whoever was trying to speak.
Yeah, you said go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is like, first off, I guess I'm on the hopium, right? But Trump took out the fucking pharmacology people, and the people that are, yeah,
he didn't. He pretended to.
Hold on, he went after
Fauci in.
One of the top dudes. Hold on one second.
Hold on, let Isa finish. Okay, go ahead, Grim. I remember he signed some executive order against pharma, but
let me respond real quick. So, like, he went after the pharmaceutical heads. During his time in office, there's a whole bunch of fucking pedos got caught over at the UN. What do you call it? I mean, there's like, a litany of shit that he did good.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And I'll just say just to say is, my position on the idea that, our fucking governmental system is absolutely fucking perfect and righteous. We just don't understand it. And fucking two, like, the thing is that, so like these Jesuits with this game or whatever everyone thinks it is, it has to preserve the republic no matter what, because it all goes back to Rome and these other principles. But they have to fucking, like, what's happened right now is that you've also got, like, probably the biggest awakening of normies happening right now. But the only time people wake up is, and even what's fucked up is, even Lenin wrote about this, which, it's the idea that, and it's that when the people are put into an imposition like this mask fucking ritual and all the rest of it, there's a bunch of people that wake the fuck up. And that's more like, you know, hard times make for fucking, you know, smarter men. And so like right now what's happened is they've fucking done this shit to our society, and men and women all over the place are waking up like never before. This shit is crazy. And I think honestly, you know, it's going to take a process, but at the same time, like we're a slow population to wake up. You got the Canadian truckers up there. You got people waking the fuck up that are not going to tolerate this shit. And they're going to put the correct political pressure on these people, because really government, imagine trying to be in government and, you know, control 365 million fucking cats. You can't fucking do it. So they have these rules in play, and that's why I say learn the court system, etc. But like, yo, this is interesting because these rulers, if they're there, and I don't know if you've heard it said before, but you know, millionaires don't study astrology or whatever it is, but billionaires do. And this idea of like this grand cycle of a fucking like great awakening that has to happen, but first there's like 7 years of tribulation, and fucking I think when homeboy comes back, whoever it is that's in the right position, they're gonna wreck all these people. Like right now with this Durham report, Clinton just fucking got revealed she did spy on him. That's fucking treason, dude. That's huge right now, and people all over the world are fucking seeing it and wondering what the fuck's going to happen. Now, granted, I know Grimm's a doomsdayer who's going to say nothing's going to happen. Blah, 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 blah. They're just going to protect their own, which I don't, you know, I don't fault you for. But I have some hope in this. And I think these people got set up, put into a trap. Our government knows they're all sold out to China, but they just let them play it out like a big fucking government, you know, like they do with drug fucking dealers. You know?
Probably fake killer on some P-Shay shit. She'll end up living on Epstein Island.
I don't,
you know, and then
far,
nobody will be left to take the blame.
Right.
Boom.
Well, I don't go that far, but I think they will be. I think they will be held accountable. I think there's something interesting happening in the world, and it's interesting even in the sense when you look at it too. If there's a grand overarching astrological fucking secret society that runs shit, they play by the rules of the stars. And the story of the stars says everything's got to get good after 7 years of tribulation. That's the story from the stars. I don't know. It seems fucking interesting. People are waking up, man. I'm positive on this shit.
God bless you, Easter. God bless you.
Fucking right, dude. Yo, America
It's like
first.
thinking the meek will inherit the earth. Just let it go on for 7 more years. It'll be fine after that. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, I've conceded. How about this? Where I'm at, I've conceded nothing, bro.
I don't know what that means.
No, I'm telling you, I've conceded nothing in the sense that I remember, like, I went to a store and they fucking told me I had to put a mask on, and I fucking told her how she might owe me some money, and then I didn't have to fucking wear a mask. You know what I mean? I've got to, like, dude, fuck that.
I went to a store yesterday, and the security guard.
Did you try that on a plane yet? Did you try to say no? I'm not gonna.
No, plane stakes are too high.
No, all you gotta do is keep a French fry in your mouth for the whole flight, and you're good.
But getting on the plane and stuff like that, you got it.
You gotta have a French fry in your mouth.
No, but
I mean,
I never tried that.
Look at me eating. Yeah, some dude did it the whole flight.
Good man.
Eating my peanuts. One little tiny.
He just had like McDonald's French fry hanging out his mouth like a toothpick the whole time. I'm eating a French fry. Can't put the mask on. Which just goes to show how silly it is. Like, if you're gonna take the mask off when you're eating, can people not catch it at that time? Or I mean, the longer you wear the mask, the better. I don't know. Let's not even talk about this because we're on YouTube.
Bro. You know what I'm annoyed with?
Why not
when
chewing
they
a piece of
spray disinfectant all over the air around you in the cab of that place. It's like literally eating up the oxygen in the room. It's so ridiculous. They sit there and spray that shit.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get a hat.
I don't want to breathe disinfectant.
Just spray it like on their faces and stuff. The mist just going down their faces.
Dude.
They say anything. What? You don't want me to disinfect it? What about COVID?
Yeah. No, I holler straight up or
Just
5
reverse it
feet
onto them.
away. Like, do not spray me with that crap. Just quit it. I don't want to have disinfectant in my lungs.
I'm gonna get a hat. Hat where it just has like a little mini can of. I'm gonna get a hat where it has a little mini can of disinfectant, and just every so often it does like a spritz of mist up in the air right over my head, so it rains back down on me.
It says right there, use in well ventilated area, and I said, how the fuck is the cabin of the plane a well ventilated area? And then she stopped. And showed her right on the can. You can't do that. Spraying that in here. She's been doing it for years. I've been doing this for. Oh, well, then you've been messing up for a long time. No one's told you to read the damn directions. It says
Bro,
spray
think
in
about
well-ventilated area, lady. Damn, you're like making us breathe Scotch Guard. What the fuck is wrong with you?
how they gonna say that Canada's lifting the whatever mandates, whatever the fuck, not because of the truckers, but because it's safe to, right? Oh, arbitrarily, like what are they measuring this by? It's safe, it's not safe. You know what I mean?
What are they doing? What are they lifting exactly?
I mean, supposedly the fucking
the vaccine mandate for truckers. Yeah.
I don't know.
For
don't
truckers
know
only?
exactly.
They're ending all the mandates in certain provinces because the truckers pose such a fucking threat. Because never in human history has there been a convoy that long. Nigga, people are waking the fuck up. This is so fucking
Nikki,
dope, actually.
are these your clothes in here? You got a basket I can put them in?
Come on, Jeremy.
Oh, my bad.
Nickels, quarters, dimes.
I just need a basket to put the.
But yeah,
Where the
there's a
fuck's
couple
my
of
phone at?
provinces. Jeremy, you got a hot mic. There's a couple of provinces that
Lisa.
are fucking opening up and ending all the mandates because of
Covered, Jeremy.
what the truckers propose.
No, but the news story says not because of the truckers, because it's
right.
safe.
Well, of course,
Yeah.
you know,
Can't give them credit for anything. That will, you're
Right,
encouraging.
but you know what though? Look at it like this: they're not looking for credit; they're looking for the fucking end of the mandates.
No. I know the truckers. I'm talking the news outlets. They can't give the truckers credit for it. They don't want. They don't want to encourage this to happen for other issues too. Like they just saw this is an actual way to to get your
Right, but
point
it's like,
across.
you know what it's like? It's like being in but it's the wrong argument, and that's how they entice people's egos. Is because it's like, look, just we're out to get end all mandates. Okay, give us end all mandates. Fucking give us panel
100%
anyway. You
peaceful
lost all
protest too.
credibility.
Right.
Yo, the truckers control everything. Like literally, if the truckers stop, food will stop going into the city. Society will collapse within 2 weeks of the food not coming into the cities. 2 weeks, societal collapse with no food.
Yeah, and
the truckers know it. The truckers know it, and so does the people that are giving them their way. They're like, shit, we got to get the food coming back in.
And all we're doing is teaching them how to make their next attempt even better.
See, but because I think we'll take the victories how they come. Now, granted, they're gonna fucking infiltrate all sides, but I think in reality, this isn't about like leaders and shit like that. And the more people realize, and they are realizing that, you know what I mean? That's pretty much what's going on. It's all decentralization, which is actually the foundation of our fucking republic, system. It's all fucking, that there's compartmentalization and jurisdiction and all kinds of shit and decentralized government. That's why these bastards want fucking one world government, and and the world just got a lesson in what that entails, including medical fucking tyranny, and they're throwing their middle fingers up at all these globalists, and there's way more of us than there is of them.
Yo, this is why they're trying to automate the driving so bad, because right now they don't have total control over the food supply, and they want total control over everything, obviously. And if they get the truck drivers out of the way, they'll solve this whole problem. And they would have had their, maybe shit would have went different.
Or like you said,
I also see it as the truckers kind of know that they're getting phased out too, and it's one last stand, one last thing they can do with their trucks.
I think that's a psyop, dude. I think the automation of truckers is a total fucking psyop because they can't.
Well, they've already got the automation of cars. You see people are
the trucks
renting
cannot.
them.
How about this? They're electric, automated, fucking everything. Cannot fucking travel with the payload that a conventional truck does. They're fucked. The battery
I don't see the reasoning in that.
Because they're trying to go all electric and grid it, and they can't, dude.
I don't know that they have to be electric to be controlled.
I agree,
but
I'm telling you, they're not going to put that low. If they're paying one guy, what are they going to do? I don't know, bro. I just think they're realizing that ain't going to work. I think they're going to fall. I love that line. no weapon formed against us. You know what I mean? Like, shall prosper, man. Like they got all their weapons are gonna turn to good for us. I don't know. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Like they've exposed like they're who they are too. Like look at Professor Grimm. That old conspiracy about
Of
the whole
course.
hip.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like that old hip hop conspiracy about how like there was a bunch of hip hop heads in the '80s taken out to like L.A. and they had to sign a non-disclosure before they went into the shit. You know about that story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and like what I think is like that whole Super Bowl thing was every motherfucker that signed that agreement, dude.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like these dudes are rounded up. Everyone, like I don't know. I think something's up, dude.
I don't know if it's all about control. They want to control everything. This is their house, they think. You want to control everything in your house, the heat, the temperature, the decibel level, who comes and goes, what color the fucking walls are. They think this is their house.
Oh. Yo, guys, I gotta head out. It's good talking to everybody.
Later.
Later.
Percentage, I'm sorry I yelled at you earlier. You fucking guys get this thing where you can't stop talking on some rumpus fight the flat earth Sean G shit. It drives me nuts.
Yo, you're good, man.
Fucking I woke up to the rumpus this morning. That's what happened. Hey! Don't play on that. What are you doing? Oh my god! I know.
That was a good talk today. That was good.
Yeah, we follow a day going towards a good vote.
Yo, Issa, we can barely hear you, bro. If you're saying anything.
Yeah. No, I was just saying that was fun today. That was fun talking percentage. You guys are so good, Jeremy. Fucking, it's so good. Crypto, so fucking funny and good.
We appreciate you too.
Yeah, it's so funny to hear like competent flat earthers hem up ballers. You gentlemen do it well.
Man, you missed Rumpus saying that there's horizontal points, level points, straight points.
I wouldn't be
And
surprised.
a point had a gradient. A point has a gradient.
The point has gradients.
But it's infinitely small. But there's a gradient. It's flat, horizontal, all kinds of shit to this point. But it has.
Oh, dude,
it's
it's left
infinitely
and
small.
right. It's everything. It's left and right, black and white, and we know that because something that you don't understand. He's so funny with it. So funny. Yeah, it's funny how it goes. I just like the fact that you could say to Rumpus, "I like peanut butter and jelly," and he'd be like, "You're lying."
No, I don't think he'd say that.
Oh,
Everyone loves peanut butter and jelly.
I don't know, but he would.
Kosho the other night was saying that the Big Bang was a point, and now that point is everywhere. Every point is that point.
Always has been, bro.
You guys are nuts with the points.
I mean, what Kosha, I understand what he's saying. It makes sense when you think about it, but that's like that doesn't change the fact that if you have a reference, no, it does. Without any reference, you know, if that single point expanded, then every single, you know, thing inside came from that. Every single point inside came from that point. But the thing is, that point in and of itself had a location, right? In empty space, it had a location because space wasn't created by it, right? There was just a complete emptiness. If you had, for instance, a reference object, you know, something else to look at, then you could say that the point started in this specific area, this coordinate or what have you. And even though it expanded everywhere, it still, if you were to shrink it, was that specific area. And if you look at that specific area only, you would say that that's the center.
No. Listen, if you have a point somewhere, you can't now have 2 points be that same point. That's not how points work.
Yeah, I mean,
You guys have.
You can't tell me the Big Bang was a point, and now your house, my house, Jamaica, everywhere on Earth there's all these different points everywhere.
Yeah, you know what though, Jeremy? Percentage, you killed it when you were talking about that. I think I was here for that. And, you know, you put time into it, which is what the point was the idea that, like, you know, if you go back to time, there's one central point, and he wouldn't concede on that almost. That's what made it ludicrous, but it makes sense that every point could be that origin point that spread out. But where was the original point is the idea. You know, percentage.
It doesn't even matter. Are you guys high?
No, it's
if
just
not, you need to get high because
fixing to be.
Very.
It's just a theory. That's all.
I love how like 2 other people haven't said anything all day. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to. That's hilarious.
But I mean, if you're talking about like, Big Bang, if you're talking about Big Bang cosmology, like yeah, I mean that's highly theoretical. Like you can only peer back so far. Like even if you buy into the model, you can only peer back so far. Past that point, it's kind of they do basically computer simulations based on physical laws that we know to be true, and
past that point, I see what you did there.
Filthy,
yeah,
what you just said. How would that be any different from, say, religion?
Well, religion isn't based on physical laws religion isn't based on physical laws.
Is it not? Do we not have things that exist? Creation? Doesn't everything that exists need a cause?
My point was it gets to that point where it's like, well, if they're saying the universe began at this point, and they can't see, they can only peer back so far. They can't say what made that point, what was before that point. Well, you can do the same thing with religion. You can say the same thing.
Yeah, you have to apply faith, basically.
Yeah, I mean, science isn't all encompassing. You're never going to get there. That's basically impossible.
I understand that.
You know what I'm saying? So just the notion that it's impossible doesn't mean that it's anything like religion. It just means that science can't go back that far.
I'm just thinking in the viewing of someone who believes in a creator. They tend to forget that it would be under those same guides. They don't know what the beginning was. They don't know what created God or a creator.
Hold on, did you say what created God?
Yeah, or a creator, whoever. Some people don't term it that way.
You don't create the creator. You haven't thought about it enough to say that.
No. See, but that's where
because if he was created, if he was created, he by definition would not be God or the creator.
Okay, but so he was just here when nothing was.
That's the idea. Yeah, God is eternal.
Okay, so then,
or if anything, and this is kind of really pushing it, you could say that he created himself.
How?
But the creation of God would not be the same as creation of man, because for us, creation is, it's a function of movement, of time, right?
Well, what guides is what I'm saying is when we start talking about.
Well, let me just finish this thought, and if it's off base, then you can talk about whatever else. But so, God is metaphysical, right? It's not a physical thing, that ages or moves or what have. That's like human crap. Not even human crap. That just applies to the creation. Things that are living or things that are on Earth or whatever. Things of matter, I should say, right? And these, when matter moves, that's our conception of time, right? So time didn't exist before matter existed. Time started existing when matter was created. Not just that, when matter started moving, when we had, one piece of matter and then it changed position, that's when we were able to quantify time, have this convention of time, right? So before that, before matter was first created, and they say water was the first thing created, we had God. God, before time, let's say he possibly created himself, right? It was before time. It's not the same definition of create that we have. For the definition of create that we have, it's from non-existence to existence, right? That from and to denotes time. So we don't even have a definition for creation before time. It just literally it doesn't even make sense. We can't even wrap our heads around it. But are we going to say now that God can't create something metaphysical without a physical? It's a really kind of nuanced subject. But in any case,
but that's not the case though, because science isn't attempting to tell you what started everything.
Well, you just asked what created the creator.
Yeah, but that's where what my point was is this. So we start talking about humans created this way, Earth created this way, a solar system created that way, galaxy, universe. Then once we get to, let's say, the Big Bang, and that's where the explanation stops, you act as if the explanation doesn't make sense because you can't explain any further. Well, if you ask someone who's religious the same aisle of questions, and then you get to that point when it just happened, and I said, what created God, then suddenly it's not important. It's not important what happened before that.
All right, two different things. Number one, you can't equate us coming from, our mothers or whatever, life as we know it being created with the Big Bang. The Big Bang's a theory. There's no empirical evidence that we have of other people coming into existence.
And it's not even a theory I completely hold on to or even think is actual how it happened.
All right, but I'm just saying it's a false analogy to compare it to things that we know is happening.
Analogy. It's a false analogy once you realize you can't explain it, and it.
No, hold up. You were saying you're following the chain of creation, right? And you followed it to the Big Bang. But the thing is, we have a chain that's of actual creation, and then Big Bang's a theory. We don't know it goes down to that.
What's the chain that we don't know? What do you mean?
We don't know that it goes to the Big Bang. We don't know the Big Bang ever happened. It's a theory.
Well, we know an event happened, and that's what we've titled it.
What event? What do you mean?
Yeah. When we look at the background, we see how everything moves. They assume that that's basically something that happened, an event.
But you guys say the big. My bad, Sean. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Jeremy.
But you guys say the Big Bang wasn't even the moment of creation, though. You guys have no.
They don't.
Can I clarify?
That's why when someone talks about the Big Bang as if science is explaining it to be the beginning, it's ridiculous. It's not. Science doesn't even claim it to be.
Okay, go ahead, 50.
Yeah, Sean, you can go ahead right after I'm done. I just want to clarify something. So there are theories, and then there are basically facts, right? The fact is that we have something called the microwave background radiation, right? So that's a fact. Now the theory explains the theory tries to explain what we see. So that's essentially what Sean's saying, right? We have this.
What do we see?
Well, that's all I wanted to say. Sean can talk about that.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was saying. It's a backwave microwave. We see it in an event. We see this heating, whatever we're seeing in this backwave microwave. That's something happening.
What are we seeing in it? Be specific.
It'd be the heat signature from it, I guess.
Redshift is what you're talking about, right?
I'm assuming, yeah. I don't know everything about it, so I'm not going to give you. I can't give you.
It's stars.
It's light.
Have they done the background radiation thing? Have they taken 2 snapshots which show everything moving away from each other?
I don't know.
All these lights moving away from each other?
Have they?
I don't think so.
We've done
actually, isn't that what Hubble does?
Another one.
What's that, 50?
We've done microwave. They put up satellites specifically to measure this. So and they're fixing to do a newer one. So we're gonna be able to compare them here in 6 months to a year.
Yeah, I'd love if they had the same position, and they just showed 2 different things, from 2 different times that show all of these lights moving away from each other relative to the first one. That they're actually moving away, and they're not just saying that there's redshift from an individual photograph of something.
But when they said there was this redshift from something, did you think they just stopped trying to figure things out?
No. Where did you get that?
Well, that's just the point, because it's as if because they don't have all the answers, it couldn't have happened. Is kind of
no. I'm not saying they don't have something like red Doppler, whatever. like that they don't have, they're not observing these red, I guess, wavelengths. It would be right. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they're assuming. First off, I haven't seen adequate evidence to say that they're not assuming that it's moving just based off of seeing this.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're still looking to figure everything out and get better answers for the questions that are had, right?
I hope so. But
okay, so
anyways, the second issue that I had with
that means in 50 years from now, they realize that background microwave isn't a result of an event called the Big Bang. Then science will shift to that. It's not locked step. It's not locked in. It's not what is said as whereas in religion, it's how it is. Period. There's no change of that. There's no explanation needed. It's just the way it is.
That's fair, but I would still not consider Big Bang as science because it's just a hypothesis.
It's absolutely
an improvable
science.
Hypothesis.
It's absolutely science. That's
no,
exactly
it's not at all.
Wait, so trying to figure out and understand what was going on then and what happened isn't science?
It's a hypothesis alone. It's a hypothesis alone, especially with no valid means of testing it, does not a science make.
Built on facts. It's not just an assumption.
What do you mean, bro?
Aren't there things seen? Right? We've already established that they see something. They're trying to figure it out.
They see lights, and they see red waves.
Yeah, and so we look into how light works.
Hold up. They assume that because there's red waves, they're moving away from you.
Yeah. Okay.
They don't know that.
Okay, and did they stop looking after they saw that?
They haven't done the CMB to know that these things are actually moving away by seeing all these lights moving away relative to the first CMB.
Say they haven't. I think the what you're saying about it having something to compare to, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure they're trying to. It's not like they just stopped and said the Big Bang is what it was.
Yeah, but as of yet, they don't have that evidence to say that things are all definitely moving away from each other. It's just a hypothesis.
We know they're competing theories,
if they're moving away, then back then, if you reverse time, then it came from this first, event. This event.
What changes if they're wrong?
It's a hypothesis.
What changes if they're wrong?
But my point is just that it's not science yet.
Okay, it is
until we have evidence. No, it's not, man. That's
absolutely.
How do you have evidence? How do you have science when you only have a hypothesis with no means of testing it and with no evidence?
Because science isn't one method of doing something. You're looking at science is the knowledge of understanding phenomena. That's it. Like you're saying, it's not science. It's science just in what you said alone. Whether they know exactly what happened or not, it's still science.
Okay, so I
hypothesize
that all the stars are angels. That's science. Because I have a hypothesis.
Okay, what kind of facts do you have to build around it?
I have a hypothesis. I see lights in the sky.
What kind of facts?
And they're angels.
Okay, what kind of facts do you have to build around it?
What kind of facts do you have? That's my point. You don't have any.
What are you talking about? Use
redshift as your evidence.
The CMB. The CMB, the cosmic microwave
the CMB is just a bunch of angels.
That's the evidence.
And they have to fly to go do God's bidding. They're flying away from each other.
The knowledge about how light works, play no fact in it. The actual, observation of these galaxies and etc. play no part of it.
They're lights, bro.
Yeah,
you don't know more than that.
Light comes from physical matter. So
on terra firma, I don't think we can say that for the celestial.
Oh, come on, man.
We can't unless we assume the physical laws of things that we can test to an area that we have never been to and can never test.
So what you're saying So what you're saying is because we don't know everything about it, it's not.
We've never been there, bro. We can't assume.
Okay. But what you're saying is that because we don't know everything about it, it's not science.
It's not science because we can't possibly test it.
Why?
Because we can't go there. We can't get a sample. We can't do a single thing. We can't affect it in any way.
There's more to it. You know that, right? There's so much more to it. Like
it's pretty simple. If you can't affect it whatsoever, you can't test it. It's not science.
You don't have to change a variable. That is not the case. And you keep saying science. You're talking about, if you want to talk about that, there'll be steps to different methods of the scientific method, which isn't one thing. But you keep saying science. Science is just the quest to understand phenomena that we observe. That's it.
That's not the way you use it, though, is it? No.
Yes, it is. Science? Absolutely.
So you wouldn't say that there's any difference between scientific evidence and empirical evidence?
I think you would derive it from one.
Hold up, but if scientific means just the quest to get information, and empiric is just observing information, then they're basically the same
Well,
thing.
you're saying something different. If you're just saying science, all that is the quest to understand and figure out phenomena that are observed. That's it.
Okay, so
When you
scientific,
say
scientific
when you
means
say
pertaining
scientific,
to the quest to get knowledge, basically.
yeah, and
right?
then when you say
So
scientific
evidence,
evidence, okay.
scientific evidence would be evidence pertaining to the quest to get knowledge, right?
Yes, facts that you've gathered in your quest.
Yeah, so any observation then, every single observation, empirical observations, are then science because they're evidence pertaining to the quest to get knowledge.
Yeah, observations
So
are
science
science.
and empiricism is the exact same.
Observations are science. Absolutely.
Yeah, so you're basically saying that scientific evidence is the exact same as empirical science, or empirical evidence.
No.
What?
Okay, so when you say empirical evidence, that means that those are things that fit the bill, won't change, right, and lead you to a path.
It means things that you've observed in a quest to get knowledge.
Okay. That's science.
Yeah. That's empiricism. So there's no difference.
There is a difference. Is it?
Well,
it's
not according to you.
One would be no, not according to me. One would be like a physical thing, and one is just a quest. Like you're switching the words, and it's making it as if that.
No, I'll tell you what the difference is. You're having trouble with it because
if it's not this, then it's not science, and that's
no.
not.
Hold up. I'll tell you the reason. There's a reason why you're having trouble with it. It's because they are different, and the difference is, in science, it's cause and effect. You're affecting things, and you see the effect of it, and that's how you know why or how it is, right? How something's happening, what caused it, right?
We can still gain knowledge.
With empiricism, you're learning what it is. You're not learning how it came to be or what's causing it or whatever. It's just what it is. You're observing it in its whatever state it is.
Then in that case, either one provides proof, right? Is that what you're saying?
They're both they both provide proof.
No, they don't. Science is not in the game of proving. Sorry.
Okay, fine. Then we'll say really like evidence beyond a reasonable doubt.
Then let's say that's
we
the
won't say
main
proof,
difference. In the
I understand
scientific
you don't like the
field,
word proof. Hold up.
In the scientific field, science isn't trying to prove shit.
Sure. It doesn't prove anything. We'll go with that.
To prove
Hold up, Sean. It doesn't like I'm not trying to get hung up on the word proof.
That would be the goal.
We'll say definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt. We won't say proof. Okay. So
doesn't matter either way. Because even science doesn't do that either.
Science doesn't provide definitive evidence beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, they're not. Okay, see, the problem is when I say a certain word and it doesn't appeal to your argument, you want to switch the words around to make it seem different.
No, because there's a whole argument regarding proof. It's not 100% proof.
Okay, then
it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Let's keep proof in there. When you're talking about empirical evidence, it's to provide proof of something, right? Am I wrong? When you're collecting empirical evidence, it's to provide proof of something, correct?
Beyond a reasonable doubt, yes.
When you're doing science, they're not trying to prove anything.
Yes, they are, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Science is not trying
beyond
to prove
a reasonable doubt. Do you know what that means?
See, this is exactly why I wanted to make it clear about the phrasing of these words that we're using. Let's keep it simple.
Yeah,
right?
Let's. Sean, let me just say one thing. Let me interrupt you for a second, okay? So there's difference between proof and then proof beyond reasonable doubt. Proof, like a mathematical proof, is 100%. Beyond reasonable doubt leaves an open area, however slim, for some solipsism, some delusion, whatever.
Okay, then you would say that empirical evidence is to provide proof. Science is
beyond
to
reasonable
provide
doubt.
Proof without a reasonable doubt.
No, it's all beyond reasonable doubt.
No,
because you could empirically be observing something and still, be wrong. Like something could be, you could be dreaming, empirically observe something. You could be hallucinating.
Doing semantics.
Hold up, Sean.
Yeah, that's all he's doing right now. I'm trying to deal with it.
An observation of a hallucination, like you're hallucinating, but you're observing something. It's still empirical evidence. It's just, within that realm of doubt. It's reasonable doubt to assume that you didn't have it. It's not beyond it, so it's not as reliable or reliable at all.
What you're saying,
whether we say definitive evidence or proof, as long as you have that beyond reasonable doubt, it doesn't matter.
Y'all agree, though. Y'all seem to agree.
Yeah, but the difference is that he's trying to play these semantical games.
You're the one that introduced proof and said, "Oh, no, it's not proof."
Yeah, just make it as simple as possible.
Fine, go ahead. Make it simple.
I already did. I've already said it.
What's the simple way? Go ahead.
I've already said it.
Say it again.
Empirical evidence is to provide proof. Whereas in scientific evidence is not to provide proof; it's just understanding.
That's incorrect.
Okay, fine. Well, then tell me how it's
It's
different.
not a simple way of saying what we agree on. That's something like saying something absolutely wrong.
Okay, so if you're going for empirical evidence,
hold up.
Wait,
Let me tell
empirical
you
evidence
why.
doesn't
Let me
change.
tell you why.
Empirical evidence isn't supposed to be changeable, right?
Let me tell you why. Neither change. If they're actually
the problem
right.
is science does.
No, if it's right, it doesn't change.
Okay, science.
You could find out you were wrong, but it doesn't. If it's right, it doesn't change.
Science is always trying to falsify something. Everything. It's not trying to prove anything. It's not trying to claim to be correct in no other way.
Can you apply some individual thought to it instead of just repeating rhetoric that you've been taught?
I'm not.
The difference between empiricism, empiricism is observing things. Empiricism is needed in science. You need to observe things in order to have science. You need to observe whatever phenomenon. You need to observe how much of a certain chemical you're in your aqueous solution, or that whatever your experiment you're doing. You need to the results of it. You have to observe it. Empiricism is absolutely necessary. Okay, but the difference
said it wasn't.
All right. But the difference is empiricism just tells you what it is. It's just an observation, and that's it. You're still definitively know what you're seeing. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's proof of what you're seeing. Okay? Just like science, you're doing this experiment or whatever. The only difference is it's showing a relationship, a causal relationship between two things. That's what science is. It's cause and effect. It's trial and error. You falsify something because you had a hypothesis of it and you falsify it. That's what it is. So in the end, it's still definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt of whether that thing being true or false. Smeargaldi, you're making some weird sounds, bro.
Do you agree that we can learn stuff?
What's that?
You agree that we can learn things without science?
Absolutely.
Okay. So like the microwave background radiation. We have these lights. It's very, very cold, right? It's in terms of the temperature of the light. You could easily make the conclusion that since it is extremely cold, it has to be extremely old because it takes time for things to cool off, and the colder it gets, it's like an exponential thing. The more difficult it is to keep pumping more heat out. So for the light to be that cold.
Real quick, what do you mean by it's really because it's really cold? So I imagine you're talking about the white balance of the light.
No, so okay, there's like two kinds of temperature, right? There's temperature that's the average kinetic motion of molecules, and then there's temperature that is talked about in terms of light. Like what temperature would an atom produce at a given temperature? What would the wavelength be? So that's the kind of temperature I'm talking about. Essentially,
yeah. So that's basically a white balance. So the hotter the light, basically, it's more of like a yellowish white. And the cooler is more of a bluish, when you're, in terms of for instance, having some sort of device that has a blue light filter. The white looks a little bit more sepia if it's a warmer white.
I'm pretty sure the CMB is like damn near close to perfect zero, like zero
How
temperature.
Is it
I think it's like
zero?
2 degrees. I think it's like 2 degrees. Hold on, let me look it up. But it's crazy cold.
How you can't possibly know the temperature of all of those lights without having a thermometer out there.
That's why I was saying there's two forms of temperature. There's temperature at which basically is the average kinetic motion of molecule, and there's temperature also that's used in science as a terminology to refer to the light that's emitted by a certain atom or molecule at a certain temperature, right? So if that was essentially in a state where it was with a bunch of average molecules and had a temperature associated with it, what light would that emit? You can describe that.
Yeah, I'm with you. But you would have to have that molecule or something, to be able to tell what temperature it is.
Yeah.
You can't do that with lights that are in the sky.
You can match it up. You can match it up with the spectrum or something.
Okay, so now what you're doing is you have a color of the lights in the sky, and you have with you have a sample of or whatever where you tested the temperature of a specific object or or the sample of gas or what have you, right?
Well, shit.
So and then just because you see the same wavelength of color, you assume that gas is what you have in your picture, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would logically.
Do you know what that
follow.
is?
I mean, that would be what now? Do I know what? Say it again.
Logically, do you know what that is? What fallacy it is?
What fallacy it is? No, tell me, please.
It's called affirming the consequent. Okay?
No,
because it's possible. I'll tell you why. Because it's possible that light is composed of another thing that has the same wavelength, right?
Well, that's where the spectrum comes in, because you can match it up specifically with certain atoms or molecules.
Yes, I understand. You have a gas that gives off that same like absorption or emission pattern, right?
Yeah, it'll be like gas.
It need not be the same mass or same sample that's giving us that wavelength. It could be potentially something else.
No, because the ratio, basically, the ratio holds constant. So if you say you have an atom that emits a certain wavelength of light, or let's just a cloud of them, get a spectrum of all of them. So you'll get basically a graph that is, if you're, let's just say you're like 100 feet away or something, you'll get a graph that it has different lines, and those different lines are it can be thought of as ratios, or they are ratios. So if you stood like basically 100,000 light years back, you would still see the ratio, right? It wouldn't be the same numbers, but it'd be the same ratio. So that's how you can distinguish them. So it's pretty solid. It takes a little bit to understand that, but that's essentially what's going on. And you can
you're basically talking about what I talked about, which are the absorption emission spectrum.
Well, you don't agree with the ratio part. You don't.
I don't agree with that at all, because there's still, regardless of whether the ratio is the same, even if like the specific wavelengths of every single one is the same, it's still affirming the consequent, because you can't possibly test whatever's out there. You're just assuming that it's the same gas just because it's the same.
No, I'm saying it's evidence. So whenever you're talking about a logical fallacy, you're making the assumption that I'm trying to make a perfect sentence. That's not what I'm doing. I'm not trying to make a perfect sentence here. Okay, I'm not trying to make a syllogism. I'm trying to make a point that this is evidence.
And I'm saying it's not, because.
But I'm not making a syllogism. I'm not making a syllogism.
I understand, but it's not adequate evidence because there's a non sequitur. It's a leap in logic. Okay.
How's it a leap in logic?
Because you're assuming that just because it's the same wavelengths, that it's the same mass or same sample that you have.
No, I'm not assuming. I'm saying it's evidence. Okay.
Yeah, you could infer. I'm fine with you saying you could infer that it's the same. But if you're claiming that it's the same, then we have an issue.
No, I'm not claiming it's the same.
All right, then we're fine.
But it's not. That's not convincing at all.
No, it's not convincing to me. No. At all.
And
I'll tell you why.
That's pretty wild, because that's a lot of evidence. That's a lot of evidence, bro.
It's not a lot of evidence to me.
If you had that much evidence, in any court in the U.S., you could convict somebody of murder. Like, if you could kind of.
Don't get me started on court, man. I personally know lawyers, and the court system is, I mean, Issa will disagree with me, but a lot of judges can literally just rule however they want to. They can choose precedents and stuff like that.
Listen to the answer. Look how he trying to sidetrack you, percent. He asks you the question and talks through your answer. You know what I'm saying? You ask him why he's not convinced. Tell us why. Thank you.
Yo, I agree with you, percent.
Okay.
we can talk about whatever. We don't have to talk about flat Earth stuff. Like, I don't know if y'all want to press me on the point. Go ahead, but.
No. I mean, we're talking about proof or evidence of the Big Bang, right? And how it's really kind of unscientifically proven, right? And we can discuss this in elaborate detail by easily just saying look, what's your proof or evidence for the chemical evolution required to get the periodic table of elements from only hydrogen and helium? Where's the proof or evidence of that? Because that's one of the most elaborate things that's been unproven about the Big Bang, is the entire billion or trillion year chemical evolution of everything. You guys have no evidence for that at all. There's absolutely nothing.
You claim to have studied that, and it's bunk, because that's a hell of a rabbit hole to go down. I mean, that's like a degree, pretty much.
Oh, I know,
that's a lot of knowledge.
But if Sean G was just saying that science isn't about proof, it's about understanding or whatever, what's our understanding about that then? Where is that? Where's the proof? Where's the evidence? What's the story about how Where's the story about how hydrogen and helium made the entire periodic table? How did that happen?
Bro, hydrogen and helium fucked and had babies, had elemental babies.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
Is this, we sort of
In
just have to
stars.
take it. We sort of just have to take it on faith, or is that what you're telling me?
No, you
Have
can
to
go
sort of
look at
believe the
all of it.
story.
No,
Do
you
we-
can go
I
look at
know,
all
but-
of it, dude.
You
Nobody's
gotta
preventing
finish
you.
this, then.
Nobody's preventing you from going to university and learning that shit, dude. You want
Bro,
to, go ahead.
You don't need to go to university to learn something.
Well,
And you're assuming
okay,
that it can be
4
learned. You're
years.
assuming that the knowledge
Yeah,
exists.
bro.
It's
If you can't
probable that the
explain it
knowledge
to
doesn't exist.
if you can't
Take
explain
this-
it to a 5-year-old, bro. I mean,
Exactly.
really,
They
Well,
know it well now.
Yeah, you're right.
dude,
bro.
like you got
If
a
you can't,
problem,
if you
dude.
can't
No,
explain the
no,
experience,
Well, go ahead,
the
Sean.
periodic table to a 5-year-old, really?
Yeah. Or like
No, he said
mechanical
if you can't
engineering.
explain it to a 5-year-old simply, then you
Okay,
don't know
so
well enough.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
you
That's
want me
not
like
ridiculous.
so? Yeah, it is. Imagine me explaining like a mechanical engineering degree or chemical engineering degree.
You
Or
could
an
always
electrical
dumb it
engineering
down
degree.
simple enough
Do it.
for
Like,
someone
there's no
to
way
understand.
they would not get that shit. They're
Okay,
too dumb.
But that's the thing.
All right,
though. That's
tell
the
me
thing, though.
something.
That's
Tell me
what-
something in advanced mechanical engineering or something like that, and I'll dumb it down for you.
They're too dumb, dude.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
okay,
the thing. Is
the kids aren't that smart, bro.
No, go ahead.
so
Say
you-
something technical in engineering, and we'll dumb it down.
And it
Okay,
doesn't
what's
mean
a shear moment diagram for a beam?
It means teach it to like somebody with a blank slate. You know what I mean? Like you should be able to like, come on, man.
A kid's not gonna understand that, dude. I'm telling you. You guys haven't worked with kids.
It's not 50. You're just off the rails, dude. Like all I asked was
You
just
guys
like a
have not.
simple.
You guys have not worked with kids.
Stop interrupting me. Just stop interrupting me. All I've asked was just like a simple explanation. You don't have to go into like the whole elaborate thing. Just synopsize how two elements, hydrogen and helium, then yielded the rest of the periodic. How did that happen? What,
I don't know.
what
I'm not
happened?
familiar with that.
Oh, you don't know
I'm
at
not
all.
familiar
Yeah,
with that.
exactly.
No, I don't know all of science, dude. Everything I've ever looked into in terms of science has been true. So I have
Here we
no
go,
reason. I have no reason to assume that other areas are bunk.
Okay, well,
Everything
then
I've
you shouldn't-
done, I went to mechanical engineering school, did a lot of fucking tests, did a lot of studying, proved a lot of this shit to myself. Okay, we had chemical, we had electrical, all in the same school. I knew all of them, and all of it was true, dude. So, you know, that's gives some weight to me believing other sciences. Like, why would I not believe that? Because I've seen it firsthand. That what they teach,
And plus, you're not
that
being
regard, it's true.
the most important part is that you're not explaining how it is. Then you're just saying
No.
it's wrong.
Okay, I mean that's neither here nor there. But
It is.
50,
It's very
you said what's it called? Something about a beam. What was the question? I'll dumb
A
it down.
beam, a sheer moment. I thought you guys were gonna do it. You want me to do it?
No, I'll dumb it down. You give me the
Oh,
sentence. I just didn't hear you.
Well, it's a sheer moment diagram. Like it wouldn't be a sentence; it would be like a paragraph if you were to explain it.
Sheer moment
More than
diagram
likely.
of.
I mean, maybe. I mean, so a sheer moment diagram is something in mechanical engineering where you basically, if you imagine a structure, there's a wall on one side, and there's a beam, a steel beam.
No, I got you. I don't even need the rest. I don't need the rest. All right. So shear wave, that's like, a shear moment. I imagine it's a shear moment diagram is the diagram of a shear wave as it's going through whatever medium it is, right? Shear wave is the one that's in seismology, and I imagine other things as well, where it's perpendicular,
This would be a
right angles. Hold up.
A constant force.
Sorry.
Like on the end.
What
it would
did
be
you say?
like a constant force on the end, and so let me describe it a little bit more. Okay?
No, you don't need to. You don't. Let me just try it, and then
I have a better
tell
one.
me if I got it right.
I have a question for
okay?
you, Percentage. I have a question for you. Do you
Can it
think
wait?
that this
Hold up, Sean, can it wait?
Do you think this simplified way of explaining it
All right, go
is a
ahead.
way for someone that doesn't understand it to then understand it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, go ahead. I'd love to hear this because I have no idea what the fuck he just said, so I can't wait for you to explain
All
it so
right.
I can
So-
then understand it.
So the shear moment diagram of any thing, any beam or any whatever, I would say I would dump down by saying it's when because I don't know if you'll get the understanding. Like okay,
But see, that's what that's what he's explaining.
I don't think you'll get enough of it, but you'll understand the basics of it. So basically, a shear wave diagram is when the thing is going up and down.
What thing?
Whatever kind of thing is. How about this? We'll use an example.
The beam.
So let's say there's an earthquake. The Earth is moving, right? The Earth is going to move up and down as the quake goes forward.
Okay.
That's the sheer, and that picture of the Earth going up and down as it's going forward is the diagram, is how it looks. Do you understand?
It registers the amount of movement.
Yeah, it goes up and down, having a little curvy lines up and down as it's going forward.
What's going forward?
As the quake, is covering distance, is going through the Earth.
Propagating through the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, a 5-year-old won't know propagating. So
but the problem is I had to add that in, and a 5-year-old, and I'm a grown man, and I do not now have an understanding of it to then argue it's wrong.
No, listen, you didn't have to add propagating because I said going forward through Earth. A kid would understand that.
No, I literally had to ask.
The only reason you said
I didn't understand
propagating was because you understood what I was saying.
Yeah, no. Because when you were I was trying to figure out what you meant. And if I was a 5-year-old, I sure as hell wouldn't know what propagate means. So I wouldn't know what you're even talking about. What it sounded like you're saying, it sounds like you're saying the way the earthquake moves.
Yeah,
but I don't know what. But I don't
up and down as it goes forward.
The Earth doesn't
as
do
opposed
that,
to other. Hold up, as opposed to other waves which move side to side like a snake as it goes forward. One goes up and down, the other one like a snake. You understand?
Not enough to argue it.
All right, well, 50, that's how I would dumb it down. I don't think that's, if you want to correct me, if you think it's wrong.
The point of it is that most of the people who argue against science have that understanding of it and then argue against it.
I think you're just making an argument from ignorance right now.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about. I was involved in it. I was deep in it, man. Trust me. Everything you just said is exactly how it's fucking.
Yeah, I would agree with you. There's a lot of flat earthers that are dumb. They don't really consider things and stuff like that.
Yeah, and most of their arguments are based off the understanding that you just gave. And
I would say most of them have their own arguments.
And yeah, you're right. And they argue that all this shit is wrong with that understanding.
I wouldn't limit it to flat earthers. I'd say all people are like that.
Yeah,
there's the ignorant masses, the ones that just say the same, just repeat shit. And then there's the people that, there's leaders and followers in any population.
Name one flat earther that doesn't argue from that understanding.
Which understanding? A dumb
the one you just explained.
Me. Jeremy.
What were you talking?
For real, man. There's a lot of
Jeremy does not. Jeremy
is on it, man. He's he's a critical thinker.
So you're basically just defending the layman's understanding.
Hold up. What does Jeremy just spout without understanding? He just repeats what he heard. When does he do that?
Concave Earth.
Sean, I'll fuck you up on some G shit, then do it a little different and call it the Beat Your Ass Remix.
Yeah, see, that's your man right there, percentage.
Yo, Jeremy come with it hard.
I want to see that.
You got bars that come with it hard. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Hit you with the coldest bar ever. What are you talking about?
Yeah, anyway, name one. I'm sorry, because
bro, you can't. No true Scotsman.
Okay,
it's not gonna work.
Yeah, it is. You do it. You just got done doing it. Percentage. No, you just got done saying this whole conversation that we were having prior to that. You're basically just switching stuff up. You're not really talking about it in its actual detailed specifics of how it works.
Yo, I'm gonna be honest. We keep on switching topics. Like we started off with.
You're right.
The creator and then Big Bang and then whatever else we talked about.
You want to know who does that? And you want to know
round robin. You know
who does that? You're the one reason this conversation has constantly flopped somewhere.
Trying to stop it. What are you talking? I had two issues with what you said. You interrupted me after the first issue and jumped on it.
Because what happens is we're talking about something, and then you talk about it, then it switches to something else. Then you talk about it,
Don't put it on me. I'm the one that's trying to avoid it. I'm saying it's not.
No, you're not.
Why would I say that then? Why would I bring it up? You're too high for me right now, man.
No, I'm definitely not too high. Hang on,
You're
hang on.
doing damage.
Hang on. I'm definitely working on it, percentage, but not yet.
Oh, shit. Maybe you're better when you're high. I don't know.
Yeah, it gets better. It's so much better.
Yeah.
There's no aggravation involved.
Yeah, fucking Steve, man, over at a QE server, he needs to smoke some weed, big time.
I wouldn't go over there. I would just avoid that place at all costs. I haven't been there in many years.
I need to tell him, dude. It's like, dude, you gotta get some weed, bro. Come on.
Say something.
For real. I got some fucking vape pens. But hey, I gotta keep it real, percentage. Okay, you're one of my favorite flat earthers to talk with because
but
he's not even a flat earther.
He's not a flat earther.
Man, he's a okay. If we want to keep it real,
I don't like labels, to be honest.
Percent is a troll. Percent is a smart troll. He likes to play these argumentative games, but if you really think about it, Percent does not. Percent's not a flat earther.
That's not true, man. Listen,
Yeah,
I'll tell you.
I've heard you for many years, dude. You are not a fucking flat earth. You don't even talk about flat earth.
Listen, I will say 100%. If anything, there's any label that I adhere to the most, it would be a heliocentric skeptic, right? Or a heliocentric denier. Or whatever.
You just fight for the flat earth side.
Yeah, let me finish. I would say there isn't definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt that the Earth is a globe, right? I would say that we can infer, like you can make a rather strong inference that it is a globe just based off of the two celestial poles. For me, that's strong evidence, but still, it's not definitive because we can't test it. We don't know what they are.
Okay. How much of flat Earth is definitive to you?
What?
How much of flat Earth is definitive to you?
Like, dude, who cares? Doesn't matter.
No, Citizen. You didn't mind when he was talking about how the globe isn't for sure for him. But the second I ask about flat Earth, he doesn't need to answer that.
All is definitive. Because that's the thing about flat Earth. It doesn't make any claims that it doesn't know, right?
Oh,
it's all
absolutely.
definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt. It's all based off of what you observe and all that stuff.
Zetetic astronomy.
Yeah, so percentage. Would you agree with this? Would you agree with this percentage? Flat Earth isn't an argument for a flat Earth. It's just an argument for globe denying.
No, I would not agree with that.
Okay, so
I would say the default.
That's true.
I would say the default, the null hypothesis is an observably flat and motionless Earth.
In your local area, correct?
Well, everywhere we observe it.
Everywhere you observe it. Now, once you go beyond, once you start looking at things beyond your local vision, is it flat?
You mean if you increase your altitude such that you see the globe?
Nope.
What do you mean?
Because what I mean is this: right now we're standing in the middle of. This is all hypothetical. We're sitting in the middle of a desert, no mountains for as far as you can see. Right? When I say your local area, that means when you do a 360 degrees, I will agree with you, percent. It appears flat, correct?
Okay.
Now let's add mountains into the far distance. When we start looking at those mountains and we make that 360 degree turn in our local area, but we see beyond that, we see mountains that aren't 10,000 feet above what we see the ground. That is looking beyond our local area, as I call it, our great circle, as you will, right?
So you have mountains like on the horizon. You're saying.
Exactly. No, I'm going to say even beyond.
Yeah, but they're still going to be on. That's sure.
Yeah. You know what I mean. I get the horizon is the top of the mountain, but in this part of what we're talking about, you get what I'm saying. And I'll say it better, in my great circle, outside of my great circle.
I don't know if I like the term great circle.
Okay, if you stand there, and this is even on a flat Earth, if you stand there and you turn 360 degrees, and everything you see in your line of view, that is in your local area, that is your great circle. That is the 360 degree view you have.
Great circle, I think great circle arc, spherical, geometry stuff, and so just like kind of the bullshit kind of bell goes off in my head.
Okay, but that's not necessary because realistically, I'm just doing this as simply as possible. I'm not getting technical with it. I'm going to be simple about it.
You want to call the circle around you, that circular horizon, more or less of a circle, as the great circle? Sure.
Yeah, that's your circle, right?
If you want to call it that, great circle, then I'm on board. I would prefer like horizon ring or something like that, but whatever.
Yeah, but then we can if you want, but then we have to go into horizons and yada 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 and the observations that we're making. But I'm just trying to keep it simple for you. All I'm talking about is simple. So, like I said, I agree. In our local area, a circle, whatever you want to call it, your horizon, whatever.
Yeah.
That is inside your local area, and yes, it appears flat, and that happens when you rise in altitude as well. But the second you look beyond that circle, that horizon, etc., you are then looking outside your local area, which means once you make those observations, it no longer appears flat.
Dude, that's honestly the silliest thing I've ever heard
anyone say. And you say it's silly. I understand you think it's silly.
The most asinine. I know it's not even silly.
I know you think that way.
What are you saying? You literally just said once I see in a circle and move somewhere else, you can see the Earth is not flat. That's literally just absolutely.
Is that what you really heard? Because that's not what I said.
No, I heard something else. I heard something even more ridiculous. I heard if you see in a circle, you see a horizon, right? But if you see something on the horizon,
beyond
something beyond the horizon, then instantly the Earth is flat. I mean, Earth is curved.
No, that's not what I said.
Then what? What if I see a mountain beyond the horizon?
All I said, and this is what you guys are trying to look in there, try really deep to try to find something to go. But here's what the problem was. All I said and all I explained is that local area that you look at when you do 360, your horizon, like you said, that it does appear flat. Then I said, once you start looking at objects beyond that, it is not your local area. Cut. That's all I said. You had said something.
That's not all you said. The last sentence you said is, then you know it's not flat.
Percentage. I know. And let me finish because you added in something in the middle of that explanation, and I went, okay, but if we do that, then we start having to look at observations. When we start looking at evidence, and that's when I said you guys don't want to do that. And then I continued on because then you guys stopped interrupting, and then I continued on, and then Citizen piped in. No point in my very simple explanation did I say shows it to be this.
You did actually. It was the last sentence.
I said
it was the last sentence. Right.
Hang on, I'm going to tell you.
No, I'll tell you because you just recounted it wrong. Because it was the last sentence before Citizen piped up. You said, if you look beyond the horizon and see this thing, then you know it's not flat. That's what you said.
No, I did not.
Yeah, I can confirm that's what you said.
No, it's not. Go back and recording.
That's why we both spoke up.
Go back to the recording.
Let's do it.
Go ahead.
Pull up the link. I don't know. I don't know how to find it.
Would have been what, 5 seconds? 3 minutes ago at best.
Come on. Like, this means nothing. Sean, clear up the
everything you guys are saying. Hang on. Everything you guys are saying that I said about this globe part was all answers and responses to when you were interrupted. Because I just laid out my explanation as simply as I could and what I meant by it.
Say it again, and then we'll see if we agree.
Okay. So no, we're not going to start with your guys' assumptions of what I said. Okay.
Go ahead.
All I said, and I was simplifying this.
Or meant.
When you stand in one spot and you do a 360...
No, don't recount what happened. Just say it again. Reset.
I am. I'm explaining it simply. When you do that 360 and you observe your horizon, that is your local area. And in that local area, it does appear flat. When you start looking beyond that horizon, you are no longer looking in your local area. And once we start doing those things, we start seeing something different from flat. And I said different, and I know I said different because that leads to me saying, we make these observations, we know these elevations, and we know what we're supposed to see. And there are things that we see that show curvature. Because I never got to that part.
And I disagree with that. Again, for the last sentence, it shows different from flat. Last time you said it's not flat, but yeah, I disagree with that.
I know, because that was me amounting to the evidence part.
I understand. It's because you know the heights of the mountains and all these angles and bullshit.
Exactly.
Right? It's bullshit, in the end.
It's not bullshit.
I'll tell you why it's bullshit.
Okay,
because
please.
you don't have the refraction data along the optical corridor to say it.
Yeah, you
to say
do.
that there's
Yes, we do.
You don't.
You're telling me we can't tell that we can't get a barometer?
You don't have a barometer every like 5 meters or every meter throughout the entire vertical and horizontal aspect of that corridor.
All we need is 3 and have an average.
That's not true.
Yeah, absolutely, it's true.
No, light is bending. Like the temperature and pressure is changing, and it's constantly in flux throughout the entire area. It's changing from 1 meter to another meter.
Okay, so when I see an object out in the distance, when I see an object out in the distance and it's not distorted at all, which way is the light? How many times is the light bending in that?
How do you know it's not distorted at all?
Because if I'm looking at an object and I see straight lines, I know it's not.
How do you know you're seeing straight lines?
Because I can zoom in and I can see the object at a distance.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
It could be refracted and still you zoom in and you see it.
Mirroring? If it was mirroring, it'd be upside down. What else? Now name some other. Okay, no. My point is
not mirroring.
My point is because we understand how
without an inferior or superior mirage.
It could be something else.
What?
It could be something else. But what do you normally see? If you're not seeing mirroring, you're not seeing looming, you're not seeing any kind of sinking. What else is there that you would see? You would see what? Kind of like the little heat waves.
The apparent image of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The apparent image is not always the actual image. It's rarely, if ever, the actual image. Because light
I would disagree.
Constantly.
Okay, so how would you know how much it bends in between?
That's what I'm saying. You don't, because you don't have the refraction data.
Okay, well, we can get that. That's exactly why I asked about a barometer.
I've never seen a single.
So what you're telling me is they don't know how light works, for one, and you're saying that they also have no clue how atmospheric phenomena happen either.
Bro, like they have no idea the actual quantification of these things. We know that water evaporates over large bodies of water, and you have mist, which is this water vapor which is less dense, and there's going to be more dense air above. But they always assume that light is always constantly bending down in these
Okay, so why would it go up if it was if the denser medium is below?
The denser medium is above. When there's evaporation and this layer of mist of water vapor. Water vapor is less dense. There's the more dense air above.
Okay. So what you're saying is the object would have to go through that, because if the object is anything above that surface,
you just didn't even know it yourself right now. You thought it always goes down. The denser medium is below. It's not over large bodies of water. It's not.
Was I simply asked you a question, and all I did in that question is show you exactly how we know. Because just the same way okay, how were you able to explain that?
Jeez, listen, I just explained to you that you have the more dense medium above.
Okay, then you get looming.
Looming maybe, or you could have you could have stooping of the background.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Am I thinking? No, you could have sinking of the background or looming of the
stooping.
foreground.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It could be either the background or the foreground. You don't know.
The problem is in those situations, that there's a lot of distortion. Things bend.
Not necessarily.
Oh, show me something when it doesn't.
You could have consistent bending up of the rays of light, and it wouldn't be a distorted image.
Oh, but it would be if there's.
No, it would just be a superior mirage, but it wouldn't be a distorted image.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Distorted if the lights are kind of like going in towards each other in a weird way. But it's
still going to be way above. It's going to look like it's floating in the sky.
No, not necessarily.
No, it could just
time if you're doing overwater.
You have this zone, you got this zone of the different, like he's saying, this pocket.
Okay.
Let me explain it. Let me go from the beginning, because I feel like you're not getting it completely. So we have this. Let's say we have this freight liner or something like that in the water, way back, right? Or in the Black Swan you have like this rig. Let's go with that, right? You have these miles of water in between, and you have obviously it's sunny, you have water. I mean, even if it's not sunny, you still have water constantly evaporating. You have this water vapor, this layer of water vapor, which is less dense than the air, and above you have air, which is more dense. So you would expect light that's reflecting off of this rig to be bending upwards towards the more dense medium, right? Then it hits your eye, right? And obviously this light isn't just reflecting off of the rig only. It's also reflecting off of all of that water in between you guys.
Think about when dry ice hits the bottom of a tub and there's going to be that layer, right? Like if there was this layer, you could see this little pocket layer of like this other material, right? Like it was a big ass fucking, you know what I'm saying, thing evaporate. And then above that layer, it mixes back regular or something.
Okay, so you have the light.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I get what you're saying.
Let me finish. So you have the light reflecting off of the water, right? And it's bending up, right? It's going to enter your eye from the from the inferior superiorly, right? And we're going to have a mirage, or not necessarily a mirage, but definitely what's the word I'm looking for? An optical effect, right?
Phenomena.
Yeah, inferior. You're gonna have an inferior mirage, whether it's like Fata Morgana or mirrored or whatever is not. The point is you're gonna be seeing the image down from where it should be, right? So
How often do these things happen?
You would expect it happens every time over large bodies of water, every single time, because evaporation is always happening.
The best part is my example was an overwater.
Yeah, but still, evaporation still happens over land, just to a less extent.
Okay,
there's still water in the soil. Water. There's water everywhere.
Okay, but at the same time, I can go to say Death Valley.
Let me finish.
And I can literally go and test. No,
Sean,
you said no. Hang on. You said
the last little bit. So since the light is entering superiorly, that means that you're going to be seeing it below, and you're going to have this stooping effect of the water, right? And it's going to seem like the water is going to be obstructing this tower or this rig or whatever, because it's stooping relative to what's in the background. You understand?
No.
Well,
because you're trying to add obstruct. The reason why your argument is just kind of fell apart is because now I see what you're trying to make it as if stooping obstruct is the body of water would appear to, but that's compression. And even then,
it's not compression because it's bending upwards, not downwards.
But that's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're I don't know why you just did it, but when you added that it makes it appear that the body of water is obstructing. That's not what these illusions do.
That's what it does, man.
That's
if you
not
have
what
light from reflecting off of the water in the foreground, and it's coming up superiorly.
Yes.
You're seeing it below where it actually is.
Okay.
And so there's going to be this, the atmospheric phenomena where it looks like it's higher.
Okay, and if we know where it is, whatever object you're looking at, and we know its dimensions, and we know that it's not where it's supposed to be.
How do you know where water is and the dimensions of water?
Oh, by the object and how it sits in the water. For instance, if you want to talk about Black Swan, the platforms. If I know how much of the platforms are above mean sea level, and I can go out there and at exactly the right time, I can go out there, I can look at and do the predicted of the tides, go out there and know exactly how much I would observe on it and how deep it actually goes. And if I'm looking at it and I see a horizon, then I see what looks like a false horizon, but I see now the platform way above it. I know I'm looking at it going, yeah, there's still 20 feet missing off that platform. And when I make those observations, then I know that these things aren't adding up, and it could be a phenomenon that happens in the atmosphere. And we have the names for them, and we have the explanations for them because we understand how it happens.
So let me get this right. When it's square, hold up. When it looks how you want it to look,
because you got the monologue, and you can't.
I mean, you just went for like a good 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you went for 5 minutes.
No, I'm quick with it.
You're quick, but a lot. So
go ahead.
When I was talking about being out in the desert, and I said, and you were like,
no, I want to stay on the Black Swan or whatever, the rig in the water,
No,
you just said it's what you see.
That's what I'm talking about. Percentage, you took it somewhere else. I was talking about the desert, and when I said I can
okay,
measure,
we'll go back to the desert. Let's finish with this one real quick. I only have a little. You're making two separate points. Trying to address the first one, okay?
Like
and then
20 minutes ago when you started. No, I don't want to change it.
Sean, please. Just allow it.
I don't want. No, I'm not going to. I'm going back to my original conversation with you.
Oh Lord.
So when I
So
talk
you're
about
going
the
to make a
desert,
point. Hold up. You're going to make a point. You're going to prevent me from responding to that point, and then you're going to go back to the other conversation.
that's what you just did.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because I was responding to my conversation. You moved it to Black Swan. I'm trying to do this, and you're not letting me.
I'm perfectly fine with going back to that one. Let's finish what we were talking about with Black Swan. You made a point, and it's worthy of response.
Yeah, my point, and I'm doing it right now.
No, let me.
No,
Dude,
I'm not letting you
I'm
finish.
disengaged, man.
Percentage, you gotta stop, dude.
No, you
That's
gotta stop.
funny right now. I'm not
You're
high
killing
enough.
me.
I'm
Yeah,
still
this
not high enough for this.
This is
Sorry,
hurting.
God. I'm going back. So if we're in the desert, and I said,
back on your
asked
own.
you about a barometer, and you said you can't measure. Why can't I?
Yo, with all due respect, I'm disengaging.
Why can't I drive through a desert and get that barometer reading throughout my whole observation?
Okay, I'll answer that, actually. I'll answer that. First off, with the first point you said, you're saying basically when the rig looks like how you expect it to look, how you want it to look, then it's Earth curvature. When it doesn't, there's refraction.
No,
refraction
that's not.
throwing it off.
It's always refraction, but there's the index of refraction that gives us better explanation for what is happening. And when we get those temperatures, and that's even a better example, because throughout from about a mile off the shoreline, from the mile off the shoreline, all the way through from that platform through the channels, all that area has those buoys out there that read the water temperature and the air temperature. So yeah, we actually can make those observations and explain what's going on and what would be likely to happen if it does. We can't.
Bullshit,
Now we can't.
because the
Why?
buoys only, let's say the buoys did all measure temperature and pressure. I haven't seen any validation of that whatsoever.
Oh,
but
look
let's say
it
they
up.
did.
It's everywhere.
They only do it at that specific altitude, at the sea level.
Yeah.
And also,
No, it's not at
only
sea
in
level.
that one.
They're actually 12 feet. They're actually 12 feet tall.
Okay, fine. They're 12 feet out of the water, each one?
Yeah. Yep.
Really? What about the tides?
What about tides? They also read the tides.
No,
Come
but
what?
tides change the water level. So how are they all 12 feet above when there's tides?
Because it's above the water surface. Anything 12 feet above the water surface is what it's reading. That's what I said.
Killing
That's
me
what
though.
they do.
The tides decrease and increase the surface, the level by like
Doesn't
8
change
feet.
what you're looking through.
So is it at times 12 plus 8, like 20 feet? Or is
I
it
guess
12
so.
minus
I guess
8, sometimes
the best
sometimes
part
4
is
feet?
the best part is it probably, most likely, I guarantee, also reads its elevation, so it can measure when it's doing the same. How do you think they measure wave? Or what do you call them?
Listen, Sean, I don't know if you're
swells. How do you think they measure swells? Wait, how do you think they measure swells?
It's relevant. I'll tell you why. Because even if you had these buoys that were 12 feet in the air, okay, along this place, that's only one path. You know, that's only one path vertically. Sorry, it's only one path
Horizontal. Yeah,
horizontally. Exactly, and only at one altitude. Okay.
Guess what? If you're looking through that,
light travels. Hold up.
If you're looking through it, then it doesn't matter.
That you need to be able to quantify it more than just that little area. There's going to be lights that are passing through that, intersecting that little path, and then not there whatsoever, and you have no clue, right?
Yeah, we do.
There's lights that are probably coming from the side and into your eye that didn't go to the path whatsoever.
That's the stuff on the side.
What do you mean the stuff on the side?
When you're looking through that corridor, that's what we're talking about. So that's what matters. Now you want to talk about things that happen from the side. Any light coming from a different direction, then hits our eyes different.
Yeah, so vertically, okay. Let's say we're at the sea level. We're at the sea level. It's possible that lights are bending down in such a way that they don't touch any of these, or it's possible that lights are below the buoys, like where they're reading, and are just like bending, going above into your eye without touching any of them. You understand that, right? It's very rare that you can have a light going straight through all of the buoys.
Yeah, but then there's a difference between being able to make an observation and understanding what you're looking at is a distorted image, or looking at it because especially if what you're talking about coming from all these different directions, you're going to have a distorted image. I'm talking about these clear images.
Not necessarily, man. They don't have to all be at the same time. I'm just saying you don't have enough evidence. You don't.
Plenty.
This is a very inconclusive, like indeterminate amount of evidence.
So basically, what you're telling me is everything you look at. So you're saying everything you know? No, it's not at all. The data's there. You're just not willing to look at it. So you're telling me everything that you look at is not what it is. That's your argument.
You mean the actual thing? Yeah, there's a difference between an apparent image and an actual image, or an apparent thing and an actual thing.
Okay, so then but we can't tell the difference of that.
We honestly can't. No, unless it's a perfect vacuum, we can't. Right?
Okay. So then we don't know how light works. We sure still don't have any idea how atmospheric conditions work. Because if we did, we wouldn't have explanations for them.
We do. We just don't have the data sets to say that it's working in this specific way, which is giving us this specific.
That's exactly what it does. What are you talking about?
No,
how do you
we
know?
don't.
Okay.
Again, we don't have the
percentage.
The data.
What causes,
hold up.
Percentage. What causes inferior mirage?
Inferior mirage is caused by light bending downwards in such a way that light bending upwards, entering your eye in such a way that you see it down, and so
due to what conditions?
It could happen just like to what I said, where you have a lot of humidity in the atmosphere, you have a lot of water which is less dense than the air, bending the light upwards.
How do you have that explanation?
What do you mean, how do I have it?
How do you know that explanation?
Because I know that steam or vapor is less dense than air.
Okay, so did you figure all that yourself?
That steam is less dense than air?
No.
Let me think.
How all these atmospheric conditions from now on happen?
No, as I learned it, I probably got the knowledge from elsewhere, with myself. But I imagine I could probably come to it myself. Like I could probably cite.
But the realization is, I get you didn't completely, and just because you're able to explain that is argument for what I'm trying to say. They understand these things. If they didn't, you wouldn't have an explanation for how these things happen.
No, that's an appeal to authority right there.
Okay, then that's what you're doing.
Hold on. No, I'm saying this is how I understand it. I'm providing evidence. If you're saying they can understand it or they understand it better than me, then provide the evidence.
Okay, look it up. Because you wouldn't have an understanding of it if it wasn't for them. If they didn't have an understanding of how atmospheric conditions happen, you wouldn't have been able to explain to me how inferior mirages happen.
Maybe, or maybe I could cite personal things.
Maybe.
No, hold up.
Okay, maybe it's not part of it.
Maybe I could cite
maybe
in my day to day.
Let's talk about reality.
Give me that, let me glean that knowledge from it.
Let's talk about reality. Have you done a test to verify how inferior mirages happen?
Have I done a test? I wouldn't know. I wouldn't call it a test per se, but I've observed it as I'm driving. Like the little puddles in the highway and stuff.
Absolutely.
When you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
So
absolutely. Have you tested how light bends?
Yes.
When? Explain the test to me, please.
So basically, I don't know who said it. It was actually recently. So I have a strong magnet, and someone was saying that that magnets bend light.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to test it. I had this little laser, and I was trying to test to see if the laser would bend the light.
Okay, does that have anything to do with how it bends in atmosphere?
I mean, it happened in atmosphere, so yes.
But I mean, through observations like we're talking about.
I guess you could apply the same principles.
Okay.
Because Earth is the largest magnetic field we know of, so.
Thank you, Jeremy. Okay.
So I told you Jeremy comes with it.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad. So, and everything you just said, is that enough for you to explain how inferior mirages work?
That has nothing to do with how inferior mirages work. You asked me a standalone question of whether I've tested anything, and I answered accordingly.
You're 100% right. And I didn't say anything against it. I'm just asking these questions because, again, all I'm really trying to explain to you is your argument is we don't understand how light works. And through the atmosphere over these observations.
Hold on. Let me rephrase.
Your understanding of it is based on our understanding of how light works through the atmosphere.
Listen, we understand how light works, right? We just don't have the refraction data. The data along the optical corridor to say it's doing this. That's what we don't have. So we can't make any claims as to what is going on in a specific image or whatever. No, we can't because we don't have the refraction data.
If I take a picture and I see that little puddle on the ground, I can't, from what is understood, say that the air above the ground is probably hotter and more dense than along the surface. Can I say that?
You could say that. You could
Okay.
also say that on that day it had just rained or something and there was a puddle.
Mm-hmm.
Or
okay. The problem is when you eventually get to that area and you're in that area and it's clear skies, which is normally when it happens, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you have to increase your data set in order to exclude certain things.
Okay.
Right?
So typically, when there's a puddle in the road, that puddle doesn't then go away. You get to it, right? Does that happen when we see these?
Yeah, we're talking about an image, right?
Do we see these puddles?
You an image of a puddle-looking thing, right?
Okay, but you added a rainy day, and it could be a puddle. But you added it could have been a rainy day earlier, and there could have been a puddle.
Image alone, you don't know. You need to increase your data set. You need images of when like at different times.
Why not just make observations?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
if we're making that observation, and it's a puddle in the road, we will get to that puddle and go through that puddle. In the observation where it's a clear sky and these apparent puddles do not ever come to us, and they're wavy, and objects are distorted in them, then we can deduce that that's
inferior mirage.
We can deduce that's a inferior mirage. Yeah,
of course, absolutely.
Okay, we know that based on the data they've provided to explain to us why something appears to be that way. So saying that we can? Yes, that's exactly what it does.
I disagree with that.
We just went through an example of exactly that.
No, hold on. I disagree with that. We're getting the data ourselves as we're traveling in our car or whatever. We're getting the data ourselves to see that this is a mirage because we keep on thinking it looks like water, but we keep on getting close and it keeps on moving back. So it's obviously not real. It's not a real image.
At that point, it's not called an inferior mirage. It's just an illusion. It's just a phenomenon we're seeing, an illusion, right?
It's a mirage that is inferior as opposed to superior.
Nope. An inferior mirage is explained in detail what conditions are needed to have an inferior mirage. If we're just making observations.
What are the conditions?
We just went through this. If we're making that observation,
the only condition I know of that you need more dense air above.
Yep. Okay. So if we have a hot day and the surface is cooler than the air above it, doesn't that create that exact situation?
If we have a hot day and the surface is cooler than the air above it.
Yes. And that exactly why? Why?
Because hot air is less dense.
What causes an inferior mirage? We just went through this.
Yeah, and you're flipping them. If you have cold air is denser.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. You're 100% right. Because I'm thinking the surface is hotter than the air above it.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said
I know, cool days. I just fixed it.
Yeah, then that it would be dense, obviously.
Okay, but how do you know that?
How do we know it?
How do you know that? In just our observation, how do we know the air is more dense?
Just by driving in a car.
How does that happen?
No, but that's what you're saying. Like in our observation, which is us driving.
Yeah, we're just deciding to make this observation. We go. Holy shit! You see that in front of us?
You wouldn't know.
Who are you yelling at?
Exactly. But if we have a source that has done these things scientifically and can explain to us,
what are you doing in here? Wrestling? Are you doing WWF
You are
wrestling?
literally hot micing Jeremy. Anyway, I see that. All right, I don't even know what I'm thinking now. Train of thought.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking.
No, you're not. Don't do that. No, you don't.
No, I do. Listen, and tell me if I get it wrong. You're basically saying that people have, in terms of in controlled settings, have found out the relationship of density to inferior mirages. They found out. They basically checked the pressure. They found out that above you have cold,
you need a
like
shower tonight.
air, and below you have less dense air. Right. So they took this relationship and they you can apply it to other things. Every time you see inferior mirage, you can apply this causal relationship.
The kid strikes again.
Jared. Thank you.
He can unmute himself, I guess, when he's back.
Wait, you're a mod percentage? Holy shit. Guess you're an okay mod. I haven't seen you be a dick about it. Anyway, continue.
Thanks, percent.
No worries. But yeah, so they apply this relationship now to every time they see this, this puddle in the ground effect type thing, and you could just assume that the air above is more dense than the air below, right? That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I have no problem.
Percentage or tap dancing around this. What you need is an actual position on some object in the distance, right? They can't do that.
Wait, what?
They don't make straight lines.
What?
You don't make straight lines, so you can never get actual positions on objects in the distance.
Yeah, you only ever see the apparent thing, not the real thing, not the
You're
actual.
only seeing an apparent position. All these observations ain't gonna tell you shit. This is a rabbit. You're going down a rabbit hole with this.
Wait,
this
so we can't. Wait, are you saying we can't tell where something is? Wait, you're saying we can't say where something is?
We can't. We never see the
From an
actual
observer's
thing.
Yes,
from an
we do.
observer's point of view.
Oh my God, percentage! You didn't get this from Jeremy, did you? Because Jeremy said this
Almost
before.
everything he knows. Listen,
Oh
from
my
an
God.
observer's point of view.
Jeremy.
From an observer's point of view. He won't let me say he's scared.
I know. I am.
Scared.
Is percentage your math guy?
I'm like percentage's mentor.
Okay. So he's not your math guy.
Dude, don't worry about who my
Every
math
time
guy
I'm
is.
running
It's not
circles
important.
around you, I'm starting like my daddy. What's up?
Hey, percentage. Do you know who Jeremy's math guy is?
It's not relevant.
He has
It's
more
totally
than
a
one
red
math.
herring. He's scared
know
of what
this.
I'm going to say.
Well,
See,
I
this
know.
is Sean trying to get away from
Sean. Hold up, Sean. Let Jeremy say his thing.
You're gonna have to
Sean
unmute me.
being-
No, I'm just kidding.
Don't test me.
I'm just saying that's
Listen,
what I
you
would have
need to
said
have
before
an
I knew you were a mod.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
You need to have an actual position from an observer's viewpoint of an object. You don't do that.
Yes,
you
we do.
can't do that.
Yes, we can.
Because you can't make straight lines because your light's bending.
I can make a straight line
How?
easily. I can just create a horizontal.
How?
With a machine. We gone through this.
What machine?
A total station.
Okay, how is that? How is it creating? How is it creating a straight line?
Zero.
What?
The zero. My crosshairs. I'm creating a horizontal line from my zero, from my reference point.
So it goes
whatever object I want.
It goes from the crosshairs of the theodolite to where?
To forever, as far as I can see.
Except in the atmosphere, the light's bending, so it's not a straight line.
Okay, so then I can't then go to that object that I'm looking at and know its elevation, know points on it, and then point to that.
Now, is light bending in the atmosphere, Sean?
For instance, I can't go to say, what do you guys want to use, water or land? I prefer land.
Listen, let's say it's the crosshairs. Let's say the crosshairs are aimed at a mountain, right?
Yeah.
That light from the mountain is going to the crosshairs into your eye, right?
Okay.
That light along the entire path is bending. It's subject to refraction. So you can't assume it's straight.
Okay, so if that's the case, and I measure a point on, say.
What do you mean? If that's the case, that is the case.
Listen. If I get my crosshairs on a summit on that mountain, and with my calculations, I'm able to calculate the elevation of that summit. How is the light bending affecting that observation?
So light doesn't bend through the atmosphere. We see in straight lines.
I just asked a pretty simple question.
Do we see in straight lines?
Percentage. That was a simple question, right?
What was the question?
You asshole. If I look through a total state or theodolite, and I'm crosshairing on a summit on that mountain, and I can calculate from my point its elevation to that summit, and if I'm correct by fact checking the elevations, whatever way, is that in that case, how much is the light bending to my machine?
Okay, so how are you going to calculate the height of it from your position?
Okay, all I need to know is my altitude, my elevation, right? My altitude, my elevation, and I can measure the angle to that summit. And then I can calculate that with a distance, and I can easily measure the elevation of that summit.
But what are you assuming in terms of...
I'm not assuming anything.
The ground, hold up, there's ground between you guys, right?
Yes.
Between you and the mountain.
Distance,
right?
That's distance.
Yeah, so are you like, does it matter if it's flat or curving?
Nope.
If it's curving away, it won't change the height of it?
The summit I'm looking at is a mile away.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have a mile away mountain summit, right?
Yep.
The peak of the mountain is a mile away. And then you have the peak in your crosshairs.
Yep.
And you're asking me, is the light from that peak bending?
Is the light bending to affect that observation?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then how am I able to calculate its elevation?
You're measuring you're calculating it or measuring it?
I'm measuring and calculating. Because I have to make the measurements to calculate. Right?
What?
You have to make the measurements, the distance.
Are you measuring
the distance to that object and my elevation.
Okay.
The angle to that summit are being calculated to come up with the elevation of that summit. You make measurements to calculate.
But did you measure the elevation directly before?
My elevation?
No, the elevation of the peak.
You can. You don't have to. You can to fact check yourself, right?
How was the elevation of the peak gotten?
Yeah.
What?
How did you get the elevation of the peak?
Whether it be GPS or making my calculations and then going there and finding out myself.
When you go there and find out, how does that happen?
I can go there, use GPS and get my elevations. Very simple.
So GPS, another thing so you have all this shit that's based on how you're trying
GPS,
to prove.
GPS is an optics, first of all.
Positions. GPS is subject to refraction, just like optics, just like light and all that.
Okay, and are those
okay? That's okay.
Positioning,
so not straight
when
lines.
you do those positionings, wait, hang on. When you do your positioning, and they're getting a beam from satellites, how much atmosphere is it between?
Tons.
How much?
If satellites are even up there, giving these
we can see we look through more atmosphere than that same amount of dense atmosphere above us. So light doesn't. Once gets into the atmosphere, it doesn't really do anything until it gets to the troposphere, basically. And when it gets to the troposphere, if it is out of it,
that's another optical claim.
So you're saying it bends, but it's negligible.
If it is out of range, or not out of range, out of being as accurate as possible, it does say within 10 feet, right? Doesn't it?
So you're saying the light bends, but it's
and in that situation, that would only factor in my exact location, right? Within that 10 foot area diameter around me. That doesn't affect the elevation reading.
If the elevation is from
using shit. You're using shit that's subject. You're using shit that's subject to refraction to prove refraction. It's a circular.
So your GPS doesn't work, Jeremy?
It tells you where. It's subject to refraction. Is it subject to refraction?
So it doesn't work.
Is it subject to refraction?
Does it work, Jeremy?
I'm asking a question. Is it subject to refraction?
Yeah, everything does, but not enough to make it inaccurate.
So you can't make straight lines.
How do I know? Because I've used it. I've checked.
No, hold up. So how do you know that the value that you get is negligibly bent light versus not bent, just like straight light?
I fact check it.
You can only use optics.
Where did you get straight light to be able to compare it to the bent light to say that it's negligible?
Because if it's in certain conditions, certain time of days, these factors aren't needed. These factors aren't playing a factor in it. The light does not always bend like that. Because if it always bent, then everything we'd see was a mirage. And
that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the average
100% what we're
bending. Hold on, no.
Yeah,
we're not talking about the average amount of bending.
Yes, we
are
saying, because we take these observations. We make these observations all the time. They don't just do it once.
That's fine. Let's say you have like 100,000 different observations of the same goddamn mountain, and you have the average amount, or 100,000 like GPS kind of things of the same mountain. You have an average amount of refraction, right? That still doesn't give you the straight line, the straight light that tells you that it's a negligible amount of refraction.
Yeah, because when I look at those thousands of points that I've put on and check them at any time, you can just go to that location and check it. the numbers are going to show me what is there when these atmospheric conditions are happening and when they're not. How do I know that? Because the averages will build up on one number, basically.
Absolutely, you'll have an average.
Yeah, okay.
What I'm telling you is
again,
the average does not control make.
Again, okay. If half of those days, elevation was 1,000 feet. I got, and then eighth of those days, I do hear you. I hear you completely. But what did I say? What's the last? I completely hear you also saying that it's the amount that could be off is not, you can't account for it, and they can. They do.
Wrong, bro. Like, listen.
If the light, what you're saying is this:
you have a constant amount of refraction, right? Or like, let's say the refraction, just to keep it simple, let's say the refraction is always plus or minus like 0.1. Okay? So just because the average is going to be 1, because it's halfway, half the time it's a little bit 0.1 below or around there, and half time it's above, just because the average is 1, it doesn't mean that that's now 0. That's now the control of a straight line. No, that's just the control for a fraction. So you can't say that this is how a straight line would react, because you have no clue.
This is very simple. The second I go to that mountain with a GPS and I get my elevation, and if it matches with the angle from my theodolite, tell me how light has affected that.
Bro, you can't say it matches when it's relying on.
It matches. If I can,
no, it's relying on.
So you're telling me that me making an observation with a tool, a theodolite, and I get this number, and I use then GPS to verify the elevation, that they're somehow doing it together. Those are two separate methods.
You're relying on two fallible
methods.
Hold up, you're relying on two fallible methods.
Different numbers.
And you're bringing them together, and two wrongs to make it right.
Oh my God, I would get different numbers. Yes, you use multiple tools to come to a conclusion. What are you talking about? Now you're telling me I can't use a GPS.
Non sequitur, though.
If I said I just used a GPS or just used a theodolite, then maybe your argument makes sense. But the fact that I fact checked that with other methods that are just as accurate, then it doesn't make any sense. Your argument doesn't even work.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
I don't know what to tell you.
Anything optical does not work for proving this thing at all.
Yes,
this has to be done tangibly.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, and you can do that using optics.
You can't tangibly do something using optics. Are you crazy?
Yes, you can. Okay, Jeremy. Have you ever told him your wonderful test, Jeremy?
What's he talking about, Jeremy?
Has he told you you're about to cite the test that you can cite with a theodolite or auto level?
Well, my line of thinking is that this optical effect, you know how if you're standing at I don't know, 10 feet above sea level, and then you look across, you can see like the 22nd floor of a building level with your crosshairs and the theodolite, or whatever B-ball does. I think the optical effect is exponential. Like, how they say the ground's curving at an exponential rate, 8 inches per mile squared. I think that's happening with the optics. It's an exponential rate of apparent drop.
So if you were to take like an auto level or a theodolite or something and make a horizontal going out each way from that one point, so you'd have point A, and then you look out and you do, 25 meters. Every 25 meters ahead of point A, you put posts. You'd go like 75 feet or something. So you'd put three posts in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Then you would go to the next post, right? The first post you made, you would go to that, the one that was 25 meters out, and you would and then you would line up the second and third post, but you would put another post past that at 75 meters again. And then you would just keep doing that the whole way. And I think that would knock out the exponential optical effect.
I think that's a great idea.
So you have posts every 25 meters.
Yeah,
right?
So basically every 75 feet, you put a mark on that post that references where your horizontal is. Then you move your machine, level it out to that mark, your zero on that mark, and continue to do that for as far as you want.
Two marks. You line up two marks.
So you overlap You overlap the horizontals on the crosshairs.
Yes, exactly. So
The same-
you're just carrying on your horizontal with a reference point.
I got you.
I think it's a great idea. And
You have to go both ways. The thing with this is, Sean, the thing with this is you have to go both ways from your starting point. So you have it level in the middle, and then it's horizontal going out. And that way you're measuring the sagittal, also known as the hump.
No, you're not.
Yes, you're measuring the sagittal, essentially. The hump,
I
Sean.
don't know the usability of this. Like if you line up the crosshairs to the same location.
See,
how's that?
Here was the added part that I thought was much better. So in that same thing, what you're actually doing is you're measuring against the water level. So you have the water level on two ends.
And if Earth's a globe, you would be measuring the hump.
Okay, so no, you wouldn't. Anyway, I hate you so much. No, you wouldn't. So basically, percentage you would be putting out a water level. At that point, we both know that both ends are level to each other, right? You would get the auto level. You would reference the surface of one point to be your zero, which would create that horizontal line across that test. Then you mark off every whatever feet you want, 75 feet. I said 20 feet is even fine. But you just mark and make that reference mark across all straight through the test. And I told Jeremy there would be two different results. And correct me if I'm wrong. If we live on a flat Earth where there is no curvature that deviates, when we take that site, that horizontal will go across the first level and the second point.
I don't think I think it might still look like there's a little bit of drop after that because, like I said, there's this optical drop. So there's going to be a little bit every time. It's just you're just knocking out the exponential factor of it.
Exactly. Well, here's the problem. Or here's,
You know what I'm saying?
Here's what you're doing though, and this is why I agreed with what you want to do because you are making
I'm always right. That's why.
Because you're making that reference mark across that whole test and not citing it from one end to the other. When you're citing it from one end to the other, what you're saying is that there's that drop because of the optics.
Like I feel like if you did the thing my way and then you cited it the whole way, it wouldn't even match up because of the exponential factor in one and the non-exponential factor and we got rid of it in there.
But it would match up if we did it your way and we did it in sections, but we carried that same horizontal across, then it would line up with the other water level.
No, I'm telling you that if you were to sight down your whole line in one shot,
okay,
it wouldn't line up mistakes that you made from doing it at 25-meter increments.
No, but that's why carrying that horizontal across that test with your posts is a great idea because it takes that out, which means once you get to the other end, on the other end, and it's flat Earth, then your line will line up with the other level because you know they're at the same level. That's why we
close. It's going to be close, but it's not going to be exact.
It should be exact.
No, because there's still an optical drop.
Okay,
it's just not exponential.
Let's change it to 20 feet.
Yeah, I gotta step out. I'll be back later.
It doesn't matter how many feet you go, even if you do 10 feet. There's still a little bit of optical drop.
That's ridiculous.
It's going to add up 10 feet of optical drop at a time.
That's ridiculous.
It's not.
It's very.
Not ridiculous.
It is
totally reasonable.
Not at all.
I'm saying.
Not even a little bit.
Absolutely 100% reasonable.
Not. You sound more logical when you're pimping out cell phones.
Totally reasonable. You guys are the totally unreasonable ones. Totally unreasonable.
Oh, yeah. You are definitely going to be a globe or concaver by the end of 2022.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
I mean, you're already on the
concave Earth.
Yeah.
Well, concave Earth. I mean, we're looking into that, but I mean, we're gonna have to see.
Who's we? You're bringing more to the party.
The royal we.
You're bringing more to the party. You and Jason are bored.
Why is Discord not loading on my computer? What the fuck's going on with this? Why does it say general API and session issues? We're looking into issues with people sending messages, logging in, streaming videos, etc. What's up with your server? How am I on it on my phone then?
Are you arguing with us or someone else?
I'm arguing with you about Discord.
Oh, it didn't feel like it.
Past incidents. Is this my personal? Or is this like all of Discord?
I don't know. I don't have your fucking information.
This is partial outage.
Jesus Christ.
Major outage on this one red line. What's that mean? Oh, that was on January 26th.
Why are you saying this shit out loud?
Today is the 15th. We got partial. Oh, yesterday was Valentine's Day. Everyone get some? Did you get a little something yesterday?
That's none of your business, Jeremy.
John? Well, I'm just curious. I mean, you said you were going to give up blowjobs because it made your jaw hurt, but figure Valentine's Day special.
You're having funny when you try to be funny. It's not like I'm sitting here asking you if you got laid last night, Jeremy. That's too much. It's TMI.
All right, fine. Be a pussy. You know how the boys talk.
I hate you so much, Jeremy.
Guy talk, bro. Guy talk.
I'm not doing guy talk.
We're live on you.
I'm not doing guy talk in front of 3 other people.
This is recorded forever. How the fuck am I at Discord? What's up?
I am bored.
You're bored?
Mm-hmm.
What do
This
you want
is
to
not
do?
the place to be.
I guess.
Hey, ask Jeremy about cell phones.
How many cell phones you got, Smear?
Hmm?
How many cell phones you got?
Redmi Note 8.
What's up?
I got a Redmi Note 8.
Just one cell phone, that's it?
Yeah. Don't have any other.
You gotta get your cell phones up, bro.
Why? One cell phone is enough.
I don't know. I got like 12 of them going right now.
Oh.
You're not in the U.S. though, so it's tough. It works better for if you're in the U.S.
Oh.
I get you 30 cents a day just for unlocking a cell phone one time. Per cell phone per day. Easy money.
Okay.
You got shit you could do over there though. Holler at me if you ever get your cell phones up.
I am the cell phone because apparently Discord is down on my computer. I'm here.
Me too, bro. That's what I was talking about 2 minutes ago.
Oh.
What you got? General API and session issues thing?
Yep.
Yeah, man. At least the cell phone's good.
Yeah. That's neat.
I just clicked on for the computer.
Hmm?
Check your computer. I bet you it works now. I got a Discord guy. I had him fix it.
I'm checking.
Check it out. Check it out, y'all. Check it out. You like Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite Aqua Teen Hunger Force character?
None, because I never watched that.
Oh, you gotta watch that, bro. That shit's hilarious.
How's that called?
Aqua Teen Hunger Force. You know you got it if there's a little meatball, a French fry box, and a milkshake.
Oh.
And they're like, check it out, y'all. Check it out.
Okay.
Oh, what's up, Noel? How's school? What's up, Bri? How was school, bud? How's school, kiddo? You have a rough morning today? I heard you had a rough morning. I must ask you a question. You're gonna need to start shaving soon. Huh?
These guys need to go to a hairdresser for haircuts when they have.
Where's the hairdresser? Like what?
I don't like the place in Walmart.
Oh, all right. Yeah, but we have them do boys' haircuts.
Longer hair.
Hey, Smear Galeo,
You can call me Smear.
Smear. Okay, you said hey Arma to me. Do I know you, or are you just being friendly?
I'm just here
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, hello.
for the debate.
Alrighty. I just thought maybe like I was like, wait, maybe I forgot who they are, and like I thought maybe like we, like I knew you or something, and
Ahmed.
whatever.
What happened, Armbar?
No, I was just asking if I knew Smear Galio because they were just saying hey to me in the chat, and they were just being friendly, but I thought maybe like they knew me or something,
It's a trap.
Oh. Okay.
So if we get new people in here, all right, I don't want the flat earthers going at them crazy. I also don't want the Globers brainwashing them instantly. Let's let them have a fair go if any new people come in.
I'm pretty young, but not too young.
I would even say let the flat earthers be biased because they've been brainwashed with the globe their whole life. So it's our turn.
Yeah.
Give us like 10 minutes with them or something. Come on.
Fair.
Okay, Jeremy, real fast. Okay, I get the straight line argument. If you're looking through, like an atmosphere or whatever. But here's the thing, right? In the diagram that Lightwater showed, okay, they're using straight lines or whatnot, whatever. All right, the argument isn't whether straight lines are used or not. The argument is just this perspective thing, like I don't know how to explain it, but when you're doing these diagrams, you have to kind of, what's the word, assume straight lines. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll type it in because I know you're muted right now. Oh, I'm still fucking. Okay, let me mute myself. I'm sorry. Yeah. I don't. I mean, excluding the straight line argument, I just don't get. So that's +1. I just don't. Why is he muted for? Anyway, I just don't get how flat earthers just don't get this like perspective angle thing. Like, I talked to Apocryphone like the other day, not yesterday, but the other day, and he was all like, no, you know, like that's how you guys do it from the Muppet Vision or some shit." Because he was quoting like I don't know, fucking Nathan or whatever. And he was saying you got to account for the the rise, but you don't understand, or he doesn't understand, or actually flat Earth in general don't understand that you get that rise, all right, to eye level because of those angles. Like you guys are applying perspective on top of perspective when you raise the ground sideways. Like it's just really stupid. I'm like, not to be mean, but it's just really dookie brain, like come on. But yeah, that's funny. +1 came in here fucking muted. Let me see. Are you trying to say that person would not be able to see the green lines? Who else joined in? Unmute. I'm not a mod.
Who was muted?
+1. They want unmute. There we go.
Oh, it's at +1.
Hello, my friend.
Oh, I remember him now. He's the okay. He's the guy.
Yes, you remember me. I was muted for a fucking day.
Because you were saying some stupid shit.
You weren't even in VC. How would you know?
Well, I mean, when I was in VC, you were talking stupid. You were talking shit, but like, I mean, I just imagine you kept on talking shit when I was out of VC. So
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Well, what did you bring up? Because I wanted to argue with you.
Perspective. Like whenever flat earthers.
We're still talking about that topic.
Wait, were we talking about it last time?
I don't know.
No, we were talking about water pressure and like what was it? Relative density. We were talking about that the other day. But
you don't believe in perspective?
No, I believe in perspective, but the way a lot of flat earthers will a lot of the times. No, let me reword that. I'm sorry. The way flat earthers.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. The way flat earthers will draw it out from a side view is nonsensical, right? They'll draw it where they're raising the ground, but they don't understand that the ground raises visually because of the angles. You're not supposed to actually draw it out raised, all right? Like the best way to think of it is if you were to take a picture, all right, of like your friend looking out into the distance, but you're from the side view, right? You're from the side view, okay? The ground isn't going to raise from your view, so you're just supposed to take that picture and then draw lines from their face to the ground, and then the angles that you get.
Yes. You're speaking about angular resolution. Yes, that's a part.
No, that's a different thing.
That is a part of perspective. It is.
No, but that's not the same thing though. That's resolution.
I know they're not the same thing, but it is a part of. No. What you're putting is you're making a point that perspective is one thing. No, it's a group of many things. That's why we always say perspective for everything.
Yeah, but angular resolution though does not like do this bottom up thing. Okay, so even if you want to argue that it does, right?
Wait. I'm not saying that the ground comes up. I'm saying that like on a flat surface, and then if you go very far away, it will still look like you disappeared or you went down. You feel me? You understand? So like for example, let's say you have a coin on a table, and then yes, you've seen that video.
Yeah, but that's because of aperture. That's not whatever.
It's because of what?
It's an aperture issue.
What is that?
So the camera has this thing called an aperture. It's like this little thing that pretty much controls how much light is let in, right? By either like shrinking the aperture or increasing it, right? It's like this little.
Well, how do you know they're not using the same camera on when they zoom in on ships? I mean, when they show ships disappearing over curve, how do you not know they're using the same camera?
Well, here's the thing, right? So with the aperture, the coin and the table thing, right? That the aperture trick works because basically you have your camera both above and below the table. I know that sounds weird, right? But it's basically the lens, right, has some light that's coming from above the table and some light that's coming from, not really below the table, but the side of it, right? Because it's, the table has like a side, right? So what ends up happening is you have it slightly below, but there is some part of that lens that is above the table. And so if you like focus it, right, with the aperture or whatever, right? If you mess with the aperture, what ends up happening is you're able to get some of that light from the top part of the table. And so that's why whenever they like zoom in, they're able to suddenly see the coin again because now they're getting light from above the table. But when they were zoomed out, they weren't getting that light because the aperture wasn't letting that light in. So it's a camera trick. It's an actual camera trick. It's being they're being what is it?
Wait,
What's the
so
word?
you're saying it's a camera trick?
Yeah, it's a camera trick. They're actually those tests are actually deceiving you. Like, I mean, I don't think they're doing it on purpose, but it is really deceptive though. Like the way
How?
those are done. I
No,
just
but
told you.
that is the assumption that is what happening. So even if you're, let's say your eyes are a camera, right? Let's say you lay down on the ground and then you look at your friend. He keeps going.
Mhm.
He goes away, very far away. Let's say
It
about
doesn't
10
work
miles.
though, because you still need
Yes, it
something
does.
to obstruct it. In the table example, there is the table that is obstructing the camera, right? The camera is slightly below it, so there is physical obstruction that's there. All right, but
No,
if
but
you're just laying down on the
makes it
ground, you
even
need
better.
there's no physical obstruction.
That proves the point even more because if the
No, it
camera is
doesn't. That
below, you
actually
shouldn't-
destroy. No.
if the camera is below, then you shouldn't even be able to see the coin and zoom back into it. If the
I
camera is
just told you it's an aperture thing. Some of the lens is
How do
still
you know
above
it's
the table,
aperture?
so there's still light that's
How do
that's
you
able.
know it's acupuncture?
Come on, man, you're trolling.
No, I
Obviously,
said,
he's
how do you know
trolling.
that is what the camera has? How do you know that's what the camera is? Because you know that all cameras, you know that all,
Hey,
it's the same way. It's
Dragon.
the same way how all the GoPros come with a fisheye lens. That does not mean that the Earth
He's
curves.
definitely a glober pretending to be a flat earther.
No,
Pretending.
maybe
or-
he's not even a glober, but I mean, he's definitely trolling.
Yeah,
and,
he's
and
trolling.
Dragon, we know you're Dragon. You don't have to keep making this accent. It's fine.
You said what?
I said you don't have to keep faking that accent. Like we already know you're Dragon.
No, I'm from Bangladesh, and I don't know why people keep saying I'm faking my accent. I'm not Arabic or anything. I already dismissed that, so do not even call me out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll accept it.
Maybe you're the troll here because you guys all are all trolling me. It's only Globetrotters that are telling me this.
I don't think that's how Bengali accent is.
It is. That's what is happening.
Like they do have this D and R stronger, but it's not just stronger, it's also different. Like it goes higher in the like the tongue goes higher in the mouth. Instead of like they say like something like this.
But
well, you can watch some YouTube videos and improve your fake accent.
Nigga.
You can't be saying that. You know this is on live stream, right?
I can say it, man.
All right, I'm just saying, like this is a cool server and all, but it does kind of suck though because it is like live streamed all
I
the
am
time,
dark
so
skin.
you
I
do
am
have to
dark
like
skin.
watch
If
what you
know, If you
say.
know about my country, you know that they are dark skinned Indians. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
fair.
dark. I can say
Okay.
it.
Well, anyway, yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know, man. This aperture
Well,
thing.
anyway, I feel like I won the conversation because
You
he
didn't
cannot
win
address
shit,
it.
man.
And he cannot prove that the camera lens is acupuncture or whatever he said.
Well,
The thing
if I ever get a camera, I mean, now some people told me that there's still an issue.
Yeah,
with
I
this,
want
but
to see you do it, Arma. If you can do it one day, like grab a camera or something, put it on the table, and move the coin away. Okay? Can you
yeah,
please do it?
no, well, well, I need a camera that you can manually change the aperture. But some people pointed out though that there's still an issue with that though, with my little theory. But I still want to test it out anyway, just to see, if manually changing the aperture might, change
Yeah,
the.
Bob did that.
I
Bob,
look
Bob did
forward
that.
to the day that you will be.
Wait, he did?
Yeah, I'll try to find a video for you. One second.
Oh my god, this is okay. I've been waiting for this video. I need
Hey,
to
I
see
look
this.
forward to the day you get exposed, my friend.
I'm actually wow. I need to see this. This is yeah, because the coin. It's very deceptive because it's funny because they're saying, oh, you don't need physical obstruction for things to be obstructed. But it's funny because in the coin table example, there literally is physical obstruction. Like there's no way around it. Like it's
No,
just
there isn't.
it's such a
I think there's a
It is
very
completely level with the table. I don't know if you know how to use your eyes or.
no. It's not level with the
Yes,
table.
it is. Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not. No.
If it is below the table, then you wouldn't even see the coin, idiot.
No, that's why I'm saying that there is some light. You're getting some light from above the table and some light from the side of the table because of how the aperture is. Like it's because how the aperture works is that it'll like shrink or grow, right? And obviously, if it grows, it's letting in more light. But if it shrinks, it lets in less light. It's like your eyes, like your eyes adjust, to like to a dark room, like it starts to adjust and you could see more.
Are you speaking about like a pirate eye patch?
What does that even have to do with this?
Because the
pirate
eye
eye patch.
patch, do you even know why it was made?
Well, I don't really. I mean, I always thought it was because if you're like
because they are on the sea and they see the sun. It is very bright, right? And they have to go down to the ship inside, and it is very dark sometimes. So they use the eye patch. So then they use the eye patch because the left eye is used to seeing the sun, and then they go down and they use the other eye because it is used to be dark. You know what I'm saying?
that actually does sound right. That does sound right. Actually, now that wow, I didn't even.
Yes.
Yeah, I just assumed it was like oh, I'm missing an eye, arg. But that's actually pretty. That makes sense.
Yeah,
so.
that is what they brainwash. Yes.
I never thought of that. That's really cool.
Take him to school. Take him to school.
Well, I mean,
I want to see you after class, Armbar.
School is stupid.
In any case, you're still wrong. +1, but also, my whole explanation.
I know I am right.
Well, perspective still works the way I say it works because that's literally it's provable. All right, it's not even like it's not debatable. You literally just draw a line. Obviously you could argue.
Here's why you cannot prove perspective because it is your perspective.
Oh my god. Okay. Pretty funny, man. You're real.
Do you know how refraction works, my friend?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not an expert on it, but I know a little bit. There's
It is the same way, like let's say you're on a road, right? And then sometimes I've experienced this for myself, so I'm not lying. I went on a straight road, and I was far away, but I can see the end of the road, right? I could see the end of the road, right? And then I was looking at the end of the road. I was in my car, and I look at the road, and it turned into a mirror. It looked like a mirror, like at the end of the road. Have you ever experienced that, like a road looking like a puddle? Yeah, it is like that is a part of a refraction, and it's called I know you heard this before. It's called a mirage.
Yeah, mirage.
Yeah, but that is it depends on the weather. For example, inferior mirage is when you're getting direct sight to the sky, and then light rays from the sky is hitting your eyes, and cool air and hot air and mixes, and it makes everything around. When you look in front of you, it look like a puddle, because it's the same way how let's say a fire. You ever look at the campfire and you look around it? It's very bubbly, right?
Yeah.
That is basically what it is. And then the other mirage is the superior mirage when you're warm air in the sky.
I'm not finding Bob's video.
Oh, damn it.
Wow.
I
Yes,
know
I knew you were not going to find it because your name is Bacon, right? You're going to be cooked.
No, I'm +1 bacon.
+1 bacon. Bacon, but slightly better. Well, since you can't find it,
I'm
that's
surprised you couldn't find it because he's a globetrotter,
Okay. Well, anyway, it's alright. I mean, I'll look through the videos and see if I can find it. But
you will never find it. You are going to be exposed.
Well, real fast, Bacon. You said you wanted to show me the like the 3D thing you've been working on.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, I can show you that.
Yeah, because I'm like free right now, so I can check that out. That'd be pretty cool.
So 1 second. Let me just message Bob.
It seems like Bacon here is a cloud chaser.
Oh, Bob's gonna gonna get the link.
Oh, nice.
Does anybody else agree with me?
Cloud chaser, you said?
Yes, he just looks for attention. That's every time he joined my VC, he looks for attention.
Join your
He
VC.
copied my name. Look at him. He's a copycat.
Alright, let me see.
I don't know if Dragon is global or not. He's trolling either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely trolling.
Oh, I said Dragon. So so now you admit you're Dragon.
No, you said correct me if I'm wrong. You said dragon, and then you said, but he's definitely trolling. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, I said Dragon's trolling, and then you said that. I mean, you
No,
took it personally.
You said whoever named Dragon is trolling, and then you said, but this guy is definitely trolling. So you're referring to me.
No.
Well, who's
it's
Dragon
always-
anyway? Who's Dragon? I don't know
I
who's
have no
Dragon.
clue. Everybody keeps on saying my name.
Like, yeah, I mean, he has 3 accounts. The first 2 ones are called Dragon.
Oh.
I have no idea who Dragon is, and I don't care. Okay. So if you want to call me Dragon,
Yeah,
I don't
sent
care.
the
You can call
video.
me Dragon. I like Dragon.
Oh, okay. Let's check this out.
What is that video? Oh, I know that YouTuber. Yes, he's an idiot. Yes, I know that YouTuber. Yeah, I can debunk all of his videos at once.
He instead of using a coin, he does with a battery.
No, he's using a
But it's
globe
the same
map, so
principle.
obviously it will not be accurate. So yes, no. I already debunked him. He's exposed. He is one of those the guy named Research Flat Moon. He's one of those conspiracy government agents. He's a.
You see, that's his trolling, of course. No.
What did you say, man? You're very hard to understand. It's like you're not very.
Oh,
social.
you have to improve your English.
No, you don't speak English, do you?
Oh, sort of.
No, I can tell by your voice. You're not a English native.
Of course, doesn't mean I don't speak it, right? I mean, we are communicating for half an hour now.
Right, but you're not
We
English.
are using the English language.
Yes, but you're very hard to understand. It's not because you're bad at English. It's because you're very quiet and you're not very social. I think you're socially awkward.
So, let me show.
See,
show
do
Arma.
you hear how he talks, Arma? He pauses when he talks. Like he's like, hey.
You want to see the thing?
Oh yeah,
And
you
then-
can do that. You may
Okay,
check
I'm
that out
going
real
to your
fast.
stream.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
Right. So, what's the one I said I'll show? The
Okay,
3D
I'm
one?
clicking off
Yeah.
now. I'm clicking off. This is very stupid.
You didn't even give it a chance. +1.
Because it is the Earth 3D model of a ball.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, my mouse. 1 second. My mouse isn't releasing the left button. I don't
Wait,
know
I
why.
feel like I've
Can you
seen
please
this
tell
before.
me? Can you please tell me how tides work on a ball? Or can you tell me?
Hold on, Bacon's showing his thing right now, but I feel like I've seen this before. Actually, I think like during one of the debates. But yeah, show me this stuff. Let's see how this works. You got like a few sliders I see, which are pretty interesting.
That is an inaccurate ball. Or
I think there's a issue with my mouse.
Oh.
Like I'm not holding the button, but it's still like
That's weird.
it works if.
that is an inaccurate.
Let me refresh
that
the
is
browser.
an inaccurate globe Earth. I promise you, Arma. It is inaccurate. You would be
Alright.
better off. You would be better off going to Google Earth. I'm being truthful, man. I'm not lying.
I mean, it's just okay. Well. All right. Well,
I don't
yeah.
mean to be mean to you, Bacon. It's just you copied my name, so I have to be aggressive towards you. You understand?
I have to be aggressive. All right, let me see. Oh, okay, there we go. Back to streaming.
Go to your history, Bacon. This man.
It's like on your history.
Oh, it's the same. I am
This guy-
having the same issue. Let me pick another mouse.
I'll give this guy this. All right, I'll give the guy this. He's pretty funny.
Let's do the opposite. You share the stream, and I tell you what to do.
Oh man, okay.
Like
He
my
said,
mouse is
show your
not
history.
working properly.
He does
All
not
right.
want to show it, obviously.
Okay, so hold
There
on.
are
So
some
how do
stuff that
I?
he's hiding.
Let me see. Hold on. How do I?
If you click on, do you have the link? Like if you click on my profile, I have the link there.
Oh, okay. Online bacon. Okay.
Hey, is that the Research Flat Moon guy, the one that you posted the YouTube video by him?
Yes.
Oh yes, that guy is a deceiver. Yeah, he's deceiving.
That's pretty cool.
Well, you're the one faking an accent. Can't say that.
But you cannot prove to me that I am faking accent, just like you cannot prove that you're on the globe or haha.
Okay, when you release the button, yeah. So the way, yeah, that is controlling the Greenwich hour angle.
Yeah.
Which is how far Aries has moved from Greenwich, right? And you can get the Greenwich hour angle using that other link, but this is meant just for the circles of equal altitude to be actually drawn in a way they actually form circles.
Really?
So if you hold,
Really?
so if you hold Ctrl and click and drag on the surface, that's going to drop a circle of
Really?
equal altitude.
Oh wow. Okay. So
Wow,
you pretty much
that's
do it.
very
You
good.
wow. Okay. So you pretty much draw the circles yourself. That's pretty cool. And then you could just kind of.
Yeah,
Not
and you
doing it
can,
right
for
now.
example, like if you have the timing of a measurement, you can adjust the Greenwich hour angle, find the star, and then drop a circle there. And then you can
Wow.
do that with multiple stars and see where the circles overlap. Yeah, it's not a very.
I just wanted
It's
to
not
see
Google
like.
Earth, man.
Yeah, I know.
I don't have that many pictures.
Zoom in on the pixels. Wait, so does it like zoom in indefinitely, like, or did you like kind of cap it?
No, yeah, you can zoom indefinitely. But it's not gonna look any better.
All right, that's pretty cool though. All right, look at that. Yeah, I think
you can drop like other circles, and like in the left bottom corner, you can adjust the values of latitude, longitude, and the radius. The radius there is actually in degrees. They're not like miles or kilometers.
Oh, I see.
So like 1 degree. Oh, you can put, for example, change to 0, 0, the latitude and longitude.
Oh, 0, 0. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm on 0, 0. Oh, oop, there we go.
Okay, now you go to Africa.
Go to Africa.
That's too big of an angle. Try.
Oh, my bad. That's my. I meant to put 10, but I put like 200. There we go.
Yeah, so you can see that the borders of the circle have exactly 10 degrees because every small square on that grid is 1 degree.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
So you can use the grid as well, like just to check if you're at where you think you are.
Wow. Okay. Pretty interesting.
And then, that's supposed to help prove the point that it works on the globe.
Mhm.
Because that's a globe and you work there. And if you try to get those circles into, let's say, the A map, they don't form circles. And if you try to make circles, they're not going to match those ones. So you're going to get the wrong positions.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let me try that.
If you want to delete them, you can check, change which one selected using your arrows, like the left and right arrows. Then you can just,
see, yeah.
It's not very usable because this is like a work in progress.
No, it's pretty cool. I mean, like, I do believe I've seen this before. I think you were in a stream, and I was all like, "Oh, it's like," because I think you were moving the stars. Where was it? It was like this. I was like, oh, that's like the GPs and shit. I remember this. Yeah, this is pretty fucking neat. I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty cool.
And this also helps to prove the point that the almanac is just a sphere of stars around the Earth, because you can check this model against the almanac, and it's very close.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're using the almanac for 2022. They do match perfectly. But if you're getting the almanac from like 50 years ago, then they're a little bit off. Because, stars move
This is the
and
big
the celestial
one.
sphere.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like this.
Yeah, I think.
See, you got grid. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, there's another thing I forgot. It's not very. It's not looking very good, but it's somewhat useful. You can double click a star, and that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna create just a line showing the direction of the GP. But the magic comes now. You can now go close to that star and then hold the Alt key and move your, just move your. That plane is a horizontal plane, and the green line is the vertical line. So you can like zoom out a little bit because you're too close.
Oh.
And like you can move the Earth a little bit to the side so you can see it better.
Okay, hold on. Let me just try to. Like that. I mean, I'm probably doing it wrong, but
Yeah. That's good. Just hold Alt and like move the server.
And it goes out and look at that. That's really cool. I like that. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, so the green. Yeah, so you got the green line. You said that was what again? That was
the vertical.
The vertical. Wow.
Like if you move away a little bit.
Oh, and if I move it, it'll deviate. Okay, hold on. So let me do that real fast. Oh, okay. Look at that. Okay, that's pretty cool. All right.
Like, and then the reason I started doing that is to show that the angle between the yellow and green line are the same as the distance from you and the GP. Those are the same length.
That's pretty. Oh wow, that's pretty cool. Look at that. Pretty neat. Yeah, I gotta start messing with 3D sometime because this is pretty neat. This is a pretty cool shit.
Yeah, well, I gotta improve how to use this tool because for now you have to basically guess what you have to do, or you have to ask me. There's no other way you can. Oh, you can look at the code. If you look at the code, you can see. But it's not very intuitive. And by the way, the background isn't just like a random stars. They're actually the same stars on the surface. So for example, if you find Orion.
Okay, let me see. Where is Orion? It should be.
Yeah, right there. You're looking at it.
Where am I? Hold on, Orion.
A little bit below. Yeah, the constellation. There's no star called Orion, but that's those 3 stars.
Oh, yeah, 3 stars. Yeah, Orion's belt. Yeah.
Now zoom out a little bit, and if you change the Greenwich hour angle to 180 degrees.
Wait, 180. Wait, hold on. Where? What do I do?
The first one.
100.
And you can see.
I think I see it.
Yeah, it's just Orion is exactly behind Earth. Can you see that? Like behind Earth.
Behind Earth?
Yeah. In the background. Can you see it there?
I think I see it. Is it hold on, is it these? Actually, I don't know.
No. Move a little bit more. Like rotate a little bit more.
Rotate a little bit more? Okay.
More. There. Can you see the three stars in the middle? To the left of Earth.
Right here. Oh, yeah, I see it now. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, because it's exactly above where the stars are on the surface.
Wow. Okay.
Like the sky actually matches the GPS.
That's pretty freaking cool. Look at that. Look at that. And you got like the Milky Way or whatever right here. It's pretty neat. Yeah, look at that. All right. Yeah, I would like to see more of this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I don't know if you've shown this to like the flat earthers yet or whatever. I think you did like in that one thing, but you're still working on this obviously. But yeah, I mean the fact that you can do it on the ball and and they're denying it, I think is very telling of where why they're really here. They're not here to debate. They're just here to you know what I'm saying? Because like if they were here to debate, this would clearly be evidence that you could pull it off on a ball, but they don't buy it for whatever reason. But that's pretty cool.
Well, one of the reasons I heard is that the Almanac is a Masonic book, something like this.
Oh,
but I mean, you can actually use other like the Almanac isn't meant you don't have a different Almanac for every location. It's like this single Almanac that works for the whole globe, for the whole Earth. And you don't have to have it all. You can just get a single page, random page, and from that page you can guess where the star should be just using how long a sidereal day lasts. So if you know exactly how a sidereal day lasts, you can just pick any random page of the almanac with the stars and use that page. It works as well.
Exactly. See,
like you can't be reverse engineering things if this is so general.
Yep. That's why I'd be telling these flat earthers like this. I don't know. It's weird, but exactly though. That's some pretty cool shit and consistent shit too, like with the almanac and shit.
That's coming along nicely, Bacon.
Well, thank you.
All right, let me real fast see this video now. Let's see. Okay. Oh, let me mute myself. I'm like kind of hot micing right now.
Oh, you know this argument that perspective can obstruct things bottom up. I think there's like a nice thought experiment you can do that rules out this possibility. Like if you think of a very long and thin plate, let's say you have a metal plate there. It's very long and thin and straight, and the upper part is, let's say, green, and the lower part is blue. If you look exactly perpendicular, you can't see neither the upper part nor the bottom part, right? You can't see neither the green nor the blue. So if you try to do the thing with a coin, what's the color of the thing that is going to obstruct the coin? So if you're doing on top of the table, you would have to have like something. I mean, do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you can see the whole plate and it just looks like a thin line because you're looking exactly perpendicular, then there's nothing to obstruct the coin.
Oh.
And this, if something obstruct in the above the coin, you should also obstruct below the coin. Above the plate, you also should obstruct it below the plate, right?
Oh yeah, we should try that actually. Yeah, I mean, because the table, yeah, it's just strictly like there's that whole like side of the table. So, but if you have like a very thin plate, you know, you could, yeah, okay, you could probably like.
So it's easy to make. For example, my prediction would be if they do that exact experiment, the color that would be blocking the table would be blocking the coin would actually be the color of the bottom part of the plate, because the observer is actually below the plate.
That's okay. There you go. I had a feeling you're going. Yeah, there you go. Like the bottom could be like red, for example. The top could be like blue. And if you see like red obstructing the coin, or whatever, then you know that you just have the camera below the thing or whatever. Yeah. Okay.
And it's much harder to make the observer not perpendicular, because if the thing is very thin. Like if you're doing with the table and you go a little bit below the table, it's not very easy to tell that, right? Because the table is much thicker. But if you do that with a very thin thing, if you go a little bit below, you can already see the bottom color of it. So you have to be exactly aligned with that plate.
The easiest way to do it is take two objects of exactly the same size on a flat table and then line the camera up so that the tops of the objects match. I did that with batteries. That way you're assured that your camera is centered on at a certain level.
Yeah.
These are just little parlor tricks that they try. You know, scuba lensing is another good example of a parlor trick. That's why they won't let you touch the apparatus or move the camera or anything. They have to have a very, very specific angle and a very specific field of view. The biggest problem that you run into is these folks sit down and look at this and they don't fact check them. You know, it just agrees with what they want to believe, so they don't fact check anything.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Like when they see those videos, the how easy they take that as a proof for this concept that they're trying to claim is true is very different from the scrutiny they would have to when we bring things up. If they would believe things as easily as they believe those videos, they wouldn't believe Flat Earther. But they make exceptions for those videos.
It's called confirmation bias.
Oh, this reminds me of another one in which they make the claim that a sphere cannot create a curved shadow onto another sphere. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I did a video on it. That's another parlor trick, and it's very angle specific.
Yeah.
Here, let me put that up in the chat because that's another really great trick. Because
Yeah,
I reproduced it and showed him how he did it.
Yeah, I did that on this voice channels, but not in the server. I did in the Kiwi server. They were making that claim that spherical object cannot cast a curved shadow, but that's just the angle of the camera. If they're very aligned, of course it's going to be curved. It makes no sense for that to make a straight line. And
yeah.
Then I just turned off the.
Here it is.
Oh, let me check.
That was Taboo Conspiracy trying that crap. You know, the problem is you know, this may work for some people that just don't want to know, but it doesn't work for people that actually can look at things and understand evidence and evaluate evidence.
Oh, by the way, how's your eye? Because remember you had like this eye issue.
Much better. Thank you. I'm not wearing the patch anymore. I can see a lot better.
I saw you stop doing that. I mean, using that in the more recent videos. I remember you said like there was a very high chance something would happen with your eye in the next couple of weeks, right? Something like this.
Yeah, there's a chance that you could get something called a retinal detachment.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm past that. I'm past the 6 weeks. So it did not occur, which is fortunate. And the shit in my eye is cleared up. I can see again.
Oh, that's great. Is that related to taking too many sextant readings of the sun?
No. It's related to being 59 years old. What I had was something called a vitreous detachment. You can check that on Google, but basically the fluid in my eye kind of shriveled up a little bit and pulled away from the eyeball, and it pulled some membranes off with it.
Is it painful?
No. Nope. But, you know, the problem that I run into is I live up in Michigan, and I would get these things that almost looked like a garbage bag blowing in the wind, you know, a big trash bag. this big black thing would come out of the side and just go right across my vision. It looks just like, you know, if you're not looking at it, it looks like a deer jumping out in front of you. So it made driving a little bit different and difficult. You know, it's like the artesians were jumping out, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I gotta go back to work, so see everyone.
All right, later, Bacon.
Take care, man.
Bobby there.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question. If somebody said they were using a Euclidean straight line whilst doing spherical geometry, we would know that they didn't know what spherical geometry was, right?
Not going to play definition games with you, Jeremy.
Euclidean straight line, like a real straight line, like we would know they weren't doing spherical geometry, right? If they said they were using one of those. This is like easy. Why is this one like scare you guys?
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points along the surface.
Yes, I understand that. So we're not talking about a line
And
that curves.
that's the only definition I'm going to use.
Okay, but you realize those two terms are different for spherical and Euclidean geometry, right?
Works fine on a flat surface too.
Yes, but on a curved surface, the line is on spherical geometry. The line is curved, and in Euclidean geometry, that line is straight.
Jeremy, in both a curved surface and a flat surface, a line can be defined as the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, that's fine. I don't even want to argue about if the line's curved or not. Fine, you have a curved line in spherical geometry, yes. In Euclidean geometry, the line is actually straight, though, and not curving on any axis.
They're
right?
both straight lines.
Okay, but there's definitely a difference between the two of them, right? Because one of them, one of
That's
them is
the
this
surface
actual.
they're on, Jeremy.
I know,
If
but
you
one of
need
them
to look
doesn't
it up,
bend.
go look it up and come back.
There's a clear-cut difference, though, right? Because one of them doesn't bend, and one does bend, because it's on the surface of a sphere, right? Right, Bob?
They're both straight lines.
I understand that, but we're now conflating the thing because they're definitely different. I'm just trying to get. I'm just
They're
trying to
not.
get you
They're
to
the
see.
shortest distance between 2 points.
I know,
Along
but
a
I'm just trying to get you to see how they're different. How do you not know that they're different?
They aren't different. They're the shortest distance between 2 points.
Right, but in spherical geometry, one of the lines is bending. The line's bending, and in Euclidean geometry, the line's not bending. So do you see the
I'm
difference?
not going to argue with you, Jeremy.
Do you see the difference? Oh, I just pointed it out. Did you listen? I'm trying to teach you, Bob, the difference between the Euclidean straight line and the spherical geometry straight line.
You don't know enough to even begin to consider teaching me.
I mean, I'm trying to do it as easily as possible. It's like it's pretty tough, though. You're an unwilling participant, I feel like.
Correct. So don't bother.
Well, if you ever want to learn some stuff, hit me up.
From you, nothing.
I mean, you don't even know the difference. Dude, do you know the difference? This is a real simple thing, this straight line thing. I don't understand why I'm not, it's like not a trap for you. Definitely someone else is going to get fucked on this deal if you're honest, but I know.
Well, I'm interested to hear the conversation. So, outside of convincing or teaching each other, could you guys at least just discuss it so I can understand the points that are being made?
No, I don't really care to engage him.
Yeah, I know. You can't. They can't be honest with this. It's.
Well, they use kind of a hybrid of I don't really refer to that term Euclidean is not something that I really use, but I'll use it just in this scenario since people are familiar with that. And spherical. It's like they use kind of a hybrid of that for the globe model because they have to still have the planar geometry as part of it because of course the Earth is planar, and then they have to kind of conflate the two in a way.
Well, Gio, why do you have to use planar geometry on the Earth?
Well, it depends on what category we're referring to. I mean, celestial navigation, you have to use
I'm referring to the one that you were referring to. Why would you make the statement that you have to use planar geometry on the Earth?
Have you ever measured it?
Because we live with an XYZ matrix, and so you've got that planar and vertical, and you've got the horizontals, and
simply because there's an XYZ matrix, what makes you think that means that it's planar?
I'll tell you why. Are you using? Well, you're not. We know you're not using spherical geometry because you're not measuring curved lines. You're always measuring.
Jeremy,
what's up?
Now, Gio, you and I were chatting. You had I asked you a specific question. Simply because there's an XYZ coordinate, what does that say about the surface of the Earth?
Well, I would say the surface of the Earth conforms to that matrix.
Why?
I guess that's because that's the way the creator created it, ultimately.
All right, if I have a box, a cardboard box, that's got an XYZ coordinate on the inside, right? It's got width, height, and depth?
Yeah.
Great. If I put a basketball in that box, can I describe every point on that basketball in terms of X, Y, and Z? Every point on the surface of the basketball.
Only as a point, but not as a extended surface. Like you could put like an XYZ little thing on the ball at points at different angles, but you couldn't conform it to the ball at all, because that's the difference between spherical and planar geometry.
You couldn't conform it to the ball. Would you agree with the statement that every point on the surface of the Earth has an XYZ coordinate, specifically a longitude, a latitude, and an elevation?
Yeah.
And if you combine those all together, what do you get? The surface of the Earth, right? Just like the surface of the basketball. That's how a inertial reference system works for navigation. So it has the coordinates of every point on Earth loaded into it, and you can compare your location to the points on the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
That's how we navigate over the surface of the Earth. As simple as that.
Okay, so back to my point. Do you know how I know we're doing always doing Euclidean geometry when we're measuring the Earth is because the spherical geometry we don't use straight lines with it. Have you ever measured it not using straight lines?
My Discord is kind of glitching out. I'll be back in a second. I'm going to reboot it.
Bob. Bob, why are you scared to talk to me, bro? What's wrong with you? You really scared, dude? This is telling for the audience. Very telling, Bob. Scared to answer simple questions about geometry. I mean, what's wrong with you?
All right, I think my Discord's back. Bob, I might have missed some of the last parts of that because there's something going on with my Discord. It was like glitching out, but I rebooted it.
Okay, so you understand that every point on the surface of the Earth can be described in a three coordinate system.
Yeah. Although I mean, the Earth would be more the XY axis.
Okay.
You know, the vertical
So
would
you
not.
believe.
That would be above the Earth. But yeah.
So you believe. All right. You understand that that's your belief of it. That may not necessarily be what it actually is. You'd have to actually get the measurements and the numbers to find out what it is. So you're just presupposing that the surface of the Earth is only in the X coordinate. Unfortunately, it's not.
Okay. Well, I mean, I never said that I was assuming, or it sounds like you just sort of asserted that I was doing that, which I never did. But
No, you said very specifically the Earth would be in one coordinate system.
no, I was just saying the surface of the Earth would be the XY, like the Z, the vertical would not be the actual surface, is what I was saying. That would be above the surface. That would be your elevation.
Not necessarily, though. Because as you go around, you know, your your elevation, your z coordinate would be related to the distance from a reference point. Okay. And your surface of the earth, be it flat or be it a basketball, will have a distance in the z-axis relative to that one plane. So if you take the equator, for example, you're going to have a z coordinate as you go towards the North Pole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand the difference in geometries that we're talking about. I guess the question is, what is the Earth, and which, what geometry? I mean, on a globe Earth, you can't get an XYZ axis to align with it. Like I was saying before, you only get points on it. So I guess the next part of the discussion would be verifying whether the surface is curving or whether it is planar and abides to an XYZ axis matrix system.
Well, no, I thought we already moved past that. Remember, the box has width, depth, and height. You can put a basketball in the box and describe every point on that basketball in X, Y, and Z. Simply because you have three coordinate system does not mandate any sort of a shape. You can put a frisbee in there. You could put a basketball. You could put a little Chucky doll. Every single point on the surface of Chucky would be described in X, Y, and Z coordinates. Has absolutely nothing to do with the shape. Well, I got a telescope mount to build. I'll see you a little bit later, Gio. Sorry.
All right. Yeah. Sorry. I'm just. I'm sort of multitasking. To be honest, I'm not able to fully focus on the combo. Yeah. So, and I didn't know if there was So, sorry, I wasn't able to fully engage.
Not a problem. I'm sorry.
By the way, Bob is my favorite YouTuber, one of my favorites, and you should all subscribe to him.
Really? But did you see how scared he was to just answer simple geometry questions with me? That's your favorite?
Well,
that's weak.
Well, see, Bob, when you and Jeremy started talking, like I said, I'm kind of multitasking, was doing some other stuff. I was hoping just to listen a little bit more. So that's why I was interested to hear you guys go back and forth a bit.
No, I'll tell you why I don't talk to Jeremy. I'll give you a classic example of it right now. Jeremy, you're turned back up. Can you have a tangent line where two circles or specifically two spheres touch? Yes or no?
You want a tangent line where two spheres touch?
Yep.
They're only touching at one point?
Yep.
And where would the line be?
That's why I don't engage with Jeremy. Does it have a tangent?
Where's the tangent line where two circles meet?
Great. That's why I don't engage with you.
There's a point there. Is there a line? Where did you draw the line? I'd have to see it. Are tangent lines straight?
Can you get a tangent to a curve?
Are tangent lines straight? You have to have a tangent to a curve, of course. The tangent line is going to be a straight line, though. Why are you asking goofy questions? Why can't we answer my simple questions? I had some real simple shit.
You have been able to answer that, and you can't answer it now. Do you have a tangent line where two spheres touch each other?
Well, tangent lines are straight. So if there's only two spheres on the page and they're only touching at one point, I would say no, there's no tangent line there.
Okay, you promised that you were going to talk to one of the math teachers at your school and ask that question. Did you do that? That was a year. That's been for the last year.
No, I forgot all about that, man. I don't even work there anymore.
See, that's why I don't bother talking to you, because you don't learn anything, Jeremy. You have no.
Where's the tangent line? We got two circles on a paper.
Just trying to promote a narrative, and that's why you're a waste of time, Jeremy.
All right, listen, Bob. There's two circles on a paper.
Waste of time.
There's two circles on a paper. They're touching at one point. Where's the line? What line? There needs to be a straight line, and from what you described, there's no straight lines on the paper. I don't even know where you would draw it. Where would you even draw a straight line? I could draw a straight line anywhere on that paper. As long as it touched one of the, I mean, it'd be a tangent as long as it touched one of the spheres. Or one of the circles. Bob, you there? Oh, he left. Your boy's all
Yeah.
goofy, Brenda. Yeah. He's
You
being
would
silly.
construct a tangent line at the point where the two circles intersect.
A tangent line?
Yeah, where at the two circles touch each other at a point.
Yeah.
And you would construct a tangent at that point.
Well, where? What, like equidistant off of both of the surfaces of the circle?
Presumably.
I don't know. The thing he described only had circles on it, so there was no tangent line on it. So I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. I had a real simple geometry question for him about a straight line. That was like basic. Like I don't know why he's trying to ask this complicated shit if we can't even agree on the fundamental bottom basic shit, the foundational shit, right? He's like skipping way ahead. Bob comes here to make himself look smart, right? I don't know. You guys all got your motives for why you come here. Rumpus wants to try to teach people his globe nonsense. Some people come here for fun. Some people want to look smart and appear intelligent and try to dominate intellectually. And some of those people won't engage me because they can't do that to me. The janitor mopping you guys up all day.
Well, I think the first step, I mean, the thing about geometry, I feel like we should be able to, for the most part, come to an agreement on these different geometrical systems, the coordinates, the different sort of categories, if you will, of geometry, planar, spherical, etc. The real question is, what is the Earth? In terms of that, like, what geometry does the Earth align with? So I feel like we should be able to get on the same page about the geometries themselves.
Well, that would be an empirical question that you would have to discover by making an observation or an experiment.
I mean, I got a good fucking little measurement, maybe something that somebody could do.
I mean, that's what you would have to do, right? I mean, if I say there's a table in the other room, but the door is closed, I can't know if there's a table in the other room until I open the door and get up and go look.
How are we going to measure the space-time in the table if we can't even see it? That's a good point.
So you have to get up and go look and see what shape the Earth is.
And then we go ahead, Gio.
Oh, you can go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, that same kind of idea. Like, let's say that you have a house and then you have one of the rooms, and the room either has a flat floor or it has a curved floor. And if you've never been in the room before, you don't know what it is. So we could talk about it, from outside of that room. We could say, okay, it could be curved or it could be flat. But, once we walk into the room, we'll be able to start measuring it and figuring that out. So that's why I was saying, I feel like we should be able to agree on the geometries themselves. It's the contention comes in, and what's on trial, as it were, is the actual shape of the Earth and which geometry it is, and what,
Yeah, that's the contention. Yeah.
Sorry, I mean, maybe I'm just repeating or just saying the obvious, but I guess I hear a lot of back and forth about the geometries themselves, and of course, we do get into observations.
Okay.
I muted myself by mistake. I don't know when I did that.
Yeah, Livestream is really, well, I mean, I got a lot of lag.
Computer was down earlier. The computer Discord, like everyone's cell phone worked, but a lot of the computer Discords went down.
That would be a server problem. Maybe everybody's just online today or something.
Hi, Ellen of Siren. Nice to meet you, bro. What the heck? Why is she so mad?
I don't know. Her name's Brenda though.
Probably because you just called her bro, and specifically yesterday she told you about her pronouns, and you just completely disrespected that, and she probably left before.
That has nothing to do with it. Pronouns are like if I'm referring to her, I can be like she, her. But I just said bro. I say bro to everybody, man. Bro is not a pronoun. Do you know that, right?
All right. Well, I don't want to speak for her, but it's possible she left because she didn't want to get into an argument. Maybe, I don't know.
I was not trying to argue with her. I just said hi, bro.
I was trying to argue with her. I wanted to figure out how we're going to measure the space time in that table in another room that she couldn't see.
No, but I know she is one of those. She is a part of that training group on Discord where they go around. I've seen her before in Edgy server. They troll a lot. I'm just telling you, Gio. I think you should know.
All right. Well, it can't be that difficult to just be respectful of people. It's pretty straightforward.
I was not disrespectful.
I don't know. I unmuted this guy earlier. I didn't even know who it was until he started talking again. I mean, just relax, bro.
Why are you telling me to relax? I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
Just calm down. You're spiraling.
Why is your... I am not mad or disrespectful, man.
Seriously though, like let's not try not to fuck with people too much.
Dude,
I
I'm
mean, I know
not
I do it
fucking with
sometimes.
anybody. I don't fuck.
What's
I know.
happening, guys?
What up, bro?
Well, I am
Gia?
being accused of many things. I already been accused of troll, and now I'm accused of being disrespectful.
Well, let's just try to be more considerate of people. That's all. I get crazy.
Like,
too
what do you mean?
sometimes.
Like, can you make like an example of what I did? Can you like?
I don't know. I mean, I heard everything that happened. It's fine. You know, you said bro. You know, whatever. I might call people girls bro too sometimes. I don't know. I'd have to maybe
Like
subconsciously.
you know
I
what
don't
I
know.
meant though, right? You know what I meant. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I didn't say.
All right. Well, plus one. We don't really have to do this on the live stream, but I mean, yesterday there was a whole explosion with you and her. It was, so to come in today and do that is pretty obvious that you were trying to do a trigger.
Yeah, just relax.
No, it's just because I wanted to talk to her about yesterday, so I was like, "How are you doing, bro?"
Yeah, but do you see what Gio's saying? Like, you guys just had it out over the pronouns yesterday, and you come in with bro. Like, that's not a good start.
What is wrong with bro? Do you want me to call her sis?
I don't know, whatever. Maybe just use, like, she's very sensitive about the pronoun thing. So, try to be a little conscious about
Well,
which
why should I
terms.
why should I listen to what she says?
Bro, I don't know. Everyone's fucking snowflakes these days, okay? Back in the 80s, we used to run around calling people faggots all the time, and that was acceptable. Now you
Hey, you
can't
just
do it.
said that in stream, man. I could report you for that.
For what?
For saying that F word.
All right, well, please don't.
I'm just kidding, man.
All right. So
No, but I know what you're saying, man. I'm like, I'm in my 20s. I used to, I remember, okay?
yeah, but you don't. All right. Anyways, the point is, just try.
Back in my day, man,
Try to be a little.
we would be calling people. Never mind.
All right.
Where you from, my friend?
Bangladesh.
Yeah, Bangladesh.
Yes.
Cool, man. Cool. I watch Prehad Mohan. Is it his name? He's got a YouTube channel. He goes about the ancient Hindu, Jainism. And he shows you all the ancient technology. You
No.
watch him? Oh, mate. Bangladesh, man. Fuck.
I'm not a Hinduist, okay? Do not ever
No,
call
no,
me
no,
Hinduist.
no. I'm talking from. I didn't say that. I'm talking
hate
about.
Hindu.
Oh, fucking hell, mate. I bet you're
Hindu,
gonna.
man. I am a certified follower of Jesus Christ, okay?
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about
Do
the
not
people.
ever assume my identity.
The people. Yeah, I don't talk about fucking religion
No,
and shit
we're
like
not
that.
the Hindu people, man.
People.
We're Bangladeshi. We're different than India. Even
Yeah,
though
but
we might, it's like calling
you don't sound like you're
it's
from
like calling
Bangladesh.
a Japanese person Chinese. Okay. Do
You
not
don't
forget
sound
this.
like, mate. You don't sound like you're from Bangladesh. You sound very Western, mate. I
Yeah,
can tell.
because I moved to the States, idiot.
Ah, yes, yes. There we go. So you're not really much of a Bangladeshian anymore,
No,
are you?
I lived there for like 10 years and then I moved to the States.
Yes, yes. I can hear. I can hear your accent. Cool, man. Cool, cool. Just
Yeah.
trying to
Where are
get
you from? Are you
personality.
from Britain?
I live in the UK and I was
Yeah,
born
I
in South
knew it. I
Africa.
knew it, man. You guys are
But I'm South
green
African,
tea.
so South African.
Wait, you're black?
Oh, you see, that is going to be the dumbest question I've ever heard, and I've heard it so many times.
Or
You
are you
think South
Australian?
African people? You think South African people are just black? Is
No,
that your
Doesn't
assumption?
matter what the color
I
of
know
his
about
skin is.
white people in Cape Town. It's being gentrified, right? You guys are gentrifying South Africa.
Oh right, yeah, but you stereotype. I'm not offended, and I'm not a debating person. I'm just saying you made the mistake of sounding like you assumed my color, or you could have said, "Are you black or are you white?" But you didn't say that. You said, "Are you black?" So you had already made a pre-assumed assumption of who you were
No,
talking
it's
to.
because most African people are black.
Yes, but not most South African
Yeah,
people are
but
black.
you wouldn't call yourself. Let's say you move to America. You wouldn't say
No,
that
no, no, no,
you
no,
wouldn't
no,
say that
no,
you're African
no,
American. You would say that you're a
no.
white
Then
person.
I'll tell you that you're Asian. Yeah, that's an
No, I'm not
assumption.
Asian.
There you are Asian. If you're
Then
from
what am I?
Bangladesh, you're from Asia. Don't be so
No,
silly.
no, I'm
Africa
not
is a
Asian.
continent just like Asia.
I am
If you're
not
from
Asian.
America, you're not Inuit. You're not. You could be anything
I'm
from
not
America.
Asian.
If you were
You know
born
what
in
I am?
Bangladesh,
You're assuming I'm Asian. See that
what if
you're
you're born
doing
in,
the
if you were
opposite.
born in
Gio, can you
Bangladesh,
tell this man to get off the race topic, please?
race? What? I don't assume in a
Gio,
race,
can you
mate.
help me, please? Please, Gio.
No. I'm sorry. We'll move on. Sorry.
Yes, please move on, man. I'm not comfortable talking about that topic because now you're being racist to me, calling me Asian, and now I do not feel comfortable.
You've obviously dealt with a lot of hardship in your life. How about that? And I can feel that. So I will not push on that.
No,
And
I know about white people in South Africa. I know you've dealt with more hardship
no,
than me
that's
because I
50
know
years
that
ago. 50,
there is a lot
50
of white
years.
people in South Africa that are being killed because they're white, right?
Yeah, but this is going back to this is going back 100, 150 years
No,
of
man, you've had it way worse than
what?
me, man.
Mate, you don't know the history of South Africa. You don't know, mate. Don't pretend you fucking know, mate. I fucking
I know
understand
about it.
where
You're
you
not
come
from
from.
South Africa. You're a white boy.
Okay, you're right. My origin is not from South Africa. I
Exactly,
wasn't.
man.
Uh,
You're a tourist. You're a tourist.
yes, but we don't know what the origin of South Africa is. We don't even know that Africa was even populated in the first place. Because if you look at the old maps, you'll see that they are all like Western Roman Greco castles on the old maps.
No,
Yep,
no,
yep,
no,
yep. Americans moved to Asia.
no.
The Westerners moved to America. It just goes in the cycles of the sun.
Wait, are you heliocentric?
I'm non-heliocentric. That's the best way I could describe
What does
my
geocentric mean?
when Earth is the middle and everything goes around it. That's what I believe.
Oh, you're one of those people. Wow.
But
You're a
geocentricism.
flat Earth person.
No, no. There's two versions of geocentric, my friend. You need to do your homework. Yeah. Don't step in a room with people that you of subjects you don't fully understand. There are two versions, my friend. It was
No, there
re-illustrated. The way
isn't. No, there isn't because
I'll put my fucking
you're
light on.
either a geocentric globe earther, which doesn't make sense, or a geocentric flat earther, which makes a little sense but is still stupid.
So you assumed I was a flat earther,
No,
which you knew.
It's the same thing. How you say I
Not the
assume you're a white
same.
you're a
Not
black
them.
person from South
It's
Africa. It's
your
the same thing, man. Yeah,
oh,
okay.
fuck
So
me,
let's bring up
mate.
the same example, my friend.
Fuck, man. You know what I mean? So
Dude, you
so
keep on
you know.
talking over me, man. I can't even let a single sentence out without being. Thank you. Finally, you don't interrupt. Thank you. Okay, now you can talk.
You go ahead, man. The floor is yours. It's just getting
Okay,
to know
so
each other.
okay, the floor is mine. So geocentrism is where Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong. But geocentrism is like uh like the universe with Earth at the center and everything revolves around you, right?
In the sphere form, yes.
Wait, why do you think there's a sphere form of Earth, you idiot?
I'm an idiot. You've just given me 2 examples of geocentric. I selected one of them and you call me an idiot.
Dude, you just said that it is a sphere.
Right, and what do you think geocentrism is, idiot?
Geocentrism is that the Earth is in the middle of everything.
Yes, and what shape is the Earth, idiot?
It is a globe.
Oh, so it's not a sphere, it's a globe. Apologies.
No, not the land and the oceans and all that inside of the globe. I'm talking about the
inside.
entirety of the Earth. I'm talking about the entirety of the Earth. Now I'm going to ask you a question right there. If you fill a globe with, let's say you have a globe right now, okay, a see-through plastic globe, a sphere, okay, and then at the top you have a hole. And then you fill it up with soil. What happens halfway? Let's say you fill it up with sand halfway. The sand is level. Correct. Right?
Correct.
Right? Exactly. That is what I'm saying. That is what Earth is like. Okay. I do not believe that we're spinning. I'm saying that the inside of the globe is stationary, but the globe outside is spinning and it revolves around.
My friend, if you had said from the beginning that you're a concaver, then I would have agreed
What
with
did you
my
say?
friend.
I am not a concaver. Do not ever
What?
call me that. I'm a glober. I'm a glober.
You just described sand inside of a sphere.
No, I
Yeah.
am a glober. Difference.
Yes. But where do you come from the sand and the level inside of a circle or a sphere, which you just spoke about?